my father's uncle, and as such he was treated by our family much as any uncle might have been who lived at a considerable distance and was advanced in years. But there were stronger bonds between my father and Tesla than might otherwise have been the case. They came from identical social backgrounds, sons of Serbian Orthodox priests, born and raised a few miles apart in the Austro-Hungarian military frontier district county of Lika in the province of Croatia. My grandmother was Tesla's sister, Angelina. They were the only members of a relatively limited extended family to emigrate to America, and they were the only members to undertake science and technology as their life's work. My father, Nicholas J. John Terbo, Nikola Teberyevich, was 30 years younger than his uncle, came to America 30 years after him, and died 30 years after Tesla. Tesla was already famous as my father was growing up, and he became a model for my father's technical career. Father held about 175 US and foreign patents, the most important of which was his 1923 basic patent of the hypoid gear, used on the vast majority of the world's cars since 1930. The hypoid gear introduced advanced mathematics to the art of gear design, much as Tesla's work united electrical theory and electrical engineering. Tesla henceforth proudly referred to my father as my nephew, the mathematician. That these patents brought considerable financial as well as professional recognition to my father was also not lost on the often cash-poor Tesla. Because the ethnic and professional similarities between Nikola Tesla and my father were so striking, I feel that I've been granted a special privilege through this comparison in understanding Tesla's private personality, including his well-developed sense of humor and his often cavalier disregard for money. Once, when Tesla was visiting us in the early 1930s, my father took him to lunch at the Book Cadillac Hotel, then the finest in Detroit. They arrived late, only a few minutes before a cover charge of $2 or $3 would end. This was equivalent to $20 or $30 by today's standards. My father suggested waiting, but Tesla would hear none of it. They sat down amid a flurry of waiters, and Tesla ordered a chafing dish, bread and milk, and proceeded to prepare his own lunch to his own specifications, to my father's amusement and the unease of the maitre d'. I had not yet reached 13 when Tesla died in January 1943, and I did not have the sense of the ending of an epoch marked by his passing both for our family and for an era of individualism in scientific discovery. I may have reflected with some uneasiness that I had had the opportunity to meet Tesla some 3 or 4 years earlier, and that no further meetings would ever happen again. I remembered my reluctance to be dragged to the meeting in his suite at the Hotel New Yorker when my mother and I were spending a few days in New York before returning to Detroit after our summer vacation at the Jersey Shore. I would have preferred spending more time at Radio City Music Hall or at the docks watching the ocean liners. I was shy, rather overwhelmed, and spoke hardly a word to this very tall, very gaunt old man. I would have been repelled, as any young all-American boy should have been, to be hugged and kissed by this stranger if my father hadn't often done the same. This is the way my mother's women friends often acted, but my American mother's brother would have only given me a firm handshake. Little did I realize that Tesla's hugging, kissing, and patting my head would belie his famous idiosyncrasy of an overriding phobia of germs. Surely a young boy would have been teeming with germs. One could therefore speculate that this idiosyncrasy was possibly an affectation designed to preserve his space. While Tesla lived, some considerable degree of his fame endured, in no small measure because of his ability to stimulate the media. However, after his death, the nation and the world were occupied with other more pressing matters: war and reconstruction, international political realignments, an unmatched explosion of new technology, a new consumer society, and Tesla's fame and recognition nearly evaporated. Only a few in the US and international scientific communities, and the abiding respect and admiration of Serbs and all Yugoslavs worldwide, kept his name alive. My awareness of a resurgence of interest in the life and works of Nikola Tesla began in the early 1970s, when I moved from Los Angeles, where it seemed no one had ever heard of Tesla, to Washington, D.C., where at least the name was recognized. In February 1975, my mother phoned to tell me that she had read in the Los Angeles Times that Uncle Nikola was to be inducted into the National Inventors Hall of Fame, and that I should look into it. I chanced to notice on a local TV news program that evening a short segment monitoring the Hall of Fame and an interview with a girl of 10 or 12 who had invented a new can opener or some such. I dismissed the hall as a commercial promotion and went on to something else. Only later did I read a newspaper account about the induction of Tesla, along with Orville and Wilbur Wright, Samuel F.B. Morse, and Tesla's nemesis, Guglielmo Marconi, and citing the hall's sponsorship by the U.S. Department of Commerce's Patent and Trademark Office. The closest living relative of each honoree was to receive the induction diploma at an elaborate ceremony. Lacking any Tesla, or even any Terboyevich, to represent the family, an officer of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, IEEE, accepted the Tesla diploma. The IEEE considers Tesla one of the 12 apostles of electrical science and continues to offer an annual prize in the field of power engineering in his name. When I presented myself at the patent office a few weeks later, they were delighted and made arrangements to make a second presentation to me at the 1976 awards ceremony held that year at Congress Hall in Philadelphia as part of the U.S. Bicentennial Year celebration. Since then, there has been an earnest revival of interest in the technological accomplishments of Nikola Tesla and in his personality, philosophy, and culture as well. Part of the drama of his life is that he was a man who not only revolutionized the generation and distribution of electrical energy and made basic contributions to many other facets of modern technology, but that he did so without the specific aim of amassing great wealth. This altruism, which is often criticized as poor business sense, imposed a monetary limitation on future experimentation to test his new innovations. Who knows what advances might have been possible if he had been able to validate them through rigorous experimentation. New science is an expensive endeavor, and finding financial support is a frustrating task for even those as focused as Tesla. Among the associations that have supported the Tesla Renaissance are the Tesla Memorial Society, which I helped found in 1979, and of which I am pleased to be its honorary chairman and chairman of its executive board, and the International Tesla Society, founded in 1983, and of which I am a life member. It was while speaking at the first ITS biannual Tesla Symposium in 1984 that I first met a fellow speaker, Dr. Mark J. Cypher, in person. His paper, The Lost Wizard, was the seed from which his new Tesla biography has sprung. I have been impressed with Dr. Cypher's dedication and scholarship in developing his early theories into a well-rounded examination of the mystery of Tesla's great genius. One of the things that has most intrigued me about a new work on this topic is how much new information keeps surfacing. Dr. Cypher has researched minor characters in Tesla's life as well as the many major ones. This has given him additional insight into Tesla's life and allowed the development of new and different interpretations of many important events, such as the failure of the Wardenclyffe Tower project. Dr. Cypher provides a new look at Tesla's college years, the time when many of his epochal ideas were forming. He's uncovered new information on Tesla's relationship with a number of key individuals, such as his editor, Thomas Comerford Martin, and financial backers John Jacob Astor and John Hayes Hammond. A great strength of Wizard is its adherence, chapter by chapter, to a rather strict chronology, which makes it easy to follow the breadth and scope of Tesla's life and achievements in an orderly fashion. I congratulate Dr. Cypher on a decade's journey with Nikola Tesla, and am pleased to introduce to you Wizard. William H. Turbo, Honorary Chairman, Tesla Memorial Society. Preface. In 1976, while involved in research at the New York Public Library, I stumbled upon a strange text entitled Return of the Dove, which claimed that there was a man not born of this planet who landed as a baby in the mountains of Croatia in 1856. Raised by Earth parents, an avatar had arrived for the sole purpose of inaugurating the new age. By providing humans with a veritable cornucopia of inventions, he had created, in essence, the technological backbone of the modern era. His name was Nikola Tesla, and his inventions included the induction motor, the electrical power distribution system, fluorescent and neon lights, wireless communication, remote control, and robotics. Tesla? Who's he? I said to myself, because my father had been a TV repairman for several years in the early 1950s, and I had spent part of my childhood accompanying him on his house calls, helping put up antennas, test and buy radio tubes, play with oscilloscopes, and watch him build TVs. I was amazed that I had never heard of this man. I remember vividly an event from my grade school years on Long Island that prepared me for my latter-day interest. It was a Saturday, circa 1959, and I was working on a Boy Scout assignment when I came upon a design for a crystal radio set. My father and I gathered a glass jar and a set of headphones, a crystal detector for changing the ambient AC radio waves into audio DC pulses, some thin copper wire to be wrapped around the jar, a metal switch that was scraped across this coil for the dial, a small plank to hold the contraption together, and 100 feet of normal rubber-coated wire for the antenna, which we strung out a second-story window. There was no plug. All energy was derived from the broadcast signals from the nearby radio stations. However, after hooking it all together, the reception was faint. I became discouraged. My father paced the room considering the problem, muttering, "Something's wrong." After a few moments of deep thought, he made a motion which said, "I've got it." Walking over to our radiator and dragging another wire which he had hooked up to the jar, Dad attached a ground connection. Suddenly, all the stations began to come in loud and clear, and I marked each of them on the jar along the coil. It was apparent to me then that electrical power was being transmitted from these stations by wireless means, and that the Earth somehow was intrinsically linked to this system. And now, here I was, nearly 20 years later, 2 years out of graduate school with a master's degree, well-read and somewhat knowledgeable about electronics, yet I had never heard of the principal inventor of the very device I had spent endless hours with as a kid. This astonished me in a way difficult to describe. Moreover, when I asked my father about Tesla, he barely knew of him. Because I believe in seeking original sources, I began to research Tesla's life, starting with the 2 existing biographies, John O'Neill's classic Prodigal Genius and Inez Hunt and Juanetta Draper's Lightning in His Hand. Soon after, I began tracking down numerous turn-of-the-century references, and also the weighty Nikola Tesla lectures, patents, articles produced by the Tesla Museum in Belgrade, Yugoslavia. Thus I was able to ascertain, by following his actual patents, that indeed Tesla existed, and that his work was fundamental to all these creations. That Tesla's name was so little known puzzled me, so in 1980, 3 years after writing my first article on him, I began a doctoral dissertation on his life. My major purpose was to address the question of name obscurity. During the writing of my dissertation, several notable Tesla works were compiled. These included the comprehensive and encyclopedic Dr. Nikola Tesla Bibliography by Leland Anderson and John Ratzlaff, Tesla's 1919 autobiography, republished by Hart Brothers, Margaret Cheney's biography Tesla, Man Out of Time, 2 compendiums of Tesla's writing by John Ratzlaff, Colorado Springs Notes produced by the Tesla Museum, and most recently, Leland Anderson's edition of Tesla's private testimony to his lawyers on the history of wireless communication. Even with all this new material, however, no comprehensive, all-embracing treatise had been achieved. In fact, after studying all these texts, a number of contradictions and glaring mysteries remained. These included not only Tesla's obscure early years, tenure at college, and relationship to such key people as Thomas Edison, Guglielmo Marconi, George Westinghouse, and J.P. Morgan, but also the worth of Tesla's accomplishments and his exact place in the development of these inventions. This book attempts to solve the mysteries. Because there have been significant gaps in the record, a clear chronology of Tesla's life is presented. Also addressed are such issues as why his name dropped into obscurity after being a page-one subject in newspapers around the world at the turn of the century, why he never received the Nobel Prize, even though he was nominated for one, what Tesla did during the World Wars, and whether his plan for transmitting electrical power by wireless was feasible. Using a psycho-historical perspective, the text discusses not only those factors that led to Tesla's genius, but also quirks that led to his undoing. In this vein, it delineates Tesla's relationship to many of his well-known associates, such as John Jacob Astor, T.C. Martin, J.P. Morgan, Sr. and Jr., John Hayes Hammond, Sr. and Jr., Michael Pupin, Stanford White, Mark Twain, Rudyard Kipling, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, George Sylvester Viereck, Titus de Bobula, and J. Edgar Hoover. Many of these people are barely touched upon or are not discussed at all in other treatises. Because Tesla's life is so controversial and complex, I also examine such questions as whether Tesla received impulses from outer space, why he ultimately failed in his partnership with J.P. Morgan in constructing a multifunctional global wireless system for distributing power and information, what his exact relationship to Robert and Katherine Johnson was, and what exactly happened to his particle beam weaponry system and secret papers. Since I've based the text largely on first-hand documents rather than on the existing biographies, this book offers an essentially new view of Tesla's life. The most recent biography, Tesla by Tad Wise, an admittedly fictionalized version of the inventor's life, was not referred to herein, as the goal of the enclosed is to separate out the myth and uncover who Tesla really was. However, one of Wise's most prominent stories, that Tesla was responsible for the peculiar explosion that devastated Tunguska, Siberia, in June of 1908, is addressed in a new appendix for this second edition. I have visited all major Tesla archival centers, such as at the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., Columbia University in New York City, and the Tesla Museum in Belgrade, Yugoslavia. And because I've also utilized the Freedom of Information Act and accessed the arcane network of Tesla's researchers, I've been able to compile hundreds of documents that have never been discussed before by any Tesla biographies. In addition, because I'm a handwriting analyst, I've also utilized that expertise to analyze a number of the key personalities involved. Through this means, and as a total surprise, I've also been able to discover a heretofore unreported emotional collapse that the inventor suffered in 1906 at the time of the failing of his great wireless enterprise. Since Tesla lived until the age of 86, the story spans nearly a century. Revered as a demigod by some in the New Age community, Tesla has, at the same time, been relegated to virtual non-person status by influential segments of the corporate and academic communities. Often billed as a wizard from another world who drew thunderbolts from the skies, Tesla himself helped support the supernatural persona by comparing himself to the Almighty and by frequently grabbing headlines with his sensational talk of interplanetary communication. Because his accomplishments are prodigious, fundamental, and documented, the elimination of his name from many history books is not forgivable. Only by understanding why this occurred can we, as a modern people, hope to rectify the historical record for future generations. Curiously, the further away we've moved from Tesla's death, the more material on his life has come to the fore. In particular, we must thank John O'Neill, the Tesla Memorial Society, the Tesla Museum in Belgrade, and the International Tesla Society, ITS, for this occurrence, and the many Tesla researchers who've written so much about him of late and have participated in the various ITS conferences held every other year since 1984 at the site of some of his most spectacular experiments in Colorado Springs. Because Tesla's eye was always on the future, it seems appropriate to conclude this introduction with the opening lines from his autobiography. They are as true today as we enter the 21st century as they were 3 generations ago when they were written. The progressive development of man is vitally dependent on invention. It is the most important product of his creative brain. Its ultimate purpose is the complete mastery of mind over the material world, the harnessing of the forces of nature to human needs. This is the difficult task of the inventor, who is often misunderstood and unrewarded. But he finds ample compensation in the pleasing exercises of his powers and in the knowledge of being one of that exceptionally privileged class without whom the race would have long ago perished in the bitter struggle against pitiless elements. Speaking for myself, I have already had more than my full measure of this exquisite enjoyment, so much that for many years my life was little short of continuous rapture. 1. Heritage. Hardly is there a nation which has met with a sadder fate than the Servians. From the height of its splendor, when the empire embraced almost the entire northern part of the Balkan Peninsula and a large portion of what is now Austria, the Servian nation was plunged into abject slavery after the fateful battle of 1389 at the Kosovo Polje against the overwhelming Asian hordes. Europe can never repay the great debt it owes to the Servians for checking, by the sacrifice of its own liberty, that barbarian influx. Nikola Tesla. It was during a crackling summer storm in Smiljan, a small hamlet at the back edge of a plateau set high in the mountains, when Nikola Tesla was born. The Serbian family resided in the province of Lika, a plateau and gentle river valley in Croatia, where wild boar and deer still dwell, and farmers still travel on ox-drawn wagons. Only a cart ride from the Adriatic, the land is well protected from invasion by sea by the Velebit Ridge to the west, which runs the length of the province and towers over the coastline as a steep cliff, and by the Dinaric Alps to the east, a chain of mountains that emerge from Austria, span the Balkan Peninsula, and culminate in the south as the Isle of Crete. Though hidden, Smiljan was centrally located, 15 miles east of the tiny seaport of Karlobag, 6 miles west of the bustling town of Gospic, and 45 miles southwest of the cascading wonder known as Plitvice Lakes, an interlinking chasm of caves and streams and magnificent waterfalls that lie at the base of the Dinaric chain. In the early 1800s, having been briefly part of Napoleon's Illyrian provinces, Croatia was now a domain of Austria-Hungary. With its neighboring Slavic countries of Bosnia, Herzegovina, Montenegro, Serbia, and Slovenia, Croatia was sandwiched between the ruling Habsburg dynasty to the north and the Ottoman Empire to the south. In ancient times, and for many centuries, much of the coastline along the Adriatic was ruled by the Illyrians, a piratical tribe believed to have descended from regions around Austria. Successfully protecting their borders from such rulers as Alexander the Great, many Illyrians rose into social prominence. Some, at the time of Christ, became emperors. Slavs, traveling in close-knit clans known as sadrugas, were first recognized by the Byzantines in the 2nd century AD in the areas around what is now Belgrade. Tesla's appearance resembled the characteristic features of the Gegs, a tribe described as being tall and having convex-shaped noses and flat skulls. Like other Slavs, these people were originally pagans and worshipped nature spirits and a god of thunder and lightning. Tesla's early ancestors were probably born in the Ukraine. They most likely travelled down through Romania into Serbia and lived near Belgrade along the Danube. After the Battle of Kosovo in the latter part of the 14th century, they crossed the Kosovo plains into Montenegro and continued their migration northward into Croatia in the latter part of the 18th century. All Slavs speak the same language. The major distinction between Croats and Serbs stems from the differences in the histories of their respective countries. The Croats adopted the Pope as their spiritual leader and followed the Roman form of Catholicism. The Serbs adopted a Byzantine patriarch and the Greek Orthodox view. Whereas Roman priests remain celibate, Greek Orthodox priests may marry. In the east and central regions, Slavs were more successful in maintaining their own control over what came to be called the Kingdom of Serbia. Whereas in the west, in Croatia, outside rulers such as Charlemagne in AD 800 occupied the region. While Croatia maintained the Christianization policies of the Franks, the Serbs and Bulgarians drove out the papacy and revived their own pagan faith, which included animal sacrifice and pantheism. Many of the ancient pagan gods were made saints and were celebrated in higher esteem than Jesus. Tesla's patron saint Nicholas was a 4th century god who protected sailors. To further alienate the two groups, although speaking the same verbal language, Croats adopted the Latin alphabet, whereas Serbs and Bulgarians took on the Cyrillic alphabet used by the Greek Orthodox Church. Before Turkish rule, from the 9th century until the 1300s, Serbia had maintained autonomy. For Serbia, this period was its golden age, as the Byzantines accepted its autonomous status. Due to the philanthropic nature of its kings, a dynamic medieval art flourished, and great monasteries were erected. Croatia, on the other hand, was in much more turmoil. Influenced by Western Europe, the ruling class attempted unsuccessfully to institute a feudal system of lords and serfs. This policy directly opposed the inherent structure of the democratic Zadrugas, and so Croatia was never able to establish a unified identity. Nevertheless, one independent offshoot of Croatia, Ragusa, Dubrovnik, which had established itself as a port of commerce and a rival of Venice as a major sea power, became a melting pot for South Slavic culture and a symbol for the Aurelian ideal of a unified Yugoslavia. The identity of Serbia as a nation, however, changed for all time on June the 15th, 1389, the day 30,000 Turks obliterated the Serbian nation in the Battle of Kosovo. Cruel conquerors, the Turks destroyed Serbian churches or converted them to mosques. Drafting the healthiest male children into their armies, they skewered and tortured the men and forced the women to convert and marry Turks. Many Serbs fled, taking up residence in the craggy mountains of Montenegro or the hidden valleys of Croatia. Some of those that remained became wealthy as Turkish vassals. Others, mostly of mixed blood, became pariahs. The Battle of Kosovo is as important to the Serbs as the Exodus to the Jews or the crucifixion to the Christians. It is commemorated every year on the anniversary of the tragedy as Vidov Dan, the day when we shall see. As one Serb told the author, it follows us always. The massacre and ensuing defilement of the kingdom became the dominant motif of the great epic poems which served to unify the identity of the Serbian people through their centuries of hardship. Unlike the Croats, who didn't have this kind of all-embracing exigency, the Serbs had Kosovo. Combined with their adherence to the Greek Orthodox religion in a twofold way, Serbs, no matter where they lived, felt united. The century of Tesla's birth was marked by the rise of Napoleon. In 1809, the emperor wrested Croatia from Austro-Hungarian rule and established French occupation. Extending his domain down the Adriatic coast, Napoleon reunited the Illyrian provinces and introduced French libertarian ideals. This philosophy helped dismantle the outmoded feudal system of lords and serfs and reawaken the idea of a unified Balkan nation. At the same time, the occupation created an identity with the French culture. Tesla's paternal grandfather and maternal great-grandfather both served under the French emperor. With support from the Russians, Serbian bands united in 1804 under the leadership of the flamboyant hog farmer George Petrovic, known as Kara George, in Turkish Black George, a man of Montenegrin heritage trained in the Austrian army. However, in 1811, Napoleon invaded Russia. Thus support for Serbia evaporated. 40,000 Turks marched against the Serbs, levelling towns and butchering citizens. Serbs were often executed by impalement, their writhing bodies lined up along the roads to the city. All males captured above the age of 15 were slaughtered, and women and children were sold as slaves. Kara George fled the country. Miloš, the new Serbian leader, was a sly and treacherous character, able to walk a thin line between Serbs and the Sultan. In 1817, when Kara George returned, he was decapitated, his head sent by Miloš to Istanbul. A tyrant as terrible as any Turkish pasha, Miloš became the official head of Serbia in 1830. One of the more sapient figures of the day was the scholar and Serb Vuk Karadžić, 1787 to 1864. Schooled in Vienna and St. Petersburg, Vuk believed all Yugoslavs were one. Pleading with Miloš to build schools and to form a constitution, Vuk created with the student a Serbo-Croatian dictionary that combined the two written languages. He published the epic folk ballads which gained the attention of Goethe, and through this means the Serbian plight and also its unique literature were translated and spread to the Western world. In Croatia, the land of Tesla's birth, Emperor Ferdinand of Austria, in 1843, issued a proclamation forbidding any discussion about Illyrianism, thereby helping keep the Serbs and Croats a separate people. In 1867, the Austro-Hungarian dual monarchy was created, and Croatia became a semi-autonomous province of the new empire. Simultaneously, in Serbia, Mikhail Obrenović was finally able to secure the departure of the Turkish garrisons from Belgrade and convert the state into a constitutional monarchy. Tesla's background was thus a mixture of crossed influences, a monastic environment, a Byzantine legacy of a once great culture, and incessant battles against barbarous invaders. As a Serb growing up in Croatia, Tesla inherited a rich mix of tribal rituals, egalitarian rule, a modified form of Greek Orthodox Catholicism, pantheistic beliefs, and myriad superstitions. Women cloaked their bodies in black garb, and men packed a cross in one pocket and a weapon in another. Living at the edge of civilization, Serbs saw themselves as protectors of Europe from the Asian hordes. They bore that responsibility with their blood for many centuries. 2. Childhood, 1856 to 74. Now I must tell you of a strange experience which bore fruit in my later life. We had a cold snap drier than ever observed before. People walking in the snow left a luminous trail. As I stroked Marjak's back, it became a sheet of light, and my hand produced a shower of sparks. My father remarked, "This is nothing but electricity, the same thing you see on the trees in a storm." My mother seemed alarmed. "Stop playing with the cat," she said. "He might start a fire." I was thinking abstractly. Is nature a cat? If so, who strokes its back? It can only be God, I concluded. I cannot exaggerate the effect of this marvelous sight on my childish imagination. Day after day, I asked myself, what is electricity? And found no answer. 80 years have gone by since, and I still ask the same question, unable to answer it. Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla descended from a well-established frontier Zadruga whose original family name had been Draganic. By the mid-1700s, the clan had migrated to Croatia, and the Tesla name arose. It was a trade name like smith or carpenter, which described a woodworking axe that had a broad cutting blade at right angles to the handle. Supposedly, the Teslas gained the name because their teeth resembled this instrument. The inventor's grandfather, also named Nikola Tesla, was born about 1789 and became a sergeant in Napoleon's Illyrian army during the years 1809 to 13. Like other Serbs living in Croatia, Nikola Tesla the Elder was honored by fighting for an emperor who sought to unify the Balkan states and overthrow the oppressive regime of the Austro-Hungarians. He came from a region known as the military frontier, which stretched from the Adriatic Sea to the plains of the Danube, including the province of Lika, where the inventor was born. This so-called corpus separatum in the Habsburg monarchy had its own military administration, different from the rest of the country, and therefore they were not subjects of the feudal lord. Mostly Serbs, these people were warriors whose responsibility was to protect the territory from the Turks, and in return, unlike the Croats, Serbs were able to own their own land. Shortly after Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo in 1815, Nikola Tesla married Anna Kalinic, the daughter of a prominent officer. After the collapse of Illyria, the grandfather moved to Gospic, where he and his wife could raise a family in a civilized environment. On February 3, 1819, Milutin Tesla, the inventor's father, was born. One of 5 children, Milutin was educated in a German elementary school, the only one available in Gospic. Like his brother Josip, Milutin tried to follow in his father's footsteps. In his late teens, he enrolled in an Austro-Hungarian military academy, but rebelled against the trivialities of regimented life. He was hypersensitive and dropped out after an officer criticized him for not keeping his brass buttons polished. Whereas Josip became an officer and later a professor of mathematics, first in Gospic and then at a military academy in Austria. Milutin became politically active, wrote poetry, and entered the priesthood. Influenced by the philosopher Vuk Karadžić, Milutin promulgated the Yugoslav idea in editorials published in the local newspapers under the nom de plume Serbin Pravičić, man of justice. Tesla wrote that his father's style of writing was much admired, penning sentences full of wit and satire. He called for social equality among peoples, the need for compulsory education for children, and the creation of Serbian schools in Croatia. Through these articles, Milutin attracted the attention of the intellectual elite. In 1847, he married Dajuka Mandić, a daughter from one of the more prominent Serbian families. Dajuka's maternal grandfather was Toma Budisavljević, 1777 to 1840, a regal, white-bearded priest who was decorated with the French Medal of Honor by Napoleon himself in 1811 for providing leadership during the French occupation of Croatia. Sorka Budisavljević, one of Toma's 7 children, followed the family tradition by marrying a Serbian minister, Nikola Mandić, who himself came from a distinguished clerical and military family. Their daughter, Dajuka, who was born in 1821, was Tesla's mother. Eldest daughter of 8 children, Dajuka's duties increased rapidly, for her mother was stricken with failing eyesight and eventually became blind. "My mother was a truly great woman of rare skill and courage," Tesla wrote. Probably due to the magnitude of her responsibilities, which included at age 16 preparing for burial the bodies of an entire family stricken with cholera, Dajuka never learned to read. Instead, she memorized the great epic Serbian poems and also long passages of the Bible. Tesla could trace his lineage to a segment of the educated aristocracy of the Serbian community. On both sides of the family, and for generations, there could be found clerical and military leaders, many of whom achieved multiple doctorates. One of Dajuka's brothers, Pajo Mandić, was a field marshal in the Imperial Austro-Hungarian Army. Another Mandić ran an Austrian military academy. Peter Mandić, a third brother and later favorite uncle of Nikola's, met with tragedy as a young man when his wife passed away. In 1850, Peter entered the Gormirje monastery, where he rose in the clerical hierarchy to become the regional bishop of Bosnia. In 1848, through the help of the Mandić name, Milutin Tesla obtained a parish at Senje, a northern coastal fortress located just 75 miles from the Italian port of Trieste. From the stone church, situated high on austere cliffs, Milutin and his new bride could overlook the blue-green Adriatic Sea and the mountainous islands of Kirk, Tres, and Raab. For 8 years the Teslas lived in Senye, where they sired their first 3 children. Dane, born in 1849, the first son, and 2 daughters, Angelina, born the following year, who would later become the grandmother to the current honorary head of the Tesla Memorial Society, William Terbo, and Milka, who followed 2 years later. As with her other 2 sisters, and like her mother, Milka would eventually marry a Serbian Orthodox priest. The Yuka was proud of her son Dane, who used to sit with the fishermen on the shore and bring back stories of great adventure. Like his younger brother, who was yet to be born, Dane was endowed with extraordinary powers of eidetic imagery. Due to a profound sermon on the subject of labour, as a result of which Milutin was awarded a special red sash by the Archbishop, the minister was promoted to a congregation of 40 homes in the pastoral farming village of Smiljan, situated only 6 miles from Gospic. Milutin was returning home, where his father still lived. In 1855, the young minister, his pregnant wife, and his 3 children packed their ox cart and made the 50-mile journey over the Velebit Ridge through the Lika Valley to their new dwelling. In 1856, Nikola Tesla was born. He was followed 3 years later by Marica, mother-to-be of Sava Kasanovic, the first Yugoslavian ambassador to the United States, and the man most responsible for creating the Tesla Museum in Belgrade. Smiljan was an ideal setting for the young boys to grow up in. Nikola, raised in large measure by his 2 older sisters, appears to have led an Arcadian childhood, annoying the servants, playing with the local birds and animals on the farm, and learning inventions from his older brother and mother. Down to the local creek the boys would go to swim or catch frogs in the spring or summer, and to build dams in the autumn and early winter, in vain attempts to stop the seasonal flooding of the land. One of their favourite recreations was a smooth water wheel, a device which contained inherent concepts that would later form the basis of Tesla's innovative bladeless steam turbines. Other inventions included a cornstalk pop gun, which contained principles that Tesla later adapted when he fashioned particle beam weapons, a special fishing hook for catching frogs, snares for capturing birds, and a parasol used in an unsuccessful attempt to glide off the roof of the barn. Young Nico must have taken quite a leap, because his fall laid him up for 6 weeks. Perhaps the boy's most ingenious creation was a propeller driven by 16 maybugs glued or sewn 4 abreast onto the wooden blades. These creatures were remarkably efficient, for once they were started, they had no sense to stop and continued whirling for hours and hours. All went well until a strange boy came to the place. He was the son of a retired officer in the Austrian army. That urchin ate maybugs alive and enjoyed them as though they were the finest Blue Point oysters. That disgusting sight terminated my endeavours in this promising field, and I have never since been able to touch a maybug or any other insect for that matter. Some of the inventor's earliest memories, when he was 3, were recalled when he was an octogenarian. Many years before pigeons, Tesla showered his affections on the family cat Majak. The fountain of my enjoyment, I wish that I could give you an adequate idea of the depth of affection which existed between me and him. After dinner, Nico and his cat would rush out of the house and frolic by the church. Majak would grab me by the trousers. He tried hard to make me believe he would bite, but the instant his needle-sharp incisors penetrated the clothing, the pressure ceased, and their contact with my skin was as gentle and tender as that of a butterfly alighting on a petal. Tesla liked best to wallow in the grass with Majak. We would just roll and roll in a delirium of delight. In this peaceful setting, young Nico was introduced to the barnyard animals. I would take one or the other under my arm and hug and pet it, he wrote, especially the grand resplendent cock who liked me. It was also at this time that the boy began to study flight, a topic of interest that caused him in later life to invent a variety of novel flying machines. His relationship with birds, however, was filled with contradictions. My childhood would have passed blissfully if I did not have a powerful enemy, our gander, a monstrous ugly brute with the neck of an ostrich, mouth of crocodile, and a pair of cunning eyes radiating intelligence and understanding like the human. One summer day, my mother had given me a bath and put me out for a sun warming in Adam's attire. When she stepped in the house, the gander espied me and charged. The brute knew where it would hurt most and seized me by the nape, almost pulling out the remnant of my umbilical cord. My mother, who came in time to prevent further injury, said to me, "You must know that you cannot make peace with a gander or a cock whom you have taunted. They will fight you as long as they live." Tesla had run-ins with other animals as well, such as a local wolf, who fortunately turned and ran from him, the family cow, which Tesla rode and one time fell off of, and the giant ravens, whom he claimed to have snared with his bare hands by hiding under the bushes and leaping out at them as a cat would. Tesla also liked to tell the story of his two homely aunts who often visited his home. One, an Aunt Veva, had two protruding teeth like the tusks of an elephant. She loved me passionately and buried them deep in my cheek in kissing me. I cried out from pain, but she thought it was from pleasure and dug them in still deeper. Nevertheless, Tesla recalled, I preferred her to the other, as she used to glue her lips to mine and suck until by frantic efforts I managed to free myself, gasping for breath. One day when they came over and Tesla was still small enough to be held in the arms of his mother, they asked me who was the prettier of the two. After examining their faces intently, I answered thoughtfully, pointing to one of them. This here is not as ugly as the other. Tesla inherited his sense of humor from his father, who, for instance, once cautioned a cross-eyed employee who was chopping wood near the minister and his son. For God's sake, do not strike at what you're looking at, but what you expect to hit. Father Tesla was known to talk to himself and even carry on conversations with different tones in his voice, a trait also noted in the inventor, especially in his later years. Milutin also trained his sons in exercises in developing memory and their intuitive faculties. Able to recite at length works in several languages, he often remarked playfully that if some of the classics were lost, he could restore them. My father spoke fluently a great many languages and also ranked high as a mathematician. He was an omnivorous reader and possessed a large library from which it was my privilege to gather a great deal of information during my years of life spent at home. Texts from this library included works in German by Goethe and Schiller, encyclopedic works in French by d'Alembert, and other classics, probably in English, from the 18th and 19th centuries. The inventor's colorful autobiography remains the primary source of information on his childhood. Although Dane and his parents appeared prominently in the work, Tesla's sisters are barely mentioned. Certainly he loved the girls. He exchanged letters with them regularly for the duration of his life, but they seem not to have overtly influenced his upbringing. It was his mother, whose untiring work habits and proclivity toward invention influenced the inventor-to-be. Whereas Milutin ran the parish and published his articles, Diuka directed the servants and ran the farm. She had the responsibility of growing the crops, sewing all the clothes, and designing needlework, a practice that made her famous in the region. Tesla also ascribes his proclivity to invention to his mother. She conceived of many household appliances, including churns, looms, and all kinds of kitchen tools. My mother descended from a long line of inventors. Starting before dawn, she did not quit work until 11 o'clock at night. In 1863, disaster struck the Tesla household. Dane, who was gifted to an extraordinary degree, was out riding the family horse, which was of Arabian breed, possessed of almost human intelligence. The horse may have been the type easily spooked. The previous winter it had thrown Milutin in the middle of the forest after an encounter with wolves and had run home, leaving him unconscious. The horse, however, was smart enough to bring the search party back to the scene of the accident, and thus the father was saved. This animal, which was cared for and petted by the whole family, threw the brother as well. But Dane died of the injuries. The family never really recovered. Dane's premature death left my parents disconsolate. The recollection of his attainments made every effort of mine seem dull in comparison. Anything I did that was creditable merely caused my parents to feel their loss more keenly. So I grew up with little confidence in myself. Upset by his brother's death and the rejection by his parents, particularly his mother, the 7-year-old ran away from home and hid in an inaccessible mountain chapel, which was visited only once a year. By the time he had reached the place, it was nightfall. There was little the boy could do but force his way in and spend the night entombed. It was an awful experience. Shortly after this tragedy, Milutin was promoted and given the parish at the ornate onion bulb church in the town of Gospic. The family moved the few miles to Gospic, where Father Tesla also took a post teaching religion at the local gymnasium, high school. Niko was of school age, so he began his formal education at this time. However, he had great difficulty adjusting to city life, for he missed the farm and the idyllic existence he had once enjoyed. This change of residence was like a calamity to me. It almost broke my heart to part from our pigeons, chickens, and sheep, and our magnificent flock of geese, which used to rise to the clouds in the morning and return from the feeding grounds at sundown in battle formation, so perfect that it would have put a squadron of the best aviators of the present day to shame. The boy would wake up in the middle of the night with nightmares of Dane's death, which he claimed to have witnessed, and of the funeral, which probably involved an open casket. A vivid picture of the scene would thrust itself before my eyes and persist despite all efforts to banish it. To free myself of these tormenting appearances, I tried to concentrate my mind on something else by continuously conjuring up new images. I was oppressed by thoughts of pain in life and death and religious fear, swayed by superstitious beliefs, and lived in constant dread of the spirit of evil, of ghosts and ogres and other unholy monsters of the dark. It was at this time that Tesla began to have what today are known as out-of-body experiences, although he never ascribed anything mystical or paranormal to them. Blurred at first, I would see on my journeys new places, cities and countries, live there, meet people and make friendships. And however unbelievable, it is a fact that they were just as dear to me as those in actual life, and not a bit less intense in their manifestations. Tesla stated he had such great powers of eidetic imagery that he sometimes needed one of his sisters to help him tell which was hallucination and which was not. Like Dane, his thoughts were often interrupted with annoying flashes of light. These psycho-neurological disturbances continued throughout his life. On the positive side, the problem was also attributed to his inventive bent. He could use his powers of visualization to mold his various creations and even run and modify them in his mind before committing them to paper and the material world. While still in grade school, Niko had obtained a post at the local library in Gospic, classifying the various books. But he was forbidden to read at night for fear that his eyes would be strained in dim light, and Milutin would fly into a rage to stop him. Undeterred, Niko would swipe some household candles, seal up the cracks in his room, and continue reading through the night. The book that Tesla claimed changed his life was Biography, a story translated into Serbian about the son of Abba by the Hungarian author Josica. Up to the age of 8, my character was weak and vacillating. This work somehow awakened my dormant powers of will, and I began to practice self-control. At first, my resolution faded like snow in April, but in a little while I conquered my weakness and felt a pleasure I never knew before, that of doing as I willed. Thus, by the age of 12, he was successfully experimenting with acts of self-denial and self-mastery, a paradoxical pattern which played itself out repeatedly throughout his life. Simultaneously, Tesla began to develop peculiarities, probably stemming from the stress associated with his brother's death, strained relationships with his parents, and denial of his sexual desires. At this time, he became ill and claimed that a heavy dose of Mark Twain's writings turned his spirit and cured him. 25 years later, when I met Mr. Clements and we formed a friendship, I told him of the experience and was amazed to see that a great man of laughter burst into tears. During this period, I contracted many strange habits. I had a violent aversion against the earrings of women, but other ornaments, such as bracelets, pleased me. The sight of a pearl would almost give me a fit, but I was fascinated with the glitter of objects with sharp edges. I would not touch the hair of other people, except perhaps at the point of a revolver. I would get a fever by looking at a peach. Even now, at age 61, I am not insensible to some of these upsetting impulses. The youngster, however, also undertook normal boyhood adventures, including a few near-death experiences. On one occasion, by falling headlong into a huge kettle of boiling milk just drawn from the paternal herds. On another occasion, nearly drowning after swimming under a raft. And on a third occasion, by nearly being swept over a waterfall at one of the nearby dams. These were rather unpleasant experiences, but not as bad, according to the inventor, as the following. There was a wealthy lady in town who used to come to the church gorgeously painted up and attired with an enormous train and attendants. One Sunday, I had just finished ringing the bell in the belfry and rushed downstairs when this grande dame was sweeping out, and I jumped on her train and tore it. Livid, my father gave me a gentle slap on the cheek, the only corporal punishment he ever administered to me, but I almost feel it now. Nico became ostracized and avoided social interaction. Fortunately, he was able to redeem himself through his inventive mind. One day, the local firemen brought out their new engine and started a fire to demonstrate it. To the embarrassment of the officials, the hose, which drew its water from the local river, would not work. Intuitively, Tesla realized there was a kink in the rigging. Tearing off his Sunday best, he dived into the water, unscrambled the line, and became the hero of the day. This event became a strong inducement for the boy to continue his interest in invention. Simultaneously, this act symbolized a new way to obtain love and admiration, not only from his parents, but also from society. Between the ages 10 and 14, Nico attended the Real Gymnasium, equivalent to junior high school. It appears that both his father and uncle taught there. It was a fairly new institution with a well-equipped physics department. I was interested in electricity almost from the beginning of my educational career, he wrote. I read all that I could find on the subject and experimented with batteries and induction coils. Tesla also began experimenting with water turbines and motors that utilized power derived from differentials in air pressure. His goal, though unobtainable due to a flaw in his logic, was a perpetual motion machine that would work by maintaining a steady-state vacuum and harnessing, like a windmill, the rush of incoming air. This movement, he hoped, would turn a generator endlessly. After seeing a drawing or photograph of Niagara Falls, Tesla announced to his uncle Joseph that one day he would place a gigantic wheel under the falls and thereby harness it. Most likely, he also visited the magnificent network of waterfalls at Plitvice Lakes for additional inspiration, as they were only a day's journey away. In 1870, at the age of 14, Nico moved from Gospic to Karlovac, Karlstadt, where he saw a locomotive for the first time, to attend the higher Real Gymnasium located by a swamp on a tributary to the Sava River near Zagreb. The youth lived with his aunt Stanka, his father's sister, and her husband, Colonel Brankovic, an old warhorse. During his stay at Karlovac, he frequently visited his cousin, Miliko Zoric, at the family estate in Tomingaj. Nico, who would often go there for vacations, found it to be a sort of sanctuary. At Karlovac, he was trained in languages and mathematics. His most influential professor was Martin Sekulic, a physics teacher who demonstrated the principles by apparatus of his own invention. It was a freely rotatable bulb with tinfoil coatings, which was made to spin rapidly when connected to a static machine. It is impossible for me to convey an adequate idea of the intensity of feeling I experienced in witnessing his exhibitions of these mysterious phenomena. Every impression produced 1,000 echoes in my mind. Through hard work, Tesla condensed the 4 years of schooling into 3 and began to plan a way to approach his father with his controversial decision not to enter the ministry, but to study engineering instead. "It is not humans that I love, but humanity," he tried to tell his father. During his last year at Karlovac, after a day of exploration by a nearby marsh, he caught a fever which he said was malaria. The seriousness of his condition may have been exacerbated by an inadequate diet. "I was fed by my aunt like a canary bird. When the colonel would put something substantial on my plate, she would snatch it away and say excitedly to him, 'Be careful, Nico is very delicate.' I had a voracious appetite and suffered like Tantalus, but I lived in an atmosphere of refinement and artistic taste quite unusual for those times and conditions." Upon graduation, Tesla received notice from his father that he should go on a hunting expedition, as there was an epidemic in town. The youth returned to Gospic anyway. The streets were stacked with corpses, the atmosphere thick with smoke, for the people mistakenly thought that cholera was being transmitted through the air rather than by drinking water. Partly due to his weakened condition from his earlier illness, Tesla quickly became a victim. Bedridden for 9 months, he nearly died. "In one of the sinking spells, which was thought to be the last, my father rushed into the room. 'Perhaps,' I said, 'I may get well if you will let me study engineering.' 'You will go to the best technical institution in the world,' he solemnly replied, and I knew that he meant it." The Teslas settled on the Polytechnic School at Graz, Austria, located 170 miles to the north. First, however, the boy would have to serve 3 years in the army. With a major war breaking out against the Turks, Milutin directed his son to pack his gear and go into the hills to avoid the draft. There, the youth could maintain a low profile and at the same time recover his health. For most of this term, I roamed in the mountains, loaded with a hunter's outfit and a bundle of books, and this contact with nature made me stronger in body as well as in mind. But my knowledge of principles was very limited. Misguided inventions of this period included a submarine tube able to convey letters and packages across the seas, and a ring around the equator for transporting people from one end of the globe to the other. One day, while playing with snowballs on the side of a mountain, however, Tesla discovered the concept of hidden trigger mechanisms able to unleash great reservoirs of energy. One found just the right conditions. It rolled until it was a large ball, and then spread out, rolling up the snow at the sides as if it were a giant carpet, and then suddenly it turned into an avalanche, stripping the mountainside clear of snow, trees, soil, and everything else it could carry with it. But contact with war was unavoidable, and on occasion the youth chanced upon its ravages. 25 years later, he would recall, "I have seen men hung, beaten to death, shot, quartered, stuck on a pointed stick, heads chopped off, and children on a bayonet like quails en broche at Delmonico's." Fortunately, Tesla avoided capture, and in 1875 he returned to Gospic. With a new fellowship from the Military Frontier Authority, he began school in Austria the following semester. 3. College years 1875 to 82. It has cost me years of thought to arrive at certain results, by many believed to be unattainable, for which there are now numerous claimants, and the number of these is rapidly increasing like that of the colonels in the South after the war. Nikola Tesla. 80 miles south of Vienna, in the capital of the province of Styria, was the Polytechnic School in Graz. Milutin had chosen the school because it was one of the most advanced of the region. The physicist and philosopher Ernst Mach had taught there a few years earlier, as had the psychophysiologist Gustav Theodor Fechner. Planning on becoming a professor, Tesla undertook courses in arithmetic and geometry from Professor Rogner, a lecturer known for his histrionics. Theoretical and experimental physics with the punctilious German Professor Purcell, and integral calculus with Professor Alle. Alle was the most brilliant lecturer to whom I ever listened. He took a special interest in my progress and would frequently remain for an hour or two in the lecture room giving me problems to solve in which I delighted. Other courses taken included analytical chemistry, mineralogy, machinery construction, botany, wave theory, optics, French, and English. To save money, he roomed with Kosta Kulisic, whom he had met at the Student Society of Serbia. Kulisic later became a professor of philosophy in Belgrade. Tesla plunged into his work with great intensity. Studying upwards of 20 hours a day, he changed his major to engineering and extended his curriculum to study other languages. He could speak about 9 of them, and the works of such writers as Descartes, Goethe, Spencer, and Shakespeare, many of which he knew entirely by heart. "I had a veritable mania for finishing whatever I began," he recalled, reflecting on his next self-appointed assignment. The collected works of Voltaire comprised 100 large volumes in small print, which that monster had written while drinking 72 cups of black coffee per diem. This task cured him of the compulsion, but did not serve to quell the pattern of relentless self-denial and self-determination. Because he was praised by his teachers, the other students became jealous, but at first Tesla remained unperturbed. Returning home the following summer, having passed his freshman year with all A+, the young scholar expected to be praised by his parents. Instead, his father tried to persuade his son to stay in Gospic. Unbeknown to Tesla, the teachers had written Milutin, warning that the boy was at risk of injuring his health by obsessively long and intense hours of study. A rift was created between father and son, perhaps in part because the military frontier authority had been abolished and the scholarship was no longer available. Reacting to the ridicule from other students who resented Tesla for his monastic study habits and close association with the faculty, Tesla took up gambling. He began to stay late at the Botanical Garden, the students' favorite coffee house, playing cards, billiards, and chess, attracting a large crowd to watch his skillful performances. Tesla's father led an exemplary life and could not excuse the senseless waste of time and money. "I can stop whenever I please," he told his father, "but is it worthwhile to give up that which I would purchase with the joys of paradise?" During his sophomore year, a direct current Gram dynamo was delivered from Paris to Professor Purcell's physics class. It was equipped with the customary commutator, a device that transferred the current from the generator to the motor. Electricity in its natural state is alternating. This means that its direction of flow changes rapidly. An analogous situation would be a river that flowed downstream, then upstream, then downstream, and so on many times per second. One can see the difficulty in harnessing such a river with, for instance, a water wheel, for the wheel would constantly change its direction as well. The commutator is comprised of a series of wire brushes that serve to transfer the electricity into only one direction of flow, that is, a direct current, DC. It is a cumbersome device and sparks considerably. When Professor Purcell displayed this up-to-date equipment, Tesla intuitively deduced that the commutator was unnecessary and that alternating current, AC, could be harnessed unencumbered. He voiced this opinion, which appeared utterly fantastic at the time. Purcell devoted the rest of the lecture to a detailed explanation of how this goal was impossible. Driving the point home, Purcell embarrassed his student by disconnecting the superfluous commutator and noting with feigned surprise that the generator no longer worked. "Mr. Tesla may do many things, but this he cannot accomplish. His plan is simply a perpetual motion scheme." Tesla would spend the next 4 years obsessed with proving the professor wrong. Another invention Tesla worked on at the same time, but under the tutelage of Professor Alle, was that of a mechanical flying machine. As a child, Tesla had heard stories from his grandfather about Napoleon's employment of hot air balloons, which were used to observe enemy troop movements and for dropping bombs. No doubt he had also studied the principles involved in school and quite possibly saw such futuristic creations floating in the Austrian skies when he went off to college. By his third year, Tesla was running into difficulties at school. Having surpassed his classmates in his studies, he became bored and frustrated by his inability to find a solution to his AC problem. He began to gamble more heavily, sometimes 24 hours at a stretch. Although Tesla tended to return his winnings to heavy losers, reciprocation did not occur, and one semester he lost his entire allowance, including the money for tuition. His father was fuming, but his mother came to him with a roll of bills and said, "Go and enjoy yourself. The sooner you lose all we possess, the better it will be. I know that you will get over it." The audacious youth won back his initial losses and returned the balance to his family. "I conquered my passion then and there," he wrote, "and tore it from my heart so as not to leave a trace of desire. Ever since that time, I have been as indifferent to any form of gambling as to picking teeth." This statement appeared to be an exaggeration, as Tesla gambled quite freely with his future and was known to play billiards when he came to the United States. An Edison employee recalled, "He played a beautiful game. Tesla was not a high scorer, but his cushion shots displayed skill equal to that of a professional exponent of this art." It has also been suggested that years later, in the early 1890s, Tesla bilked some of the wealthy socialites in New York by feigning minimal ability in the sport. Exam time came, and Tesla was unprepared. He asked for an extension to study, but was denied. He never graduated from the Austrian Polytechnic School and did not receive any grades for his last semester there. Most likely, he was discharged, in part for gambling and supposedly womanizing. According to his roommate, Tesla's cousins, who had been sending him money, therefore withdrew their aid. Fearing that his parents would find out, Tesla disappeared without word. Friends searched everywhere for him and decided that he had drowned in the river. Clandestinely packing his gear, Tesla traveled south over the border into Slovenia, where he arrived in Maribor in late spring of 1878 to look for work. He played cards with the local man on the streets, as is still the custom today, and soon gained employment with an engineer, earning 60 florins a month. But the job was short-lived. Tesla continued traveling, making his way through Zagreb to the small coastal village of Mingag. He would not return home, for he didn't want to confront his parents. At the same time, however, Tesla also continued his quest for a solution to the problem of removing the commutator from the DC generator. His cousin, Dr. Nikola Tesla, recalled a story he had heard as a boy growing up in Yugoslavia in the 1920s. "My mother told us he would always like to be alone when Tesla visited us. In the morning he would go off into the woods and meditate. He would measure one tree to another, making notes, experimenting stringing wires between them and transmitting current. Peasants passing by would be astonished at such an erratic person. They would approach and say, 'We're sorry, your cousin seems to be crazy.'" Having finally located his son, after word from Kulishish, who had seen Tesla in Maribor, Milutin traveled north to discuss his academic problems. Tesla refused to return to Graz, so Milutin offered a solution. His son would make a fresh start at another university. They returned to Gospic. Re-accepted into the family, Tesla began once again to attend church to hear his father's sermons. There he met Anna. She was tall and beautiful with extraordinary understandable eyes. For the first and only time in his life, Tesla would say, "I fell in love." Delighting in her company, Nikola would take Anna for strolls by the river or back to Smiljan, where they would talk about the future. He wanted to become an electrical engineer. She wanted to raise a family. The following year, Milutin passed away, and a few months later, in 1880, Tesla left for Bohemia, now in the Czech Republic, to carry out my father's wish and continue my education. He promised to write to Anna, but their romance was doomed, and she would marry shortly thereafter. Tesla enrolled in the Charles Ferdinand branch of the University of Prague, one of the foremost institutions in Europe, for the summer term. According to Ernst Mach, who a decade earlier had transferred from Graz to be appointed Rector Magnificus, Prague was a city rich in talented people, with street signs often appearing in half a dozen languages. Although the city was filled with majestic buildings, sanitary conditions were severely lacking. To avoid typhoid fever, one had to boil water or obtain mineral water from springs to the north. Just 2 years after Tesla's stay, Harvard psychologist William James would come to visit to meet with Mach and Mach's arch-rival Karl Stumpf, ordinary professor of philosophy. Stumpf was a student of the controversial ex-priest Franz Brentano, who also influenced another pupil, Sigmund Freud, and was also Tesla's philosophy teacher. Other courses Tesla undertook included analytical geometry with Heinrich Düreger, experimental physics with Karol Domelip, both ordinary professors, and higher mathematics with Anton Puszta, who was an extraordinary professor from the German Technical University, also in Prague. With Stumpf, Tesla studied Scottish philosopher David Hume. Raised as a child prodigy of music, the acerbic and sharp-nosed Stumpf opposed a number of key psychophysicists, including the famed Wilhelm Wundt, as well as Mach. But at the same time, he also helped shape the thinking of a number of key students, such as phenomenologist Edmund Husserl and Gestalt psychologist Wolfgang Kohler. A persuasive advocate of Hume's radical skepticism, Stumpf argued for the concept of the tabula rasa. Basing his thinking on Aristotle and John Locke, both of whom repudiated the concept of innate ideas, Stumpf stated that the human mind was born a blank state, a tabula rasa. Impinging on it after birth were all of the primary quality of things, that is, true knowledge about the world. Through the sense organs, Tesla learned the brain mechanically recorded incoming data. The mind, according to Hume, was nothing more than a simple compilation of cause and effect sensations. What we call ideas were secondary impressions derived from these primary sensations. The will and even the soul were reduced by Hume to impressions and associations of impressions. At this time, Tesla also studied the theories of Descartes, who envisioned animals, including man, as simply automata incapable of actions other than those characteristic of a machine. This line of thinking would dominate Tesla's worldview and would, ironically, serve as the template for a mechanistic paradigm that would lead the inventor to discover his most original creations, even though the whole idea of original discovery appears to be antithetical to this extrinsically motivated Aristotelian premise. According to Tesla, and to this view, all of his discoveries were derived from the outside world. Although Tesla does not overtly refer to Stumpf's perceived adversary, in retrospect it appears obvious that Stumpf's opposition did not stop Tesla from studying Mach's experiments in wave mechanics. Born in Moravia, now the Czech Republic, in 1838, Mach graduated from the University of Vienna in 1860. By 1864, he was a full professor at Graz, and by 1867, he was head of the Department of Experimental Physics at Prague, with 4 books and 62 articles to his credit. Influenced by the research in psychophysics of Fechner in Graz and Ludwig von Helmholtz in Berlin, Mach studied the workings of the human eye along with his Prague colleague, famed physiologist and philosopher Jan Pourquinier. Both the eye and the ear collected information from the outside world, analyzed it and transferred it via electrical impulses in the nerves to the respective processing centers in the brain. This traditional line of research had been taken by many other well-known scientists, including Isaac Newton, Johann von Goethe, and Herbert Spencer, all favorites of Tesla's. In his laboratory, Mach had constructed a famous instrument known as a wave machine. This device could make progressive and standing longitudinal and transverse waves. Mach could display a number of mechanical effects with these acoustic waves and demonstrate the analogy between acoustic and electromagnetic events. By this means, the mechanical theory of the ether could also be demonstrated. By studying acoustical wave motion in association with mechanical, electrical, and optical phenomena, Mark discovered that when the speed of sound was achieved, the nature of an airflow over an object changed dramatically. This threshold value became known as Mach 1. Mark also wrote on the structure of the ether and hypothesized that it was inherently linked to a gravitational attraction between all masses in the universe. Influenced overtly by Buddhist writings, which no doubt filtered down to esoteric discussions by the university students, Mark could hypothesize that no event in the universe was separate from any other. The inertia of a system is reduced to a functional relationship between the system and the rest of the universe. This viewpoint was extended to the relationship of mental events to exterior influences. Like Stumpf, he agreed that every mental event had to have a corresponding physical action. Since Mark's writings so closely paralleled Tesla's later research and philosophical outlook, Mark seems a curious omission from Tesla's published writings. By the time Tesla left the university at the end of the term, he had made great strides, both theoretical and practical, in solving the AC dilemma. "It was in that city," Tesla said, "that I made a decided advance, which consisted in detaching the commutator from the machine and studying the phenomena in this new aspect." With the death of his father, he needed to earn his own living. He began an apprenticeship in teaching, but did not enjoy it. Uncle Pajo suggested that he move to Hungary, where employment could be obtained through a military friend, Ferenc Puskás, who ran the new American telephone exchange with his brother Tivadar. In January 1881, Tesla moved to Budapest, but he found to his dismay that the operation had not yet been launched. The Puskás brothers were very busy men, running operations in St. Petersburg and overseeing in Paris Thomas Edison's incandescent lamp exhibit at the Paris Exposition and fixing the lighting system at the Opera House there. Out of funds and without a job, Tesla approached the engineering department at the Central Telegraph Office of the Hungarian government and talked his way into a position as a draftsman and designer. Working for a subsistence salary, he utilized what little surplus funds he had to purchase equipment to further his experiments. Antony Sigeti, a former classmate and engineer from Hungary, with the body of Apollo and a big head with a lump on the side that gave him a startling appearance, became Tesla's friend and confidant. Many a night when the budding inventor was not enmeshed in his research, the two fellows would meet at the local cafes where they would discuss the events of the day or compete in such friendly games as determining who could drink the most milk. On one such occasion, Tesla claimed he was beaten after the 38th bottle. Due to his meager funds and general inability to budget himself, Tesla had but one suit, which had withered from use. It was the time of a religious festival, and Sigeti inquired what Tesla would be wearing. Stuck for an answer, the youthful inventor came upon the clever idea of turning his suit inside out, planning thereby to show up with a seemingly new set of clothes. All night was spent tailoring and ironing. But when one starts with a wrong premise, no amount of patching can right the problem. The outfit looked ridiculous, and Tesla stayed home instead. In a few months, the American telephone exchange opened there in Budapest, and Tesla and Sigeti immediately gained employment. The new enterprise allowed the young engineers to finally learn firsthand how the most modern inventions of the day operated. It was also the first time that Tesla was introduced to the work of Thomas Edison, the Napoleon of invention, whose improvements on Bell's telephone helped revolutionize the field of communications. Up the poles Tesla would climb to check the lines and repair equipment. On the ground, he worked as a mechanic and mathematician. There he studied the principle of induction, whereby a mass with an electric or electromagnetic charge can provide a corresponding charge or force or magnetism in a second mass without contact. He also studied a number of Edison's inventions, such as his multiplex telegraph, which allowed 4 Morse-coded messages to be sent in 2 directions simultaneously, and his new induction-triggered carbon disc speaker, the flat, circular, easily removable device which is still found in the mouthpiece of every telephone today. As was his nature, Tesla took apart the various instruments and conceived ways of improving them. By giving the carbon disc a conical shape, he fashioned an amplifier which repeated and boosted transmission signals. Tesla had invented a precursor of the loudspeaker. He never bothered to obtain a patent on it. Except for friendly diversion with Ziggity, Tesla's every spare moment was spent reworking the problem of eliminating the commutator in DC machines and harnessing AC without cumbersome intermediaries. Although a solution seemed imminent, the answer would not be revealed. Hundreds of hours were spent building and rebuilding equipment and discussing his ideas with his friend. He pored over his calculations and reviewed the work of others. Tesla later wrote, "With me, it was a sacred vow, a question of life or death. I knew that I would perish if I failed." Monomaniacal in pursuit of his goal, he gave up sleep or rest of any kind, straining every fiber to prove once and for all that he was right and Professor Purcell and the rest of the world were wrong. His body and brain finally gave out, and he suffered a severe nervous collapse, experiencing an illness that surpasses all belief. Claiming that his pulse raced at 250 beats per minute, his body twitched and quivered incessantly. I could hear the ticking of a watch 3 rooms away. A fly alighting on a table would cause a dull thud in my ear. A carriage passing at a distance fairly shook my whole body. I had to support my bed on rubber cushions to get any rest at all. The sun's rays, when periodically intercepted, would cause blows of such force on my brain that they would stun me. In the dark, I had the sense of a bat and could detect the presence of an object by a peculiar, creepy sensation on the forehead. A respected doctor pronounced his malady unique and incurable. Desperately clinging to life, Tesla was not expected to recover. Tesla attributes his revival to a powerful desire to live and to continue the work, and to the assistance of the athletic Ziggity, who forced him outdoors and got him to undertake healthful exercises. Mystics attributed the event to the triggering of his pineal gland and corresponding access to higher mystical states of consciousness. During a walk in the park with Ziggity at sunset, the solution to the problem suddenly became manifest as he was reciting a glorious passage from Goethe's Faust. "See how the setting sun with ruddy glow the green embosomed hamlet fires. He sinks and fades, the day is lived and gone. He hastens forth new scenes of life to waken. Oh, for a wing to lift and bear me on and on, to where his last rays beckon." As I uttered these inspiring words, Tesla declared, the truth was suddenly revealed. I drew with a stick on the sand the diagrams shown 6 years later in my address before the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. Pygmalion, seeing his statue come to life, could not have been more deeply moved. 1,000 secrets of nature which I might have stumbled upon accidentally, I would have given for that one which I had wrestled from her against all odds and at the peril of my existence. Tesla emphasized that his conceptualization involved new principles rather than refinements of pre-existing work. The AC creation came to be known as the rotating magnetic field. Simply stated, Tesla utilized 2 circuits instead of the customary single circuit to transmit electrical energy and thus generated dual currents 90 degrees out of phase with each other. The net effect was that a receiving magnet or motor armature, by means of induction, would rotate in space and thereby continually attract a steady stream of electrons, whether or not the charge was positive or negative. He also worked out the mechanism to explain the effect. In less than 2 months, Tesla wrote, I evolved virtually all the types of motors and modifications of the system now identified with my name. It was a mental state of happiness as complete as I have ever known in my life. Ideas came in an uninterrupted stream, and the only difficulty I had was to hold them fast. Tesla invented at this time not only single-phase motors, whereby the 2 circuits were 90 degrees out of phase with each other, but also polyphase motors, which used 3 or more circuits of the same frequency in various other degrees out of phase with each other. Motors would be run entirely in his mind. Improvements and additions to design were conceived. Finally, plans and mathematical calculations would eventually be transferred to a notebook. This step-by-step procedure would become customary. Ferenc Puskás, who had initially hired Tesla, asked if he wanted to help his brother Tivadar run the new Edison Lighting Company in Paris. Tesla said, "I gladly accepted." Szigeti was also offered a position, so Tesla was fortunate to have a good friend with whom he could share the new adventure. Was Tesla the first to conceive of a rotating magnetic field? The answer is no. As far back as 1824, a French astronomer by the name of François Arago experimented with spinning the arm of a magnet by using a copper disc. The first workable rotating magnetic field, similar to Tesla's 1882 revelation, was conceived 3 years before him by Mr. Walter Bailey, who demonstrated the principle before the Physical Society of London on June 28, 1879, in a paper entitled A Mode of Producing Arago's Rotations. The invention comprised 2 batteries connected to 2 pairs of electromagnets bolted catty-corner to each other in an X pattern, with a commutator used as a switching device. The rotating magnetic field was initiated and maintained by manually cranking the commutator. On this occasion, Bailey stated, "The disc can be made to rotate by means of intermittent rotation of the field affected by means of electromagnets." 2 years later, at the Paris Exposition of 1881, came the work of Marcel Dupré, who calculated that a rotating magnetic field could be produced without the aid of a commutator by energizing electromagnets with 2 out-of-step AC currents. However, Dupré's invention, which won an award at the electrical show, had a major problem. One of the currents was furnished by the machine itself. Furthermore, the invention was never practically demonstrated. Other researchers who conceived of a rotating magnetic field analogous to Tesla's but after his revelation in early 1882 were Professor Galileo Ferraris of Turin, Italy, 1885 to 88, and an American engineer, Charles Bradley, 1887. Ferraris was influenced by the work of Lucien Gaulard and George Gibbs, who designed AC transformers during the mid-1880s. In 1883, they presented their AC system at the Royal Aquarium in London, and in 1885, they installed an AC system of power distribution in Italy, where they met Ferraris. Purchased by George Westinghouse for $50,000, the system was installed in Great Barrington, Massachusetts, the following year by William Stanley, Westinghouse's head engineer. The Gaulard-Gibbs invention, however, did not do away with the commutator, which was the express purpose of Tesla's design. In Ferraris's published treatise on his independent discovery of a rotating magnetic field, he wrote, "This principle cannot be of any commercial importance as a motor." After learning of Tesla's work, Ferraris stated, "Tesla developed it much further than I did." Bradley filed for a patent for an AC polyphase device on May 8, 1887, number 390,439, after 9 Tesla AC patents had been granted. Hasselwander, in the same year, utilized slip rings in place of commutators on DC Thomson-Houston equipment, and also designed 2- and 3-phase windings on DC armatures. The question of priority concerning Tesla's invention was discussed by Sylvanus P. Thomson, a physics professor in London, in his 1897 comprehensive text on AC motors. Thomson, no relationship to Elihu Thomson, considered at the time to be perhaps the best-known writer on electrical subjects now living, said that Tesla's work separated itself clearly from predecessors and contemporaries in his discovery of a new method of electrical transmission of power. A question that remains unanswered was whether or not Tesla knew of Bailey's work. It is quite possible that he had read Bailey's paper, although no one at the time, including Bailey, comprehended the importance of the research or understood how to turn it into a practical invention. Tesla stated in the early 1890s, "I am aware that it is not new to produce the rotations of a motor by intermittently changing the poles of one of its elements. In such cases, however, I imply true alternating currents, and my invention consists in the discovery of the mode or method of utilizing such currents." A few years later, in a well-publicized case involving patent priorities on what came to be known as the Tesla alternating current polyphase system, Judge Townsend of the U.S. Circuit Court of Connecticut noted that before Tesla's invention and lecture to the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, AIEE, in 1888, there had been no AC motors. Furthermore, no one attending the lecture recognized any priorities. Whereas Bailey had dealt with impractical abstractions, Tesla had created a workable product which initiated a revolution in the art. The Tesla patents were also sustained against individual cases involving Charles Bradley, Messrs. Cabaneus and Demenil, William Stanley, and Elihu Thomson. In citing a previous case on a similar issue, Judge Townsend responded to what today is called the doctrine of obviousness. The apparent simplicity of a new device often leads an inexperienced person to think that it would have occurred to anyone familiar with the subject, but the decisive answer is that with dozens and perhaps hundreds of others laboring in the same field, it had never occurred to anyone before. Potter versus Krieger, 155 U.S. 597. Bailey and the others, e.g. Bradley, Ferraris, Stanley, did not discover the Tesla invention. They were discussing electric light machines with commutators. Eminent electricians united in the view that by reason of reversals of direction and rapidity of alternations, an alternating current motor was impracticable, and the future belonged to the commutated continuous current. It remained for the genius of Tesla to transform the toy of Arago into an engine of power. The discovery of how to effectively harness the rotating magnetic field was really only a fraction of Tesla's creation. Before his invention, electricity could be pumped approximately 1 mile, and then only for illuminating dwellings. After Tesla, electrical power could be transmitted hundreds of miles, and then not only for lighting, but for running household appliances and industrial machines in factories. Tesla's creation was a leap ahead in a rapidly advancing technological revolution. 4. Tesla meets the Wizard of Menlo Park, 1882–85. Oh, he's a great talker, and say he's a great eater, too. I remember the first time I saw him. We were doing some experimenting in a little place outside Paris, and one day a long, lanky lad came in and said he wanted a job. We put him to work thinking he would soon tire of his new occupation, for we were putting in 20 to 24 hours a day then. But he stuck right to it, and after things eased up, one of my men said to him, "Well, Tesla, you've worked pretty hard. Now I'm going to take you into Paris and give you a splendid supper." So I took him to the most expensive cafe in Paris, a place where they broil an extra thick steak between 2 thin steaks. Tesla stowed away one of those big fellows without any trouble, and my man said to him, "Anything else, my boy?" "I'm standing treat." "Well, if you don't mind, sir," said my apprentice, "I'll try another steak." After he left me, he went into other lines and has accomplished quite a little. Thomas Edison. Taking the advice of Ferenc Puskás, Tesla left Budapest for Paris in April 1882, delighted with the chance to meet the Edison people from America and ready to build his motor and to find investors. Concurrently, he was getting paid for the experience. Paris in the 1880s was a center of modern fashion. Men in their cutaway coats and silk top hats, women with braided hair, in long frilled dresses with bustles, and wealthy tourists ready to take back the latest fineries to their respective nations. Tesla was met by Ferenc's brother Tivadar Puskás, a hard driver but also a man known to talk in air balloons. Tesla, whose head could also soar into the clouds, had met a powerful ally. Mindful of the need for secrecy, they discussed strategies for approaching Charles Batchelor, manager of the newly formed Compagnie Continental Edison, with Tesla's new motor as the young inventor was introduced to operations. Formerly a resident of Manchester, England, Batchelor, a master mechanic, had been sent to America a decade earlier to present innovative thread-making machinery recently created by his employers, the Coates Thread Company. There he met Edison, and shortly became his most trusted associate. Batchelor worked on the first phonographs and on perfecting the filament for the light bulb. He also ran operations in New Jersey and then in Europe, owning a 10% share of Edison's many worldwide companies. An open-minded individual, Batchelor was approachable, although also rather busy. Anthony Szigeti probably emigrated from Budapest at the same time as Tesla, since both were hired by Puskás and were together almost constantly in Paris, Szigeti wrote. Tesla was very much excited over the ideas which he then had of operating motors. He talked with me many times about them and told me his plan of constructing and operating motors and dispensing with the commutator. Having just purchased a large factory at Ivry-sur-Seine for the construction of generators and manufacture of light bulbs, Batchelor, as Edison's closest partner, was planning on erecting central lighting stations throughout Europe. He also had plans in England, where the Crystal Palace Exposition was then displaying Edison's new incandescent lamp. Batchelor would need good men to run the concerns and wrote Edison frequently as to the expertise of the various workers. He was particularly impressed with Puskás, who had successfully run the Edison lighting exhibit at the Paris Exposition of 1881. Puskás is the only worker having any idea of push, he wrote, and I think that you should insist on him becoming a partner. Within 6 months, Edison Continental would be producing lamps superior to those from America. The company would erect central stations in most of the major cities of Europe for indoor lighting and also administer the large outdoor arc lamps which were being used to illuminate the urban streets. Tesla, who was working at Ivry-sur-Seine, would be trained with the other workers to travel out and help run these facilities. I never can forget the deep impression that magic city produced on my mind. For several days after my arrival, I roamed through the streets in utter bewilderment of the new spectacle. The attractions were many and irresistible, but alas, the income was spent as soon as received. When Mr. Puskás asked me how I was getting along, I replied, "The last 29 days of the month are the toughest." In the mornings before work, Tesla would arise at 5 a.m. to swim 27 laps at a bathhouse on the Seine, and in the evening he would play billiards with the workers and discuss his new AC invention. One of them, Mr. D. Cunningham, foreman of the mechanical department, offered to form a stock company. The proposal seemed to me comical in the extreme. I did not have the faintest conception of what that meant, except that it was the American way of doing things. T.C. Martin writes, "In fact, but for the solicitations of a few friends in commercial circles who urged him to form a company to exploit the invention, Mr. Tesla, then a youth of little worldly experience, would have sought an immediate opportunity to publish his ideas, believing them to be a radical advance in electrical theory, as well as destined to have a profound influence on all dynamo-electric machinery." In his spare time, and as was his custom, Tesla wrote out the specifications and mathematics of his AC invention in a notebook and worked on alternative designs for his flying machine. He probably sought out financial backers, for he received an invitation to go on a shooting expedition from a prominent French manufacturer. Perhaps the inventor had not totally recovered from the strange illness he had almost succumbed to in Budapest, for after his outing he suffered the sensation that my brain had caught fire. I saw a light as though a small sun was located in it, and I passed the whole night applying cold compresses to my tortured head. Writing this passage almost 40 years later, Tesla claimed that these luminous phenomena still manifest themselves from time to time, as when a new idea opening up possibilities strikes me. In the summer, he worked on the lighting of the Opera House in Paris, or went to Bavaria to help in the wiring of a theatre, and in the autumn he may have helped in the laying of underground cables for the new central station going up in Paris, or travelled to Berlin to install incandescent lighting at the cafes. At the end of the year, Tesla submitted to one of the administrators of the company, Mr. Rao, a plan for improving their dynamos, and was given an opportunity. Louis Rao, who was director of the Compagnie Continental Edison in Rue Montchamp and had his beautiful home lit with the Edison system, allowed Tesla to implement his modernization plan. Shortly thereafter, the young inventor's automatic regulators were completed and accepted gratefully. Tesla was probably hoping to be compensated for his new contributions, but he was sent to work in Strasbourg before financial compensation was awarded. In January 1883, Batchelor shipped 1,200 lamps to the Strasbourg plant, located at the railroad station, and within 3 months, Tesla arrived to oversee the operations. There he would stay for the next 12 months. Batchelor had been urging Edison to test the generators coming from America for at least 2 or 3 days with a full load, as fires from faulty armatures and poor insulation were becoming too common. The powerhouse at Strasbourg in particular had been subject to this type of problem. Since all our plants are differently constructed, it would take well-trained and creative engineers to run things smoothly. Batchelor demonstrated confidence in Tesla's abilities by sending him to Strasbourg. However, he seems not to have mentioned Tesla in his correspondence with Edison. In any event, Tesla's account of the situation in Strasbourg corroborates Batchelor's. The wiring was defective, and on the occasion of the opening ceremonies, a large part of a wall was blown out through a short circuit right in the presence of old Emperor Wilhelm I. The German government refused to take the plant, and the French company was facing a serious loss. On account of my knowledge of the German language and past experience, I was entrusted with the difficult task of straightening out matters. Having anticipated a long stay in the region, Tesla had brought with him from Paris materials for his first AC motor. As soon as he was able, Tesla constructed the motor in secret in a closet in a mechanical shop opposite the railroad station. However, summer would arrive before this first machine was in operation. Anthony Seghetti, his assistant, forged an iron disc which Tesla mounted on a needle, having surrounded it, in part, with a coil. "Finally," Tesla wrote, "I had the satisfaction of seeing rotation affected by alternating currents of different phase and without sliding contacts or commutator, as I had conceived a year before. It was an exquisite pleasure, but not to compare with the delirium of joy following the first revelation." Tesla presented his new creation to his friend Mr. Bauzin, the mayor of the town, who tried his best to interest wealthy investors. But to my mortification, there was no response. Upon his return to Paris, he sought promised compensation for achieving a difficult success in Strasbourg. Approaching his employers, after several days of circulus vicious, it dawned on me that my reward was a castle in Spain. Mr. Batchelor pressed me to go to America with a view of redesigning the Edison machines. I determined to try my fortunes in the land of golden promise. John O'Neill, Tesla's first major biographer, has suggested that Batchelor wrote a note of introduction to Edison which read, "I know 2 great men, and you are one of them. The other is this young man." Evidence for the veracity of this oft-repeated tale is lacking. Batchelor, for instance, had been back in America for at least 3 months prior to Tesla's arrival. Thus, he would not have had to write a letter. Furthermore, there is evidence that Edison had already met Tesla in Paris during a little-known sojourn he took to look over his European operations at that time. O'Neill also refers to Batchelor incorrectly as Edison's former assistant, when Batchelor was probably Edison's closest lifelong colleague. Edison does, however, substantiate that Tesla worked for me in New York. He was brought over from Paris by Batchelor, my assistant. But there is no reference to Batchelor's appreciation of Tesla's genius. On October 28, 1883, fully a year after Tesla began working for Edison Continental, while he was stationed in Strasbourg, Batchelor singled out the names of 2 or 3 I can mention as capable as far as their work shows: Mr. Stout, an inspector; Mr. Vizier, my assistant; Mr. Jeffrey, whose plants are always spoken well of. There are others capable, but I think these are the best. Certainly, had Tesla impressed Batchelor as O'Neill contends, he should have been listed in this letter or in numerous other letters to Edison that I've reviewed. Before Tesla left for America, he spent time with a scientist who was studying microscopic organisms found in common drinking water. Combined with the scare he had had with his bout with cholera a few years earlier, Tesla acquired a phobia which led him to shun unpurified water, scour his plates and utensils before eating, and refrain from frequenting unsavory restaurants. He would later write, "If you would watch only for a few minutes the horrible creatures, hairy and ugly beyond anything you can conceive, tearing each other up with the juices diffusing throughout the water, you would never again drink a drop of unboiled or unsterilized water." In the spring of 1884, with funds for the journey supplied by uncles Petar and Payo, Tesla packed his gear and caught the next boat for America. Although his ticket and money and some of his luggage were stolen, the young man was not deterred. Resolve, helped by dexterity, won out in the nick of time, and I managed to embark for New York with the remnants of my belongings, some poems and articles I had written, and a package of calculations relating to solutions of an unsolvable integral and to my flying machine. The voyage appears not to have been a happy one. A mutiny of sorts occurred on board, and Tesla was nearly knocked overboard. In 1808, Sir Humphrey Davy created artificial luminescence by running an electric current across a small gap between two carbon rods. This simple device evolved into the arc lamp, used in English lighthouses in the 1860s and displayed at the Philadelphia Exposition of 1876 by Moses Farmer. By 1877, numerous investigators were exploring the possibility of placing the incandescent effect within glassed enclosures, because they would be much safer this way for marketing to households, and a race developed between such inventors as Charles Brush, Thomas Edison, Moses Farmer, St. George Lane Fox, Hiram Maxim, William Sawyer, and Joseph Swan. "I saw the thing had not gone so far, but that I had a chance," Edison said, and so he challenged William Wallace, Farmer's partner, to a race as to who would be the first man to create an efficient electric light. Boasting that he would soon light up New York City with 500,000 incandescent lamps, Edison and his business manager, Grosvenor Lowry, were able to secure large amounts of capital from such investors as Henry Villard, owner of the first Trans-American Railroad, and financier J. Pierpont Morgan. In November 1878, after 3 years of research, a hard-drinking telegrapher by the name of William Sawyer and his lawyer partner Albion Mann applied for a patent for an incandescent lamp with carbon rods, filaments, and filled with nitrogen. They proclaimed that they had beaten Edison. Joseph Swan, another competitor, removed the nitrogen and kept the carbon filament, but created a low-resistance lamp. Realizing that the amount of power required to send electricity a few hundred feet was prodigious using the low-resistance design, Edison created in September 1878 a high-resistance vacuum lamp that utilized considerably less power. Together with a revolutionary wiring called a feeder line, his success was further augmented by a new Sprengel pump, which William Crookes had been recommending for the creation of vacuums in glass-enclosed tubes. It would be another 6 months, April 22, 1879, before he would file for a patent, but his new design would lower power requirements and thereby cut copper costs 100-fold. The competition was fierce, and Edison's financial backers were running scared. They suggested to Edison that they purchase the Sawyer patents and combine the two companies. Edison had not yet settled on carbon as a filament and was exhausting his working capital in experimenting with boron, iridium, magnesium, platinum, silicon, and zirconia. At the same time, he had also sent explorers to the Amazon, Bolivia, Japan, and Sumatra in search of rare forms of bamboo, which he was also considering. It would not be until 1881 that he finally settled upon a form of carbonized paper. During this time, however, and without Edison's knowledge, Sawyer and Mann approached Lowry. Their lamp was superior to Edison's. It was patented, and it worked. Lowry tried to bring Edison in for a four-way discussion. However, Edison sent an emissary who dared not relay to Edison all Lowry had said. But Edison heard enough to be jolted from his indecision. Cursing and spraying tobacco juice, he exclaimed it was the old story, lack of confidence. Edison was adamant about not joining with Sawyer or Swan or anyone else. He continued rash publicity campaigns which announced a veritable Aladdin's lamp. It is Edison's light. the great inventor's triumph. With the backing of Wall Street moguls, Edison began to illuminate Menlo Park and the private homes of the wealthy in New York City. The first was that of J. Pierpont Morgan at 36th Street and Madison Avenue. The year was 1881. To run the generator, Edison designed a steam engine and a boiler and placed the power plant under the stable in a newly dug cellar at the back edge of the property. Wires were connected to the new incandescent lights placed in the gas fixtures of the home via a brick-lined tunnel which ran the length of the yard just beneath the surface. Of course, there were frequent short circuits and many breakdowns on part of the generating plant. Even at the best, it was a source of a good deal of trouble for the family and neighbors who complained of the noise of the dynamo. Mrs. James M. Brown, next door, said that its vibrations made her house shake. Morgan had to pile sandbags around the inside of the cellar and place the machinery on heavy rubber pads to deaden the noise and the vibrations. This final experiment restored quiet and brought peace to the neighborhood until the winter, when all the stray cats in the neighborhood gathered on this warm strip in great numbers, and their yowlings gave grounds from the neighbors for more complaints. The following year, on September the 4th, 1882, the new Central Station at Pearl Street opened. It provided electric lighting to many Wall Street buildings, including Morgan's office. Tesla's ship dropped anchor in New York in late spring of 1884, just as the monumental decade-long project, the Brooklyn Bridge, was being completed and the last components of the Statue of Liberty were being hoisted into position. 28 years old, tall and spare with thin refined face and sporting a moustache, Tesla still had the look of an adolescent. His first impression of the New World was that it was uncivilized, 100 years behind the lifestyle of the great European cities. Deferring his planned meeting with Edison one day to look up an old friend, Tesla had the good fortune to pass by a small machine shop in which the foreman was trying to repair an electric machine. He had just given up the task as hopeless. One rendition of the story has Tesla agreeing to fix the machine without a thought for compensation. On a separate occasion, Tesla revealed that it was a machine I had helped design, but I did not tell them that. I asked, "What would you give me if I fix it?" $20 was the reply. I took off my coat and went to work, and had it running perfectly in an hour. The story is important because, depending on the rendition, two different Teslas emerge, one motivated by money and one not. In either case, Tesla was shocked by the rough character of the New World. He proceeded cautiously to Edison's new laboratory, a former ironworks at Gork Street, situated only a few blocks from the central lighting station Edison was constructing at Pearl Street. Batchelor probably met Tesla and introduced him to the inventor. "I was thrilled to the marrow by meeting Edison," Tesla said. Possibly aware of the proximity of Transylvania to Tesla's birthplace and a resurgence of interest in the tales of Vlad Dracula, the 15th century alleged vampire who lived in the region, Edison inquired whether or not the neophyte had ever tasted human flesh. Aghast at the question and Edison's utter disregard of the most elementary rules of hygiene, Tesla replied in the negative and asked what Edison's diet consisted of. "You mean to make me so all-fired smart?" Tesla nodded. "Why, I eat a daily regimen of Welsh rarebit," Edison replied. "It's the only breakfast guaranteed to renew one's mental faculties after the long vigils of toil." Wanting to emulate the Grand Wizard, the neophyte took on the peculiar diet, accepting as true, in spite of a protesting stomach, the jocular suggestion. Tesla's various accounts of this meeting differ markedly, depending on his mood at the time of the telling and his awareness of the size and shape of the audience. For in his autobiography, published in 6 installments of Hugo Gernsback's futuristic magazine Electrical Experimenter, Tesla wrote that the meeting with Edison was a memorable event in my life. I was amazed at this wonderful man who, without early advantages and scientific training, had accomplished so much. I had studied a dozen languages, delved in literature and art, and had spent my best years in libraries, and felt that most of my life had been squandered. It wasn't long before Tesla realized that his academic training and mathematical skills had given him a great engineering advantage over Edison's plodding strategy of trial and error. In a bitter moment of reminiscence at the time of Edison's death in 1931, Tesla said, "If he had a needle to find in a haystack, he would not stop to reason where it was most likely to be, but would proceed at once with the feverish diligence of a bee to examine straw after straw until he found the object of his search. I was almost a sorry witness of his doings, knowing that just a little theory and calculation would have saved him 90% of the labor. Trusting himself entirely to his inventor's instinct and practical American sense, the truly prodigious amount of his actual accomplishments is little short of a miracle." It was little wonder that Tesla was completely unsuccessful in describing his new AC invention to Edison, and had to settle for Batchelor's suggestion that he redesign the prevailing DC machinery instead. According to Tesla, "The manager had promised me $50,000 on completion of this task, and so Tesla set himself to work, experimenting day and night, holidays not accepted, as was the custom of the factory." Thomas Alva Edison was an extremely complex fellow. Ornery, ingenious, determined, and unyielding, he was a fierce competitor and the single most important inventive force on the planet. He had descended from a grandfather, John Edison, a Tory who had been tried for treason during the American Revolution and banished to Canada, and a father, Samuel Edison, who had tied his son to a whipping post and beaten him publicly after young Al, as he was called then, had started a fire in a barn which threatened the rest of the buildings in the community. He had scrapped with and outwitted others on his way to Wall Street, and had outdistanced competing inventors numerous times. Notches on Edison's belt of better mousetraps included the telephone transmitter, microphone, an electrical pen, a musical telephone, and the duplex, an ingenious device which enabled a telegraph to send 4 messages in 2 directions simultaneously. Edison was known to curse and swap jokes with his men at his Research and Development Center, the world's first invention factory. He kept his business free of cockroaches with a protective electric grid lining the edges of the floor, and electrified larger varmints with his rat paralyzer. He even occasionally wired the wash basin to keep his men on their toes. Edison was a trickster, a storyteller, and a con artist. The use to the consumer and the cost of production, or the market test, was the sole test of achievement. Everything he did was directed by that realization. In an entirely different realm of invention, besides being a better technician than anyone else, Edison was a creator. His most original work was a machine that talked, the phonograph. With this device, Edison had entered the realm of the immortal. He was the Wizard of Menlo Park. Inviting the public to his laboratory on a number of occasions, Edison amazed people at all levels of society with machines that sang and reproduced the sound of birds, artificial lamps that changed the darkness into a light cherry red, and various other mechanical contrivances to make one's workload easier. The invention of the electric light was to Edison not only a new, clever technology, it contained the seeds of a new industry. His mere presence in the field drove the stocks of the gas-burning companies into the grave. Yet Edison planned to utilize their pipes by channeling copper wire through them instead of dangerous gas, and to replace flame by electricity. He moved the center of his operation from New Jersey to New York City. There, Edison rented a townhouse for his wife and family in celebrated Gramercy Park, the abode of such luminaries as authors Mark Twain and Stephen Crane, sculptor Augustus St. Gaudens, architect Stanford White, Century editor Richard Watson Gilder, and publisher James Harper. Edison later described his plans for orchestrating a revolution in home illumination. "I had the Central Station in mind all the time. I got an insurance map of New York City, laid out a district bounded by Wall Street, Canal, Broadway, and the East River, and purchased 2 old bum buildings down in Pearl Street. They charged us $75,000 apiece. I tell you, it made my hair stand on end." Edison's financial problems were numerous. Not only were there expensive startup costs, there were also problems with the extreme inefficiency of the DC system and court battles on invention priorities and marketing battles against such competitors as Brush Electric, Consolidated Electric, Sawyer Man, Swan Incandescent, Thomas Houston, United States Electric, and the Westinghouse Corporation. "Tell Westinghouse to stick to air brakes. He knows all about them," Edison complained, but Westinghouse would not listen. Edison's other major competitor was Elihu Thomson. With Edison embroiled in a legal contest with Sawyer, Thomson used the ambiguity of the moment to appropriate the incandescent lamp Edison had given him and make it the template for ones produced and sold by the Thomson-Houston Electric Company. On October the 8th, 1883, the Patent Office ruled that William Sawyer had a priority over Edison for an incandescent lamp with carbon burner. This decision, though later overturned in Edison's favor, enabled Thomson to continue his piracy. Due to Sawyer's priority, Thomson now saw himself as ethically in the clear, as no clear-cut inventor had supposedly been established. Edison thus came to vigorously dislike Thomson, a man who had betrayed his trust, and Westinghouse, who was now siding with Sawyer. For safety, aesthetic, and practical reasons, Edison was a proponent of underground cables and DC. "Nobody hoisted water and gas mains into the air on stilts," he said. He publicized the fact that electricians were dying on the dangerous overhead wires of his competitors, but this battle eventually became transformed into DC versus AC. Edison stayed with DC, while Thomson and Westinghouse began to experiment with AC. As AC utilized much higher voltages, Edison warned the public against it. A long legal battle with Westinghouse ensued and ran into the millions of dollars. Thomson again managed quietly to avoid the courts while he expanded his business. Francis Upton, Edison's mathematician, graduate of Helmholtz's laboratory and contemporary of Tesla's in terms of European education, had calculated in 1879 that to light 8,640 lamps for only 9 city blocks, the cost would be $200,812 for the 803,250 pounds of copper required. Through clever wiring, improvements in lamp design, and an invention corollary to the parallel circuitry, Edison had cut copper costs almost 90%. But no matter what he did, a power station could never reach beyond a radius of 1 or 2 miles. Upton, whom Edison affectionately referred to as culture, suggested that they look into the new advances in AC, and so he was sent in 1884 to Europe to negotiate with Karl Chipanowski, Otto Blati, and Max Daly, 3 Hungarians who had greatly improved the Golar-Gibbs AC transformer. Edison even paid $5,000 for an option on this CBD system, but it was mostly to placate culture. The wizard didn't trust AC, and if his damn fool competitors were in it, he certainly didn't want any part of it. 20 years of experience, ingenuity, and doing the impossible with DC had to be worth something. The bugs could be worked out. Yet at the same time that Edison constructed DC generators to make the earth tremble, and competitors stole his ideas or fashioned other primitive electric lighting devices, a Serbian genius in his very midst had designed a system which made this prevailing technology obsolete. According to W.L. Dixon, one of Edison's earliest biographers and a long-time employee at Menlo Park and Gork Street, Nikola Tesla, that effulgent star of the scientific heavens, even then gave strong evidence of the genius that has made him one of the standard authorities of the day. Tesla's brilliant intellect had held Dixon and the other workers spellbound as he alternately fired us with the rapid sketching of his manifold projects or melted us into keenest sympathy by pictures of his Herzegovinian home. But like most holders of God's intrinsic gifts, he was unostentatious in the extreme and ready to assist with counsel or manual help any perplexed member of the craft. Although unable to interest Edison in his AC motor, Tesla was able, within a few weeks, to win Edison's confidence. Tesla's greatest success came when he fixed a badly broken set of dynamos on Henry Villard's ocean liner, the Oregon, the first boat ever to have electric lighting. At 5 o'clock in the morning, when passing along Fifth Avenue on my way to the shop, Tesla recalled, I met Edison with Batchelor and a few others who were returning to retire. "Here is our Parisian running around at night," he said. When I told him I was coming from the Oregon and had repaired both machines, he looked at me in silence. But when he walked some distance, I heard him remark, "Bachelor, this is a damn good man." And from that time on, I had full freedom in directing the work. Alternately spending time at the Pearl Street Station or the Gork Ironworks, Tesla installed and fixed indoor incandescent lamps and outdoor arc lamps, reassembled many of Edison's DC generators, and designed 24 different types of machines that became standards which replaced those being used by Edison. At the same time, he worked on patents on arc lamps, regulators, dynamos, and commutators for DC apparatus, trying to devise a way to approach his boss with his new invention, obtain a raise, and gain compensation for the lump sum he had allegedly been promised. The atmosphere was informal, Tesla occasionally dining with Edison, Batchelor, and other higher-ups, such as Edward Johnson, president of the Edison Illuminating Company, or Harry Liver, another engineer and small-time entrepreneur in machine works manufacturing. Their favorite spot was a small restaurant opposite the Edison showroom at 65 Fifth Avenue. There they would swap stories and tell jokes. Afterward, some would retire to a billiard house, where Tesla would impress the fellows with his bank shots and vision of the future. Liver boasted of an agreement with Edison and Batchelor, resulting in a company capitalized at $10,000, formed for the manufacture of shafting. Edison and Batchelor provided the machinery and money, Liver the tools and services. Impressed, Tesla asked for advice, particularly how to obtain a raise from his present modest salary of $18 per week to a more lucrative $25. Liver gladly undertook this service to intercede with Batchelor, but greatly to his surprise was met with an abrupt refusal. "No," replied Batchelor. "The woods are full of men like Tesla. I can get any number of them I want for $18 a week." Tate, who began employment as Edison's secretary shortly after this episode, which Liver related to him, noted that Batchelor must have been referring to the woods I failed to find in the vicinity of Harlem. Tesla's version of the story is somewhat different. For 9 months, my hours at the Edison Machine Works were 10:30 a.m. till 5 a.m. the next day. All this time, I was getting more and more anxious about the invention, AC induction motor, and was making up my mind to place it before Edison. I still remember an odd incident in this connection. One day in the latter part of 1884, Mr. Batchelor, the manager of the works, took me to Coney Island, where we met Edison in the company of his former wife. The moment that I was waiting for was propitious, and I was just about to speak when a horrible-looking tramp took hold of Edison and drew him away, preventing me from carrying out my intentions. In analyzing this story, a discrepancy as to the timing was discovered, for Edison's wife caught typhoid fever in July 1884 and died on August the 9th. Since Tesla had arrived in May or June, and if Edison's wife was present, then the event took place in late June or early July, only a few weeks after he began his employment. In a close working environment, with the hours as described, even a few weeks could seem like a very long time. One way or another, with the death of Edison's wife and Edison's extreme dislike of such AC men as Elihu Thomson and George Westinghouse, no time for discussing an AC invention may have been propitious. The horrible-looking tramp who grabbed Edison away was probably Edison himself, who was known to dress like a Bowery bum, Tesla using a euphemism to soften the story. The manager had promised me $50,000 for redesigning equipment, but when I demanded payment, he merely laughed. "You are still a Parisian," remarked Edison. "When you become a full-fledged American, you will appreciate an American joke." If a completion agreement had truly been made with Edison, Tesla should have had it put in writing. It seems unlikely that this amount of money for a somewhat ambiguous bargain would be offered, but it was well within Edison's nature to make expensive, if indefinite, promises of rewards as a way of getting the men to work for low wages. Edison, who could be more deaf than he actually was, at times was known to put on his college-educated spurts, as when he convinced the chemist Martin Rosenoff that his first light bulb filament was made out of Limburger cheese. Deeply hurt, Tesla left the company and set out on his own. 5. Liberty Street, 1886 to 88. There were many days when I did not know where my next meal was coming from, but I was never afraid to work. I went to where some men were digging a ditch and said I wanted to work. The boss looked at my good clothes and white hands, and he laughed to the others. But he said, "All right, spit on your hands. Get in the ditch." And I worked harder than anybody. At the end of the day, I had $2. Nikola Tesla. Although Tesla felt cheated when he departed from the Edison Machine Works in the early months of 1885, his time spent there had enabled him to study the master at work. Simultaneously, it allowed Tesla to begin to organize his own company and write up first drafts in a notebook on advances in arc lighting design and on the construction of DC commutators. It also enabled him to see that Edison was mortal and fallible, and that he, Tesla, had a scheme significantly more advanced. A new confidence began to emerge. In March 1885, Tesla met with the well-established patent attorney Lemuel Serrell, a former agent of Edison's, and Serrell's patent artist Raphael Netter. Serrell taught Tesla how to break down complex inventions into individualized improvements, and on the 30th of the month they applied for Tesla's first patent, number 335,786, an improved design of the arc lamp which created a uniform light and prevented flickering. In May and June, they applied for other patents on improvements on the commutator for the prevention of sparking and for regulating the current by means of a novel independent circuit coupled with auxiliary brushes. In July, yet another arc lighting patent was filed. This one enabled exhausted lamps to automatically separate themselves from the circuit until such time as the carbon filaments could be replaced. Unfortunately, the design had been anticipated by Elihu Thomson. Although embarrassed by having been unaware of the state of the art in America at this time, Tesla was able to create novel refinements, and they were patentable. During his trips to Serrell's office, the inventor met with A. Vail and Robert Lane, two businessmen from New Jersey. With ambiguous assurances that they were also interested in the AC motor, Tesla agreed to form a lighting and manufacturing company with them in Tesla's name in Vail's town of Rahway, New Jersey. There, after nearly a year of toil working with Paul Noyes from Gordon Pressworks, he completed the installation. This, his first and only municipal arc lighting system, was used to illuminate the streets of a town and some factories. The efficiency and original approach of the system attracted the attention of George Worthington, editor of Electrical Review, who took pleasure in featuring the company on the front page of the August 14, 1886 issue. For the next few months, the Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing Company reciprocated by advertising in the journal. Vail hired the mechanical artist Mr. Wright of New York City to draw the lamp and dynamo, and at the same time, along with Tesla's help, created bold copy which claimed the most perfect and entirely new arc lighting system of automatic self-regulation. In a display ad 4 times the size of most other electrical concerns, the Tesla system guaranteed absolute safety and great saving of power, with no flickering or hissing. Having obtained stock in the company, and with a little money in his pocket, Tesla moved into a garden apartment in Manhattan. Decorating the grounds in the continental fashion with colored glass balls on sticks, the cosmopolitan's delight was short-lived. Children broke in and stole the balls, so Tesla replaced them with metal ones. The stealing continued, however, so Tesla ordered his gardener to bring them into the house every night. Unfortunately, neither Vail, who was president of the company, nor Lane, who was vice president and treasurer, cared about Tesla's other creation. To them, an AC motor was a seemingly useless invention. The sensitive inventor became incensed, for he had postponed exploiting the AC system until the Rahway project was completed, under the assumption that his backers would support that quest as well. To his shock, Tesla was forced out of his own concern and handed the hardest blow I ever received. With no other possession than a beautifully engraved certificate of stock of hypothetical value, the inventor was bankrupt. Betrayed by men he trusted, the inventor came to consider the winter of 1886 to 87 a time of terrible headaches and bitter tears, my suffering being intensified by my material want. He was forced to work as a ditch digger. The occupation was particularly demeaning for the self-perceived aristocrat. My high education in various branches of science, mechanics, and literature seemed to me like a mockery. Tesla's crisis abated in the spring. Having interested the foreman in his engineering prowess, he was introduced to Alfred S. Brown, a prominent engineer who worked for Western Union Telegraph Company. Brown, who himself held a number of patents on arc lamps, had probably seen the article and advertisements on Tesla in Electrical Review. Well aware of the limitations of the prevailing DC apparatus, he became immediately impressed with the merits of Tesla's AC inventions, and thereupon contacted Charles F. Peck, a distinguished lawyer from Englewood, New Jersey. Peck knew of the failures in the industrial exploitation of alternating currents and was distinctly prejudiced to a point of not caring even to witness some tests. "I was discouraged," Tesla recalled, "until I had an inspiration. 'Do you remember the egg of Columbus?' I asked. The saying goes that at a certain dinner, the great explorer asked some scoffers of his project to balance an egg on its end. They tried in vain. He then took it and, cracking the shell slightly by a gentle blow, made it stand upright. This may be a myth, but the fact is that he was granted an audience by Isabella, the Queen of Spain, and won her support." "And you plan to balance an egg on its end?" Peck inquired. "Yes, but without cracking the shell. If I should do this, would you admit that I had gone Columbus one better?" "All right," he said. Having finally gained the lawyer's attention, Tesla cut to the quick. "And would you be willing to go out of your way as much as Isabella?" "I have no crown jewels to pawn," Peck retorted, "but there are a few ducats in my buckskins, and I might be able to help you to an extent." After the meeting, Tesla rushed to the local blacksmith with a hard-boiled egg and had a mate cast in iron and brass. When he returned to the lab, he constructed a circular enclosure with polyphase circuits along the perimeter, and when he placed the egg in the center and turned on the current, the egg began to spin. As the egg's speed of rotation increased, its wobbling ceased, and it stood on its end. Not only was Tesla able to go Columbus one better, he was also easily able to display the principles behind the idea of his rotating magnetic field. Peck was won over, and together the three men formed a new electric company in Tesla's name. Peck, who had connections with John C. Moore, a banker with connections to J.P. Morgan, provided the bulk of the capital, and Brown provided technical expertise and located the laboratory at 89 Liberty Street, adjacent to what today is the World Trade Center. In return, Tesla agreed to split his patents on a 50-50 basis. In actuality, the three equally shared one patent for an AC dynamo. Peck and Tesla split 5 more patents on commutators, motors, and power transmission, and the balance of inventions conceived during this period were placed in the name of the Tesla Electric Company. Their first patent was filed on April 30th, 1887. Finally, Tesla had arrived. He would begin an unprecedented excursion into the field of invention, a flow of intense activity which would continue unabated for 15 years. Driven by his wish to maintain priority in a variety of areas, and upon the realization that new technologies could influence the course of history, Tesla began a vigorous schedule that frightened those around him. On many occasions, he drove himself until he collapsed, working around the clock with few breaks. Tesla produced as rapidly as the machines could be constructed 3 complete systems of AC machinery for single-phase, 2-phase, and 3-phase currents, and made experiments with 4- and 6-phase currents. In each of the 3 principal systems, he produced the dynamos for generating the currents, the motors for producing power from them, and transformers for raising and reducing the voltages, as well as a variety of devices for automatically controlling the machinery. He not only produced the three systems, but provided methods by which they could be interconnected, and modifications providing a variety of means of using each of the systems. He also calculated in fundamental fashion the mathematics behind these inventions. On May 10th, Anthony Szigeti landed in New York, and by the end of the week he was working at Liberty Street. With Tesla as designer, Brown as technical expert, and Szigeti as assistant, they began manufacturing their first AC induction motors. Peck, who along with Brown would be associated with Tesla for the next decade as a quiet backer, helped implement the patent applications by seeing investors in California, Pennsylvania, and New York. Within a few weeks, Electrical World editor T.C. Martin stopped by the shop and coaxed Tesla into writing his first article on the invention. Immediately taken by him, Martin described the long-limbed electrician as having eyes that recall all the stories one has read of keenness of vision and phenomenal ability to see through things. He is an omnivorous reader who never forgets, and he possesses the peculiar facility in languages that enables the educated native of Eastern Europe to talk and write in at least half a dozen tongues. A more congenial companion cannot be desired. The conversation, dealing at first with things near at hand, and next reaches out and rises to the greater questions of life and duty and destiny. T.C. Martin, with heavy emphasis in his signature on the C, was a complex person who would come to play a significant role in Tesla's life. In 1893, he edited the most important compilation of Tesla's writings assembled during his lifetime. Flamboyantly mustachioed and with large, round, soulful eyes and a shaved head, Martin, now married, had been a former seminary student who had emigrated from England when he was only 21. Born in the same year as Tesla, Martin had worked for the Wizard of Menlo Park in the late 1870s before moving to the island of Jamaica. Returning to New York in 1883, he quickly became editor of Operator and Electrical World. Started in 1874 by the well-manicured W.J. Johnston from a little 4-page telegraph sheet prepared and issued by Western Union operators in New York City for circulation among their fellows, the Operator began to gain prominence after Thomas Edison started contributing significant pieces. As soon as Martin was hired, the paper's name was changed simply to Electrical World. The following year, in 1884, T.C. Martin became vice president of the newly formed American Institute of Electrical Engineers, AIEE, and in 1886 his first book appeared, The Electrical Motor and Its Application. A few months later, he was elected president of the AIEE. With his newfound prominence and very British attitude, T.C. Martin's sense of self-worth rose to the occasion. In very deliberate fashion, he organized a rebellion at Electrical World with his co-editor Joseph Wetzler and a few other workers against the owner, the proper, pedantic, and overbearing W.J. Johnston. A capable editor in his own right, Johnston was forced to fire his editors and work on the journal himself, as if Martin had never existed. Along with Wetzler, Martin gained employment with Electrical Engineer, a competing company which gained great prominence when the duo climbed aboard. As a friend of Edison and with his new base of operations, Martin was prepared to seize the moment. An industrious writer with graceful style, T.C. Martin had the capability to cross over into higher social circles. He was a leader, an opportunist, egoist, and charmer. He was also one of the most influential personalities in the glamorous futuristic field of electrical engineering. Having discovered this new volcano of vision in Nikola Tesla, Martin approached him with the idea of helping choreograph Tesla's entree into the electrical engineering community. The Serb was mysterious. He could rebuff lesser mortals and enjoyed the habits of a recluse. But Thomas Comerford Martin had tact and tenacity of purpose. He helped arrange for the esteemed engineering professor, William Anthony of Cornell University, to come to Liberty Street and test the new AC motors for efficiency. And Tesla reciprocated by traveling to Cornell to display his motors to Anthony and 3 other professors, R.H. Thurston, Edward Nicholas, and William Ryan. Anthony, who was 20 years their senior and a graduate of both Brown and Yale universities, had just retired from Cornell after 15 years in order to take a position designing electrical measuring instruments for Mather Electrical Company in Manchester, Connecticut. Soon to be president of the AIEE himself, Anthony was pleased with his tests. Along with Martin, he helped coax Tesla into presenting his motor before the newly formed Electrical Society. Martin had great difficulty persuading Tesla to give any paper at all. Martin said that Tesla stood very much alone, as the majority of the electricians were entirely unfamiliar with the motor's value. In haste, Tesla wrote out his lecture the night before in pencil. It had not been easy for him to construct an efficient machine, but having finally succeeded and having passed all of Professor Anthony's stringent tests for efficiency, nothing now stood in the way of its commercial development, except that they had to be constructed with a view to operating on the circuits then existing, which in this country were all of high frequency. On May 15, 1888, Tesla appeared before the AIEE to read his landmark paper, A New Alternating Current Motor. He had already filed for 14 of the 40 fundamental patents on the AC system, but he was still reluctant to fully announce his work. Realizing that the invention was worth at a minimum hundreds of thousands of dollars, Tesla and Company sought investors through the advice of their new patent attorneys, Parker W. Page, Leonard E. Curtis, and General Samuel Duncan, the last a leader of the firm and respected member of the New York Bar Association. By the time of the lecture, Tesla, Peck, and Brown had already been negotiating with prospective buyers, such as Mr. Butterworth, a gas manufacturer from San Francisco, and through General Duncan, George Westinghouse of Pittsburgh. But nothing as yet was settled. Westinghouse was already utilizing an alternating current system developed by the erratic French inventor Lucien Gaulard and the sporty entrepreneur John Dixon Gibbs of England. In 1885, his manager of the electrical division, Guido Pantaleone, had returned to Turin, Italy, to attend the funeral of his father. By coincidence, through his engineering professor Galileo Ferraris, whom Westinghouse himself had met while visiting Italy in 1882, Pantaleone was introduced to Lucien Gaulard, who had installed his AC apparatus between Tivoli and Rome. Gaulard and Gibbs had already made headlines 2 years earlier when they first exhibited their invention at the Royal Aquarium in London. But in Turin, the system won a gold medal and a prize of £400 awarded by the Italian government. Westinghouse purchased the American patent rights in late November after receiving a cable request from Pantaleone. The Gaulard-Gibbs system, although improved by the Hungarian ZBD system, still had serious problems. For Westinghouse, this was further complicated by the fact that Edison owned the option on the ZBD, and it was probably to block competitors that Edison purchased the system to begin with. In the same year, in America, after creating the Westinghouse Electric Company, Westinghouse placed William Stanley in charge of the Gaulard-Gibbs modifications. Simultaneously, he brought to America Reginald Belfield, the engineer who had helped install the Gaulard-Gibbs system at the Inventions Exhibition in London 2 years earlier. Stanley, a frail, thin-faced, temperamental little man with piercing eyes, aquiline nose, wispy moustache, and alfalfa hairdo, was a native of Brooklyn who had worked for Hiram Maxim, inventor of the machine gun. Although it was Westinghouse's idea to place Stanley in charge of the Gaulard-Gibbs apparatus, Stanley would later maintain that Westinghouse never fully understood the system until he got it in working order. This appears unlikely, for it was a private joke among the upper echelon of the Westinghouse Company that Stanley had a penchant for claiming new discoveries when they became such to him. In any case, Westinghouse hedged his bets by establishing numerous DC central stations as well, while research on AC was in progress. Nervous and agile Stanley was a hypersensitive individual who never really got along with Westinghouse. Due to ill health, and on the advice of the general manager, Colonel Henry Bilsby, who proposed that success might be more forthcoming if Stanley separated himself from the pressures of the company, the inventor returned to his childhood summer retreat in the Berkshires in Great Barrington, Massachusetts, to work on the Gaulard-Gibbs system in private, taking Reginald Belfield with him. Stanley converted the Gaulard-Gibbs arrangement to parallel circuitry and independent control of separate fixtures, and at the same time created a transformer which stepped up the AC from 500 volts to 3,000 when delivered along a transmission line and stepped them back down to original levels when entering the households. This invention, although very similar to the ZBD configuration, was nevertheless patentable. It enabled AC to be sent 3/4 of a mile, or approximately 1/4 of a mile farther than the lower voltages of the prevailing DC systems. On April 6, 1886, George Westinghouse, along with Colonel Henry Bilsby, travelled up to New Hampshire to witness the landmark apparatus for themselves. Prior to coming to Westinghouse, Bilsby had been employed at the Edison Machine Works as a mechanical engineer and was one of the designers of the Pearl Street station. "From that time on," Bilsby said, "we progressed with amazing speed." By the time of Tesla's lecture, Westinghouse noted that his company had sold more central stations on the alternating current system than of all the other electric companies in the country put together on the direct current system. But few engineers understood the principles involved. In fierce competition with Westinghouse and a third player, Elihu Thomson of Thomson-Houston Electric Company, Thomas Edison had received a report on his own alternating current ZBD system. His engineers in Berlin indicated that the use of such high voltages was exceedingly dangerous. Thomson, who himself had lectured at the AIEE a year before on the topic of AC, supported Edison's contention that AC was too risky. Thus, at the time Tesla spoke, the battle of the currents had already begun, but the makeup of the contenders was complex. In 1886, fully 2 years before Tesla's high-voltage AC system became manifest, Edison had written to his manager, "Just as certain as death, Westinghouse will kill a customer within 6 months after he puts in a system of any size. He's got a new thing, and it will require a great deal of experimenting to get it working practically. It will never be free from danger." Tesla's lecture began with a brief description of the existing diversity of opinion regarding the relative merits of the alternate and continuous current systems. Great importance, Tesla continued, is attached to the question whether alternate currents can be successfully utilized in the operation of motors. He followed this preamble with a lucid description of the problem of the prevailing technology and his elegant solution explained in words, diagrams, and simple mathematical calculations. The lecture was so thorough that many engineers, after studying the work, felt that they had known it all along. "I have the pleasure of bringing to your notice a novel system of electrical distribution and transmission of power by means of alternate currents, which I am confident will at once establish the superior adaptability, and will show that many results heretofore unattainable can be reached by their use. In our dynamo machines, it is well known we generate alternate currents which we direct by means of a commutator, a complicated device and the source of most of the troubles experienced. Now, the currents so directed cannot be utilized in the motor, but they must be reconverted into their original state. In reality, therefore, all machines are alternate current machines, the current appearing continuous only in the external circuit during their transit from generator to motor." Since Tesla's lecture was dealing with fundamentals, it was easily understood, even though his invention was so revolutionary. By demonstration in Tesla's laboratory after the lecture, the inventor showed that his synchronous motors could almost instantaneously be reversed. He also described, in precise mathematical calculations, how to determine the number of poles and speed of each motor, how to construct single-phase, two-phase, and three-phase motors, and how his system could be interlinked with DC apparatus. The lecture made use of entirely new principles. Now electricity could be transported hundreds of miles from a single distribution point, and not just for lighting streets or dwellings, but for running appliances in households and industrial machinery in factories. At the end of the talk, T.C. Martin called upon Professor William Anthony to present his independent tests of the Tesla motors. He had designed dynamos himself, which he had displayed a decade earlier at the Philadelphia Exposition of 1876. Tugging nervously at his scraggly beard, Anthony confirmed that the Tesla motors he had taken back to Cornell had had an efficiency comparable to the best DC apparatus. "A little over 60%, he said, for the larger models. Moreover, the reversal of direction that the machines could achieve took place so quickly that it was almost impossible to tell when the change took place." Boiling inside at having been anticipated by a newcomer, the persnickety Professor Elihu Thomson stepped forward. Wanting to re-establish that his work in AC predated Tesla's, Thomson pointed out how their inventions differed. "I have been very much interested in the description given by Mr. Tesla of his new and admirable little motor," he managed with a pert smile. "I have, as probably you may be aware, worked in somewhat similar directions and towards the attainment of similar ends. The trials which I have made have been by the use of a single alternating current circuit, not a double alternating circuit, a single circuit supplying a motor constructed to utilize the alternation and produce rotation." Unbeknown to Thomson, his words at that moment would come back to haunt him, because he had identified precisely the difference between the two creations. Whereas Thomson's single AC circuit had to still make use of a commutator and thus was highly inefficient, Tesla's system utilized two or more circuits out of phase with each other and constructed in such a way as to make the commutator obsolete. Tesla, of course, recognized the importance of Thomson's words and reiterated the point to establish clearly that his invention just presented was not analogous to Thomson's prior work. "Gentlemen," Tesla began, "I wish to say that the testimony of such a man as Professor Thomson flatters me very much." Pausing with a smile and a bow of recognition, Tesla timed his coup de grace with understated finesse. "I had a motor identically the same as that of Professor Thomson, but I was anticipated by him. That peculiar motor represents the disadvantage that a pair of brushes, i.e. a commutator, must be employed." In this brief riposte, Tesla claimed the high ground and created an enemy who would fight him on this and other priority issues, e.g. the Tesla coil, for the rest of their lives. Now Westinghouse had to move fast. He realized the value of the Tesla patent applications, having had nearly a month to look them over, along with the report from Professor Anthony. A week after the lecture, on May the 21st, he sent Colonel Henry Bilsby to Tesla's laboratory. Bilsby met with fellow engineer Alfred Brown on Cortlandt Street, where he was introduced to Charles Peck, the lawyer and major financial backer of the Tesla Electric Company. Together with a fourth man, Mr. Humbard, they went over to Liberty Street to meet the inventor and see the machines in operation. "Mr. Tesla struck me as being a straightforward, enthusiastic sort of a party," Bilsby wrote to Westinghouse, "but his description was not of a nature which I was enabled entirely to comprehend. However, I saw several points which I think are of interest. In the first place, as near as I can get at it, the underlying principle of this motor is the principle which Mr. Schallenberger is at work on at the present moment. The motors, as far as I could judge, are a success. They start from rest, and the reversion of the direction of rotation is suddenly accomplished without any short-circuiting. In order to avoid giving the impression that the matter was one which excited my curiosity, I made my visit short." Back at Cortlandt Street, Brown and Peck informed Bilsby that he had to make a decision by 10 o'clock Friday of this week, as the company was also negotiating with a Mr. Butterworth from San Francisco. They claimed that Professor Anthony had joined this California syndicate and was backing up Butterworth's offer of $250,000 in short-term notes and a royalty of $2.50 per watt of horsepower. "I told them the terms were monstrous," Bilsby said, "but they replied that they could not possibly hold the matter over longer than the date mentioned. I told them I thought there was no possibility of our considering the matter seriously, but that I would let them know before Friday." Bilsby suggested that Westinghouse come to New York himself, or send Schallenberger and another representative. But Westinghouse, who was familiar with the San Francisco syndicate, told Bilsby instead to stall them and try to secure more favorable terms. During the 6-week interim, Westinghouse conferred with his specialists Oliver Schallenberger and William Stanley and his lawyer E.M. Kerr. Just 3 weeks prior to Tesla's lecture, Schallenberger had discovered, by chance, that a loose spring spun in a shifting magnetic field. Directly, he said to his assistant, Stilwell, who was also present, "There's a meter in that, and perhaps a motor." Within 2 weeks, he designed and built a most successful alternating current meter of the induction type, which became standard for the field. And, like Tesla's creation, his apparatus utilized a rotating magnetic field. Schallenberger, however, did not yet really understand the principles involved, nor had he had time to apply for a patent. Stanley, on the other hand, claimed that there was nothing new in Tesla's creation. He pointed out that in September 1883 he had put the idea down in a notebook that an induction coil could be excited by AC. "I have built an AC system on basically the same principle, which allows electromotive force to be transmitted from power stations to homes for the purpose of illuminating them," he told Westinghouse. But the fact of the matter was, Stanley's system still used a commutator. His ego had gotten in the way of his ability to reason objectively that his scheme was not analogous to Tesla's. Kerr reminded Westinghouse that unless he had a competing patent of sufficient strength, he would be powerless. Westinghouse was aware that Professor Ferraris of Turin, Italy, had published a paper on the rotating magnetic field 1 or 2 months prior to Tesla's lecture. Ferraris had also constructed discs that rotated in AC fields in university presentations as early as 1885. Tesla willingly admitted that Professor Ferraris not only came independently to the same theoretical results, but in a manner identical almost to the smallest detail. But Ferraris wrongly concluded that an apparatus founded upon this principle cannot be of any commercial importance as a motor. Nevertheless, Kerr realized the legal importance of Ferraris's work. He suggested to Westinghouse that they purchase the U.S. patent options, so Pantaleone was sent to Italy. He paid 5,000 francs, or about $1,000, for the rights. But time was running out. The Tesla people would not wait forever. Westinghouse wrote Kerr, "I have been thinking over this motor question very considerably, and am of the opinion that if Tesla has a number of applications pending in the patent office, he will be able to cover broadly the apparatus that Schallenberger was experimenting with, and that Stanley thought he had invented. It is more than likely that he will be able to carry his date of invention back sufficient time to seriously interfere with Ferraris, and that our investment there will probably prove a bad one. If the Tesla patents are broad enough to control the alternating motor business, then the Westinghouse Electric Company cannot afford to have others own the patents." Concerning the sticky point of royalties, which the Tesla syndicate placed at the audacious figure of $2.50 per watt, Westinghouse wrote, "The price seems rather high, but if it is the only method for operating a motor by the alternating current, and if it is applicable to streetcar work, we can unquestionably easily get from the users of the apparatus whatever tax is put upon it by the inventors." Thus, in no uncertain terms, Westinghouse writes here the portentous statement that royalty payments could be passed on to customers, a concept he would be forced later to conveniently overlook. 6. Induction at Pittsburgh, 1889. My first impression was that of a man with tremendous potential energy, of which only part had taken kinetic form. But even to a superficial observer, the latent force was manifest. A powerful frame, well proportioned, with every joint in working order, an eye as clear as crystal, a quick and springy step, he presented a rare example of health and strength. Like a lion in a forest, he breathed deep and with delight the smoky air of his factories. Nikola Tesla on George Westinghouse. Although George Westinghouse had made his fortune with the invention of air brakes for trains, he was not just a railroad man. He was a descendant of the aristocratic Russian von Fistinghausen family. His father was also an inventor with 6 fundamental patents of farming machinery. With his brother Henry, who later became his partner, George early on was introduced to such devices as the battery and the sparking Leyden jar, a glass jar lined with foil and used for storing an electric charge. Having been a cavalry boy and later a Navy engineer during the Civil War, George Westinghouse had experience and vision. He knew that the future was in electricity. In late July 1888, Tesla took a train to Pittsburgh to meet with George Westinghouse and finalize the sale of his patents. It may have been the middle of summer, but oddly the inventor welcomed the intense heat. He looked forward to the meeting. Considerable in stature, with a walrus-sized moustache, Chester A. Arthur sideburns, and a remarkable wife of equal proportion who wore a bustle that jutted 3 feet to the rear, Westinghouse greeted the lanky inventor. A garrulous man, George Westinghouse subsumed those around him with his geniality and unbounded confidence. He took Tesla to his home and then on a tour of the plant. With nearly 400 employees, Westinghouse's electric company was mainly producing alternators, transformers and accessories for equipping central stations for supplying incandescent lighting. Barrel-chested and physically expansive, Westinghouse counterbalanced in appearance the spindle-legged foreigner who walked as straight as an arrow with his head erect, but with a preoccupied air as if new combinations were crystallizing in his brain. Tesla said, "Though past 40 then, Westinghouse still had the enthusiasm of youth. Always smiling, affable and polite, he stood in marked contrast to the rough and ready men I met. Not one word which would have been objectionable, not a gesture which might have offended. One could imagine him as moving in the atmosphere of a court, so perfect was his bearing in manner and speech. And yet no fiercer adversary than Westinghouse could have been found when he was aroused. An athlete in ordinary life, he was transformed into a giant when confronted with difficulties which seemed unsurmountable. He enjoyed the struggle and never lost confidence. When others would give up in despair, he triumphed." Known for his foresight and courage, Westinghouse had already quadrupled the sales of his electric company from $800,000 in 1887 to over $3 million in 1888, even though he was in the midst of expensive legal and propaganda battles with Edison. Extraordinary in his ability to generate enthusiasm in his workers and a decisive man of action, he immediately gained the respect of those he met, particularly Nikola Tesla. Westinghouse offered Tesla $5,000 in cash for a 60-day option, $10,000 at the end of the option if they elected to purchase the patents, 3 notes of $20,000 at 6-month intervals, $2.50 per watt in royalties, and 200 shares of stock in the Westinghouse Company. Minimum payment on the royalties was calculated at $5,000 for the first year, $10,000 for the second year, and $15,000 for each succeeding year thereafter during the life of the patents. Westinghouse also agreed to pay for any legal expenses in litigation on priority issues, but a clause for lowering payments was added should any suits be lost. Calculated out for 15 years, this figure, minus the stock, came to $75,000 in initial outlays and $180,000 in royalty payments, or approximately $255,000. Tesla owned 4/9 of his company, the balance shared by Peck and Brown, presumably 3/9 to the former partner and 2/9 to the latter. Concerning total amounts paid out by Westinghouse, Tesla also referred to European patents, especially in England and Germany. Thus, it's hard to determine exactly how much Tesla received for his 40 patents. Westinghouse was not only getting a simple induction motor, but also a variety of synchronous and load-dependent motors, as well as armatures, turbines, regulators, and dynamos. Tesla may have sold additional inventions later on in separate agreements. The value of his stock holding is also unclear. A decade later, Tesla wrote to another financier, John Jacob Astor, that Mr. Westinghouse agreed to pay for my rotating field patents about $500,000, and despite hard times, he has lived up to every cent of his obligation. Since Tesla was trying to raise money from Astor, he may have exaggerated the sum. 2 years earlier, Electrical Review noted that the Westinghouse annual report listed the purchase of the patents at $216,000, which is a figure that corresponds roughly to the Bilsby Memorandum above, minus a few years' worth of royalty payments. If this was the case, then Tesla probably received for himself about half that figure, or $100,000, the entire amount paid in installments during the years 1888 to 97. During the negotiations, Tesla agreed to move to Pittsburgh to help develop his motor. It's quite possible that he received no salary for his stay there, for he had a peculiar principle ever since I devoted myself to scientific laboratory research, never to accept fees or compensations for professional services. Tesla had been paid for his patents and was receiving royalties or payments against royalties, so there was an income. Further evidence that no additional daily or weekly compensation was received is implied in a signed agreement by George Westinghouse dated July the 27th, 1889, substantiating that Tesla worked in Pittsburgh for 1 year and that during that time he was paid with 150 shares of capital stock. In return, Tesla promised to assign any patents to the Westinghouse Company which were directly related to the development of his induction motor patents. Other compensation was received from Westinghouse, however, for other contributions. For instance, when Tesla discovered that Bessemer steel created a vastly superior transformer than ones made out of soft iron, Tesla was paid approximately $10,000 for the idea. Tesla gave up his garden apartment in New York and moved into one of several hotels in Pittsburgh, including the Metropolitan, the Duquesne, and the Anderson. Hotel living would become a lifestyle which he never departed from. His talk, just 2 months old, had already catapulted him to fame. About the middle of August 1888, in the Westinghouse testing room at Pittsburgh, Charles Scott, his assistant to be, remembered, "I'd just come with the company and was assistant to E. Spooner, who was running the dynamo's testing room at night. He called me and said, 'There comes Tesla.' I had heard of Tesla," Scott continued, having read Tesla's paper on the polyphase induction motor, which my former college professor had pronounced as a complete solution of the motor problem. And now I was to see Tesla himself. Fair-haired, with round rimless glasses, Scott had only learned that there was such a thing as alternating current the summer before in 1887. I had graduated from college 2 years earlier, and I wondered why I had not heard of such things from my professors. His only introduction was an Electrical World article by William Stanley, which was a fascinating key to many mysteries. Now, a year later, he was to meet Nikola Tesla, the man who so elegantly solved all the puzzles proposed by Stanley. There he came, marching down the aisle with head and shoulders erect and with a twinkle in his eye. It was a great moment for me. Scott, who later became an engineering professor at Yale University, was Tesla's wireman in preparing and making tests. It was a splendid opportunity for a beginner, this coming in contact with a man of such eminence, rich in ideas, kindly and friendly in disposition. Tesla's fertile imagination often constructed air castles which seemed prodigious, but I doubt whether ever his extravagant expectations for the toy motor of those days measured up to actual realization, for the polyphase system which it inaugurated exceeded the wildest dreams of the early days. Scott was not only Tesla's assistant. As time went on, and against the opinion of many colleagues, he became a champion of Tesla's cause, a bearer of the truth, that is, that Tesla was the inventor of the induction motor. Another staunch supporter was Swiss immigrant Albert Schmidt, co-author of 2 AC patents with Tesla. Even though Westinghouse himself was also an ally, there was a bevy of other workers who tried seriously to strip Tesla of the crown. Major adversaries of the early period included Oliver Schellenberger, inventor of the AC meter, and his helpmate Louis B. Stilwell, inventor of the Stilwell booster, which operated somewhat like the Tesla coil. At a later period, the key antagonist was Andrew W. Robertson, Westinghouse's chief executive officer. Yet another opponent was William Stanley, the first American to have ever successfully instituted an AC system in the country. Stanley had split off from the Westinghouse Corporation circa 1892 to 93 in order to sell his own polyphase motors, which were clear patent infringements on the Tesla system. This position was supported by the courts a few years later, and Stanley was forced to purchase the Tesla motors from Westinghouse. To fathom the depth of hostility that existed within the Westinghouse camp against Tesla, one need only read Louis B. Stilwell's chapter on the history of alternating current, written 40 years after the fact in a text entitled George Westinghouse Commemoration. Edited by Charles Scott, the book was widely distributed by the corporation and reissued in 1985. In the introduction to Stilwell's chapter, it is recounted how Westinghouse brought the Golar-Gibbs system to America, how it was modified and then given practical demonstrations by Stanley, and what has happened since. In 1888 came Schallenberger's brilliant invention of the induction meter. In the same year, Nikola Tesla was granted his United States patents covering the polyphase motor and system. Westinghouse promptly secured the American rights. Tesla came to Pittsburgh to develop his motor. He made vain attempts to adapt it to the existing single-phase 133-cycle circuits. The obvious advantages of direct connection of engines and generators called for a lower frequency. Two were selected as standard, namely 60 cycles for general use and 30 cycles for conversion into direct current. If we analyze the structure of this Stilwell quote, we note that although the topic sentence refers to Schallenberger, the entire paragraph is about Tesla. The word brilliant is used to describe an accidental discovery that a spring reacted to alternating currents, when no adjective is used to describe the inventor of an entire power system. Tesla refers to the same situation in his autobiography. My system was based on the use of low-frequency currents, and the Westinghouse experts had adopted 133 cycles with the object of securing advantages in transformation, because their Golar-Gibbs system operated at that frequency. They did not want to depart from the standard form of apparatus, and my efforts had to be concentrated upon adapting the motor to their conditions. With 120 power plants set up at 133 cycles per second, one can understand the predicament Tesla was placed in. Since Schallenberger's meter was compatible with the prevailing 133-cycle single circuit, it appeared logical that Tesla's polyphase motor could be made compatible as well. In December 1888, Edison's propaganda battle against Westinghouse peaked when Edison began to allow H.P. Brown, who was not an Edison employee, to come to his Menlo Park laboratory in order to electrocute various animals with AC. A few months earlier, Brown had experimented in electrocuting animals at the School of Mines, a division of Columbia University in New York City. Brown, an electrical engineer who lived on 54th Street, had become upset over the many accidental deaths of his colleagues. He had collected a list of over 80 casualties, and although many of the men died because of DC, Brown decided that AC was the real culprit. Within 2 years, Brown began to manufacture electric chairs for various prisons, which he sold for $1,600. He also planned to get paid to be the executioner. During the summer of 1888, the New York Times reported that he tortured and electrocuted a dog, first trying continuous currents at a force of 300 volts. When the shock came, the dog yelped. At 700 volts, he broke his muzzle and nearly freed himself. He was tied again. At 100,000, his body contorted in pain. "We will have less trouble when we try alternating current," Mr. Brown said. It was proposed that he put the dog out of its misery at once. This was done on an alternating current of 300 volts, killing the beast. A number of cities had adopted electrocution to rid the streets of unwanted canines, but the state of New York went a step further and set up a commission in 1886 to report on the most humane method of capital punishment. Under the auspices of the Medico-Legal Society of New York, Brown arose as chief spokesman. William Kemmler, a hooligan who had axed his mistress to death, became the test case for the use of electricity as a means of capital punishment. Ostensibly because the Westinghouse motors could produce the more deadly frequency, Brown surreptitiously purchased some working models in order to continue his gruesome experiments. Naturally, Westinghouse was upset over the devastating publicity. He and Tesla faced the possibility that the new AC polyphase system might never succeed in competition with existing AC and DC technologies, as both former systems required much lower voltages. As Brown prepared to experiment with larger animals in order to assure the Commission that electricity could kill criminals in a humane way, the Kemmler trial proceeded to question various electrical experts on the use of the Westinghouse currents for the electric chair. Edison saw the controversy as a slick way to capitalize on the campaign against Westinghouse and the new Tesla technology. Edison's scheme for electrical execution of criminals is the best so far presented. He proposes to manacle the wrists with chain connections, place the culprit's hands in a jar of water diluted with caustic potash and connected therein to 1,000 volts of alternating current. Place the black cap on the condemned and at a proper time close the circuit. The shock passes through both arms, the heart, and the base of the brain, and death is instantaneous and painless. Able to fuel his vendetta, Edison provided access to his famous laboratory for Brown to Westinghouse 24 dogs, which he purchased from the local children at 25 cents apiece. Edison also Westinghoused 2 calves and a horse. Perturbed, George Westinghouse wrote a letter of appeal to the New York Times, which stated that AC was no more dangerous than DC, since people have been shocked and injured by DC as well. Westinghouse assured the public of the safety of his system, so Brown, also in the Times, challenged Westinghouse a few days later to meet me in the presence of the competent electrical experts and take through his body the alternating current while I take through mine a continuous current. The AG must have not less than 300 alternations per second. On July the 23rd, 1889, Edison was questioned under oath by Kemmler's attorney W. Burke Cochran, an Irish immigrant schooled in France, in his second term in the House of Representatives. Having gained a reputation locally for fighting Tammany Hall, Cochran had also achieved national recognition as the boy orator for taking on William Jennings Bryan's presidential opponent, William McKinley, in well-covered debates. Now he set his sights on tackling the Wizard of Menlo Park. Question: has Harold P. Brown any connection with yourself or the Edison Company? Edison: not that I know of. Question: what would happen in case Kemmler should be kept on the chair several minutes with the current working on him? Would he be carbonized? Edison: no, he would be mummiized. Question: this is your belief, not from knowledge. Edison: from belief. I never killed anybody. Finally, Mr. Cochran alluded to the rivalry between the Edison and the Westinghouse companies and asked Mr. Edison if he loved Mr. Westinghouse as a brother. There was more than usual stillness, followed by Edison's answer: I think Mr. Westinghouse is a very able man. Mr. Cochran gave the wizard a light from his cigar stump he'd been chewing and dismissed him. It would be another full year before the actual execution took place, but public opinion continued to run against the dangerous Westinghouse current. Although Edison did not author the electric chair ideas, he did everything he could to help the cause, providing his staff, especially the ingenious A.E. Kennelly, later a professor at Harvard, to aid Brown. In addition, he lent his name. Outcries began to appear in various periodicals concerning the electrical executioners. For example, the following editorial was published in a number of the papers and journals: It is hard to conceive of a more horrible experiment than that which will be made on Kemmler. In a secret place, he will be compelled to go through a process of mental and moral, if not also bodily torture, and nobody can tell how long it will last. This ominous passage actually was not severe enough, for the execution of Kemmler became a nightmare. The job was completely bungled when, after electrocution, to the horror of all present, the chest began to heave, foam issued from the mouth, and the man gave every evidence of reviving. The execution was likened to the work of barbarians and torturers, and to scenes worthy of the darkest chambers of the Inquisition of the 16th century. One eyewitness, who was completely disgusted, was Dr. Jenkins, who told the New York Times, "I would rather see 10 hangings than one such execution as this." Top electricians were also interviewed. "I do not care to talk about it," Westinghouse said. "It was a brutal affair. They could have done better with an axe." Even Edison was affected. "I have merely glanced over an account of Kemmler's death," he said, "and it's not pleasant reading. One mistake, in my opinion, was in leaving everything to the doctors. In the first place, the hair on Kemmler's head was non-conductive. Then the top of the head I do not believe a good place to give a shock. The better way is to place the hands in a jar of water, and to let the current be turned on there. I think when the next man is placed in the chair to suffer the death penalty, the death will be accomplished instantly and without the scenes at Auburn today." Although Westinghouse tried to distance himself from the nefarious deeds, his company still suffered greater damage than Edison's from a publicity standpoint because it was AC that was used to electrocute Kemmler. Mass hysteria threatened to overpower the attempt to institute the new Tesla AC invention, let alone the prevailing Golar-Gibbs AC system. Tesla realized that eventually the company would have to come around to the lower frequencies if they wanted to use his creation. But to his shock, in 1890, the induction motor work was abandoned. Westinghouse let it be known that his hands were tied, that his backers would not continue throwing tens of thousands of dollars away on futile research. They had given Tesla a fair chance to alter his equipment to satisfy the needs of the company. It seemed folly to destroy all prevailing equipment to satisfy the untried requirements of this new technology. Furthermore, they were against the idea of paying royalties should the motor eventually prove profitable. Enough was enough. In a quandary, Tesla negotiated with Westinghouse a compromise solution. He would abandon the royalty clause of the contract if Westinghouse promised to commit his workers once again to the invention. Westinghouse was in a corner. He knew that he had to curtail all work on the motor at this time to satisfy the tide of hostility that was rising against Tesla. He also realized that the invention was too important, and he believed that eventually a solution would be found. No one knows for sure exactly what happened, but it appears that Westinghouse made a tacit commitment to Tesla that he would get the company to resume work on the motor if Tesla removed the $2.50 per watt royalty clause in the contract. If the motor came on the market and the polyphase system was adopted, the yearly figures cited just a moment ago as payments against royalties, worth approximately $255,000, would be honored instead. Tesla was aware of the historical importance of his invention. He realized that it would alter the world beneficially in measurable ways. His motor, for instance, would provide an inexpensive replacement for potentially hundreds of thousands of hours of manual labor. At the same time, his creation would carve his name deep into the history books alongside such heroes as Archimedes and Faraday. Moreover, he knew that his system was the most efficient, that it was fundamental, and that, if adopted, it would prevail. He also wanted very much to resume his preferred path of pioneer inventor. Tesla was not counting out debits and credits on a balance sheet. Rather, he viewed his partnership with Westinghouse in a more flexible way. He was also negotiating in good faith and assumed that if he lightened the potential financial burden, the company would somehow reciprocate. By offering goodwill, he was hoping to reap what he had sown. Speaking of Westinghouse many years later, Tesla said, "George Westinghouse was, in my opinion, the only man on the globe who could take my alternating current system under the circumstances then existing and win the battle against prejudice and money power. He was a pioneer of imposing stature and one of the world's noblemen." This, however, was a public statement. His private feelings were more complex. It is clear from reading through decades of letters to the corporation that Tesla maintained a close relationship with Westinghouse. Yet often there were undercurrents of resentment, due mainly to lack of appreciation by the Westinghouse concern of Tesla's sacrifice and continuing contribution to the company. Tesla was also upset because the full scope of his patents became simplified, and implications arose to suggest that he merely invented an induction motor and not an entire power system. Finally, after nearly 2 years of inactivity, the Westinghouse people resumed their efforts to make the Tesla motor practicable. In 1891, Benjamin Lamb, a portly, easygoing but studious youngster, began to re-examine Tesla's patents and Tesla and Scott's experimental motors. After conversing with Tesla in New York and talking over the matter with Scott, Lamb approached his overseers with a plan to resume work on the motor. Lamb realized that Tesla had exhausted all the possibilities of trying to adapt his motor to the higher frequencies, and that he was forced to return to the low frequencies, insisting on the superiority of his polyphase system. This idea, as stated just now, was rejected, most likely by Schallenberger and Stilwell. Lamb, as the junior engineer, had to proceed carefully. With Scott's aid, he finally obtained permission to take up the work on his own, although there's little doubt that a number of officials opposed the idea. By this time, the 60-cycle system was coming in quite rapidly, Lamb said, so he suggested this frequency to the staff. Schallenberger lost his temper and talked some plain language to me. No doubt he said that there would be no possible way that they would utilize the lower frequencies. This looked pretty serious to me, who as a mere boy in the test room had got into a row with the chief technical authority of the company. I explained my situation to Mr. Schmidt, who simply laughed about it. However, somewhat to my surprise, Mr. Schallenberger always took my part thereafter. This, of course, gave me a larger idea of the man himself, and I have always looked back with the greatest pleasure to my acquaintanceship with such a man. What happened most likely is that Schmidt, along with Scott, went behind the scenes and explained to Schallenberger that here was their opportunity to finally make use of the motor without giving any more credit to Tesla. They would simply let it be known that a new and brilliant engineer working at the company had discovered the efficiencies of lower frequencies, and so the credit would go to Lamb. No wonder Schmidt laughed about it. With a way out, Schallenberger reversed himself and patted Lamb on the back, Lamb somewhat naively concluding that he built the first induction motor, which bears any close example to the modern type. I also designed the great generators for Niagara, which were without precedent. They were marvels of engineering achievement. Having rediscovered what Tesla had suggested all along, Lamb often made it seem as though he were the originator of the idea. Uneducated readers left with incomplete source materials, of which there are many, were forced to conclude that when it comes to the AC polyphase system, it was that versatile genius B.G. Lamb, who was the pillar of the Westinghouse Company, who made it possible. But people who read Scott carefully knew the truth. Strenuous efforts to adapt the Tesla motor to the prevailing circuit were in vain. The little motor insisted in getting what it wanted, and the mountain came to Muhammad. 7. Bogus Inventors, 1889 to 90. Keeley has discovered that all sympathetic streams, cerebellic, gravital, magnetic, and electric, are composed of triple flows. This fact governing all the terrestrial and celestial orders of positive and negative radiation. He has discovered that the range of molecular motion in all quiescent masses is equal to 1/3 of their diameters, and that all extended range is induced by sound force, set at chords of the thirds which are antagonistic to the combined chords of the mass of the neutral centers that they represent. Who is the greatest genius of our age? Review of Reviews, 1890. Tesla left Pittsburgh in the autumn of 1889 to return to New York and start his second laboratory, now on Grand Street. There he would begin work on high-frequency apparatus, wireless transmission, and theories on the relationship between electromagnetic radiation and light. In particular, the inventor wanted to replicate the findings of the German academician Heinrich Hertz, a student of Hermann Ludwig von Helmholtz's, who had recently published his landmark experiments in wave propagation. Tesla said that his work caused a thrill as had scarcely ever been experienced before. I was not free at Pittsburgh, he continued. I was dependent and could not work. When I left that situation, ideas and inventions rushed through my brain like a Niagara. Before he set up shop, the inventor traveled to Paris to attend the Universal Exposition and witness the unveiling of a gargantuan architectural triumph, the Eiffel Tower. Returning to a city filled with fond memories, Tesla could say hello to old friends and tell them how far he had come. There, the budding creator could stop once again at the Louvre to gaze upon the marvels of Raphael, his self-perceived counterpart in the fine arts. Nevertheless, Tesla also had mixed feelings as he was traveling in the shadow of his nemesis, Thomas Edison, who not only attended the fair, but who also provided a one-acre site for displaying his various inventions. In particular, the phonograph created a sensation, and Edison was received as a veritable demigod. While Edison, who was accompanied by his new wife Mina, just 22 years old, lunched with Alexander Eiffel in his apartment at the top of the tower, Tesla met with Professor Wilhelm Berknes at the fair to witness the beautiful demonstrations of his vibrating diaphragms. A Norwegian physicist from the University of Stockholm, Berknes had, along with Jules-Henri Poincaré, not only replicated the work of Heinrich Hertz on the propagation of electromagnetic waves through space, they had also, according to Hertz, discovered multiple resonance and had worked out the mathematics of the phenomena. Tesla was able to study Berknes's oscillator, which provided a variety of electromagnetic waves and a resonator for augmenting them, and also discuss with him theoretical implications concerning the properties of the electromagnetic waves thereby produced. And while the Wizard of Menlo Park met with Louis Pasteur at his laboratory in Paris and received the French Grand Cross of the Legion of Honor for his achievements, Tesla developed one of his most important discoveries, namely that so-called Hertzian waves not only produced transverse oscillations suggested by Berknes, but also longitudinal vibrations structured much like sound waves. That is to say, waves propagated by alternate compression and expansion of the ether. This conceptualization would come to play a pivotal role in the wireless transmitters Tesla would construct over the next decade. As Tesla packed his bags for a brief visit to see his family, Edison continued on his tour. In Italy, he was honored by Queen Margherita of Venice and King Humbert of Rome. In Berlin, he met with Helmholtz at his laboratory, and at Heidelberg, Edison displayed his phonograph before a monster meeting of 15,000 people, at which the machine delivered a speech in good German. Edison's favorite moment, however, was when he attended a large dinner given by Buffalo Bill, who was touring Europe with his Wild West show. And as Tesla left for New York, Edison continued on to London, where he could visit his central stations, but also learn firsthand that the new use of the Tesla AC was here to stay. In Deptford, for instance, in this year, an engineer by the name of Ferranti installed probably the first ever working single-phase generating station. With a Tesla system, he was able to transmit 11,000 volts 7 miles away to London. Although a truly epoch-making achievement, this plant, for some unknown reason, received virtually no publicity. This was a complex time in the history of the electrical industry. Those electrical experts in Europe and America who took the time to study the Tesla creation saw its benefits immediately. In Switzerland and Germany, polyphase induction motors were being constructed by C.E.L. Brown and Mikhail von Dolliver-Dobrovolsky, and in America, Elihu Thomson of Thomson-Houston and William Stanley did the same. As in any branch of science, it was customary to study and replicate the work of others. But in electrical engineering, success ensured not only a place in history, but also a substantial profit. Thus, there would be many, such as most of those mentioned above, who would try and claim the polyphase system as their own. There was another motor invention, however, called the hydro-pneumatic pulsating vacuo engine, which was on much safer ground. Nobody could replicate the intricacies of its machinery, and nobody but the inventor, John Ernst Worrell Keely, knew how it worked. Keely had gotten the idea for the motor after reading the treatise Harmonies of Tones and Colours Developed by Evolution by Charles Darwin's niece, Mrs. F.J. Hughes, which discussed the structure of the ether and various theoretical harmonic laws of the universe. Hailed as a virtual perpetual motion machine, the Keeley motor never ceased to intoxicate the public, for Keeley had the uncanny ability to keep the secret going, but continually achieve abstruse results. In the opinion of Madame Blavatsky, Keeley had discovered vril, the mysterious force of the universe in which Lord Lytton drew attention in his Coming Race. Keeley calls it sympathetic negative attraction. Rivaling snake oil salesman in the ability to humbug the public, Keeley, a former circus sleight of hand performer, had formed a company in 1874, capitalized with $100,000 of stock in order to sell his motor, and had been successfully doing so for nearly 15 years until 1889, when his work was questioned. Public opinion wrote that engineers, scientific men, and capitalists made frequent pilgrimages to Keeley's Philadelphia laboratory to see the Keeley motor mote. Sometimes it moted, and sometimes it didn't, but Keeley always had a great tale to tell. Keeley's chief accomplishment was a ready use of jargon of scientific and unscientific terms. He talked about triune currents of polar flow of force, the reflex action of gravity, chords of mass, sympathetic outreaches of distance, dipolar etheric waves, and a lot of other things which didn't mean anything. But he never told why his motor moted, and why he never took a patent, although he did have them drawn up. T. Carpenter Smith, writing in Engineering magazine, described an eyewitness account with the inventor at work. Mr. Keeley proceeded to produce the force by striking a large tuning fork with a fiddle bow and then touching the generator with the fork. After 2 or 3 attempts, which he said failed by reason of not getting the chord of the mass, he turned a small valve on top of the generator. When a slight hiss was heard, loud cheers greeted his announcement that he had got it. The state of mind of the audience may be imagined when the shout of one enthusiast, "Keeley, you are next to God Almighty," seemed only a natural expression. This mountebank inventor headlined the New York dailies with his newest creations, and also the accompanying cry of fraud. Factions of the public demanded he be jailed, the court giving Keeley 60 days to divulge his secret. But Keeley held fast. Threatening to stop work on his inventions unless the court dropped its suit, Keeley was held in contempt of court, and in November of 1888 he was placed in jail. Shortly thereafter, through his counsel, Keeley revealed that the missing link was a copper tube in the form of a hoop, and he was released on bail a few days later. He argued that he had indeed obeyed all orders of the court in explaining his invention in detail, and the suit against him was overturned. Like Edison, who promised and gave the world the lamp of Aladdin, and Tesla, who discovered and harnessed a purported alternating current perpetual motion machine, Keeley billed his own invention as the greatest scientific discovery of the century. Apparently vindicated, Keeley proceeded with his deception. In 1890, the world's celebrity and palmist, Count Louis Amon, better known as Cairo, visited the Keeley lab, and by 1895, John Jacob Astor became an investor. Unfortunately for Tesla, however, like Keeley, he too was gaining a reputation for making outlandish claims. For instance, Tesla said that his system could place 100,000 horsepower on a wire and send it hundreds of miles with almost no loss of power, when the prevailing technology could only send a few hundred volts 1 mile, and in that case with power dropping off markedly with distance. Never mind that this prognostication came true just a few years later. Tesla's style was that of a visionary, and the claim seemed ridiculous. To the unimaginative, the uninformed, or people who listened only to the opposition, he was little different from Keeley, and so he suffered through guilt by association. As far back as 1884, Scientific American had published an exposé on the Keeley motor, speculating that its source of power was a secret chamber of compressed air. This was confirmed in 1898, after Keeley's death, in an investigation of his laboratory conducted by Mrs. Bloomfield Moore's son Clarence. Having waited for his mother, an ardent Keeley admirer, to pass on before he tore the place apart, Moore discovered in the cellar a large tank and a series of pipes leading up through the floor above where the demonstrations took place. Keely's etheric force was nothing more than compressed air released by the pressure of his foot tapping on a concealed spring valve. Other bogus inventors of the day included Gaston Bulmar, who tried to sell General Electric, GE, special pills that turned water into gasoline; Walter Hohenhau, who derived free energy from an H2O hydroatomizer; and King Kong, Victor the Count Lustig, who was eventually arrested for devising and selling a special money machine that cranked out crisp $20 bills from inserted white paper. In an age of new marvels that almost daily transformed society in irreversible ways, the public was ripe for picking. Naive investors were often bilked by promises of impossible schemes. Thus, the inventor was perceived in contradictory ways, as an executioner or light-bearer, con-man or wizard. When Tesla returned from Europe, he wanted nothing better than to have his AC invention placed in the hands of its new rightful owner so that he could proceed with other burgeoning interests. Naturally, he would continue to aid Westinghouse in any way that he could, by continually offering advice to Scott, Schmidt, or Lamb, or stopping by at Pittsburgh to provide hands-on expertise. Throughout the 1890s, whenever the opportunity presented itself, Tesla would also introduce eminent prospective clients to the Westinghouse concern. As was his custom and style, Tesla never considered a commission for this service, although he did obtain vital equipment for his laboratory, which at first was provided without cost. And, as with Keely, Bulwer-Lytton's electrical-like energy called frill power had also been attached to Tesla by this time as well, via a letter from a lady in 1890 who dreamed that if I, Tesla, would read The Coming Race of Bulwer, I would discover great things which would advance my work considerably. But Tesla would not pursue the mystical treatise for a decade, and therefore it appears that although the inventions discussed in the story bore great similarities to some of Tesla's later creations, the reader must not say afterward that the beautiful things which I shall invent were suggested by Bulwer. Nevertheless, the similarities remain, and one wonders whether or not Tesla actually read the book at the time or knew of its contents. 8. South Fifth Avenue, 1890 to 91. At one bound, Tesla placed himself abreast such men as Edison, Brush, Elihu Thomson, and Alexander Graham Bell. His performance touched on the marvelous. Joseph Wetzler in Harper's Weekly, July the 11th, 1891. Tesla returned from Paris during the summer of 1889 to his new laboratory near Bleecker Street. Down the road from one of Edison's showrooms, the lab took up the entire fourth floor of a 6-story building located at 33 to 35 South Fifth Avenue, which today is called West Broadway. At the same time, he toured the hotels, moving into the Astor House, a posh 5-story establishment situated by a trolley line in the heart of the city. Over the summer, Tesla's best friend, Anthony Seghetti, passed away. He wrote home to notify his family. "I feel alienated," he told Uncle Payo, "and it is difficult for me to adapt to the American lifestyle." Now part of the nouveau riche and also the star of the family, the inventor began sending money home to his mother and sisters, and also to some of the cousins. Addressing the letters mostly to his sisters' husbands, all of whom were priests, Tesla wrote Uncle Payo, "Somehow it is hard to correspond with the ladies." Although occasionally he did write his sisters, mostly he just sent checks, and each of them would repeatedly write back to try and get a more personal word from the only brother that we have. Throughout the 1890s, Tesla sent several thousand florins at 150 florins a clip, which was an amount equivalent to 6 months' rent at a well-to-do home or 6 months' salary for a Serbian workman. Some of the funds were given as gifts, some to pay back his uncles for their aid in funding his education and sojourn to the New World, and other funds, which were partially obtained through European royalties, were used as investments. To Uncle Peter, who had advanced to become a metropolitan, cardinal, in Bosnia, Tesla revealed that he was receiving many letters from dignitaries, and also such respect that it was difficult for him to describe. Uncle Paio occasionally shipped European bottles of wine to his finicky nephew, unhappy with the selection in the United States. Impatiently waiting for these bottles was, for Tesla, like waiting for the Messiah. As Tesla's fame grew and reports of his successes made the headlines in their local papers, Tesla became a virtual demigod to the Serbian and Croatian people, and a noble, though distant benefactor to his family. "We think about you even in our dreams," one of his brothers-in-law wrote. Except for occasional dinners with such friends as T.C. Martin or necessary trips to Pittsburgh, the inventor spent virtually all of his waking existence at the lab. His partner, Alfred S. Brown, would stop by to help when needed, but mostly Tesla worked with either one or two assistants or alone. As was his custom, he could labor 7 days a week and around the clock, stopping only to freshen up at the hotel or for a necessary appointment. Monastic by choice and compelled by an all-consuming desire to be a major player in the burgeoning new age, the wizard preferred working through the night when distractions could be minimized and concentration could be intensified. Now free, he began his investigations along a number of separate but interrelated lines. As an experimental physicist, he began to study the difference between electromagnetic and electrostatic phenomena, and also the relationship of the structure of the ether to that of electricity, matter, and light. As an inventor, he began to design equipment for generating extremely high frequencies and voltages, and for transforming direct into alternating current or vice versa, and for creating uniform oscillations. Tesla also wanted to devise ways to manufacture light and to explore the concept of wireless communication. Already concerned about the fragility of the Earth's natural resources, the finite supply of timber and coal, Tesla spent endless hours in contemplation, reviewing and replicating the findings of others, criticizing or improving upon their inventions, and also designing completely original creations. His goal was influenced by an evolutionary perspective and pragmatic considerations. He wanted to devise mechanical means for doing away with needless tasks of physical labor so that humans could spend more time in creative endeavors. Unlike Karl Marx, who saw the worker becoming an appendage of the machine, Tesla realized that machines could liberate the worker. The inventor, in Tesla's eyes, had always been and always would be the light giver of the species, guiding its future through advanced technology. The masses, in turn, would benefit because machines would perform menial tasks so that they could pursue more intellectual occupations. With increased technology, cultural evolution would proceed at even faster rates. Conversely, Tesla warned, everything that is against the teachings of religion and law of hygiene tends to decrease human energy. Impure drinking water in particular was one of the greatest dangers. Within the next 18 months, Tesla initiated most of the inventions that would occupy him for the next half-century. During the last weeks of 1889, Martin met with him on several occasions in order to finalize his article on the Serbs' heritage and plans for the future. The inventor would talk late into the night about his youth and the incessant struggle of his ancestors to fight off the diabolical Turks. As Martin took notes, Tesla outlined some of his inventions, particularly his work with high frequencies and his original theories on the relationship between electromagnetism and the structure of light. Martin tried to talk the inventor into presenting his ideas before the AIEE, but Tesla evaded a direct response. "Suppose I were to obtain for you Lord Kelvin's lectures. I know they're a bit wearisome and somewhat beyond solution, but I believe that you, Samson-like, can wrestle the honey from this lion's jaw." "Perhaps," was Tesla's reply. On January the 21st, 1890, Professor Anthony took over the presidency of the AIEE from Elihu Thomson, who followed T.C. Martin, and opened the year with his own lecture on new electrical theories. Happy to see the professor again, Tesla attended the seminar and was elected vice president. Participating in the discussion which followed, he was joined by Irish mathematician Arthur Kennelly of the Edison Company and Mikhail Pupin, a physics teacher and fellow Serb. Having just returned from Helmholtz's laboratory in Germany, Pupin was unaware of the extent of the animosity that existed between the Edison and Westinghouse camps. Pupin was from Idvor, a Serbian town north of Belgrade. His father had been a kinets, or village leader, much like Tesla's father, but unlike Milutin Tesla, Mr. Pupin was an illiterate peasant and not part of the clerical aristocracy. Many of Pupin's relatives, like Tesla's, were war heroes who had fought off the Turks to protect the empire, and like Tesla, Pupin had avoided military service. Mikhail Pupin emigrated to the United States in 1874. After working at odd jobs, he entered Columbia College in New York in 1878. Graduating in 1884 with a keen interest in electrical theory and with honours, Pupin received a fellowship to study abroad. He wanted to go to Cambridge to learn under James Clerk Maxwell, but he found upon his arrival that Maxwell had been dead for 4 years. This tendency to overlook the obvious appears to be a theme that runs through Pupin's life. After Cambridge, he went on to the University of Berlin, where he received a doctorate in physics. In 1889, he returned to New York to become an instructor at Columbia College. In February 1890, the full-page Martin article on Tesla was published in Electrical World, accompanied by a very prominent photograph of the youthful-looking engineer. For Tesla, it was excellent publicity, the first major essay to appear portraying the up-and-coming inventor. A meeting of the AIEE devoted entirely to the new Tesla AC system was planned for the following month. In particular, the conference had been sparked by a number of important developments. Most notably, plans coming from Switzerland and Germany for a proposed long-distance AC power transmission experiment, the impending success of the Westinghouse Company in instituting a hydroelectric plant utilizing the Tesla AC system at a mining camp in Telluride, Colorado, and the announcement of an international Niagara Commission to look into the best ways to harness Niagara Falls. At the March AIEE meeting, Professor Louis Duncan was the main speaker. His lecture began with a mathematical dissection of the workings of the novel and admirable little machine invented by Mr. Tesla. A former officer from the U.S. Naval Academy, Duncan had recently transferred from the South Pacific to Johns Hopkins University, where he stayed on to teach. An important ally, he gave the Tesla invention academic credibility. "The great advantage of the motor," Duncan said, "lies in the fact that it has no commutator, and it permits the use of very high voltages. In the future, power will be transmitted electrically at voltages that will make machines with the commutator next to useless." After the lecture, there was a discussion, and Tesla participated. Pupin, who spoke that summer in Boston and again in New York the following year on alternating current theory, was fast becoming an admirer of Tesla's work. However, at the same time, Pupin was also becoming embroiled in the controversy as to who was the real author of the AC polyphase system, and from Tesla's vantage point, Pupin made the mistake of befriending the wrong people. At the Boston meeting, Pupin noticed that my audience was divided into two distinct groups. One group was cordial and appreciative, but the other was as cold as ice. The famous electrical engineer and inventor Elihu Thomson was in the friendly group, and he looked me up after the address and congratulated me cordially. That was a great encouragement, and I felt happy. Other prominent individuals, however, tried to have Pupin fired from the electrical engineering department at Columbia because of his adherence to AC. But Pupin overrode the controversy and at the same time increased his friendship with Thomson. Unbeknown to Pupin, Thomson himself was in a quandary because he now recognized the clear advantage of the Tesla system, but he was locked out of its use because Westinghouse owned the patents. Although the Thomson-Houston Electric Company was extremely profitable, the concern faced certain doom if it was unable to use efficient AC machinery. As Elihu Thomson had worked with AC for over a decade, he felt fully justified in adapting a Tesla-like system, especially because there were other engineers who also claimed legitimate priorities of aspects of the system, notably Schallenberger and Ferraris. Furthermore, Thomson himself had come close to conceiving a similar workable plan. That Tesla held fundamental patents on a completely revolutionary invention was continually overlooked by Thomson as he sought ways to rationalize his position while working at his company, presiding at the AIEE, and writing in the electrical journals. He had successfully circumvented the Edison light bulb patents by paying Sawyer for a license to produce the stopper lamp, an exhausted light bulb similar to Edison's, which used a rubber plug, stopper, to hold in the vacuum, and so he sought a similar tack with AC. During a heated series of articles in Electrical World between Thomson and Tesla, it appears that Thomson admits to some of his distaste for his rival when he writes, "I confess that my statement as to the motive of my critical remarks may have been out of place. They were elicited, however, by Mr. Tesla having on a former occasion misunderstood my motives." And so Pupin's feelings for his Serbian brother became undermined as his friendship with Thomson grew. Tesla agreed to present his work in high-frequency phenomena during a 3-day symposium of the AIEE, which was held in May 1891, 3 months after he first published his research on the topic. A hall was booked at the Columbia College, which at the time was located between Park and Madison Avenues on 49th and 50th Streets, and the public was invited. It is difficult to calculate the enormous impact that this lecture had on the engineers of the day and on the course of Tesla's life, for it is clear that after the event, Tesla was perceived in an extraordinary way. Joseph Wetzler, or Josh as he preferred to be called, covered the talk for Electrical World. But Tesla's lecture was too important for a single exposure in a journal of limited circulation, and Wetzler was able to also peddle the piece as a spectacular full-page account in the prestigious Harper's Weekly. "With lucid explanations in pure nervous English," Wetzler proclaimed, "this stripling from the dim borderland of Austro-Hungary had not only gone far beyond the two distinguished European scientists, Dr. Lodge and Professor Hertz, in grasp of electromagnetic theory of light, but he had actually made apparatus by which electrostatic waves or thrusts would give light for ordinary everyday uses." Tesla had not only presented a remarkable display of electrical phantasmagoria, he had also outlined new, fundamental and far-reaching principles. Wetzler cogently pointed out that Tesla had gone far beyond Heinrich Geissler and Sir William Crookes in the production of light by use of vacuum tubes, and he had also eclipsed the Wizard of Menlo Park with his refinements of the incandescent lamp. But Mr. Tesla was not satisfied with these results, brilliant as they were. He had set himself no less a task than to create a lamp which, without any external connection to wires, would glow brightly when placed anywhere in an apartment. And if that were not enough, for a conclusion, Tesla passed tens of thousands of volts of AC through his body to light up light bulbs and shoot sparks off his fingertips, and to show the world that it was not at all a killer current when utilized correctly. "Exhausted tubes held in the hand of Mr. Tesla appeared like a luminous sword in the hand of an archangel representing justice," said one reporter. With Gaino Dunn, his assistant, Tesla began his talk somewhat nervously, but gained momentum as he progressed. "Of all the forms of nature's immeasurable, all-pervading energy, which ever and ever change and move like a soul animates an innate universe, electricity and magnetism are perhaps the most fascinating. We know," Tesla continued, "that electricity acts like an incompressible fluid, that there must be a constant quantity of it in nature, that it can neither be produced or destroyed, and that electric and ether phenomena are identical. Having set up the premise that our world is immersed in a great sea of electricity, the wizard proceeded to astound the audience with his myriad experiments. And at the end, Tesla's matched his opening in poetic expression. "We are whirling through endless space with an inconceivable speed," he said. "All around us everything is spinning, everything is moving, everywhere is energy." Based on this premise, Tesla ended with a prophetic supposition, which has often been interpreted by some to suggest that a 0 point or free energy strata exists. "There must be some way of availing ourselves of this energy directly," he said. "Then, with the light obtained through the medium, with the power derived from it, with every form of energy obtained without effort, from stores forever inexhaustible, humanity will advance with giant strides. The mere contemplation of these magnificent possibilities expands our minds, strengthens our hopes, and fills our hearts with supreme delight. Those who attended the lecture, including Professor Anthony, Alfred S. Brown, Elmer Sperry, William Stanley, Elihu Thomson, and Francis Upton, would remember the historic occasion for the rest of their lives. Robert Millikan, for instance, who later won a Nobel Prize for his work with cosmic rays, was a graduate student at Columbia at the time. He said many years later, "I have done no small fraction of my research work with the aid of the principles I learned that night." Mikhail Pupin, who also attended, however, appears not to have been so entranced. "While I was lecturing," Tesla told a Serbian reporter, "Mr. Pupin, with his friends, most likely Elihu Thomson and Carl Herring, interrupted by whistling, and I had difficulty quieting down the misled audience." Pupin wrote to Tesla to smooth things over and to set up an appointment to see the motor, as he was scheduled to deliver a number of lectures on polyphase currents, but Tesla avoided him. In Europe, rumors began to circulate about the new electrical Svengali in America, and Tesla was quickly invited to speak before European scientific societies. 9. Revising the Past, 1891. Many of the investigations of the book apply to polyphase system circuits, with chapters on induction motors, generators, synchronous motors, etc. A part of this book is original. Other parts have been published before by other investigators. I have, however, omitted altogether literary references for the reason that incomplete references would be worse than some, while complete references would entail expenditure of much more time than is at my disposal. I believe that the reader is more interested in the information than in knowing who first investigated the phenomenon. Charles Steinmetz. 3 months after Tesla's Columbia College lecture in August 1891, 2 engineers, Charles Eugene Lancelot Brown of the Swiss firm of Maschinenfabrik Oerlikon and Mikhail von Doliver-Dobrowolski, representing the German firm Allgemeine Elektrizitätsgesellschaft, AEG, galvanized the engineering community when they successfully transmitted 190 horsepower from a waterfall at a cement factory on the Neckar River in Laufen to the International Electrical Exposition, which was being held at Frankfurt, Germany, 112 miles away. With the support of 3 different governments, the lines passed through Württemberg, Bavaria, and Prussia before arriving in Frankfurt. By using oil as an insulator, as Tesla had explained in his Columbia College lecture, Brown was able to generate as much as 40,000 volts on his equipment, 25,000 of which he transported along the wires, stepping them down to usable frequencies when they reached the exposition. The efficiency of 74.5% astounded his colleagues. Dobrowolski, who suggested that the invention was his conceptualization, utilized a 3-phase AC with a working frequency of 40 cycles per second, instead of the single-phase current with a frequency of 133 cycles per second that the Westinghouse people kept insisting on. The power was so great at the Frankfurt site that a large advertising sign with 1,000 incandescent lamps was lit, and a motor pump powering an artificial waterfall was harnessed. On December the 16th, Mikhail Pupin delivered a talk before the AIEE on polyphase systems. Having given the same talk a week before at the New York Mathematical Society, Pupin was proud to advance abstract theories on this new field of polyphase systems. With his hair swept back, wearing wire-rimmed glasses, a brush moustache tapered at the ends, and a professorial 3-piece suit, Pupin was fast readjusting to his return to the States. Now he was beginning to carve a name for himself. Dutifully, he had written Tesla before the talk to discuss his motors, but the inventor had eluded him. In his opening remarks at the AIEE, with Arthur Kennelly, Elihu Thomson, Charles Bradley, and Charles Steinmetz present, Pupin referred to the beautiful inventions of Nikola Tesla and the completeness of the success which Dobrowolski and Brown obtained by the practical applications of these inventions. but he also described the German operation in such a way as to imply that aspects of it were independently conceived. It appears that Tesla did not attend the lecture. Instead, he wrote Pupin the day after, but it was not to offer congratulations or to extend an invitation to meet. Tesla suggested that Pupin obtain the original patent specifications. The German design was simply a copy of his work. But Pupin shot back. "I don't think that you ought to find fault with me for not having given your invention a fuller discussion. In the first place, it was a little bit too soon to discuss the practical details in a paper which treats of the most general fundamental principles of the polyphasal systems. Secondly, I know of your motors only by hearsay. I have not had the pleasure of being shown one by anybody. I looked you up twice at your hotel and wrote you once, but all my efforts were in vain." Pupin tried at the end of the letter to set up a personal interview, but Tesla was not one who could easily forgive such naivety, especially from a Serb who spoke the native tongue so poorly. To the hypersensitive Tesla, Pupin was a man who spread falsehoods, and his continual association with Thomson did not help. As Tesla was about to take a trip to Europe, a meeting of amelioration never took place. Concerning the dispute over whose invention it really was, it's important to realize that obfuscation of the truth continues to this day. The problem began with Mikhail von Dobrovolsky himself, who was reluctant to admit that he got the idea from Tesla, and it was perpetuated by his friend Carl Hering, who wrote a prodigious number of articles on the episode in the journals as the event unfolded throughout 1891. Hering had been a professor of engineering at the University in Darmstadt, Germany, in the early 1880s. His protege, Dobrovolsky, a native of St. Petersburg and the son of a Russian nobleman, replaced Hering when he retired from the university at the end of 1883. C.E.L. Brown, a Swiss native and son of a designer of steam engines, began successfully transmitting electrical power with AC dynamos he had constructed while working in Lucerne. Brown, who was a year younger than Dobrovolsky and 7 years younger than Tesla, had received most of his training in Winterthur and Basel, where he worked for the Burgin machine shops. In 1884, he began his employment at Oerlikon, and within 2 years became Director of Operations. On February the 9th, 1891, Brown delivered an address in Frankfurt on the subject of long-distance transmission of electrical power, and that is where he met Dobrovolsky. A partnership was formed between Oerlikon and AEG, and within 7 months, their success between Laufen and Frankfurt was achieved. Now, with Dobrovolsky's claims and Hering's one-side reporting in the electrical journals, factions of the American engineering community that were locked out of the Tesla patents could extol the Laufen-Frankfurt venture while at the same time continuing to imply that Tesla's work was not intrinsic to its success. Ironically, the Westinghouse side wanted to downplay the event as well, not only because it proved Tesla right and them wrong, but also because it dwarfed their success at Telluride. Thus, when perusing the Westinghouse literature, one is hard-pressed to find any mention of Laufen-Frankfurt at all. Pupin in his lectures did not support Tesla's role, nor did Kennerly, Thomson or Bradley. Charles Proteus Steinmetz, however, was in another category. Like Pupin, he had just emigrated from Europe, and also like Pupin, he was academically oriented, with no particular economic stake in the invention at that time. Steinmetz, who had fled Germany in 1889 in order to escape imprisonment for being a revolutionary socialist, was a brilliant student of mathematics from the University of Breslau. A dwarf hunchback, with his head sunk into his shoulders and one leg shorter than the other, Steinmetz had to continually overcome his odd appearance and frail disposition by displaying an advanced intellect. Just 26 years old and still attempting to cultivate a moustache and beard, Steinmetz, who was gaining a reputation for his work on the law of hysteresis, which involved a mathematical explanation that explained the lagging of magnetic effects when electromagnetic forces are changed, recognized some flaws in Pupin's talk. As this would be one of his earliest attempts to express himself before his peers in the difficult English language, he carefully bolstered the addendum by bringing along calculations and drawings. Working in Yonkers, Steinmetz had developed a single-phase commutator motor a year before in the summer of 1890. With brazenly long shoulder-length hair, the gnome was dressed in a slightly wrinkled three-piece suit adorned with an opulent watch chain and a pair of pince-nez that hung distinctively from a strap attached to his right collar. Standing to his full height of 4 feet and reaching for his glasses to read off his calculations, Steinmetz noted in his German accent that Ferraris built only a little toy. He also went on to correct Pupin's implication that the Dobrovolsky creation was the first to use a three-phase system. I cannot agree with that in the least, for that already exists in the old Tesla motor. Summing up, Steinmetz concluded, I really cannot see anything new in the new Dobrovolsky system. It would take a few months for Steinmetz to realize why his colleagues raised their eyebrows as he dashed all hopes for Dobrovolsky's claims. Nevertheless, they were impressed with his analysis and mathematical expertise. Elihu Thomson returned to his firm of Thomson Houston in Lynn, Massachusetts, with the knowledge that a new mathematical genius had arrived from Europe, and soon thereafter, Thomson Houston offered Steinmetz a job at Lynn. Meanwhile, in Pittsburgh, unbeknown to Edison, Westinghouse had been surreptitiously meeting with Henry Villard, Edison's financial backer, over a 2-year period to discuss a possible merger. Villard, who had recently combined a number of smaller companies with Edison Electric to create Edison General Electric, was well aware that Edison did not get along with Westinghouse. Villard was an immigrant from Germany, the son of a Bavarian judge. Having tried in his earlier days to set up a free-soil German settlement in Kansas, Villard was the individual who drove the Golden Spike in the Northern Pacific Railroad to link the West Coast with the East. He conferred with J. Pierpont Morgan, the real power behind the operation, and had Morgan send Edward Dean Adams, a longtime banking associate, to Menlo Park to try and get Edison to align with Westinghouse. Thriving on beating the other guy, Edison would hear none of it. Westinghouse, he said, has gone crazy over sudden accession of wealth or something unknown to me, and is flying a kite that will land him in the mud sooner or later. Legal fees in trying to protect the Edison light bulb patents had already cost Edison $2 million, and Westinghouse the same. The Edison camp had decided to sue Westinghouse rather than Thomson Houston, because the Pittsburgh company had purchased United States Electric, the concern that held the competing patents from Sawyer Mann and Hiram Maxson, while Thomson Houston had only a lease agreement. Thus, while two giants fought each other in what Edison called a suicide of time, Thomson Houston got rich. On July the 14th, 1891, after many years of battles and appeals on priority of invention of the light bulb, Judge Bradley ruled in favor of Edison. Although Westinghouse was caught with the wrong light bulb patents, his Tesla AC power system was an asset worth attaining. But Westinghouse was proving difficult to negotiate with. Villard therefore began to make overtures to Tesla directly, but the inventor had to yield to Westinghouse's decisions. Dear Sir, Tesla wrote Villard in his tidiest penmanship, I have approached Mr. Westinghouse in a number of ways and endeavored to get to an understanding. But the results have not been very promising. Realizing this, and also considering carefully the chances and probabilities of success, I have concluded that I cannot associate myself with the undertaking you contemplate. Tesla reluctantly concluded the letter by wishing the financier best success in his pioneer enterprise. Villard switched tactics and approached Thomson Houston with the thought of buying them out. He had gone up to Lynn, Massachusetts in February and had continued secret negotiations with Charles Coffin, Chief Executive Officer, CEO of Thomson Houston, throughout the summer. In December, a meeting was held at 23 Wall Street in Morgan's office to finalize plans for a merger. After Morgan looked over the financial records of both companies, he realized that Edison Electric, which was in debt for $3.5 million, had less revenue than the smaller and solvent Thomson Houston. Morgan therefore reversed himself and suggested that Thomson Houston buy out Edison Electric. Either way, he created a monopoly. Simultaneously, Morgan maneuvered Villard out of the company altogether. He had to blame someone for the problems, and Charles Coffin took control of the new consolidation. They named the company General Electric, GE. Because of the enormous debt of his company and the possibility that he was working with inferior DC equipment, Edison had lost his edge. The thought of working with that patent pirate Elihu Thomson and the removal of his own name from the marquee made the electrical wizard, for the time, a beaten man. Although he stirred the hornet's nest before he left, Edison realized that a new age of electricity had arrived, one that would not countenance his common-sense trial-and-error approach. Over a year before the actual merger was completed, he wrote Villard, "It is clear that my usefulness is gone. Viewing it from this light, you will see how impossible it is for me to spur my mind under the shadow of possible future affiliations. I would now ask that you not oppose my gradual retirement from the lighting business, which will enable me to enter into fresh and congenial fields of work." And so Edison turned his interests to furthering the work of Edward Muybridge, a pioneer in motion pictures. In 1888 and 1891, he had his first patents on a device he called the kinetograph, and a few years later he developed a fully working movie camera and projection system. In 1893, Edison could write to the elderly Muybridge that he now had a peep show device that people would pay 5 cents to see. The Morganization of GE created an even greater foe for Westinghouse, but also a critical problem for GE. Whereas Westinghouse was blocked from using an efficient light bulb, GE was blocked from generating AC. As the Edison patents were only valid for another 2 years, certainly Westinghouse was in the better position. But in 1891 to 92, it was still too early in the game to realize this. From the point of view of the courts, it was still undecided as to who the author of the AC polyphase system really was, even though Westinghouse had the Ferrari's patent trump card to back those of Tesla's. And so, over the next few years, Westinghouse was forced to sue not only a number of subsidiaries of GE, but also some independents, such as William Stanley, who were now producing polyphase systems on their own. From GE's point of view, there was a whole host of patents in AC that Thomson owned, but any others that they could obtain would undoubtedly help in the legal arena. Thus they approached Charles Steinmetz with a scheme to work on improvements on AC designs in such a way that they would obscure Tesla's role. Attracted to the intrigue, Steinmetz accepted the challenge. The fray between Westinghouse and GE took a new turn in the race to win the bid to light the upcoming Chicago World's Fair and to harness Niagara Falls. In the courts, the suit switched from light bulbs to power generation, and at their respective plants, attention turned toward a way to compete with the success achieved by Brown and Dobrovolsky. For Westinghouse Corporation, Schmidt, Scott, and Lamb could confer with Tesla, while Stilwell and Schellenberger brooded and the money men reluctantly agreed to dismantle the very lucrative but outmoded Golar-Gibbs machinery. For GE, the situation was more complex. They had hoped that someone like Steinmetz or Thomson could come up with a competing design, but they hadn't realized that Tesla held all the fundamental patents. Quite simply, there was no other system. Tesla had understood the foundation. One couldn't proceed without him. Thomson and Steinmetz were reduced to figuring out ways to somehow bypass the patents by designing teaser currents or some other smokescreen device in order to pretend that they had created a separate invention. In a case of industrial espionage, Thomson Houston apparently paid a janitor to steal the Tesla blueprints from the Westinghouse plant. Embarrassed to explain how the blueprints ended up at Lynn, Thomson said that he needed to study the Tesla motor designs to make sure that his were different. The intrigue must have triggered a variety of emotions in Steinmetz. He had already lived a clandestine life in Germany. By editing a radical socialist newspaper under a pseudonym during the so-called Reign of Terror, he had learned to use secret passwords at radical meetings and write with invisible ink, as when he carried love notes between his leader, the charismatic revolutionary Heinrich Lux, who had been jailed for his activities, and Lux's girlfriend. Although Steinmetz never renounced his affiliation with the socialist movement, he supported a rather unscrupulous capitalistic corporate structure that was motivated not only by the all-consuming profit motive, but also by its ability to subvert the law to achieve its ends. This new situation thereby only served to heighten his contradictory nature. His affiliation with the Machiavellian policies of GE induced Steinmetz to abandon his ideals. His opus on AC, Theory and Calculation of Alternating Current Phenomena, co-authored with Ernst Julius Berg, a colleague educated at the Royal Polytechnicum in Stockholm, and first published in 1897, just 3 years after Tesla's own compendium, omitted any reference to Tesla at all. By the turn of the century, Berg's name on the cover, like Lux's love notes, disappeared. At the time, Tesla's book, The Inventions, Researches and Writings of Nikola Tesla, edited by T.C. Martin, was a veritable Bible for all engineers in the field. It included chapters on alternating current motors, the rotating magnetic field, synchronizing motors, rotating field transformers, polyphase systems, single-phase motors, etc. That it does not appear in the bibliography of Steinmetz's work is astounding. In the foreword to Steinmetz's second text, Theoretical Elements of Electrical Engineering, written in 1902, the author tries to explain why he omitted reference to the inventor of the AC polyphase system. Of later years, Steinmetz wrote, the electrical literature has been haunted by so many theories, for instance of the induction motor, which are incorrect. This was a natural opening that might have catapulted Steinmetz into a discussion which would set the record straight, but he chose a pusillanimous path instead. This decision not only aided in obfuscating the truth as to the origin of the invention, it also bolstered his own image in the corporate community. As these texts on AC would serve as important templates for subsequent writers, it was quite common in the later years for engineers to obtain degrees, study AC, and even write textbooks on the topic themselves, and never come across Tesla's name. Clearly, it was to GE's benefit to pretend that Tesla never existed, and it was to Westinghouse's benefit to pretend that the Laufen-Frankfurt transmission had never occurred. The next generation of engineers, and those that followed, never realized that obfuscation had taken place. That is one of the main reasons why Tesla's name practically vanished. Perhaps the most blatant case of misrepresentation occurred a generation later, when Mikhail Pupin published his Pulitzer Prize-winning autobiography, From Immigrant to Inventor. Pupin was able to write long passages on the history of AC and ignore Tesla almost completely. Tesla's name appears only once, in passing, in the 396-page book. In this work, Pupin described 4 historical events very important in the annals of electrical science, that is, the Laufen-Frankfurt transmission, the harnessing of Niagara Falls, the formation of GE, and the lighting of the Chicago World's Fair by AC. Mentioning the Westinghouse concern only once as a company that was interested in AC, Pupin concluded, if the Thomson-Houston Company had contributed nothing else than Elihu Thomson to GE, it would have contributed more than enough. Thus, the senseless opposition to the alternating current system vanished quickly. In the preface, Pupin had the audacity to write that the main objective of my narrative is to describe the rise of idealism in American science, and particularly in physical sciences and the related industries. As witness to this gradual development, this testimony has competence and weight. Considering that Pupin is generally remembered fondly by the engineering world, it is my opinion that he failed to live up to the standards to which he aspired. These attempts to alter the past turned the stomach of a number of key players, most notably C.E.L. Brown of Oerlikon Works in Switzerland, and one of his top engineers, B.A. Behrendt. A staunch man with a granite profile and hound dog eyes, Brown, who with Dobrovolsky had been the first engineer to transmit electrical power over long distances with Tesla's AC invention, had learned of Tesla's work from British engineer Gisbert Kapp, who published Tesla's 1888 talk in his magazine Industries. Kapp, who authored one of the most brilliant textbooks on induction motors, wrote Tesla on June 9, 1888, to request the use of his paper for the magazine. Based on Tesla's treatise and Cap's refinements, Brown was able to construct, before Westinghouse probably, the first successful motor in 1890. Brown's succinct response, conspicuously placed in Electrical World, was directed specifically to Carl Herring, one of the first writers to imply that the invention was Dobrovolsky's. "The three-phase current as applied at Frankfurt," Brown wrote, "is due to the labors of Mr. Tesla and will be found clearly specified in his patents." Herring's first response was to continue the artifice. "I do not think," Herring said, "that Mr. Brown does proper justice to the real inventor of this modification of the Ferraris-Tesla system, namely Dobrovolsky." But Tesla demanded a more clear-cut communique. After a discussion with W.J. Johnston, who would later allow Herring to take over the editorship of Electrical World, Tesla was able to obtain the following response. "We desire to state right here," Johnston said, "that the Electrical World has over and over put itself on record as upholding Mr. Tesla's priority." The magazine was also able to extract from Herring the following. "Dobrovolsky, though he may have been an independent inventor, admits that Tesla's work is prior to his." Although Herring was loath to admit Tesla's priority, at the same time he placed his finger on an important point. Tesla himself had not demonstrated physically that his system could be used for long-distance transmission. Certainly Westinghouse at that time was not aware of the vast benefits of the system. Had it not been for the success at Lauf and Frankfurt, Tesla's apparatus might have evolved differently in America. Herring did not have access to various details of the Westinghouse motors, and that was because the work was not in the public domain. Great amounts of money were spent to keep the work private. Had a Lauf and Frankfurt type of transmission occurred in America without Westinghouse's permission, it would have clearly been a case of patent piracy. Tesla issued patents in most of the industrialized countries, and it appears likely that Brown and Oerlikon licensed Tesla's patents and paid him for the privilege of using them. Coincidentally, Gisbert Cap's treatise, which was initially published in 2 installments in December 1890 in The Electrician in London, appears also to have been used extensively by Charles Steinmetz in 1891 and 1892, while he was constructing AC motors at a machine shop in New York before he was hired by Thomson, according to B.A. Berendt, author of one of the first definitive works on the AC motor. An émigré from Switzerland, Berendt came to work for the New England Granite Company, a division of GE, in 1896. Particularly upset by the tactics of such writers as Steinmetz in using other people's work and leaving their names out of the bibliography, Berendt would later become one of Tesla's most important allies. In the foreword of his book, Berendt states, "The tendency to write books without references is due largely to the desire to avoid the looking up of other writers' papers. The reader is not benefited by such treatment, as he may frequently prefer the original to the treatment of the author whose book he is reading. Besides, a knowledge of the literature of our profession is essential to an understanding of the art and to an honest interpretation of the part played therein by our fellow workers." Writing to Oliver Heaviside specifically about such authors as Steinmetz, Berendt quoted Huxley, "Magna est veritas et priva libet," translating and modifying the quote as follows: "Truth is great, certainly, but considering her greatness, it is curious what a long time she is apt to take about prevailing." The body of his book began with this sentence: "The induction motor, or rotary field motor, was invented by Mr. Nikola Tesla in 1888. Tesla's picture also appeared as the frontispiece. Throughout his life, Berendt sought to set the record straight as to who the real author of the AC polyphase system was. When Westinghouse sued New England Granite for patent infringements, Berendt was placed in an embarrassing and disagreeable position. The high command, which stemmed from Wall Street, wanted him to testify against Tesla. On May 3, 1901, Berendt wrote back to the attorney Arthur Stem, "My dear sir, you will see that I am now, even more than I have been before, of the opinion that it is not possible for us to bring forth arguments that could go to show the invalidity of the Tesla patents in suit. I cannot undertake this duty. 10. The Royal Society, 1892. The lecture given by Mr. Tesla will live long in the imagination of every person that heard him, opening as it did to many of them for the first time apparently limitless possibilities in the applications and control of electricity. Seldom has there been such a gathering of all the foremost electrical authorities of the day on the tiptoe of expectation. Electrical Review. The rapid progress in the field of electromagnetic radiation, opened up by the findings of Sir William Crookes, Sir Oliver Lodge, and especially Hertz, induced in Tesla a mania to complete as many patents as he could. Summoning his prodigious powers of self-denial, depriving himself of sleep, and exerting the full potential of his will, Tesla unfurled his creations as fast as he could. It was at this time that the grand vision arose of wireless transmission of electrical power, and he simply abhorred the thought that someone else should invent it before he could. Thus he began to build ever more powerful coils, while at the same time continuing his numerous experiments in high-intensity lighting, ozone production, converting AC to DC, and wireless communication. In February 1891, Tesla applied for the first of 3 portentous patents for the conversion and distribution of electrical energy. This invention, which was finalized after his return from Europe, was the mechanical oscillator, a completely unique multi-purpose device. Unlike the Hertz spark gap apparatus, which produced slow rhythmic discharges, the Tesla oscillator supplied a smooth, continuous current which could not only generate hundreds of thousands or even millions of volts, but could also be tuned to specific frequencies. Over his lifetime, Tesla said, "I developed not less than 50 types of these transformers, each complete in every detail." The device was, in essence, a small engine with almost no moving parts. The work-performing piston was not connected with anything else, but was perfectly free to vibrate at an enormous rate. "In this machine," Tesla proclaimed, "I succeeded in doing away with all packings, valves, and lubrication, although the utilization of oil was intrinsic to its design. By combining this engine with the dynamo, I produced a highly efficient generator, which propagated an unvarying rate of oscillation. Since the current was so absolutely steady and uniform, one could keep the time of day with the machine. In fact, the inventor also used the oscillator as a clock." In June 1891, Tesla came upon an article by Professor J.J. Thomson. This British scientist, whose work would lead him to a Nobel Prize as the discoverer of the electron, was in the process of directing electrical beams from cathode ray tubes so as to study the structure of electromagnetic energy. These investigations prompted a vigorous exchange in the electrical journals between these two men, and inspired Tesla to return with renewed zeal to my own experiments. Soon my efforts were centered upon producing in a small space the most intense inductive action. Tesla would describe these exciting results to Thomson in person 6 months later during the lectures he gave in London. That same year, Tesla took out 2 more patents on AC motors which he owed Westinghouse. He also took out a patent on an electrical meter and a condenser, and 2 on incandescent lighting. On January the 8th, 1892, T.C. Martin, Josh Wetzler, and George Sheep sent Tesla an invitation to dine and spend an evening before your journey to Europe. Tesla's glassblower, David Hirgezel, provided all of the tubes necessary for the trip. Sailing on the 16th, Tesla arrived in London on the 26th. Sir William Preece provided a horse and carriage for the young inventor and invited Tesla to stay at his house. Tesla's plan was to speak before the Institution of Electrical Engineers a week later and leave immediately for Paris to lecture before the Société Française des Électriciens. It must have been gratifying that Preece took an interest, as he was part of the old guard. 22 years Tesla's senior and one of the patriarchs of the British scientific community, Preece was an amiable gentleman with a full rich beard, high forehead, wire-rimmed glasses, and an air of self-assurance. As head of the government's postal telegraph office, Preece had worked with telegraphy as far back as 1860 and had brought Bell's telephone, along with Bell himself, to the British Isles in the mid-1870s. He had also been associated with Edison since 1877, having coined the term Edison effect after visiting the wizard in 1884 to study his work with vacuum lamps and a peculiar effect whereby electronic particles flowed through space from the negative pole to the positive. Using this device as a voltage regulator, Preece returned to England to show his colleagues, especially Ambrose Fleming. After a few days of enjoyable company and a tour of London, Tesla relaxed, and on Wednesday, February the 3rd, his discourse, entitled Experiments with Alternate Currents of High Potential and High Frequency, was presented. For a full 2 hours, Mr. Tesla kept his audience spellbound. Before such colleagues as J.J. Thomson, Oliver Heaviside, Sylvanus P. Thomson, Joseph Swan, Sir John Ambrose Fleming, Sir James Dewar, Sir William Preece, Sir Oliver Lodge, Sir William Crookes, and Lord Kelvin, Tesla proclaimed the driving force of his motivation. Is there, I ask, can there be a more interesting study than that of alternating current? We observe how this energy takes the many forms of heat, light, mechanical energy, and even chemical affinity. All of these observations fascinate us. Each day we go to our work in the hope that someone, no matter who, may find a solution to one of the pending problems, and each succeeding day we return to our task with renewed ardor. And even if we are unsuccessful, our work has not been in vain, for in these strivings we have found hours of untold pleasure, and we have directed our energies to the benefit of mankind. Any feature of merit which this work may contain, Tesla humbly stated, was derived from the work of a number of scientists who are present today, not a few who can lay better claim than myself. Looking about the room, and with a gleam in his eye, Tesla continued, one at least I must mention. It is a name associated with the most beautiful invention ever made. It is Crookes. I believed that the origin of my advances was that fascinating little book on radiant energy which I read many years ago. Firing up his great coil amid erupting thunderbolts, Tesla spoke as if a sorcerer. He announced that with his knowledge he had the ability to make animate that which was inert. With wonder and delight, we note the effects of strange forces which we bring into play, which allow us to transform, to transmit and direct energy at will. We see the mass of iron and wires behave as though endowed with life. Lamps suddenly burst forth in a variety of magnificent colors of phosphorescent light. Tesla touched a wire, and sparks ejaculated from its end. He created sheets of luminescence, directed electrical streams upon small surfaces, lit wireless tubes simply by picking them up, and erased them by holding a wire from a distant terminal, i.e. grounding the effect, or by grasping the tube with both hands, thereby rendering dark the area in between and pulling his hands apart in a steady stroke. And just as easily, he would rotate the tube in the direction of axis of the coil and reignite the glow. His theories on the relationship of wavelength to the structure and manufacture of light and his displays of wireless fluorescent tubes prompted one viewer to postulate that the future mode of lighting a dwelling might occur by actually rendering the whole mass of air in the room softly and beautifully phosphorescent. Tesla unveiled his first true radio tube in this second month of 1892 in the presence of all of the key forefathers of the invention of the wireless. In order to obtain the most perfect vacuum possible, the adept had extracted the air from a bulb that was contained inside another vacuum tube. Within this inner chamber, Tesla generated a beam of light devoid of any inertia. By producing extremely high frequencies, he created an electric brush that was so sensitive that it responded even to the stiffening of the muscles in a person's arm. This brush tended to circle away from an approaching person, but always in a clockwise direction. Noting that the ray was extremely susceptible to magnetic influences, Tesla speculated that its direction of rotation was probably affected by the geomagnetic torque of the Earth. He further expected that this brush would rotate counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere. Only a magnet could get the stream of light to reverse its direction of rotation. "I am firmly convinced," Tesla stated, "that such a brush, when we learn how to produce it properly, may be the means of transmitting intelligence to a distance without wires." Of these phenomena, Tesla began in the next phase, the most fascinating for an audience are certainly those which are noted in an electrostatic field acting through a considerable distance. "By properly constructing a coil," he continued, "I have found that I could excite vacuum tubes no matter where they were held in the room." Referring to the work of J.J. Thomson and J.A. Fleming on the creation of a luminous thread within a vacuum tube, Tesla went on to discuss different methods of exciting vacuum tubes by altering the wavelength or the length of the tube. Setting up a fan as an analog and discussing the research of Preece, Hertz, and Lodge on the radiation of electromagnetic energy into the Earth and space, Tesla then displayed no-wire motors. "It is not necessary to have even a single connection between the motor and generator," he announced, "except perhaps through the ground, or through the rarefied air. There is no doubt that with enormous potentials, luminous discharges might be passed through many miles of rarefied air, and that, by thus directing the energy of many hundreds of horsepower, motors or lamps might be operated at considerable distances from stationary sources." Based on research conducted the year before, which had been prompted by the work of J.J. Thomson in propagating streams of electrical energy, Tesla expanded upon his high-intensity button lamp, a device that could dematerialize or vaporize matter. This arrangement, as we shall see, is precisely the configuration required to create laser beams. Most likely, Tesla displayed actual laser beams at this time. However, neither he nor the other scientists present at the time recognized the unique importance of the directed ray, as it was part of a combination of other lighting effects which resulted in the disintegration of the material that was being bombarded. There are two types of standard lasers which correspond to Tesla's work. One, a ruby laser, which reflects energy back to its source, which in turn stimulates more atoms into emitting special radiation, and two, a gas laser, which consists of a tube filled with helium and neon. High voltage is applied across two electrodes near the ends of the tube, causing a discharge to take place. In both instances, the excited atoms are contained in an enclosure and then reflected into one specific direction. They differ from ordinary flashlights not only because they emit a uniform wavelength of light, but also because there is a pausing, metastable state before the light is emitted. Tesla worked with lamps constructed in exactly these ways. The first he called a button lamp, the second an exhausted or phosphorescent tube. Their prime function was as efficient illumination devices. Their secondary functions were as laboratory apparatus for a variety of experiments. In one tube filled with rarefied gas, once the glass fiber is heated, the discharge breaks through its entire length instantaneously. Another bulb was painted on one side with a phosphorescent powder or mixture and threw a dazzling light far beyond that yielded by any ordinary phosphorescence. A common experiment of mine was to pass through a coil energy at a rate of several thousand horsepower, put a piece of thick tinfoil on a stick and approach it to that coil. The tinfoil would not only melt, but it would be evaporated, and the whole process took place in so small an interval of time that it was like a cannon shot. That was a striking experiment. Tesla also constructed a type of button lamp which could disintegrate any material, including zirconia and diamonds, the hardest substances known to exist. The lamp was, in essence, a globe coated inside with a reflective material, like the Leyden jar, and a button of any substance, most often carbon, which was highly polished and attached to a source of power. Once electrified, the button would radiate energy which would bounce off the interior of the globe and back onto itself, thereby intensifying a bombardment effect. In this way, the button would be vaporized. Tesla next described precisely the invention of the ruby laser over 5 decades before its reappearance in the middle of the 20th century. The description is quite explicit. In an exhausted bulb, we can concentrate any amount of energy upon a minute button of zirconia, which glowed with an almost intense light, and the stream of particles projected out was of a vivid white. Magnificent light effects were noted, of which it would be difficult to give an adequate idea. To illustrate the effect observed with a ruby drop, at first one may see a narrow funnel of white light projected against the top of the globe, where it produces an irregularly outlined phosphorescent patch. In this manner, an intensely phosphorescent, sharply defined line corresponding to the outline of the drop, fused ruby, is produced, which spreads slowly over the globe as the drop gets larger. A more perfect result, used in some of these bulbs, involves the construction of a zinc sheet, performing the double office of intensifier and reflector. The inventor's talk ended with the speculation that with improvements in the construction of long-distance cables, per his suggestions, telephony across the Atlantic would soon be possible. It is significant to note that at this moment he did not yet envision wireless transmission of voice, but rather wireless transmission of intelligence, i.e. Morse code, light and power. His discussions with Preece, however, on the existence of earth currents was beginning to take hold, and shortly afterward Tesla began to conceptualize the idea of transmitting voice and even pictures by means of wireless. It has been my chief aim in presenting these results to point out phenomena or features of novelty, Tesla concluded, and to advance ideas which I am hopeful will serve as starting points of new departures. It has been my chief desire this evening to entertain you with some novel experiments. Your applause, so frequently and generously accorded, has told me that I have succeeded. At the end of the lecture, Mr. Tesla tantalizingly informed his listeners that he had shown them but 1/3 of what he was prepared to do, and the whole audience remained in their seats, unwilling to disperse, insisting upon more, and Mr. Tesla had to deliver a supplementary lecture. It may be stated, as Mr. Tesla mentioned, but which hardly seems to be realized, that practically the whole of the experiments shown were new and had never been shown before, and were not merely a repetition of those given in America. Having seen the inventor handle such enormous voltages so unconcernedly, many of the attendees mumbled surprise among themselves, and gathered the courage to inquire how Tesla dared to take the current through his body. It was the result of a long debate in my mind, Tesla replied, but through calculation and reason I concluded that such currents ought not to be dangerous to life any more than the vibrations of light are dangerous. Consider a thin diaphragm in a water pipe with to and fro piston strikes of considerable amplitude. The diaphragm will be ruptured at once, the inventor explained by analogy. With reduced strokes of the same total energy, the diaphragm will be less liable to rupture, until, with a vibratory impulse of many thousands per second, no actual current flows, and the diaphragm is in no danger of rupture. So with the vibratory current. In other words, Tesla had increased the frequency or alterations per second, but reduced the amplitude or power greatly. The wizard thereupon fired up the coil once again, sending tens of thousands of volts through or around his body, and illuminated 2 fluorescent tubes which he held dramatically in each hand. "As you can see," Tesla added, "I am very much alive." "That we can see," one member responded. "But is there no pain?" "A spark, of course, passes through my hands and may puncture the skin, and sometimes I receive an occasional burn, but that is all, and even this can be avoided if I hold a conductor of suitable size in my hand and then take hold of the current." "In spite of your reasons," another concluded with a shake of his head, "your speculation resembles to me the feelings that a man must have before plunging off the Brooklyn Bridge." In listening to Tesla's statement that he had only shown part of what he had prepared, the perspicacious Professor Dewar, inventor of the Dewar flask, or everyday hot and cold thermos, took the inventor at face value and realized that there was more information to impart. The wizard had simply run out of time. As a member of the board of the Royal Institution, also situated in London, Dewar knew that there were many dignitaries who missed the grand event, especially Lord Raleigh. So he set himself the task of persuading Tesla to present an encore the following evening. After the talk, Dewar escorted Tesla on a tour of the Royal Institution, where he displayed the work of his predecessors, especially Michael Faraday's apparatus. "Why not stay for one more performance?" Dewar inquired. "I must go to Paris," Tesla insisted, keeping foremost in his mind his desire to limit the time of his visits at each stop so that he could return to the States as quickly as possible. "How often do you think you'll have the chance to visit the laboratories of such men as Crookes or Kelvin?" Dewar asked in his Scottish brogue. At the same time, he invited Tesla to visit his own lab, where he was creating extremely low temperatures that approached absolute zero and conducting pioneer studies of electromagnetic effects in such environments as liquid oxygen. "You've already lived in Paris. Now see London." "I was a man of firm resolve," Tesla admitted later, but succumbed easily to the forceful arguments of the great Scotchman. He pushed me into a chair and poured out half a glass of wonderful brown fluid which sparkled in all sorts of iridescent colors and tasted like nectar. "Now," Dewar declared with a twinkle in his eye and a grin that brought one of reciprocation on the face of his captive, "you're sitting in Faraday's chair, and you're enjoying whiskey he used to drink." In both aspects, Tesla recalled, it was an enviable experience. The next evening, I gave a demonstration before the Royal Institution. At the culmination of the lecture, much of which again was new material not presented the previous evening, but integrated into the above discussion, Tesla presented Lord Kelvin with one of his Tesla coils, and Lord Raleigh took over the lectern for the conclusion. Tesla recalled, "He said that I possessed a particular gift of discovery, and that I should concentrate upon one big idea. Coming from this ideal man of science, one who had worked out mathematical equations concerning the wavelength of light, and who had also calculated the atomic weights of many of the elements, this suggestion made a great impression. A new sense of destiny swirled through Tesla as he began to realize that he would have to figure out a way to surpass his earlier discoveries in AC. The next day, Tesla received an invitation from Ambrose Fleming to visit his lab at University College on the weekend. Fleming had been successful in setting up oscillatory discharges with a Spottiswoode coil as the primary and Leyden jars as the secondary, and he wanted to show Tesla his results. Having been a consultant to Edison in connection with the lighting industry, Fleming would 4 years hence work with Marconi in the development of the wireless, and a few years after that come to invent the rectifier, a device for converting the incoming electromagnetic waves of AC into DC upon entering the receiving apparatus. Having attended both lectures, Fleming congratulated Tesla heartily on your grand success. After this, no one can doubt your qualifications as a magician of the first order. The English aristocrat concluded by dubbing Tesla a member of the new fictitious Order of the Flaming Sword. Tesla had sparked the imagination of his British colleagues, and rapidly a number of them began to replicate his work and make their own advances. At Sir William Crookes's lab, Tesla constructed a coil as a gift and taught Crookes how to build Tesla coils on his own. But Crookes complained, "The phosphorescence through my body when I hold one terminal is decidedly inferior to that given with the little one that you made for me." As was his custom, Tesla toiled incessantly until the eclectic Crookes forced him to take a break, and at night, after dinner, the two scientists sat back and prognosticated. Topics range from discussions of the ramifications of their own research and potential future of the field to religion, Tesla's homeland, and metaphysics. Twirling an elongated wax moustache that fanned out like the tail feathers of a bird of paradise, the bearded mentor revealed that he had experimented in wireless communication before even Hertz began his investigations in 1889. Crookes discussed the possibility that electrical waves would be able to penetrate solid objects, such as walls, and he argued against Kelvin's suggestion that the life force and electricity were at some level identical. Nevertheless, electricity has an important influence upon vital phenomena, and is in turn set in action by the living being, animal or vegetable. Here Crookes was referring to various species, such as electric eels, iridescent sea slugs, and lightning bugs. Further speculation caused the two men to discuss the possibility that electricity could be utilized to purify water and treat sewage and industrial waste. Perhaps, Crookes suggested, proper frequencies could be generated to electrify gardens so as to stimulate growth and make crops unappealing to destructive insects. Expanding on the work of Rayleigh, Crookes discussed with Tesla the possibility of setting up millions of separate wavelengths so as to ensure secrecy in communication between two wireless operators. They also reviewed the work of Helmholtz on the structure of the physical eye, noting that receptors on the retina are sensitive to one set of wavelengths, i.e. visible light, and silent to others. In the same way, a receiving device for accepting electromagnetic signals might also be so constructed to receive certain transmissions and not others. Another point at which the practical electrician should aim, Crookes said in response to one of Tesla's more dauntless speculations, is in control of weather. Such goals as the elimination of fog, or the ghastly perennial drizzle that plagued the island, and creation of great amounts of rain scheduled for specific days were also discussed. And if this was not enough, Crookes also introduced Tesla to a vigorous discussion of his experiments in mental telepathy, spiritualism, and even human levitation. As a member of the Society of Psychical Research and later president, Crookes was in good company. Other scientists who would rise to the helm of the Psychic Society included Oliver Lodge, J.J. Thomson, and Lord Rayleigh. Crookes straightforwardly presented a plethora of convincing evidence, including drawings by receivers that matched those created by senders, photographs from seances of ectoplasmic materializations generated by the clairvoyant Florence Cook, and eyewitness accounts of levitation by himself and his wife. Those statements were enough to raise the eyebrows of anyone, and they served to rattle Tesla's worldview. As a staunch materialist, up to that time, Tesla had absolutely no belief in any aspect of the field of psychic research, including relatively tame occurrences such as thought transference. But with Crookes's documentation and the support of other members of the cognoscenti, especially Lodge, and with Tesla already exhausted from the strain of his severe schedule, the Serb's mind began to spin. He would drop off in the middle of conversations and subsequently frightened his host. The reality that he had constructed and the world of superstition he thought he had left behind when he emigrated from the old world swarmed through his brain like a hive of bumblebees and shattered mightily his world view. The pressure Tesla was under caused Crookes to offer some friendly advice in a letter. I hope you will get away to the mountains of your native land as soon as you can. You're suffering from overwork, and if you don't take care of yourself, you'll break down. Don't answer this letter or see anyone, but take the first train. Ending the letter on a waggish note, Crookes added, I'm thinking of going myself, but I'm only thinking of going as far as Hastings. Tesla wanted to take his advice, but he had to address the Paris Society first. Tesla crossed the English Channel during the second week of February and booked a room at the Hotel de la Paix. At his upcoming lecture before a joint conference of the Société de Physique and the Société Internationale des Électriciens, which was held on February the 19th, the inventor sought out the well-known French physician Dr. Dassonval, a pioneer in the field of diathermy. Tesla said later, when Dr. Dassonval declared that he had made the same discovery concerning the physical effects caused by sending extremely high frequency through the body, a heated controversy relative to priority was started. The French, eager to honor their countryman, made him a member of the Academy, ignoring entirely my earlier publication. Resolved to take steps for vindicating my claim, I met with Dr. d'Assenval. His personal charm disarmed me completely, and I abandoned my intention, content to rest on the record. It shows that my disclosure antedated his, and also that he used my apparatus in his demonstrations. The final judgment is left to posterity. Since the beginning, the growth of the new art of electrotherapy and industry has been phenomenal, some manufacturers turning out daily hundreds of sets. Many millions are now in use throughout the world. The currents furnished by them have proved an ideal tonic for the human nerve system. They promote heart action and digestion, induce healthful sleep, rid the skin of destructive exudations, and cure colds and fever by the warmth they create. They vivify atrophied or paralyzed parts of the body, allay all kinds of suffering, and save annually thousands of lives. Leaders in the profession have assured me that I have done more for humanity by this medical treatment than all my other discoveries and inventions. More recently, a number of researchers, particularly Dr. Robert O. Becker of Syracuse University, have utilized electrical currents to help heal bones that have difficulty knitting. Having studied regeneration capabilities of such reptiles as salamanders, whose tails he amputated, Becker has discovered that these animals generate a particular electrical frequency, which serves somehow as a field for promoting the total regrowth of the missing appendage. By artificially duplicating the signal, Becker reports, we've been able to produce partial limb regeneration in mammals such as rats by a similar technique, and some clinical applications are under study in human beings at this time. The Paris lecture ignited the French papers with Tesla's brilliant experiments. No man in our age has achieved such a universal scientific reputation in a single stride as this gifted young electrical engineer, the Electrical Review reported. Tesla met with a number of dignitaries while in Paris, including Prince Albert of Belgium, who was interested in supplying his country with a more economical means of distributing electric power, Monsieur Lucas of the Helios Company of Cologne, with whom Tesla sold his AC motor patents for use in Germany, and André Blondel, an important theoretician in advanced theories with alternating currents. 40 years later, Blondel recalled with immense interest and admiration the Paris conference and congratulated Tesla on the elegant simplicity with which he advanced his concepts in alternating current well beyond the work of his French colleague Desprez and his Italian neighbor Ferraris. Shortly after the lecture, and in a state of oblivion associated by my peculiar sleeping spells, which had been caused by prolonged exertion of the brain, Tesla received a dispatch at the hotel informing him that his mother was dying. I remembered how I made the long journey home without an hour of rest. Greeted in Gospic by his 3 sisters, all of whom were married to Serbian priests, and by his uncle Peter, the regional bishop, Tesla was in a terrible state. Entering the bedroom, he found his mother in agony. During this time, Tesla suffered from a peculiar malady similar to amnesia, where he claimed to have lost all memory of his earlier life. He also said that he slowly regained this information before his return to the States. One aspect of this episode which is noteworthy is that it occurred over a long period of time, beginning at the close of 1891 and culminating with his mother's death in April 1892. Tesla said that although he could not remember historical occurrences, he had no trouble thinking about the details of his research, including passages of text from his writings and complex mathematical formulae. Simultaneously, Tesla also experienced a psychic event which momentarily impressed me as supernatural. I had become completely exhausted by pain and long vigilance, and one night was carried to a building about 2 blocks from our home. As I lay helpless there, I thought that if my mother died while I was away from her bedside, she would surely give me a sign. Having been influenced by my friend Sir William Crookes when spiritualism was discussed, Tesla lay in anticipation. During the whole night, every fiber in my brain was strained in expectancy. but nothing happened until early in the morning. Awakening in a swoon, I saw a cloud carrying angelic figures of marvelous beauty, one of whom gazed upon me lovingly and gradually assumed the features of my mother. The appearance slowly floated across the room and vanished, and I was awakened by an indescribably sweet song of many voices. In that instant, or certitude, I knew that my mother had just died, and that was true. Surprised, and perhaps even frightened by the clairvoyant vision, Tesla wrote to Crookes for advice. For months, and maybe even for years after, the inventor sought the external cause of this strange manifestation. Note how Tesla assumes a priori that the cause came from outside as opposed to inside, that is, from the unconscious. Although he readily accepted the concept of wireless communication, in no way was Tesla capable of allowing for the possibility that the human brain could also act as a receiver of mental vibrations. The idea of telepathy, or spiritualism for that matter, was a true threat to the paradigm he was operating from, and so Tesla manufactured a physical mechanism as the cause of his noetic experience. "To my great relief," Tesla wrote, "I succeeded, after many months of fruitless effort, in solving the conundrum." The vision of the angels rising up Tesla attributed to the memory of an ethereal painting of the same subject which he had gazed on prior to the experience, and the sound of the serenading voices he linked to a nearby church choir that was singing for an Easter Mass. Whether or not Tesla's mother died on a Sunday morning is not known, but what is clear is that this analysis greatly relieved the tension Tesla was under, for it supported once again a materialistic viewpoint. A question which remains, however, is whether or not Tesla's excesses in work-related endeavors is enough to explain his onset of amnesia. One theoretician speculated that the enormous voltages that Tesla passed through his body may have contributed to the problem. From a psychoanalytic point of view, one could speculate that Tesla was repressing, that is, unconsciously but purposefully forgetting events that he did not want to remember. Possible unwanted memories included the way he felt as a child after his exalted brother died, and the recent eradication of the royalty clause with the Westinghouse Corporation. After the death of his mother, Tesla stayed on in Gorspic for 6 weeks to recuperate. On the positive side, it enabled the lone son to reconfirm emotional ties to his family. It also provided Tesla with probably the only extended vacation he would ever take. He traveled to Plaszki to visit his sister Marika, to Varaždin to see his uncle Pajo, and to Zagreb to lecture at the university. He sojourned to Budapest to confer with Gantz and Company as they were in the midst of constructing a substantial 1,000 horsepower alternator. He also met with a delegation of Serbian scientists who accompanied him down to Belgrade, where an audience was arranged with the king. Young Alexander I conferred upon Tesla a special title of Grand Officer of the Order of St. Sava, and the official plaque was shipped to him a few months later after his return to the States. Tesla also visited the great Serbian poet Jovan Šmaj Jovanović, and he attended an assembly where he was honored by the mayor. In front of a welcoming committee, Šmaj read his poem Pozdrav Nikola Tesla, and then Tesla took the podium. "There is something in me which is only perhaps illusory," Tesla began. "It is like that which often comes to young, enthusiastic persons. But if I were to be sufficiently fortunate to bring about at least some of my ideas, it would be for the benefit of all humanity." Referring back to Šmaj's poem, Tesla concluded with a message that would deeply touch the hearts of his people. "If these hopes become one day a reality, my greatest joy would spring from the fact that this work would be the work of a Serb." On his return leg, Tesla made a special trip through Prussia to see the eminent patriarch Hermann Ludwig von Helmholtz in Berlin and his most famous student, Heinrich Hertz, in Bonn. A bearded, youthful man with soft features, a high forehead and elongated face, Hertz had gained the world's attention by performing the first significant experiments in wireless, many of which Tesla replicated or expanded upon. In attempts to clarify the findings of James Clerk Maxwell on the nature of electromagnetic phenomena and its relationship to light and the structure of the ether, in 1886 Hertz constructed flat double-wound spiral coils, which he used in induction experiments in attempts to measure the propagation of electromagnetic waves. Hertz, like Tesla shortly after him, displayed resonance effects between primary and secondary circuits and established the existence of standing waves with their characteristic nodes and troughs in a long straight wire. He was also able to measure the wavelength of the waves in the wire. Hertz, however, differed markedly with Tesla in terms of his interpretation of the meaning of Maxwell's equations and his subsequent conceptualization of the structure of the ether. Deriving his clarifications more from theory than from actual experimentation, Hertz had created an elegant mathematical interpretation of Maxwell's equations, but at the expense of some aspects of Maxwell's theory, most notably vector, a quantity that has magnitude and direction, and scalar, a quantity that has magnitude but no direction, such as a point or field potentials. In duplicating Hertz's work, Tesla postulated that these components should not have been eliminated. What he tried to tell Hertz, and what he wrote a few months later, was that electromagnetic waves might more appropriately be called electric sound waves, or sound waves of electrified air. When Dr. Heinrich Hertz undertook his experiments from 1887 to 1889, Tesla told an interviewer, his object was to demonstrate a theory postulating a medium filling all space called the ether, which was structureless, of inconceivable tenuity, and yet possessed of great rigidity. He obtained certain results, and the whole world acclaimed them as an experimental verification of that cherished theory. But in reality, what he observed tended to prove just its fallacy. I had maintained for many years before that such a medium as supposed could not exist, and that we must rather accept the view that all space is filled with a gaseous substance. On repeating the Hertz experiments with much improved and very powerful apparatus, I satisfied myself that what he had observed was nothing else but effects of longitudinal waves in a gaseous medium. That is to say, waves propagated by alternating compression and expansion. He had observed waves in much of the nature of sound waves in the air, not transverse electromagnetic waves as generally supposed. Tesla tried to open a dialogue by noting that his experiments tended to contradict the polished mathematical results Hertz had achieved, but Hertz rebuked him. He seemed disappointed to such a degree, Tesla recalled, that I regretted my trip and parted from him sorrowfully. Having replicated Hertz's experiments, Tesla tried to show the German professor that his own oscillator could produce a much more efficient frequency for transmitting wireless impulses. Tesla already had his eye on the idea of transmitting power through the ambient medium, and the Hertzian paradigm virtually disallowed this possibility. But egos clashed as one Weltanschauung threatened the other, and Hertz would never come to realize that his device was obsolete. Perhaps this was to Hertz's advantage, for even to this day, wireless frequencies are referred to as Hertzian waves, when in fact they are really Teslas, as they are produced by high-frequency continuous wave oscillators, not by the primitive Hertzian interrupted spark gap apparatus. During the voyage home, Tesla walked the deck of the ship and pondered an incident that occurred to him during a hike he had taken in the mountains during the trip. Having witnessed an oncoming thunderstorm, he had noted that the rain was delayed until a flash of lightning was perceived. This observation confirmed Tesla's speculations with Martin and Crookes that weather control was possible because it was the production of large amounts of electricity, in Tesla's eyes, that caused the downpour. Revealing a megalomaniacal streak, Tesla recalled his thoughts that day in the Alps. Here was a stupendous possibility of achievement. If we could produce electric effects of the required quality, this whole planet and the conditions of existence on it could be transformed. The sun raises the water of the oceans, and the winds drive it to distant regions where it remains in a state of most delicate balance. If it were in our power to upset it when and wherever desired, this mighty life-sustaining stream could be at will, controlled. We could irrigate arid deserts, create lakes and rivers, and provide motive power in unlimited amounts. It seemed a hopeless undertaking, but I made up my mind to try it, and immediately upon my return to the United States in the summer of 1892, work was begun for the successful transmission of energy without wires.
11. Father of the Wireless, 1893.
The day when we shall know exactly what electricity is will chronicle an event probably greater, more important than any other recorded in the history of the human race. The time will come when the comfort, the very existence, perhaps, of man will depend upon that wonderful agent.
Nikola Tesla. Tesla disembarked from the August Victoria in the last week of August 1892. The trauma associated with the death of his mother was alleged to have caused a shock of hair on his right temporal lobe to temporarily turn white. Whether this occurred cannot be determined. However, what is clear from studying photographs taken before and after the excursion is that a qualitative alteration in his appearance took place, the virginal look of adolescence supplanted by the cocksure demeanor of manhood. After 3 years at the Astor House, Tesla moved on to the Hotel Gerlach. Set up on the European plan by Charles A. Gerlach, its manager, the Gerlach was equipped with elevators, electric lights, and sumptuous dining rooms. The establishment was family-oriented and fireproof. Located on 27th Street between Broadway and 6th Avenue, the Gerlach was just a few blocks from the new magnificent Madison Square Garden, a modern galleria with shops, theaters, restaurants, a 30-story tower, and a coliseum with a seating capacity of 17,000. The garden, which was still under construction, was financed by banker J. Pierpont Morgan, who was funding Edison at the time. And it was designed and managed by Stanford White, the flamboyant architect of the prestigious firm of McKim, Mead & White, who would later become an important associate of Tesla's. Having unpacked his bags and cache of missives at the new hotel, on he went to South Fifth Avenue to his lab, which he had been away from for so long. In long strides, the inventor weaved his way through Washington Square to the heart of that picturesque neighborhood known as the French Quarter. The streets were teeming with cheap restaurants, wine shops, and weather-beaten tenements, establishments Tesla would never frequent himself. To his surprise, he noticed shop owners waving, whispering among themselves. Some even displayed awe. Having been elected to the Royal Society of Great Britain, he had now become a célébrité internationale, and the neighborhood had been awaiting his return. He came upon what one reporter described as the uninviting, huge yellowish brick building of some half-dozen stories, which housed his lab. Eagerly, the murky interior was entered as Tesla traversed the stairs, taking 2 at a time. He climbed past the oily, smelly lower floors, which were devoted to a pipe-cutting factory, even managed to smile for the owners of the dry cleaning service on the 3rd floor, and then entered his secluded haven on the 4th. The inventor had brought a number of books which he had purchased abroad, and he placed them in his library before proceeding into the machine room, where he spent some time removing dust and cobwebs. Tesla's prime concern was to exploit his advances in fluorescent lighting and wireless transmission of power. Over the next few weeks, he hired several workers and a secretary, and began by dictating an article on experiments he had conducted with Hertzian frequencies and their relationship to the surrounding medium. He refined his oscillators and designed an experiment whereby one of the terminals of a sizable transmitter was attached to one of the city's water mains, and he recorded electrical vibrations at different positions around town. By varying the frequency, he said, I was able to watch for evidence of resonance effects at various distances. I think that beyond doubt it is possible to operate electrical devices in a city through the ground or pipe system by resonance from an electrical oscillator located at a central point. Using vacuum tubes and other tuned circuits as detectors, Tesla began to study the principles of harmonics and standing waves, noting that his instruments would respond at certain points along the pipes, but not at other positions. There was also mail to answer and equipment to order. In September, correspondence was begun with Mr. Fodor, a German scientist who, with Tesla's help, translated his world-famous discourses into German. Shortly thereafter, Thomas Edison sent an inscribed photograph to Tesla from Edison. Tesla also conferred with Professor R.H. Thurston, a physics teacher from Cornell who had expertise in thermodynamics. At the end of the month, George Westinghouse stopped by with Albert Schmidt to welcome the inventor home and discuss the fate of the Tesla AC system. In May of that year, Westinghouse had won the bid to furnish the power for the upcoming Columbian Exposition, which was going to be held in Chicago, and he reportedly had taken $1 million loss in order to secure the contract. But even at this juncture, he was still not convinced that the Tesla system would prove to be more useful than compressed air and hydraulic power for long-distance transmissions. Although Tesla had great respect for the descendant of Russian noblemen, he still had difficulty hiding his dissatisfaction. Schmidt was relieved that the burden of convincing Westinghouse had shifted. "My conviction, Mr. Westinghouse, is that a motor without brushes and commutator is the only form which is capable of permanent success. To consider other plans, I consider a mere waste of time and money." Westinghouse asked for Tesla's help, particularly in aiding Schmidt, Scott, and Lamb, and Tesla agreed. Having been assured once again that the Tesla system was all that it promised to be and more, Westinghouse returned to Pittsburgh with a new sense of purpose. In the early part of 1893, Lamb wrote, "Much entirely new and novel apparatus was built for our Chicago World's Fair exhibit." Tesla would commute to and from Pittsburgh during this hectic time to guide the workers on the construction of the large dynamos, or Lamb, Schmidt, or Scott would stop by in New York for advice. They were also helping Tesla construct his own exhibit, which would appear under the Westinghouse banner. Scott was in charge of resurrecting Tesla's ingenious spinning egg, a device which not only aptly displayed the principles of the rotating magnetic field, but also paid homage to Christopher Columbus, the explorer whose accomplishments were being honored on this 400th anniversary of his transatlantic journey. Hence the title of the fair, the Columbian Exposition. The fair was slated to open in May, and this gave them only a few months to complete what was truly a Herculean task. Westinghouse may have won the right to light the fair, but Edison would not allow him a license to produce his light bulb. Fortunately for Westinghouse, he did have a viable patent on a Sawyer-Mann stopper lamp, which had a rubber bottom where the filament was attached, in place of the Edison all-glass evacuated construction. Although less efficient, the Sawyer-Mann lamp worked. With less than 6 months left until opening day, he had to produce 250,000 of these inferior bulbs. Coupled with the costs of legal disputes, the company was involved in a great risk venture. However, the prize, if all went successfully, would be the right to harness Niagara Falls. Potential revenues from such a contract would be immense. Tesla arranged for Mr. Luca of the Helios Company of Cologne to come to Pittsburgh to discuss supplying the German concern with AC equipment for their contract in Germany. "He has been sent here to gather information about railway, steam, and other motors," Tesla told Westinghouse. "I believe they would be ready to make a small cash payment and pay a moderate royalty, and I have done what I could to facilitate an understanding." Tesla had also secured other European connections, and soon revenues from abroad began to roll in. Nevertheless, there remained a good deal of animosity toward Tesla by some other members of the Westinghouse organization, partially because Tesla was paid so handsomely for an invention that they considered had also been conceived by Schellenberger, and partially because they simply didn't like the pompous foreigner. There were also great financial costs incurred in dismantling the hundreds of profitable Golar-Gibbs power stations which were dotted across the nation. In November 1892, Grover Cleveland, former hangman and sheriff of Buffalo, running on an anti-labor ticket, was re-elected President of the United States. Cleveland's second inauguration inflamed many segments of the population and no doubt helped trigger the Panic of 1893. The calamity began in 1892 with the financial collapse of 4 major railroads. Then banks failed, and tens of thousands of people became unemployed. And the Westinghouse Company was just beginning a decade-long course of incurring enormous debt. Westinghouse realized that he had to back Tesla unconditionally as the sole inventor of the AC polyphase system. Had there been any ambiguity in the matter, competitors could seize an advantage by obscuring the origins of the invention, and thus they would be able to produce Teslaic technology without royalty payments to Westinghouse. On January the 16th, 1893, Westinghouse came out with an announcement touting the Tesla multiphase or polyphase system, which was circulated to the electrical magazines and major competitors. Having secured exclusive right to manufacture and sell apparatus covered by Tesla's patents, the Westinghouse Company promised to use such apparatus to economically harness the many waterfalls which were wasting so much energy. Now that the problems in Pittsburgh were somewhat alleviated, Tesla could devote more time to his upcoming lectures, which were going to be held at the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia at the end of February, and again the following week in March at the annual meeting of the National Electric Light Association in St. Louis. He was met in Philadelphia by Professor Edwin Houston, formerly the partner of Houston's former student, Elihu Thomson. Tesla began his lecture in Philadelphia with a discussion of the human eye, nature's masterpiece. It is the great gateway through which all knowledge enters the mind. It is often said, the very soul shows itself in the eye. The study of the eye suggested a number of different and distinct lines of inquiry. For instance, it enabled Tesla to envision the precursor to television with its numerous transfiguring pixels corresponding to the light-sensitive receiving cells of the retina. In another vein, in conjunction with instruments such as microscopes and telescopes, the eye also opened up new vistas for scientific inquiry. Alluding to the concept of the plurality of worlds, Tesla would say, "It was an organ of a higher order." "It is conceivable," Tesla continued, "that in some other world, in some other beings, the eye is replaced by a different organ, equally or more perfect, but these beings cannot be men." Obtaining information from all corners of the universe at the same time, the eye interacted with that elusive realm called the mind. Furthermore, this organ was also a perfect analogue of Tesla's Aristotelian worldview, as the eye had to be triggered from an external source in order to function. If we go back to one of Tesla's earlier experiments with the brush phenomena, that is, the creation of a brush or stream of light generated within an insulated vacuum bulb that responded to the faintest electromagnetic reverberations, we see that to Tesla, this precursor to the radio tube was actually based on the principles inherent in the construction of the human eye. The brush, we remember, not only reacted to magnetic influences, but also to the approach of a person and to the torque of the earth, just as the eye also reacts to faint impulses from near or far. It is the only organ capable of being affected directly by the vibrations of the ether. The ether was a 19th century theoretical construct of an all-pervasive medium between the planets and stars. In 1881, Michelson and Morley unsuccessfully tried to measure the ether in their famous experiment with light beams and mirrors. The ramifications of their findings did not become evident until after the turn of the century, a full decade after Tesla's lecture, when Einstein used the Michelson-Morley experiment to suggest that, by its nature, the ether cannot be detected, and further, that it was unnecessary for explaining how light could travel through space. Physics professor Edwin Gora of Providence College, whose mentors included Arnold Sommerfeld and Werner Heisenberg, stated that the ether could not be detected with 19th century techniques, and that Einstein replaced the old ether with a new non-Euclidean space-time construct. This new, more abstract ether had such unusual properties as allowing space to curve around gravitational bodies. Completely disagreeing with Einstein and never abandoning the concept of the all-pervasive ether, Tesla said that space cannot be curved because something cannot act upon nothing. Light, according to Tesla, bent around stars and planets because they were attracted by a force field. Gora agreed that the two concepts of curved space and force field may actually be different viable ways of describing the same thing. Returning to the 1893 lecture, for Tesla the relationship of electrical phenomena to the structure of the ether appeared to be an important key to understanding how it could be transmitted without wires in an efficient manner. The problem of the transmission of electromagnetic energy through space was discussed in all three of his lectures on high-frequency phenomena. One question he considered was whether the ether was motionless or in motion. When vibrations were transmitted through it, it appeared to act like a still lake, but at other times the ether acted like a fluid to the motion of bodies through it. Referring to the investigations of Kelvin, Tesla concluded that the ether must be in motion. But regardless of this, there is nothing which would enable us to conclude with certainty that, while a fluid is not capable of transmitting transverse vibrations of a few hundred or thousand per second, it might not be capable of transmitting such vibrations when they range into hundreds of millions per second. Tesla would later claim spectacular results in wireless transmission, never duplicated by any other researcher. He states that his system was not bound to the inverse square laws, and it appears that his success, if indeed it was a success, was based on the premise that above certain frequencies the ether revealed novel and heretofore unknown features. Perhaps threshold values were involved. Tesla continued his discussion on the structure of the ether and its relationship to electromagnetic phenomena by making two observations. One, that energy could be transmitted by independent carriers, and two, that atomic and subatomic particles whirled around each other like little solar systems. These two concepts, which were tied to the mystery of the structure of the ether, predated similar ideas proposed by quantum physicists Ernest Rutherford, Niels Bohr, and Albert Einstein by at least a decade. In Rutherford's case, he is often credited as the first physicist to view the atom as structured somewhat like a solar system. It is evident, however, that Rutherford referred to Tesla's high-frequency lectures in 1895 when he constructed high-frequency AC equipment for conducting long-distance wireless experiments. Tesla stated that he could create electromagnetic oscillations that displayed transverse and also longitudinal wave characteristics. The first, transverse case, corresponds to the concept of the ether as a medium for propagating wave-like impulses, and the second, longitudinal case, corresponds to what today is known as a quantum of energy analogous to the way sound waves travel through the air. Tesla maintained, against all opposition even to this day, that his electromagnetic frequencies traveled in longitudinal, bullet-like impulses, and thus they carried much more energy than can be ascribed to Hertzian transverse waves. In fact, as alluded to before, Hertz wanted to eliminate the idea of mass from the Maxwellian electromagnetic equations. Tesla's idea of longitudinal waves in the ether appear to be a direct outcropping of the research undertaken by Ernst Mach, who was still at Prague at the time. Mach's radical views on the relationship between consciousness, space, and time, and the nature of gravity were beginning to alter greatly the thinking of a number of key individuals. His idea, which came to be known as Mach's principle, hypothesized that all things in the universe were interrelated. For example, the mass of the Earth, according to this theory, was dependent on a supergravitational force from all stars in the universe. Nothing was separate. This view, which Mach realized corresponded to Buddhist thinking, paralleled closely views espoused by Tesla. Although the following quote was written almost a quarter of a century later, its link to Tesla's 1893 lecture is clear. There is no thing endowed with life, from man, who is enslaving the elements, to the nimblest creature, in all this world that does not sway in its turn. Whenever action is born from force, though it be infinitesimal, the cosmic balance is upset and universal motion results. This idea was extended and interlinked between living organisms and inert matter by Tesla. All are susceptible to stimulus from the outside. There is no gap between, no break of continuity, no special and distinguishing vital agent. The same law governs all matter,
All the universe is alive. The source of power which runs the universe is that found within the sun's heat and light. Wherever they are, there is life. As these processes were electrical in nature, to Tesla, the secret of electricity held the secret of life. Looking at the world around him, Tesla realized that it was a finite place, and that the natural resources, which gave humans the fuel to produce electricity, would eventually run out. What will man do when the forests disappear, when the coal deposits are exhausted? He asked his Philadelphia audience. Only one thing, according to our present knowledge, will remain. That is to transmit power at great distances. Man will go to the waterfalls and to the tides, Tesla speculated, because these, unlike coal and oil reserves, are replenishable. Having set up the premise that it could be possible to derive inexhaustible amounts of energy with properly constructed equipment, that is, to attach our engines to the wheelwork of the universe, Tesla described for the first time ever his invention of wireless transmission. Cloaking his true goals in more palatable language, he announced, "I firmly believe that it is practicable to disturb by means of powerful machines the electrostatic conditions of the Earth, and thus transmit intelligible signals and perhaps power." Taking into consideration the speed of electrical impulses with this new technology, all ideas of distance must vanish, as humans will be instantaneously interconnected. First, we must know what capacity the Earth is and what charge it contains. Tesla also speculated that the Earth was probably a charged body insulated in space, and thus had a low capacity. The upper strata, much like the vacuum created in his Geissler tubes, would probably be an excellent medium for transmitting impulses. We see here the precursor to the discovery by Heaviside and Kennelly of the ionosphere. Tesla had already thrust large amounts of electrical energy into the Earth to try to measure its period of frequency, but he had yet to come up with a figure that appeared accurate. Nevertheless, he knew the size of the Earth and the speed of light, and thus was already at this time formulating optimum wavelengths for transmitting impulses through the planet. During his talk, Tesla demonstrated impedance phenomena by turning on and off a light bulb by placing it at various positions along an electrified metal bar. Based somewhat on the work of Hertz, this experiment demonstrated the concepts of wavelength and standing waves. He constructed circuits with 2 or 3 bulbs independently connected in a row and placed metal bars at various points along the way, thereby illuminating or extinguishing one or another of these bulbs by impeding or not impeding the electrical flow. He also displayed electric lamps illuminated with only a single wire, and therefore was able to establish that the wire itself could be replaced by connecting the lamp directly to the Earth, which was also a conductor, as no return circuit, as found in the Edison bulbs, was necessary. As before, Tesla also displayed lamps illuminated with no connections whatsoever. With pure resonance, Tesla suggested, wires become unnecessary, since impulses can be jumped from sending device to receiver. Naturally, the receiving instruments would have to be tuned to the frequency of the transmitter. If ever we can ascertain at what period the Earth's charge, when disturbed or oscillates with respect to an oppositely electrified system or known circuit, we shall know a fact possibly of the greatest importance to the welfare of the human race. Tesla proceeded to present a diagram which depicted how to set up the aerials, receivers, transmitter, and ground connection. The son of one of his assistants described the apparatus. In the transmitter group on one side of the stage was a 5 kVA high-voltage pole-type oil-filled distribution transformer connected to a condenser bank of Leyden jars, a spark gap, a coil and wire running up to the ceiling. In the receiving group at the other side of the stage was an identical wire hanging from the ceiling, a duplicate condenser bank of Leyden jars and a coil, but instead of the spark gap, there was a Geissler tube that would light up when voltage was applied. When the switch was closed, the transformer grunted and groaned. The Leyden jars showed corona sizzling around their foil edges. The spark gap crackled with a noisy spark discharge, and an invisible electromagnetic field radiated energy into space from the transmitter antenna wire to the receiver antenna wire. Tesla elaborated. "When the electric oscillation is set up," he said, "there will be a movement of electricity in and out of the transmitter, and alternating currents will pass through the Earth. In this manner, neighboring points on the Earth's surface within a certain radius will be disturbed." Although Tesla's main goal was to transmit power, he also noted that, theoretically, it would not require a great amount of energy to produce a disturbance perceptible at great distance, or even all over the surface of the globe. In Tesla's autobiography, written a quarter of a century later, the inventor informs the reader that there was such opposition to his discussion of wireless telegraphy at that time that only a small part of what I had intended to say was embodied in the speech. This little salvage from the wreck has earned me the title Father of the Wireless. Tesla stated that it was Joseph Wetzler who told him to de-emphasize his work in wireless in this lecture. Wetzler probably edited out a number of key passages which in the long run could have helped Tesla establish more easily his priorities in the field. Nevertheless, the entire Philadelphia speech runs 100 typeset pages and covers numerous other topics as well. What is important to realize is that for the first time ever, a major inventor announced bold possibilities in the field of wireless communication. Simultaneously, he explained in step-by-step fashion all of the major components that would be needed for success. The question of who invented the radio is complex, for there was no single developer. Experiments in wireless can be traced back to Joseph Henry, who in 1842 transmitted electrical energy across a 30-foot room between magnetized needles and sensitive Leyden jars, and to Samuel Morse, who sent messages in 1847 by means of induction across an 80-foot wide canal by using something called current leakage. The first individual to transmit messages over long distances using aerials, in the form of kites and a ground connection, was Mahlon Loomis. A dentist and experimentalist who also used electricity to stimulate growth in plants, Loomis not only received a patent on the device in 1872, but also successfully introduced the Loomis Aerial Telegraphy Bill before the U.S. Congress. Loomis made such an impact that $50,000 was appropriated to help him in his pursuit. In 1886, Loomis sent wireless messages 14 miles between two mountains in Virginia, and a few years later, he also sent messages between ships 2 miles apart in Chesapeake Bay. There is little doubt that Tesla was aware of Loomis. For one thing, his patent was registered, and Tesla always made it a practice to study the work of his precursors. Also, it should be noted that some of the wording from Loomis's patent applications and published writings sound eerily like the wording in some of Tesla's discourses. For instance, Loomis discusses the passing of electrical vibrations or waves around the world, and principles of harmonics and resonance, and he also refers to harnessing the wheel work of nature, a favored term of Tesla's. In 1875, Thomas Edison, while working with Charles Batchelor, noticed an unusual sparking effect emanating from the core of an electromagnet which leapt to non-charged bodies several feet away. By using an electroscope, he was unable to distinguish a charge. In actuality, he had created a high frequency that could not be detected by his equipment. By charging a gas main, Edison was able to obtain sparks from the fixtures in his house several blocks away. Edison thought that since energy can take various forms, and it was possible to change electricity to magnetism, magnetism might be transformed into something else. Edison therefore announced to the scientific community that he had discovered a new unknown force. Possibly Tesla's ideas of connecting an oscillator to the water mains of a city may have been influenced by this research. In the early 1880s, William Preece, electrical engineer for the British Post Office, began directing experiments in wireless communication by means of an inductive apparatus. He was probably also the first inventor to realize that the Earth itself was an integral component in the successful implementation of any wireless system. After isolating the role of the Earth as either a primary or secondary circuit, Preece utilized telephone receivers as detecting devices and concluded that on ordinary working telegraph lines, the disturbance reached a distance of 3,000 feet, while effects were detected on parallel lines of a telegraph 10 to 40 miles apart in some sections of the country. Preece's work of detecting earth currents, which was duplicated by Western Union engineers in the United States, significantly influenced the theories expounded by Tesla. Preece had displayed a long-standing interest in wireless communications. He had visited Edison in the mid-1880s, just after Tesla emigrated to America, to witness firsthand Edison's latest invention, which he called the grasshopper telegraph, a device for jumping messages from dispatch stations to moving trains. By means of induction or resonance, a metal strip attached to a telephone receiver on a moving railroad car would send or receive messages from a similar strip strung parallel to the track at the station. Although the invention never evolved beyond this primitive early stage, the patent would later have important legal significance in priority battles over the invention of the wireless. Thus, Edison is clearly one of the fathers of wireless transmission, as are Henry Morse, Loomis, and Preece. Concerning the history of radio tubes, Edison also had an important invention, discussed above, of a dual-filament light bulb, which displayed a flow of current between them, Preece having named it the Edison effect. J.J. Thomson used it to help in his discovery of the electron, and Tesla combined information from this device with Crookes's work on radiation effects inside evacuated glass tubes to invent his brush phenomena, which was the first such vacuum tube explicitly created for wireless transmission of intelligence. Other precursors to Tesla included Heinrich Hertz, Oliver Lodge, and Edouard Branly. A French professor of physics, Branly, perhaps influenced by the knowledge of the Edison effect, noticed that the gap of Hertz's tuned circuits could be replaced by a glass-enclosed tube which contained finely scattered metallic particles. When current passed through the tube by means of wireless induction, the particles aligned themselves along the path of the gap and closed the circuit. A light tapping on the tube opened the circuit once again until transmission occurred. Lodge perfected Branly's 1890 discovery of particle cohesion and labeled it the coherer. These scientists were not thinking about wireless telegraphy at the time of their initial work. They were explorers in a new field of electromagnetic induction, and it was not until 1894, by Lodge's own calculation, that he thought in terms of utilizing the equipment as a means of conveying information. On the other hand, we remember that Crookes, writing in 1892, at the very time he was meeting with Tesla in England, noted that he had experimented in the wireless transmission of Morse code from one end of a house to another at about the same time as Hertz and Lodge were experimenting in the late 1880s, but he never publicized his work or furthered the invention beyond this casual experiment. Tesla realized, as did Hertz, that the Hertzian frequencies through space were not conductive for long-range communication, but unlike Hertz, Tesla sought a way around this limiting factor. Therefore, he devised not only the means of securing more powerful transmitters, but also concatenated tuned circuits, which were, in essence, sensitive radio tubes for receiving information. During this speech in Philadelphia, Tesla also introduced the concept of using both an aerial and ground connection and a single wire as a return for the operation of all kinds of devices. This system of wireless transmission was outlined in detail in highly visible articles which appeared in 1891, during his first public demonstrations of wireless Geissler tubes at Columbia College, in 1892 in Europe, and were explicitly delineated in 1893. It would be another full year before a high school boy by the name of Guglielmo Marconi would begin his first tinkerings in the field. 12. Electric Sorcerer, 1893. It was known that Mr. Tesla, who enjoys a high reputation as an electrician, had been experimenting upon a practically new electric light, but it was not known outside his laboratory that he had achieved such wonderful results or come so near to revolutionizing the theory of light. Other electrical explorers, especially Dr. Hertz and Dr. Lodge, had evolved the theory that the phenomena of light were related to the electromagnetic vibrations of ether or air,
but it remained for Mr. Tesla to demonstrate this fact and make the knowledge practically available. New York Recorder. Tesla left Philadelphia by rail at the end of February for the National Electric Light Association convention in St. Louis. Accompanied by T.C. Martin, who was covering both lectures for electrical engineer, they discussed the creation of a textbook based on the inventor's collected writings. The first half would be devoted to the full range of inventions associated with the AC polyphase system, with chapters on motor design, single-phase and polyphase circuits, armatures and transformers. The second half would contain Tesla's 3 discourses on high-frequency phenomena, which he had presented in New York, London and Philadelphia. With an introduction written by Martin and a few miscellaneous articles at the end, the treatise would run almost 500 pages. Josh Wetzler would be a second editor. Publication date was set for the end of the year. Martin had achieved a great coup, solidifying a deal with what many people were saying was the greatest living electrician. The inventions, researches and writings of Nikola Tesla would be a landmark text, becoming a virtual Bible for the numerous electricians who read it. On February the 28th, Tesla arrived in St. Louis, invited to speak by James I. Ayer, general manager of the local municipal electric light and power company. The arrival of the inventor created a jolt of excitement. His speech was billed as a replication of the London lecture. Over 4,000 copies of the journal containing a biographical sketch were sold upon the streets, something unprecedented in the history of electrical journalism. A procession of 80 electrical utility wagons and metermen carts rolled down Main Street as thousands of people clamored to get tickets for the performance. At the opening ceremony, both Tesla and Ayer were inducted into the association as honorary members. Afterward, Ayer introduced Tesla to one of his engineers, H.P. Broughton, a recent graduate of Cornell University, who was assigned as an assistant for the duration of the convention. The chamber allocated proved to be too small, so the event was moved to the Grand Music Entertainment Hall, a large auditorium with a seating capacity of over 4,000. Tickets were hawked on the steps for anywhere from $3 to $5. Yet even this theatre proved to be inadequate, for the house was crowded to suffocation. Mr. Ayer introduced the inventor to the audience with a sort of reverence as one who has an almost magic power over the vast hidden secrets of nature, and presented Tesla with a magnificent floral shield wrought in white carnations and red beauty roses. Peering out at the sea of faces, Tesla realized that it would be wise to restrict his lecture to the more spectacular experiments. With Broughton, he displayed his invention of wireless transmission of electrical energy by lighting up wireless receiving tubes by throwing a switch from the opposite side of the room. "Of all the many marvelous things we observe," he said, "to me it seems a vacuum tube excited by an electrical impulse from a distant source, bursting forth out of the darkness and illuminating the room with its beautiful light, is as lovely a phenomenon as can greet our eyes." By way of amusement, Tesla created sheets of electricity between 2 condenser plates. He illuminated light bulbs with and without filaments, ignited phosphorescent globes that threw a most dazzling light far beyond that yielded by any ordinary phosphorescence, and created strobe effects by whirling tubes that looked like white spokes of a wheel of glowing moonbeams. Tesla then approached his most powerful coil. Noticing Professor George Forbes in the audience, the engineer from Glasgow who had so highly recommended his AC system to the Niagara Power Commission, the inventor bowed in respect. Acknowledging his appreciation, Tesla predicted that ere long, great surges of electric energy based on this work would soon usher from the great waterfall. These next series of experiments are shown with some reluctance, yet forced thereto by the desire to gratify those who had shown such interest and formed so large an audience. I see I have little choice. Charging my body with electricity from an apparatus which I have devised, I can make the electricity vibrate at the rate of 1,000,000 times a second. The molecules of the air are then violently agitated, so violently that they become luminous, and streams of light then come out from the hand. In the same manner, I am able to take in the hand a bulb of glass filled with certain substances and make them spring into light. I had the pleasure of performing these very experiments privately before Lord Rayleigh, and I will always remember this distinguished scientist trembling in eagerness and excitement when he witnessed them. The appreciation I have received from such a distinguished scientist as he has repaid me fully for the pains to which I have worked to achieve these ends." Tesla thereupon turned to the coil and announced that due to the enormous potentials about to be generated, he had constructed the machine with hard rubber insulation, as even dry wood is by far too poor for protection. I now approached the free terminal with a metallic object held in my hand, this simply to avoid burns. The sparks cease when the metal touches the wire. My arm is now traversed by a powerful electric current, vibrating at about 1,000,000 times a second. All around me, the electrostatic force is felt, and the air molecules and particles of dust flying about are acted upon and are hammering violently against my body. So great is this agitation of the particles that when the lights are turned out, you may see streams of feeble light appear on some parts of my body. When such a streamer breaks out, it produces a sensation like the pricking of a needle. Were the potential sufficiently high and the frequency low, the skin would probably be ruptured under the tremendous strain, and the blood would rush out with great force in the form of a fine spray. Extending his fingers like a preening peacock, the electric sorcerer issued flames of lightning, as if he were Thor himself. "The streamers offer no particular inconvenience," he assured the audience, "except that in the ends of the fingertips a burning sensation is felt." With his coil still charged and flames still shooting from his head, a number of other effects were displayed, including the running of motors by way of energy through his body and the lighting of a variety of colorful tubes which the inventor waved about as if they were phosphorescent rapiers. His finale included the stretching of a series of long cotton strings across the stage, which he zapped with a pencil-lined corona of violet that etched a dazzling glow along its length, illuminating the stage in an eerie iridescence. Shouts of bravo accompanied the thunderous applause as the lecturer bowed again and again in response. Shimmering from after effects and still emitting ethereal flames and fine halos of splintered light after the lecture, Tesla was called to the lobby so that he could be greeted by many members of the admiring public. So great was the desire to see Mr. Tesla closer that several hundreds of the leading citizens seized the opportunity and Mr. Tesla's hand in a very vigorous manner. Upon his return to New York, Tesla completed his citizenship requirements. No longer would his patent applications refer to him as a subject of the Emperor of Austria, but rather as a citizen of the United States. This was a proud moment. He would keep these papers safely stored away in a vault in his room for the rest of his life. Now a full American, Tesla decided once and for all to take on the mighty icon Thomas Edison. Setting up one of his most provocative experiments, the upstart attacked head-on Edison's carbon filament lamp. Taking two identical bulbs, one filled with air and the other containing a vacuum, and attaching it to a current vibrating about 1,000,000 times a second, Tesla demonstrated that the lamp filled with ordinary air did not glow, but the one with the vacuum glowed brightly. This showed the great importance of the rarefied gas in the heating of the conductor, and furthermore, the new light was cool to the touch. Brazenly, Tesla could conclude, in incandescent lighting, a high-resistance filament, Edison's invention, does not at all constitute the really essential element of illumination. Taking the same two bulbs, Tesla then lowered the frequency, converted it to DC, and showed that the filament in the non-exhausted bulb now began to glow, though not as intensely as the other. He concluded that with DC, the filament was the essential component. With high-frequency AC, the atmosphere around the filament, and thus the vacuum, was paramount. The higher the frequency, the more efficient the illuminant. In fact, he noted, if DC were abandoned altogether and extremely high frequencies used,
there would be no need for a filament at all. Edison became perturbed not only because he had sent men to the Orient, Central America, and the Amazon in order to find the perfect filament, but also because one or two of them died in the quest. That pompous Serb was not only saying that AC was intrinsic to the development of any practical lighting system, he was also proclaiming that Edison's most famous work would eventually be for naught. At a cottage by Edison's rock-crushing factory in Ogden, New Jersey, a local newspaper reporter asked the inventor about the possibility of producing light from electricity without heat. Edison murmured that this feat had been achieved, but the reporter pressed him. "I specifically mean with reference to discoveries in the line taken up by Nikola Tesla." Edison rose from his easy chair, spat another wad of tobacco off the porch, and barked, "It is a problem surrounded by difficulties." "And what about Tesla?" "He has made no new discovery," the chief wizard began, "but has shown considerable ingenuity in increasing vibrations. He gets his results from the induction coil and the Geisler tube." "Do you think it will replace your light bulb?" "Light without heat may be obtained someday, but I do not care to prophesy that it will be a pleasant light. Its biggest trouble is its quality. It is a ghastly color, more like the light of lightning bugs than anything else." Certainly in this regard, Edison was entirely correct, as even today the light bulb generates a more pleasant glow than fluorescent tubes. However, as anyone who has changed a light bulb knows, Edison's invention is constructed so as to break down within a few months, whereas Teslaic fluorescent lights can last for years, even decades. Furthermore, according to Tesla's view, the incandescent lamp created a harsh, bright light from a small central source. It was Tesla's plan to create a pleasing light from a very large, spherical surface. Now, for the first time, Nikola Tesla was sought after by the popular press. Quoted as being modest by many interviewers and sometimes self-effacing, initially Tesla avoided publicity. But his sensational accomplishments had made him a folk hero, and it was now up to the journalists to find out why. The New York Herald was the first newspaper to capitalize on the rising star. In a long feature article adorned with an etching drawn from an outdated photograph, the Herald described the inventor's demeanor and his heritage, and discussed the full range of his future plans. "Mr. Tesla is such a hard worker that he has little time for social pleasures, if indeed he has any taste in that direction. He is a bachelor, tall, very spare of build, has dark, deep-set eyes, jet black hair, and an expression that suggests at once the deep thinker. Though polite and even friendly to newspapermen, he has no desire to exploit himself in print." Tesla described his parents and schooling, his invention of the rotating magnetic field, and also his new system of lighting, which he promised would be a more practical illuminant than we have at present. He discussed the possibility of sending vast amounts of electricity along wires from Niagara Falls, and also the concept of wireless transmission of intelligence and power through the earth and air to any distance. From present experimental evidence, it can be quite safely concluded that an attempt to transmit intelligible sounds through the earth from here, for instance, to the European continent without any cable will succeed beyond a doubt. Such a result, which I have advocated for 2 years, if achieved, would of course be of incalculable value to the world and greatly advance the progress of the human race. The Herald ended with a question about how it felt to send hundreds of thousands of volts through the body, and Tesla replied, "If you are prepared for the shock, the effect on the nerves is not nearly as great. Initially, you feel a burn, but beyond that, the feeling is scarcely noticeable. I have received currents as high as 300,000 volts, an amount which, if received in any other way, would instantly kill." Although the travel and the lectures were digressions, Tesla accepted the engagements to solidify his place in the history of electrical science. For the cloistered conceptualist, naturally the accolades and interaction with colleagues were also inducements. However, it was only now, as he was being sought after by reporters and the adoring public, that he began to realize, in a conscious sense, his latent desire for recognition. Every hour, every moment that was not spent working on inventions
was time away from his purpose. Even the intervals spent eating and sleeping delayed progress. Although both his parents had passed away at relatively young ages, there were other kin whose lifespan had traversed more than 10 decades. Perhaps in part as a defense, Tesla would exclaim that he expected to attain centenarian status. He had come to see the human body in its essence as a machine, one that could be efficiently regulated by the stern application of willpower, and so Tesla exerted his will to reduce his sleeping to a minimum and his eating to the bare necessities. Although over 6 feet tall, he kept his weight to a scant and unvarying 142 pounds. The strain was beginning to show, but the Serb was on a quest. His goal was nothing short of saving the whole of humanity through the application of his fertile brain. Having transmitted energy by means of wireless from one end of a room to another, the inventor's next task was to devise a way to extend this principle to generate larger amounts of power and to create separate, non-interfering channels. Tesla began to experiment with more and more powerful oscillators, ones that would not only radiate high-frequency AC, but also ones capable of engendering physical pulsations. The first gratifying result was obtained in the spring, when I reached tensions of about 1 million volts with my conical coil. That was not much in the light of the present art, Tesla wrote a quarter of a century later, but it was then considered a feat. According to calculations performed by Professor John Tyndall, the Edison electric light bulb had an efficiency of about 5%, meaning that 95% of the electricity produced went into the production of heat or was simply lost in transit. The gas flame, which was still by far the most common form of artificial luminescence, had an efficiency of less than 1%. As Tesla told Martin, "If we were dealing with a corrupt government, such wretched waste would not be tolerated." This squander was on a par with the wanton destruction of whole forests for the sake of a few sticks of lumber. "The energy," as Martin wrote, "is more or less frittered away, just as in July the load in an iceman's cart crumbles and melts along the street." Whereas armies of inventors had flung themselves on the difficulties involved in these barbaric losses occurring at every stage, Tesla had designed an entirely original series of inventions which either converted electricity to rotary action or practically the reverse, that is, converted steam power into electrical energy. In the first instance, Tesla constructed a high-frequency oscillator, which was immersed in a vat of oil. By modulating the frequency of an AC, he caused the oil to flow at varying rates. Just like a water wheel turning a turbine, this oil caused a blade to rotate. By increasing the frequency, the flow would change, and the rotation of the turbine would be increased. In the second instance, that is, in the case of the steam generator, Tesla combined into one invention both an engine and a dynamo, and created a device that was as much as 1/40th the size of comparable traditional constructions. In the old-fashioned steam engine, the reciprocating back-and-forth piston action had to be converted to a rotary effect by way of a crankshaft and flywheel. This device, in turn, was connected to a turbine, which thereby produced electricity. In the Tesla generator, a steam-driven piston attached to a condenser was made to bob up and down within a magnetic field, cutting the lines of force, thereby producing a current. This procedure reduced markedly the loss involved in converting mechanical action to electrical power. There was no flywheel or crankshaft. Martin eloquently wrote, "We note immediately the absence of all the governing appliances of the ordinary engine. They are non-existent. The steam chest is the engine bared to the skin like a prize fighter with every ounce counting. Denuded in this way of superfluous weight and driven at high pressure, the engine must have an economy far beyond the common. With an absence of friction due to the automatic cushioning of the light working parts, it is also practically indestructible. Furthermore, whereas the ordinary steam piston, weighing perhaps as much as 1,000 pounds, could only change its direction, say 10 times per second, the Tesla oscillator could oscillate at 100 strokes a second." Tesla hoped not only to reduce the complexity of existing equipment, but also to create a current
that would maintain a vibration with perfect constancy. He took out patents on both of these devices in the summer. With these various oscillators, Tesla could provide a plethora of effects. Electrically, he could generate precise frequencies that could be used to transmit information or electrical energy. When the oscillator was pulsating at the frequency of light, he could manifest luminescence as well, and mechanically he could create pulsations through metal bars or pipes and test for harmonic frequencies and standing waves. By studying impedance phenomena, he could transmit electromagnetic energy through such a conduit and cause a light to illuminate at certain positions along its length, but not at others. And if he increased the vibrations and struck a harmonic frequency, he could get the iron rod to begin to vibrate with such intensity that it would crack itself in two. This effect was equivalent to that produced by Joshua's horns at Jericho, or the danger that could be initiated by soldiers marching in lockstep across a suspension bridge. If their beat struck the resonant frequency, the bridge would sway violently and possibly collapse. Thus, soldiers are trained to break stride while walking across bridges to avoid this amazing type of catastrophe. The World's Columbian Exposition, the scene by night. Inadequate as words have been found to convey a realizing idea of the beauty and grandeur of the spectacle which the exposition offers by day, they are infinitely less capable of affording the slightest conception of the dazzling spectacle which greets the eye of the visitor by night. Indescribable by language are the electric fountains. One of them, called the Great Geyser, rises to a height of 150 feet above a band of little geysers. By adding rotating colored lights, the effects created are so bewildering no eye can find the loveliest. Their vagaries of motion so entrancing no heart can keep it steady beating. W. E. Cameron. On May the 1st, the Chicago World's Fair, or Columbian Exposition, opened. This auspicious occasion came at a paradoxical time for the country, for on the one hand, the United States had announced that it was the new leader in the creation and deployment of new technology. On the other hand, it was embroiled in the panic of 1893. Simultaneously, and for one exceptional time, the world at large was experiencing universal peace. The Columbian Exposition covered almost 700 acres, had 60,000 exhibitors, and cost $25 million. With 28 million attendees, the Chicago Fair boasted a $2.25 million profit. Whereas the Paris Exposition of 1889 had the stupendous 984-foot-tall Eiffel Tower, the Chicago Fair boasted the Ferris wheel. Revolving on the largest one-piece axle ever forged, the wheel stood 264 feet high and had a seating capacity of over 2,000. Every day, hundreds of thousands of visitors from every corner of the globe streamed into Chicago's White City. The chief architect, Chicagoan Daniel Hudson Burnham, along with the other planners, based their design on a city of waterways, much like Venice, with a court of honor centrally placed to house the major palaces. With wooden facades made to resemble marble, the buildings rivaled even the great stone achievements of the ancient Romans and Greeks. The Manufacturers and Liberal Arts Pavilion, more than twice the size of the others, was by far the largest building in the world. Nearly a third of a mile long and well over 2 football fields wide, the structure covered 30.5 acres and had a seating capacity of 75,000. Abutting Lake Michigan at the far end above the Court of Honor, with columns extended like the arms of a mighty conductor, was the magnificent arch and peristyle. Designed by head sculptor Auguste Saint-Gaudens, this statue depicted a general representing Christopher Columbus thunderously entering the fair with his mighty team of horses. Beneath this quadriga was the great gilded 65-foot statue of the Republic, which rose from the main canal like a benevolent behemoth as it blessed not only the Manufacturers' Pavilion, but also palaces for agriculture, designed by Stanford White, machinery, administration, and electricity. And that was just the Court of Honor. Running perpendicular to the great quadrangle for nearly a mile was yet another opulently lined moat containing most of the other large-scale pavilions and displays, described in one text as a cacophonous confusion of advanced cultures, converted heathens, peculiar tongues, and queer importations. With a fleet of 50 gondolas driven by brand new electrical engines, visitors could motor to any pavilion they wanted. The Electricity Pavilion, adorned with a dozen elegant minarets, 4 of which rose 169 feet above the hall, was over 2 football fields in length and nearly half that measure in width. Covering 3½ acres, this spacious and stately structure befitted the seat of the most novel and brilliant exhibit of the Columbian Exposition. The ex-governor of the state of Illinois, William E. Cameron, described the palace as housing the magical achievements of Mr. Edison and his brother wizards. Containing the names of the forefathers of the science above a formidable statue of Benjamin Franklin launching his kite at the main vestibule, Electricity Hall presented a fascinating potpourri of advanced technologies. Foremost among the exhibitors were the megalithic corporations such as Westinghouse and GE from America and the more modest-sized AEG from Germany. Whereas AEG reproduced some of the AC equipment Brown and Dobrovolsky used in their epoch-making 108-mile Laufen to Frankfurt transmission, GE presented its own AC system. Westinghouse, having won the bid to light the fair with the only bona fide patents, was in an odd situation. Legally, it should have been able to block the competitors from advertising pirated apparatus, but pragmatically, considering time limitations and other factors, such a tactical action was out of the question. In fact, in some ways, they owed AEG gratitude for pointing the way. Their course was to make it clear that there was only one inventor. And so they erected a 45-foot-high monument in the center aisle of Electricity Hall, which proclaimed the truth to the world. The testimonial read in big, bold letters, Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company, Tesla Polyphase System. And with this method, from an annex of Machinery Hall, Westinghouse illuminated the entire World's Fair. Having manufactured 250,000 Sawyer-Man stopper lamps for the occasion, Westinghouse generated 3 times more electrical energy than was then being utilized in the entire city of Chicago. Not to be eclipsed, GE constructed a scintillating 82-foot-high Tower of Light in the exact center of Electricity Hall. It comprised 18,000 lamps running the full length of the pedestal, capped by a single enormous Edison light bulb ignited at the apex. Other features within Electricity Hall included, on the second floor, electrical gadgets to cure all ills, such as charged belts, electrical hairbrushes, and body invigorators. And on the main floor, displays by the most prominent inventors of the day. Elihu Thomson, for instance, unleashed a high-frequency coil that created sparks 5 feet long. Alexander Graham Bell unveiled a telephone that could transmit voice via light beams. And Elisha Gray presented his teleautography machine, a precursor of today's fax machine. For a few cents, it would reproduce a person's signature electronically at a distance. Tom Edison presented his own cornucopia of gadgets, including the multiplex telegraph, the fantastic talking machine known as the phonograph, and his kinetoscope, which for the first time in a public forum displayed the varying labile movements of a human being in motion. Tesla's exhibit, which occupied part of the Westinghouse space, featured a number of his early AC devices, including motors, armatures, and generators, phosphorescent signs of noted electricians such as Helmholtz, Faraday, Maxwell, Henry, and Franklin, and a sign for his favorite Serbian poet, Jovan Šmaj Jovanović. Tesla also displayed vacuum tubes illuminated by means of wireless transmission, his rotating egg of Columbus, sheets of crackling light created by high-frequency discharges between 2 insulated plates, and other neon signs reading Westinghouse and Welcome Electricians. These last 2 displays produced the effect of a modified lightning discharge, accompanied by a similar deafening noise. This was probably one of the most novel attractions, in a sensational way, seen in the building, as the noise could be heard anywhere within Electricity Building, and the flash of the miniature lightning was very brilliant and startling. Tesla traveled to Chicago in August, not only to visit the fair and present a week of demonstrations, but also to attend the International Electrical Congress that was held there for that month. At Electricity Hall, Professor Tesla announces he will send a current of 100,000 volts through his own body without injury to life, an experiment which seems all the more wonderful when we recall the fact that the currents made use of for executing murderers at Sing Sing, New York, have never exceeded 2,000 volts. Mr. Tesla also shows a number of other interesting experiments, some of which are so marvelous as to be almost beyond description. On August the 25th, Nikola Tesla spoke before 1,000 electrical engineers at the International Electrical Congress in Agriculture Hall. In attendance was a galaxy of notables, including Galileo Ferraris, Sir William Preece, Sylvanus Thomson, Elihu Thomson, and Honorary Chairman Hermann Ludwig von Helmholtz, whom Tesla also took on a tour of his personal exhibit. People crowded about the doors and clamored for admittance. The great majority of those who came with the expectation of seeing Tesla pass a current of 250,000 volts through his body. $10 was offered for a single seat, and offered in vain. Only members of the Electrical Congress with their wives were admitted, and not even they unless they were provided with credentials. Before the lecture, a Chicago reporter inquired of Professors William Preece and Sylvanus Thomson as to the use of the various equipment scattered about the hall, but they gazed in wonder and confessed they could not guess. They simply lumped off the whole lot under the generic term of Tesla's animals. Presently, white-haired Elisha Gray was seen escorting a tall, gaunt young man toward the platform. The young man smiled with pleasure, but modestly kept his eyes on the floor. His cheeks were hollow, his black eyes sunken, but sparkling with animation. Intense and continuous application of his work had sapped his energy until his friends say he has almost reached the point of dissolution. A gentleman who dined with him a week ago says he could scarcely make himself heard across the table, he was so worn out. He has glossy black hair parted in the middle, a mustache heavy under his aquiline nose but fading to a suggestion at the sides of his mouth. His ears are large and stand out from his head. He wore a neat four-button cutaway suit of brownish gray. Gray said to a rousing applause, "I give you the wizard of physics, Nikola Tesla." I have, with great reluctance, accepted these compliments because I had no right to interrupt the flow of speech of our chairman. Tesla began with characteristic humor. Appearing somewhat like a resurrected cadaver, Tesla spoke to allay the fears of all those concerned for his frail health. A number of scientific men urged a group of electricians to deliver a lecture. A great many promised that they would come, but when the program was sifted down, I was the only healthy man left, and so I managed to take some of my apparatus and give you a brief outline of some of my work. Tesla proceeded to display his new steam generators and mechanical oscillators, some of which were so compact that one could readily carry them in the crown of one's hat. He told the audience that his goals were multifaceted. Such a device could, among other things, be used to run motors with perfect synchrony, or electric clocks. He had also produced a continuous wave radio transmitter, although no one at that time understood the complete ramifications of the equipment. Nevertheless, when the resonant frequency was reached, wireless lights would again illuminate, and in that way intelligence was wirelessly transmitted. One of Tesla's more unusual exhibits, which was similar to his egg of Columbus, was another ring which displayed not only the principles of the rotating magnetic field, but also his theory of planetary motion. In this experiment, one large and several small brass balls were usually employed. When the field was energized, all the balls would be set spinning, the large ones remaining in the center, while the small ones revolved around it like moons about a planet, gradually receding until they reached the outer guard and raced along the same. But the demonstration which most impressed the audiences was the simultaneous operation of numerous balls, pivoted discs, and other devices placed in all sorts of positions and at considerable distances from the rotating field. When the currents were turned on and the whole animated with motion, it presented an unforgettable spectacle. Mr. Tesla had many vacuum bulbs in which small light metal discs were pivotally arranged on jewels, and these would spin anywhere in the hall when the iron ring was energized. Tesla returned to New York, exhausted but exhilarated. 13. The Philippoffs, 1894. Mr. Tesla has been held a visionary, deceived by the flash of casual shooting stars, but the growing conviction of his professional brethren is that because he saw farther, he saw first the low lights flickering on the tangible new continents of science. The perceptive and imaginative qualities of the mind are not often equally marked in the same man of genius. T.C. Martin. Fame had arrived, and at all levels. In engineering circles, Tesla was known as one of the most remarkable discoverers of the age. To the magazines as, heaven forbid, the new Edison. To the newspapers as our foremost electrician. To the masses as a wondrous wizard from a strange land. And to the financiers as bankable. Having recognized the virtuoso from the outset, T.C. Martin, as head trumpeter, was now helping choreograph Tesla's vault into the public arena. Comerford, as he was known to his friends, had generated a propitious relationship to all concerned when he met with Robert Underwood Johnson, associate editor of The Century, to propose a feature article on the thriving electronic savant. "Take a seat," Johnson offered as he scanned through toppling stacks of manuscripts scattered about the office to find a chair that could be easily cleared. A brother of a congressman and a poet, Johnson had in 1889 been honored by the city when he was chosen to contribute an original sonnet for the unveiling of the Washington Square Arch, which he read before President Harrison and other dignitaries. A temporary structure designed by Stanford White, commemorating 100 years since the inauguration of George Washington, this arch predated by a few years the permanent marble arch also designed by White. Johnson was also knowledgeable about inventors, having visited Edison's laboratory in the early 1880s as a reporter for Scribner's Monthly, the precursor of The Century. Tesla, no doubt, had already piqued his interest. Impressed with the eloquent portrait Martin had painted of Tesla, Johnson invited his colleague over for dinner. "Why not bring the wizard along? Perhaps there is more than one article here for the offing." On a first-name basis with such personalities as mayoral candidate Theodore Roosevelt and writer Mark Twain, two frequent visitors to his Union Square office, Johnson and his ebullient wife Catherine were the very essence of the phrase gracious hosts. Through their dinner parties at their home at 327 Lexington Avenue, a visitor could dine with any number of luminaries, such as sculptor Auguste Saint-Gaudens, actress Eleonora Duse, poet and editor-in-chief of The Century Richard Watson Gilder, naturalist John Muir, activist for children's rights Mary Mapes Dodge, conductor of the Boston Symphony Monsieur Guericke, composer and pianist Ignacy Paderewski, thespian Joseph Jefferson, or writer extraordinaire Rudyard Kipling. Johnson had just returned with his wife from their second trip to Europe, where they had, by chance, run into Twain in Venice. The world was a cozy and romantic place for the Johnsons, in part because they found it that way, and in part because they molded it that way. Martin arrived with a pallid, drawn and haggard Tesla at the Johnson home in the middle of the Christmas season. They were greeted by Catherine and Robert Johnson and their two children, Agnes, who was about 16, and Owen, who was 2 or 3 years younger. The inventor's frail condition, which one reporter described as having reached the limits of human endurance, took the Johnsons, especially Catherine, by surprise. A facile conversationalist, Catherine was a striking woman of Irish descent, poised, with shoulders swept back, her head held erect. Although her hair was now beginning to streak grey, she still exuded an air of youth. It was her eyes in particular that visitors were drawn to. Slightly coquettish, they displayed a daring sense of play beneath a wistful stare. Triggering a constellation of emotions, ranging from maternal instincts to beguilement, Catherine became enthralled, some would say mesmerized, by the Serbian Superman who had entered her world, and he had taken to her. Tesla talked about his European tour, particularly his meeting with Sir William Crookes, and the Johnsons invited him for Christmas. "You are overworked, Mr. Tesla, and you should take a holiday," Catherine declared. "Perhaps a good Christmas meal will keep you going through the first months of the new year." "I get all the nourishment I require from my laboratory," Tesla retorted. "I know I am completely worn out, and yet I cannot stop my work. These experiments of mine are so important, so beautiful, so fascinating, that I can hardly tear myself away from them to eat, and when I try to sleep, I think about them constantly. I expect I shall go on until I break down altogether. Come, let us go there for our dessert." A carriage was called, and in short order the Johnsons were lured to the magician's den. "Be prepared for a surprise or two," Tesla said, as he, in the words of a reporter who experienced a similar episode, ushered them into a room some 25 feet square, lighted on one side by two broad windows, partially covered by heavy black curtains. The laboratory was literally filled with curious mechanical appliances of every description. Snake-like cables ran along the walls, ceiling, and floor. In the center was an electric dynamo, which sat upon a large circular table covered with thick strips of black woolen cloth. Two large brownish globes, 18 inches in diameter, were suspended from the ceiling by cords. Composed of brass, coated and insulated with wax, these globes served the purpose of spreading the electrostatic field. Tesla shut the doors and drew the curtains, until every chink or crevice for the admission of light was concealed, and the laboratory bathed in absolutely impenetrable gloom. As we awaited developments, exquisitely beautiful luminous signs and devices of mystic origin began to flash about. Sometimes they seemed iridescent, the entire room filled with electric vibrations, as tubes and bulbs, which we held, became luminous. What impressed us most of all, perhaps, was the simple but cheerful fact that we remained unscathed while electrical bombardments were taking place on every side. A few days later, in honor of the celebration of the Serbian Christmas on January the 6th, Catherine sent Tesla a bouquet. "I have to thank Mrs. Johnson for the magnificent flowers," Tesla wrote Robert. "I have never received flowers before, and they produced upon me a curious effect." Tesla would return to the Johnson home on a regular basis for dinner, or after an evening on his own for a late nightcap, and the inventor reciprocated by taking the Johnsons out on the town. They would be attending the gala performance of Dvorak's New World Symphony. "Upon receipt of your first note," Tesla wrote Robert, "I immediately secured the best seats I could for Saturday. Nothing better than the 15th row. Very sorry, we shall have to use telescopes, but I think the better for Mrs. Johnson's vivid imagination. Dinner at Delmonico's." Intrigued with Tesla's fascinating heritage, Robert became interested in Serbian poetry, and so Tesla began to translate for him. They obtained permission from Shmai Jovanović to feature some of his poems for inclusion in the Century, and also in a book Johnson entitled Songs of Liberty. Their favorite was undoubtedly the ballad about a warrior from a Montenegrin battle which took place in 1874. Luka Filipov. "One more hero to be part of the Servians' glory. Lute to lute and heart to heart, tell the homely story. Let the Muslim hide for shame, trembling like the falcon's game, thinking on the falcon's name, Luka Filipov." The verse goes on to describe a fierce battle in which Luka captures a pasha and marches him back to the prince. However, on the way, Luka becomes wounded in an ambush, so his soldiers decide to retaliate by killing the arrested Turk. "We'd have fired, but Luka's hand rose in protestation, while his pistol's mute command needed no translation. For the Turk retraced his track, knelt and took upon his back, as a peddler lifts his pack, Luka Filipov. How we cheered him as he passed through the line, as swinging gun and pistol, bleeding fast, grim but loudly singing. But as couriers came to say that our friends had won the day, who should up and faint away? Luka Filipov." One can easily envision Robert's and Catherine's eyes aglow as Tesla spontaneously translated Shmai's ode in their living room one special evening, and how Robert worked to hone it for publication. From this moment on, Brother Robert would be known as Dear Luka, and Catherine would be addressed as Mrs. Philippoff. To Catherine, Tesla was more than a man. He was an icon of historical importance, a trophy to display before her lady friends, and even more than this, he was a tangible symbol of intangible longings. In her essence, Catherine was a frustrated artist whose ever-present yearnings pulled her from moments of exaltation to the edge of despair. She must have been a difficult person to live with, but like Tesla, she had the capability to spark that realm that makes life all the more worth living. Selfish, egocentric, and histrionic at times, Catherine also had a dominant streak that not only pulled people to her, but manipulated them to her needs. Even the elusive hermit became a fly in her web. "Dear Mr. Tesla," she wrote in January 1894, "we have had a hospital here since Thursday, Robert and Agnes, the invalids. Robert is better, but not out, and we want you to come this evening and brighten us up. As a great favor, come to us immediately." This beckoning to her auxiliary mate became a recurrent theme that replayed itself again and again through the next many years. For instance, in 1896, she wrote, "Dear Mr. Tesla, I shall expect to see you tomorrow evening." In 1897, "Come soon." And in 1898, "Will you come and see me tomorrow evening, and will you try to come a little early? I want very much to see you, and will be really disappointed if you do not think my request worthy of your consideration." But Catherine was not alone in her infatuation. T.C. Martin had discovered him, but Robert would soon become Tesla's closest confidant. A triad of intimacy quickly transpired as Comerford Martin's hold on the inventor began to loosen. And just as much as the Johnsons would come to cherish Tesla, he would cherish them. Here was a loving family the isolate could bind to. Tesla's health constantly was an issue not only for their own concerns, but also for the good of the species. Martin, whose new article in the Century would certainly serve to advance his own career as well as Tesla's, was just as solicitous, and he discussed the precariousness of the situation with Catherine. "I do not believe that he will give up work at any very early date," Martin wrote. Talking of California with him in a casual way elicited the fact that he had had a couple of invitations to lecture there, so that I don't want to jam his head into that lion's mouth. I believe he is going to take more care of himself, and you may have done us all a great deal of service by your timely words. Yet in spite of that," Martin continued, "I fear he will go on in the delusion that woman is generically a Delilah who would shear him of his locks. If you can manage it, I believe it will be a good scheme to have that doctor get hold of him. My prescription is a weekly lecture from Mrs. R.U.J. This passage by a Tesla colleague is a rare glimpse at one of the enduring mysteries about Tesla, namely his supposed celibacy and mysterious sexual inclinations. By coincidence, only a fortnight later, Heinrich Hertz was dead. He was only 36. Martin wrote to Tesla, "For God's sake, let it be a warning to you. All Europe mourns for such an untimely taking off." But Tesla would take no heed, and his custom of driving himself to the limit would be a style of living that he would continue for many years. The future of the race and his role in it was clear to him. Nothing could stand in his way. "The time will come," Tesla told Catherine, "when crossing the ocean by steamer, you will be able to have a daily newspaper on board with the important news of the world, and when by means of a pocket instrument and a wire stuck in the ground, you can communicate from any distance with friends at home through an instrument similarly attuned." His gaze and seeming powers of divination took her breath away. Penetrating his inner sanctum only added to her captivation. At the outset, Tesla's unparalleled achievements, explosion into international stardom, and promise for the future generated an express desire for all to cash in, to sell his multitudinous array of inventions so that they could ascend together to the next social rung. Their goal was to become millionaires. Tesla's cold light appeared to be the first ticket. As Martin's erudite biographical essay had received words of praise even from competitors, Johnson suggested that they plan a second piece, one that featured the lab. Johnson would get some of his more famous friends to come, and photos would be taken. This would be an exclusive, the first ever with the new revolutionary cold light. Johnson writes, "We were frequently invited to witness his experiments, which included the production of electrical vibrations of an intensity not before achieved. Lightning-like flashes of the length of 15 feet were an everyday occurrence, and his tubes of electric light were used to make photographs of many of his friends as souvenir of their visits. He was the first person to make use of phosphorescent light for photographic purposes, not a small item of invention in itself. I was one of a group consisting of Mark Twain, Joseph Jefferson, Marion Crawford, and others who had the unique experience of being thus photographed." Naturally, the Twain pictures would become the centerpiece. S.L. Clemens, as he signed his letters to Tesla, came to the laboratory on March the 4th, 1894, and again on April the 26th. Twain wrote to postpone the initial meeting for one day, and Tesla and Johnson exchanged notes about it. Curiously, Twain's private log for this period makes no reference to the occasion. He had dined with Stanford White at his Madison Square Garden Tower in January, and the following month had received a notice that $160,000 in royalties were coming his way because of the Page typesetting machine which he had backed. But that was all he jotted down, even though Twain had been aware of Tesla from the very first moment that the inventor had gone public with his creation of the AC polyphase system. Back in November 1888, Twain had written, "I have just seen the drawings and description of an electrical machine lately patented by Mr. Tesla and sold to the Westinghouse Company, which will revolutionize the whole electric business of the world. It is the most valuable patent since the telephone." Twain had run into Tesla on occasion at the Players Club or Delmonico's or at the artist Robert Reed's studio. One night, in Twain's words, the worldwide illustrious electrician had joined the Reed party. Jokes and stories were swapped and songs were sung, particularly Kipling's On the Road to Mandalay. Tesla related the story of how Twain's book saved his life when he was a boy of 12 struck down with a case of malaria, and this tale served to endear Tesla to Twain to the point of bringing tears to the writer's eyes. Interested in inventions and their exploitation, Twain asked Tesla at the lab if it would be all right if he could sell high-frequency electrotherapy machines to rich widows in Europe upon his next sojourn. The inventor naturally agreed. Tesla, in turn, showed the great writer yet another creation which he claimed would help these widows digest their meals. This contraption, he explained, consists of a platform supported on elastic cushions that are made to oscillate by means of compressed air. One day I stepped on the platform, and the vibrations imparted were transmitted to my body. Evidently, these isochronous rapid oscillations stimulated powerfully the peristaltic movements which propel the foodstuffs through the alimentary channels. "You mean it'll make me regular?" Twain inquired. "Precisely, and without the use of elixirs, specific remedies, or internal applications whatever." Without further ado, Twain stepped aboard as Tesla tried to stop his assistants from chuckling. As Twain had been so enthusiastic, Tesla neglected to inform him that peristaltic action is induced almost immediately. Suddenly, Twain felt an unspeakable and pressing necessity which had to be promptly satisfied. Tesla told the Johnsons the next day to their tearful glee, for he had to jump off the platform and find his way swiftly to the lavatory. "I think I'll start with the electrotherapy machines," Twain said upon his return. "Wouldn't want the widows to get too healthy all at one shot." The photos of Twain and the others were processed nearly one full year before they would appear in print. Tesla was elated and commented to Johnson that the one of Joseph Jefferson was simply immense. "I mean the one showing him alone in the darkness. I think it is a work of art." Catherine suggested that they all celebrate at Delmonico's, and that he then join them for a summer holiday at the Hamptons. Tesla wrote back, "I fear that if I depart very often from my simple habits, I shall come to grief." However, realizing that he would soon be missing the pleasure of your company, he reluctantly agreed to go to dinner, but not to the holiday, and therefore signed off, "In the anticipation of the joy of dining with friends and subsequent sorrows, I remain yours sincerely, N. Tesla." Concerning the photographs, which were the first ever taken with phosphorescent lights, Tesla, who had his eye on potential investors, became impatient for the publicity. But Martin and Johnson were aghast. "I think that we ought to have a little talk about giving to the daily newspapers a hint that Mr. Tesla has succeeded in taking photos by phosphorescence," Martin warned. "It will leak out some hour, and then someone with the customary arrogance will place it in the papers. We need to get our priorities established. I think R.U. Johnson feels the same way." This became the beginning of a series of disagreements between the inventor and his editor. The inventions, researches, and writings of Nikola Tesla was now in press, and Martin and Tesla were making money from the sale of the book. However, Tesla kept wanting to give copies away freely. He sent the text to each of his uncles and his 3 sisters in Bosnia, Croatia, and also mailed his article on Shmai to his uncle Pajo and his sister Maritza. Martin had to tread carefully, for although he was unhappy with Tesla's lack of concern for the financial side of the situation, he also in no way wanted to alienate himself from the wellspring. Martin wrote, "Your request for more free copies is just too hard. It seems to me that the Pittsburgh boys, if they love you, ought to be willing to blow a little money of their own on the book. But you're the best judge of relations to them." Martin promised to send Tesla a dozen copies at reduced prices. "Perhaps," Martin requested, "you would like to make us a bid on the whole edition," closing as follows, "When you write me, make it autographic as often as you can. People are beginning to deplete my stock." From Tesla's point of view, it was his book, and Martin should simply do as he asked. This would become a sore point, especially because Martin would come to lend Tesla money based on profits that were due him as editor, and Tesla would never repay him. Martin would overlook it, for now. After the first photographs arrived, including the discreetly stylized engraving of Tesla based on his most recent portrait, Martin requested a sneak preview. "I will lock them up or put them in a safe deposit vault if you wish, until the hour of publication," promised Martin. "But I want to get one of the first as a historical souvenir." At the same time, Martin informed Johnson that the University of Nebraska had offered Tesla an honorary doctorate in celebration of their 25th anniversary. "I have urged him to accept. I want you and Mrs. Johnson to bring your influence on him also. Her spell is now a potent one, I fancy, with him, so far as any woman's can be, next to his sisters." It's unlikely, however, that Tesla thought much about getting a doctorate from the obscure University of Nebraska. To a person of his background and education, the offer was virtually meaningless. Johnson thought it more appropriate for a prestigious institution such as Columbia College to grant such an honor. Tesla had just received the Elliott Cresson Gold Medal Award from the Franklin Institute for his earnest and indefatigable work as a pioneer in this field, and on account of the great value to science of his researches. However, this was not the same as a doctorate, and so Johnson wrote to Huey Fairfield Osborne, one of the dignitaries at Columbia, urging that they make the offer instead. Johnson wrote, "There would be a particular appropriateness in Columbia giving him a degree, since his first lecture was, if I mistake not, delivered at the college, and since New York City is the scene of his most important discoveries, I think it may truly be said that there are few men occupying this unique position in both the theoretical and practical phases of scientific work. As to his general culture, I may say that he is widely read in the best literature of Italy, Germany, and France, as well as much of the Slavic countries, to say nothing of Greek and Latin. He is particularly fond of poetry, and is always quoting Leopardi or Goethe or the Hungarians or Russians. I know of few men of such diversity of general culture or such accuracy of knowledge." Johnson ended the letter with a character reference. "His personality," he said, "is one of distinguished sweetness, sincerity, modesty, refinement, generosity, and force." Since Professor Osborne knew Tesla well and had been witness to the Columbia lecture, he concurred with Johnson, and thereupon spoke to Seth Lowe, the president of the university. "Poulton tells me," Osborne said, "that Tesla was covered with honors while in England and France. We certainly must not allow any other university to anticipate us in honoring a man who lives under our very eyes." "Isn't he a countryman of Pupin's?"
Lowe inquired.
Yes, of course. It was at the urging of Professor Pupin and Professor Crocker that Tesla spoke here to begin with. Didn't they have a row between them?
The president responded cautiously.
I have learned confidentially that there has sprung up some slight difference between them, but I'm sure it will probably be healed. In any event, there seems little doubt that Tesla is the leading electrician in the country.
Within a few weeks, the inventor was given an honorary doctorate from Columbia, and shortly thereafter he received a similar honor from Yale. Having received professional recognition among his peers, Tesla had arrived. Feature articles were appearing in prestigious periodicals, and he was hobnobbing with the most esteemed literary and social figures of the day. 14. Niagara Power, 1894. How extraordinary was my life, an incident may illustrate. As a youth, I was fascinated by a description of Niagara Falls I had perused, and pictured in my imagination a big wheel run by the falls. I told my uncle that I would go to America and carry out this scheme. 30 years later, I saw my ideas carried out at Niagara and marveled at the unfathomable mystery of the mind. Nikola Tesla. Conquest of Niagara was by no means assured. It hinged on very specific factors. The first serious scheme to harness the mighty cataract, the Evershed Plan, was proposed in 1886. Thomas Evershed, a civil engineer who had worked on the Erie Canal, had conceived the idea of the creation of a complex network of canals and tunnels running adjacent to the falls, whereby 200 water wheels and accompanying industrial mills would be placed. He had probably ruminated over the scheme for 20 years, as Evershed had worked as a surveyor at Niagara in his youth, as far back as the 1840s. Although the idea was attractive, it was costly and dangerous to implement, as most of the 9 miles of excavation required for the canals and wheel pits had to be done by blasting through stone. Estimates ran as high as $10 million. Thus, the officials of the Cataract Construction Company sought counsel from notable engineers and inventors. In 1889, Edison submitted a plan which boldly asserted that DC could be transmitted to Buffalo approximately 20 miles away. As appreciable amounts of DC electricity had never traversed a distance in excess of 1 or 2 miles, this suggestion appeared highly optimistic, and it was doubted by most other engineers, particularly Sprague and Kennelly, 2 of Edison's co-workers. Westinghouse was also dubious of the feasibility of transmitting electrical energy, and he suggested the implementation of a sophisticated system of cables and compressed air tubes to transfer the power to Buffalo. Thus, for these reasons, plans for harnessing the falls centered for the most part on constructing an industrial complex adjacent to the falls. The long-distance transmission of electrical power was simply beyond imagining. It must be remembered that what Edison generated was meager amounts of electricity capable of illuminating light bulbs, and then only in close proximity to the source of the power. Since his DC apparatus still made use of a commutator, he was incapable of transmitting appreciable amounts of power, although he could run a few motors if they were close to the generator. That is why the 1891 Laufen-Frankfurt transmission was so startling. Brown and Dobrovolsky had not only surpassed, by a factor of about 100, Edison's long-distance record, they had also transmitted significant amounts of power, a spectacular achievement with no comparable precedent. Brown and Dobrovolsky had had predecessors. 2 years earlier, Sebastian Ziani de Ferranti, the son of an Italian musician living in Liverpool, England, had been the first to use Tesla's apparatus at a plant at Deptford. Ferranti, a brilliant engineer with talents purported to have rivaled Edison's, had already made important modifications on the Gollard-Gibbs AC apparatus for Siemens Brothers, and also Gantz and Company at their London branch. His bold idea was to create a central station along the Thames so that electricity could be pumped to numerous substations around town. In 1889, from Deptford, Ferranti transmitted an unprecedented 11,000 volts to 4 substations of 6 to 7 miles away, where 10,000 horsepower alternators were driven.
This was a magnificent accomplishment, but it appears doubtful that many people understood that it was Tesla's system, or even that true success had been achieved. In no way did it gain the publicity of the Lauffen-Frankfurt enterprise, nor did it spark the idea of spreading the energy of Niagara Falls beyond its surrounding area. Nor had Westinghouse's initial achievement in electrical power transmission demonstrated the capabilities of the Tesla system. He had succeeded at Telluride, Colorado, with Stilwell, Schallenberger, and Scott in transmitting 60,000 volts of AC for a distance of 4 miles to run a 100-horsepower Tesla motor, and he had illuminated the Chicago World's Fair of 1893. Both of these were great triumphs, but neither demonstrated that electrical power could be transmitted over long distances. In short, without the Lauffen-Frankfurt success, there would have been no proof that AC was capable of traversing the 20 miles from Niagara to Buffalo, let alone from Niagara to New York City, which was over 300 miles away. That is why the financial backers of the Niagara project sent Edward Dean Adams, president of the Cataract Construction Company, to Europe to confer with Brown and Dobrovolsky, and that is why Dobrovolsky intimated that the invention was his. There was no physical proof to the contrary, as clearly he and Brown had been the first and only engineers to realize such a feat. Adams, from the firm Winslow, Lanier and Company out of Boston, was a slight, gentle-looking man with large round eyes, small head, the face of a teenager, and a mammoth handlebar moustache. He began his relationship with longtime J.P. Morgan associate Charles Lanier in 1881. Working his way up to full partner, Adams was placed on the board of directors of a number of major railroads, including Henry Villard's Northern Pacific and also the Ontario and Western Railroad, with lines stemming from Buffalo to New York City. He also sat on the board of directors of the Edison Electric Light Company as its second-largest stockholder. In 1889, along with Villard, who was attempting to combine all the major electric companies into one large corporation, Adams tried to curtail the highly expensive light bulb patent dispute between Edison and Westinghouse by getting them to confer with one another. But of course, Edison wanted no part of such an arrangement. As president of the Cataract Construction Company, Adams sold his shares in the Edison concern so that he could be impartial in his investigations, and in 1890 he established the International Niagara Commission with headquarters in London. His intention was to consult with leading European scientists and engineers and to examine the most advanced hydraulic power compressed air techniques, a branch of engineering in which Switzerland excelled. In 1890, Adams traveled to Europe with Dr. Coleman Sellers, another executive of the Cataract Construction Company, where they conferred with engineers in France, Switzerland, and England. In London, they visited Ferranti at his electrical station at Deptford. They also met with Professor Rowland, who had traveled from Johns Hopkins University, and Gisbert Kapp, electrical engineering editor and author of the classic text Electrical Transmission of Energy. Rowland argued in favor of AC, and Kapp recommended C.E.L. Brown as the most prominent engineer to undertake the project. He was located at the Maschinenfabrik Oerlikon Works in Switzerland. Adams wired J. Pierpont Morgan, who was in Paris, with the suggestion that he return to Switzerland to meet with Brown. Morgan concurred. Before leaving England, Adams met with Sir William Thomson, Lord Kelvin, whom he placed in charge of the International Niagara Commission, and a contest was created awarding cash prizes totaling $20,000 for the best plans submitted for harnessing the falls. L.B. Stilwell, who was in London with H.H. Bilsby at the Westinghouse branch, wired to Pittsburgh to request permission to compete by giving Adams a plan based on the Tesla system. But Westinghouse turned down the idea because he didn't want to give away $100,000 worth of advice for such a paltry sum. Of the 20 proposals submitted, most involved compressed air and hydraulic equipment. Of the 6 electrical plans, 4 used direct current. 1 proposed single-phase AC, but details were not fully described. The remaining plan, by Professor George Forbes, advocated polyphase installation. Forbes, who was a professor from Glasgow and who was later hired as consulting engineer to the Niagara Power Company, wrote to the Commission, It will be somewhat startling to many, as I confess it was at first to myself, to find as the result of a thorough and impartial examination of the problem that the only practical solution lies in the adoption of alternating current generators and motors. The only workable one is the Tesla motor manufactured by the Westinghouse Electric Company, and which I have myself put through various tests at their works at Pittsburgh. Although initially rejected by the Commission, the Forbes report caught the eye of Adams. Nevertheless, Adams went to Switzerland to confer with C.E.L. Brown, who declined the offers to head up the Niagara project. Morgan's emissary was Francis Lynn Stetson, a lawyer who was also part of the Cataract Construction Company. He was sent to Switzerland and London to review the prevailing technology for their company GE, but it was starting to become obvious that the major patents were all owned by Westinghouse. In Tivoli, where there were waterfalls 334 feet high, Ganz & Company of Budapest, another Westinghouse-linked operation, was constructing a hydroelectric plant to transmit electricity to Rome, which was 18 miles away. And in Portland, Oregon, at Willamette Falls, Westinghouse was also transmitting thousands of volts of AC over distances of 12 miles. Although Kelvin sided with Edison in insisting that DC was superior, Adams now knew that Westinghouse held all the trump cards. In America, however, and from the point of view of GE, the outcome was not all that obvious. The panic of 1893 had taken its toll, and Charles Coffin, CEO of GE, was forced to ruthlessly lay off a large number of their workers and cut the pay of many others. Not only had production of electrical equipment fallen dramatically, infighting between the Edison and Thomson camps peaked. Although Thomson and Steinmetz now realized that AC was vastly superior to DC, they were unable to guarantee to Coffin that they could devise equipment superior to Tesla's. Desperate to compete, it appears that a memorandum was sent by Thomson to E.G. Waters, general manager of the GE plant in Pittsburgh, for the purpose of recruiting an informant who worked for Westinghouse. Noticing that blueprints were missing, Westinghouse accused GE of industrial espionage, and charges were brought against Thomson's Lynn plant, where a sheriff, acting under court orders, found the missing documents. The GE officials claimed that their interest was in seeing whether Westinghouse was pirating their protected light bulbs, and the jury split 6-6 on the decision. Westinghouse suspected that a janitor was the true culprit, but the man was never prosecuted. Simultaneously, Steinmetz and Thomson were submitting patent applications for an AC motor which used a teaser current instead of a full-fledged polyphase one, but it was obvious to the patent office that the apparatus was based on the Tesla system, and their patent application was denied. This did not stop Thomson from insisting that he was the real inventor of the AC system, and by 1894, with Thomson's great expertise, he devised an induction motor that in some respects was superior to the one produced by Westinghouse. Ironically, even to this day, biographies of Elihu Thomson often accuse Tesla of the piracy instead of the reverse. Although GE was brought to trial for stealing blueprints, they audaciously continued for the next several years, through Waters, to pay spies to obtain information from the Westinghouse plant. Nevertheless, Westinghouse's success at Telluride and at the Chicago World's Fair eliminated any remaining doubts as to who would be awarded the Niagara contract. In the first months of 1893, Forbes, Rowland, and Sellers visited Pittsburgh to test their equipment, and in May of that year, the deal was signed with Westinghouse. As J. Pierpont Morgan was the major force behind GE, it's interesting to speculate about why he allowed Westinghouse to gain the bid. First of all, when the actual contract was signed, because the operation was so enormous and because of Morgan's ties to GE, a large portion of the work was also given to GE. Westinghouse constructed the generators, switchgear, and auxiliary equipment in the powerhouse, and GE was awarded contracts for the transformers, the transmission line to Buffalo, and the equipment for the substation there. Thus, although Westinghouse got the larger share, GE was by no means cut out, and in fact ended up with a licensing arrangement which gave them their first legal foothold on the fundamental patents held by the other company. Morgan had close ties to August Belmont, who
who was one of Westinghouse's financial backers, and it's possible that this connection had something to do with the arrangement. He acquiesced in part because of his respect for the commission Adams had set up, and also because of the advice he received from his lawyer, William B. Rankin, who lived in Buffalo and who had devoted his life to the enterprise, and his close associate, Francis Lynn Stetson, who told Morgan of Tesla's daring promise as far back as 1890 to place 100,000 horsepower on a wire and send it 450 miles in one direction to New York City, the metropolis of the East, and 500 miles in the other direction to Chicago, the metropolis of the West, to serve the purpose of these great urban communities. In 1894, Tesla hit his stride. The Martin article in the Century opened the floodgates, and an army of reporters from newspapers and magazines descended upon him. That year would find features on Tesla in such prestigious periodicals as New Science Review, Outlook, and Cassius. McClure's and Review of Reviews boldly announced that Tesla was the founder of the discoveries which lay behind the largest electrical enterprise in the world, and the New York Times profiled him in a 4-column spread, complete with a large stylized portrait and an in-depth account of his philosophies and newest creations. The following year, the Times wrote, "To Tesla belongs the undisputed honor of being the man whose work made this Niagara enterprise possible. There could be no better evidence of the practical qualities of his inventive genius." Since the contracts with Westinghouse and GE had been signed, Adams no longer had to pretend to be unbiased. Now he was free to seek business ventures. He came down to New York to visit Tesla at his laboratory, and there Adams was introduced to the inventor's new mechanical and electrical oscillators and to a revolutionary new AC system of lighting that was vastly superior to the existing one. Adams offered Tesla $100,000 for a controlling interest in 14 U.S. patents, many foreign patents, and any future inventions which Tesla might conceive. The inventor accepted the proposal. In February 1895, the creation of the Nikola Tesla Company was formally announced, with the directors being Tesla, Alfred S. Brown of New York, Charles Coney of New Jersey, William B. Rankin of Buffalo, Edward D. Adams, and Adams' son, Ernest of Boston. Tesla had reached the inner sanctum of the corporate world. He now had on his board 2 of the most important members of the Niagara project, and he was sitting on at least a half-dozen entirely new inventions, each of which had the potential for creating completely new industries. His mechanical oscillators looked as if they were going to replace the steam engine. His electrical oscillators were intrinsic to his system of fluorescent lighting, remote control, and his now secret work in wireless transmission. And there were other ideas as well, such as his work in artificial intelligence, ozone production, cheap refrigeration, and cheap manufacture of liquid air, the manufacture of fertilizers and nitric acid from the air. However, all of these inventions were still, to a great extent, in their developmental stages, and Tesla's strong suit was never in manufacturing. He gained his backers ostensibly because of his track record in AC and because of the promise held by his cold light and various oscillators. But his real interest, his passion, remained in the wireless transmission of power, and most of his time was spent in that direction.
15. Effulgent Glory, 1894. Dear Mr. Tesla, early in 1894, I told our mutual friend T.C. Martin that your book, The Inventions, Researches, and Writings of Nikola Tesla, would still be considered a classic 100 years hence. I have not changed my opinion. The application of the principles therein first enunciated have definitely changed for the better life on this planet. D. McFarlane Moore. In February 1894, Tesla went with T.C. Martin to the laboratory of Mr. Bettini, an inventor who had advanced Edison's work in the perfection of the phonograph. He wants to display his marvelous collection of song cylinders, Madame Melba, Dereshki, Salvini, and Bernhardt. Martin wrote, he wishes the honor of catching your voice as well. During this time, Martin continued to forward reviews from Book News, Physics Review, and London Electrician. Praise from Sir Herbert Spencer is praise indeed.
the editor wrote. "Thanks for continuing the Russian translation. The German edition is selling as well." On the home front, Tesla had formed a new company with two of the coordinators of the Niagara project, and he was now turning his attention to designing a wireless system that would be able to transmit light, information, and electrical power. Thus, the inventor worked to perfect his mechanical and electrical oscillators and vacuum lamps. The mechanical oscillator could efficiently convert steam to electrical power. The electrical oscillator could produce the frequencies necessary for power transmission, and the wireless fluorescent bulbs could be illuminated when the correct wavelengths were reached, capable of engendering light. According to Tesla's theory, if the ether could be made to oscillate at 500 trillion times per second, pure light would be created. Below that figure, heat was produced. T.C. Martin continued to play a role somewhat like a manager. In the spring, he set up a sitting for the inventor before the sculptor Mr. Wolfe, and to Tesla's dismay, he also arranged an interview with S.S. McClure, the well-known magazine editor. Tesla had too many events crammed into his calendar, but T.C. persisted. "I cannot very well call off McClure now," Martin wrote, "after your little dinner, which has simply made him more eager than ever for the article." Ending the missive with customary praise, Martin wrote, "He knows now personally what he knew before only by hearsay, viz., that you are a great man and a nice fellow. I excuse your blushes." It would take nearly a year for the Century to complete its own article and organize the photographing of the celebrated individuals who came to 33 to 35 South Fifth Avenue. But finally, in April 1895, Martin's follow-up piece appeared. Even today, a century later, it remains a spectacular testament to the wizard's fabled laboratory, for not only did it display many fascinating inventions and prognostications, it also presented dazzling multiple-exposure photographs of such stars of the day as actor Joseph Jefferson, poet F. Marion Crawford, and sorcerer Nikola Tesla. "Martin's article should be read very carefully to be appreciated," Tesla wrote Johnson. With 35 homes illuminated by gas for every one lit by electricity, the market was ripe for a more efficient source. However, Tesla's fluorescent lamps were still in an experimental stage, as evidenced by the 10-minute time-lapse photograph of Mark Twain taken for the Martin article. The story for Tesla's steam dynamo was analogous. According to Martin's figures, 9/10 of all dynamos in the country were steam-driven. The rest gained their power from either compressed air, water wheels, or gasoline. Since the Tesla oscillator was 40 times more efficient than the prevailing steam-driven dynamo, it seemed that the marketing of this product would be highly profitable. But again, the perfection of the device was not completed, and therefore not yet marketable. Nevertheless, it was revolutionary, and Tesla contacted Babcock and Wilcox to begin manufacturing prototypes. Before a large number of physicians and engineers of the American Electrotherapeutic Association at his laboratory in October 1894, Tesla used the oscillator to generate electricity for over 50 incandescent lamps and vacuum tubes. Also, arc lights were shown in operation. Naturally, the oscillator also generated the extremely high frequencies necessary for engendering beneficial electrotherapeutic effects. Refining his theory on wireless communication, the inventor realized that electrical energy could be transmitted in two distinctly different ways, one as radiation through the air and the other as conduction through the ground. Today, this difference corresponds to FM and AM radio. As an experiment to verify that FM travels mostly through the air and AM mostly through or along the ground, drive your car into an underpass and turn on the radio. When you switch on AM, amplitude modulation, you will probably hear static, whereas FM, frequency modulation, comes in loud and clear. "When I showed my experiments to an audience," Tesla said, "it would happen that when I wanted to operate single circuits with some devices, more than one circuit would respond, and people would call my attention to this. I would then have to say that the circuits were not carefully tuned." Thus, the inventor turned his attention to the problem of creating separate channels. By studying Herbert Spencer's theories on resultant forces and nerve conduction, Tesla began to realize that he could design vacuum tubes which would respond only when a precise combination of two or more circuits were being triggered. One of the lamps held by Twain was illuminated in this manner, its dual circuit triggered by a corresponding dual circuit created by two cables laid around the room. Like the combination of a safety lock, this invention not only explains the mechanism behind tuning into different stations on the radio, it also explains the principle behind telephone and TV scramblers. In this way, Tesla attained the exclusiveness and non-interferability of impulses. Transmitting messages from an outer circuit to an inner circuit 20 feet away was one thing. Sending information over long distances was another matter entirely. Tesla had realized for a number of years that the Earth carried a charge, and therefore he decided to utilize the planet itself as a carrier of electrical energy. If this was so and individualized channels could be created, transmission lines appeared to be superfluous. He therefore began to construct many different-sized coils to connect to the ground, usually via the water main system, in order to ascertain the terrestrial period of frequency. With an oscillator constructed for this purpose, Martin wrote, "If he has not yet actually determined the Earth's precise electrical charge or capacity, he has obtained striking effects which conclusively demonstrate that he has succeeded in disturbing it. When his oscillations are in harmony with the individual vibrations of the Earth, an intense vibration or surging will be obtained." Martin ended the article with the suggestion that with this device, not only could information and power be transmitted, but also the weather might be modified. "Perchance we shall call up Mars in this way some day, the electrical charge of both planets being utilized as signals," Martin concluded, quoting Tesla's wish at the finale of the exposé. Classifying Tesla was becoming more and more difficult. Martin portrayed him in a variety of ways, as a practical inventor, a wizard, and an iconoclast. Critics portrayed him as an impractical, visionary enthusiast. "His inventions already show how brilliantly capable he is," one newspaper reported, "but his propositions seem like a madman's dream of empire." One is naturally disappointed that nothing practical has as yet proceeded from the magnificent experimental investigations with which Tesla has dazzled the world, Lieutenant F. Jarvis Patton wrote in Electrical World. But his solid accomplishments at Niagara could not be ignored. The article concluded, "Before the general public, he stands as a phenomenal inventor from the Eastern world, from whom is expected little less than if he carried Aladdin's lamp in his hand, which of course is wrong, and an injustice both to the public and to Mr. Tesla. He has doubtless much importance in store for us, but the difference should never be lost sight of between the search for nature's truths in the lab of the physicist and the reduction of the results attained, however great their promise, to a form suitable for commercial use. If some of the dreams which Tesla and others are cherishing today ever come to realization, the magnitude of the ensuing change in the material life of the world simply defies the imagination." In Manhattan, Tesla soon caught the eye of Joseph Pulitzer, the German-Hungarian immigrant and owner of the New York World. Pulitzer sent his newest reporter, Arthur Brisbane, on the interview. Already one of the most widely read columnists in the nation, Brisbane had recently jumped from Charles Dana's New York Sun, but at age 30, Brisbane would soon also leave Pulitzer to become head shock reporter for William Randolph Hearst's up-and-coming Yellow Journal. He met Tesla in July 1894. While dining nightly at Delmonico's restaurant, the reporter was introduced by Mr. Delmonico to a very handsome young man with a pointed black beard. Brisbane wrote that Mr. Delmonico lowers his voice when he speaks of Mr. Tesla, as Boston cab drivers used to lower their voices in speaking of John L. Sullivan. That Mr. Tesla can do anything, Delmonico contended. We managed to make him play pool one night. He had never played, but he had watched us for a little while. He was very indignant when he found that we meant to give him 15 points, but it didn't matter much, for he beat us all and got all the money. Delmonico noted that they were only playing for quarters, but
It wasn't the money we cared about, but the way he studies out pool in his head and then beat us after we had practiced for years. It surprised us. Considering that Tesla was very proficient at the sport and had slyly kept that information confidential, makes the story all the more interesting. Tesla could be deceptive, particularly in pecuniary matters. Although the article appeared somewhat disjointed and redundant, it nevertheless aptly described Tesla's habits and appearance at that time. Tesla would dine frequently at the popular establishment, always choosing a table by the window and usually reading a newspaper. Brisbane described Tesla's eyes as being set very far back in his head. They're rather light. I asked him how that could be, as he was a Slav. He told me that his eyes were once much darker, but that using his mind a great deal had made them many shades lighter. This confirmed a theory on brain usage and eye color that Brisbane had heard about. Brisbane went on to write that Tesla stoops. Most men do when they have no peacock blood in them. He lives inside of himself. And yet the article was adorned with the most fantastic full-body engraving of Tesla, standing quite unstooped, proud as a peacock, illuminated like a virtual Christmas tree. This full-page spread remains one of the most spectacular portraits of the inventor ever concocted, and it caused numerous people to ask Tesla how it felt to pump such huge amounts of electricity throughout his body. "I admit that I was somewhat alarmed when I began these experiments," Tesla admitted. "But after I understood the principles, I could proceed in an unalarmed manner." When pressed for details, a number of years later at the Harvard Club, the inventor responded, "When the body of a person is subjected to the rapidly alternating pressure of an electrical oscillator of 2.5 million volts, this presents a sight marvelous and unforgettable. One sees the experimenter standing on a big sheet of fierce, blinding flame, his whole body enveloped in a mass of phosphorescent streamers like the tentacles of an octopus. Bundles of light stick out from his spine. As he stretches out the arms, roaring tongues of fire leap from his fingertips as myriads of minute projectiles are shot off from him with such velocities as to pass through the adjoining walls. He is in turn being violently bombarded by the surrounding air and dust." Tesla was walking a difficult line and revealing contradictory natures, reclusive versus natural showman. The interest of the press made it difficult to protect against piracy. He wanted to disclose, for public and historical purposes, his overall goal, but he had to keep vital details confidential. One reporter who had spent a day with this kindly wizard of Washington Square revealed that Tesla confided to me that he was engaged on several secret experiments of most abundant promise, but their nature cannot be hinted at here. However, I have Mr. Tesla's permission to say that someday he proposes to transmit vibrations through the Earth so that it will be possible to send a message from an ocean steamer to a city, however distant, without the use of any wire. Even his laboratory workers were insulated from the details of his secret experiments. After calculating the size of the planet and the hypothetical wavelength of solar rays, Tesla constructed a transmitter with several circuits capable of engendering their electrical charge into the Earth. One end of the instrument was attached to the ground via the radiator or water main, and the other end was connected to a cable which Tesla brought to the roof of the building as an aerial connection. With Mr. Dias Buitrago, his draftsman, in charge of the transmitter, the inventor would take his receiving instruments as far as 5 miles away. His first experiments were set up on the roof of the Hotel Gerlach, approximately 30 blocks from the lab. With balloons filled with hot air, helium or hydrogen to hold the elevated terminal aerial high above the buildings, and a cable attached to the water main of the hotel, Tesla set up his receivers and verified that indeed electrical energy could be secured from his transmitter. Had Tesla taken a reporter with him on any one of these excursions, it is quite possible that the generally accepted history of the invention of wireless transmission would be completely different, because in all of Tesla's years, he never demonstrated before a viewing body any long-distance wireless effects.
Still 3 years away from expressing details of his wireless work in patent applications, Tesla had actually hidden some of his plans in patents already secured on his mechanical and electrical oscillators drawn up in 1891 and 1893. This would present a problem for Mikhail Pupin, who was also experimenting with resonance effects and the transmission of simultaneous messages. However, Pupin's goal involved the improvement of the prevailing telephone and telegraph lines. He was not attempting to send messages without them. Pupin realized that by equally spacing pulsations of AC, the rapidity and number of transmissions could be increased greatly. Unfortunately, his February 1894 patent prospectus was easily covered in Tesla's existing inventions and high-frequency lectures. Tesla had announced in London in February 1892 that if the wavelength of the impulses is much smaller than the length of the wire, then corresponding short waves would greatly reduce the capacity, making it possible to send over the wire high-frequency currents at enormous distances. Furthermore, the character of the vibrations would not be greatly affected. The creation of a screen to cut the wire into smaller sections would make it possible to transmit many telephonic messages over the transatlantic cable. These patents and published announcements in no way deterred Pupin. He felt that he had discovered something, and he began a long campaign against the U.S. Patent Office in an attempt to bulldoze his way into a legal foothold. The prize, if successful, would be enormous, as he would have exclusive rights on a way to successfully transmit at the same time large numbers of non-interfering long-distance telephonic and telegraphic conversations over the same wires. Pupin's nemesis was John Seymour, Commissioner of Patents. The Columbia University professor's first strategy was to write up a patent application. He submitted it on February 10, 1894, claiming, "I certainly consider myself the first to make a practical application of this principle to multiple telegraphy." Seymour's reply a few months later was that Pupin's claims are rejected on the arrangement of apparatus shown by patents by Thomson and Rice and by Tesla's article Experiments in Alternating Currents. Seymour also cited the exact page and figure number, concluding that Pupin had merely multiplied Mr. Tesla's electric light circuits, which in no way was a new invention. Hiring a lawyer to help him put together a legalistic-looking circular, Pupin argued that he had indeed been the inventor of the art of distributing electrical energy by alternating currents. The typeset brief, which resembled an official court document, read in part as follows: Tesla produced luminous effects and did not consider multiplex signaling. He does not disclose several exciting circuits acting on the main line, which means for tuning each exciting circuit independently. The applicant was the first to apply the principle upon which the claims are based and did more than merely multiply the Tesla electric circuit. Seymour wrote back, "Claims 1, 2, and 3 are again rejected on Tesla. It is well known in the art that several periodicities may be simultaneously impressed on the same line. The examiner can see no more in these claims than a multiplication of Tesla's circuit in a manner well understood in the art." Pupin was adamant. He was convinced that he had been the first to invent the obvious, and furthermore that he had a total right to make use of Tesla's oscillators, as they were now being generally accepted as the optimum frequency generators for long-distance electrical transmissions. By studying each rejection notice by the U.S. Patent Office, Pupin kept refining the language of his patent in order to try and come upon a way that would secure a legal foothold for him. Moreover, Pupin continued to convince himself that indeed this invention was his. Altering history in his mind and erasing Tesla in his classroom, Pupin would continue his battle to secure this highly lucrative patent on the means of transmitting many simultaneous messages over long distances. His battle would continue for another 6 years, until after John Seymour retired. The year 1894 was a banner one. In July, the spectacular portrait of Tesla appeared in the World. He had major coverage in Electrical World, the New York Times, and Review of Reviews, and his AC polyphase system was going to be utilized at Niagara Falls.
Tesla had formed a partnership with financiers from Wall Street. He had invited the historical giants of his age to his workplace, and he had made marked improvements in experiments in wireless communication. The year closed with an invitation by Tesla to the Johnsons to come to his shop. "Dear Luca," Tesla wrote on December the 21st, "you have not forgotten the visit to my laboratory tomorrow, I hope. Dvorak will be there, and a number of other celebrities in America's elite." Antonin Dvorak, 15 years Tesla's senior, had immigrated from his native Czechoslovakia in 1892 to be appointed director of the National Conservatory of Music. Forever homesick, Dvorak stayed in the United States for only 3 years, but during that time he composed some of his most famous works, particularly the New World Symphony. After the performance, Dvorak visited the Wizard's lab. Christmas and New Year's Eve with the Johnsons would round out one truly remarkable year. 16. Fire at the Lab, 1895. The destruction of Nikola Tesla's workshop with its wonderful contents is something more than a private calamity. It is a misfortune to the whole world. It is not any degree an exaggeration to say that the men living at this time who are more important to the human race than this young gentleman can be counted on the fingers of one hand, perhaps on the thumb of one hand. Charles Dana. It was one fine Sunday afternoon in 1894, as Tesla was strolling up Fifth Avenue with 25-year-old D. McFarlane Moore, a colleague of great promise in the field of fluorescent lighting, when the Serbian savant deliberately stopped and pensively proclaimed, "Moore, after we have signaled from any point to any point on the Earth, the next step will be signaling to other planets." Before the inventor could undertake such an enormous task, he first had to perfect wireless effects over long distances on the Earth. One of his plans was to send messages from his laboratory to receiving equipment which he was going to place on a Hudson River steamboat. Unfortunately, on March the 13th, 1895, Tesla's laboratory burned to the ground. The whole floor collapsed and equipment dropped to the second floor. For one fleeting moment, the civilized world was in shock, for the demolition of the maestro's atelier was a tragedy of incalculable proportions. Fortunately, Tesla was not injured, for he was asleep in his hotel at the time. 2 tottering brick walls and the yawning jaws of a somber cavity aswim with black water and oil were all that could be seen that fateful morning, of a laboratory which to all who had visited it was one of the most interesting spots on Earth. This coming great man, current literature noted, who lives his life as in a dream, forgetful of the lapse of time and living only for the future, was about to revolutionize the cost and economies of electric lighting and place it within the reach of the humblest and poorest of people. To have all of his innumerable marvels swept away at one stroke is a calamity to the whole world as well as to himself. Perhaps, in part to help cheer Tesla up, and in honor of the Serbian-American pioneer of electrical communication, the Postal Telegraph Union of Serbia caused a sensation by connecting a simultaneous concert in Belgrade and Niš by telephone so that both audiences could hear it. The Tesla laboratory was, in a sense, a private museum, T.C. Martin wrote. The owner kept in it many souvenirs of bygone toil and experiment. After describing in detail its contents, Martin concluded, "Perhaps the most painful loss of all is the destruction of Mr. Tesla's notes and papers. His memory is all right, and flashes on any experiment of the past with the revealing power of a searchlight, but the time it will take for the inventor to recreate his ongoing investigations will also cost other experimenters years of sweat and pain. Nevertheless, while the ashes of his hopes lay hot, Tesla was at work again with clenched determination." The strain was enormous, and Tesla steeled himself to fight off depression. One paper reported that he suffered a physical collapse. To help keep his spirits up, Martin met with the inventor at a local cafe to give him more free copies of their book. He may have also given him money. "Here it please your majesty," the editor said with a bow. Your experiments have been repeated in Berlin under your name with the Emperor's brother, Prince Henry, assisting. If you did not get a daily bolster from me, you would have a relapse into dullness, as you do when you miss your daily dose of electricity." The duo sat down to review Martin's article on the burning of the lab so that a more accurate description of its lost contents could be enumerated. Westinghouse was still in the midst of battling William Stanley of the William Stanley Company and Elihu Thomson of GE in patent litigation, as each was continuing to produce AC induction motors illegally, while at the same time implying that the invention was of their own design. Together, these two concerns outsold Westinghouse by 10,000 kilowatts for the period 1893 to 97. According to some, their motors and generators were more efficient. Stanley, who continued to brazenly promulgate the sale of his polyphase system in advertisements in the electrical journals, had by this time increased his operation from 15 men to a few hundred, and GE was more than twice that size. Embroiled in the numerous patent disputes, the Westinghouse Company decided to take out a full-page advertisement which proclaimed, "Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company, sole owners of the Tesla polyphase system." The display continued, "The novelty of Mr. Tesla's inventions was recognized by Professor Elihu Thomson, who said in discussing the Tesla inventions before the American Institute of Electrical Engineers in 1888, 'I have certainly been very much interested in the description given by Mr. Tesla of his new and admirable little motor. I have, as probably you may be aware, worked in somewhat similar directions and towards similar ends. The trials which I have made have been by the use of a single alternating current circuit, not a double alternating circuit." Although GE intimated that the Tesla motor was dangerous because it gave off too many sparks, there is no evidence that the fire in Tesla's lab was caused by his equipment. It had started in the floor below in a dry cleaning establishment. Some investigators intimated that a careless night watchman may have been responsible, perhaps by smoking near oily rags. Estimates of the uninsured loss ranged as high as $1 million, but the actual damage was probably closer to $250,000. O'Neill suggests that Adams came to the rescue by advancing $40,000 in return for a piece of the company. However, Adams was already a partner, and thus he, Tesla, and the other partners all suffered losses. Still, there is some evidence that Adams did provide further assistance at this time. Royalties from Europe and continuing modest annual payments from the Westinghouse Company helped offset the misfortune, but clearly Tesla now needed to raise additional revenue in order to open up a new place. In particular, Tesla received a number of letters from friendly members of the Westinghouse Company. Ernest Heinrich, an engineer and author, wrote, "I hasten to offer you my sincere regret." Not knowing the situation, he continued, "I trust that you were well insured and will be able very soon to find another suitable location to carry on your work." Tesla was uninsured, but he had generated too much momentum to slow his progress. Within a few days, he was out scouting new locations. In the interim, he turned to the one lab where he knew vital equipment would be on hand. For the next few weeks, Nikola Tesla rolled up his sleeves at Tom Edison's workshop at Llewellyn Park, New Jersey, a laboratory that shuts out everybody who has not been given a pass by Mr. Edison himself or one of his assistants. Simultaneously, he contacted Albert Schmidt for more equipment, scoffing, as was his nature, at any expense which might be incurred. "I shall rely as to the price entirely on the fairness of the Westinghouse Company," Tesla said, concluding, "I believe that there are gentlemen in that company who believe in a hereafter." Vice President and General Manager Samuel Bannister shipped as a gift some early Tesla models which had been saved from the World's Fair, and wrote of his regret concerning "your misfortune." "I am glad to know that you took off your coat to work to get everything back into shape as soon as possible." However, this was little consolation, as the Westinghouse Company would begin to bill Tesla for the cost of machinery lost in the fire which was on loan. They also charged him for new equipment. In April, partly in response to Brisbane's announcement that Tesla was greater even than Edison, The rivalry between the two men, at least in the press, intensified. "Who is king, Edison or Tesla?" the Troy Press of New York inquired. Joseph Jefferson, speaking in Boston, left no doubt about his position. "Edison has been deposed," the Thespian proclaimed, "and Tesla has been coronated new potentate." The twin wizards of electricity met in May in Philadelphia, along with Alexander Graham Bell, at the National Electrical Exposition. For the first time ever, Tesla's AC was transmitted the grand distance of 500 miles. Tesla was disappointed that no appreciable amount of power was transported along the existing telephone lines for fear by the underwriters that damage or a fire could result. Nevertheless, the experiment was a complete success and dwarfed the achievements of the old 100-mile Laufen-Frankfurt record. "The most amazing thing at this exposition," Edison remarked, "is the demonstration of the ability to deliver here an electric current generated at Niagara Falls. To my mind, it solves one of the most important questions associated with electrical development." Bell concurred, stating, "This long-distance transmission of electric power was the most important discovery of electric science that had been made for many years." Bell, with Edison looking into the future, realized that by means of this discovery, cities and towns remote from the places of electrical generation would be able to obtain the services of this agent with great economy and with a practical convenience far superior than is now possible. Tesla, who solved the problem, stated, "I am now convinced beyond any question that it is possible to transmit electricity by water power to commercial advantage over a distance of 500 miles at half the cost of generation by steam or coal. I am willing to stake my reputation and my life upon this declaration." No record exists of what was said between Tesla and Edison on this occasion, but it seems likely that each was privately amused by the rivalry played out in the press, that Tesla thanked Edison for the temporary use of his laboratory, and that Edison expressed his condolences for the loss of Tesla's workplace. GE was now losing the propaganda campaign on all fronts. Even Edison was admitting Tesla's accomplishment. Rumors began to circulate that an agreement with Westinghouse was reached on the pooling of patents, but a total solution was a number of years away, partly because GE had so many divisions that were pirating the apparatus, and partly because Westinghouse saw no immediate advantage in making a deal. After one significant loss in the courts, the headquarters of GE were forced to abandon its position, but they would continue to bargain because their financiers controlled the Niagara enterprise. Moreover, the size of that venture prevented Westinghouse from tackling it alone. T.C. Martin, however, naively thought that a complete reconciliation and vindication for Tesla was at hand. "This would now mean the acknowledgement of supremacy of your polyphase patents," he wrote. "I suppose each will license the other." It does not appear that Tesla enlightened him on the finality of the deal he had signed, because 1 full year later, the editor discussed the subject again. "I cannot tell you how pleased I am about the news of the recognition of your patents by GE Company, and I hasten to congratulate you. This ought to fill your pockets with your own money," Martin concluded. At least from a historical perspective, vindication was at hand, for now it was accepted even by the opposition that Tesla's work alone was making possible the yoking into service of old Niagara herself. But the inventor would never reap any financial gains other than those he had already settled for. "This discovery forms the basis," Review of Reviews announced, "of the Niagara Company's attempt to utilize that enormous power which for centuries has been running to waste, and thus to turn machinery in towns and cities so far away as Buffalo, 20 miles distant, and perhaps New York and Chicago." And then the magazine dropped the bombshell. "And it underlies the hardly less bold venture of the Westinghouse and Baldwin companies to drive a through railway express by electricity. It is not too much to say that the Tesla motor is behind all the large attempts at power transmission by electricity which are being made throughout the country, not only in the fields of manufacture and transportation, but also in mining, irrigation, and farming." August the 7th, 1895. My dear Mr. Westinghouse, I learned from the journals of your friendly agreement with the Baldwin Locomotive Works. The news of your consolidation has been an agreeable surprise. Such a splendid union of means and abilities cannot fail to be of interest to both parties concerned. Yours very truly, N. Tesla. Tesla was in need of new capital. The Westinghouse Corporation was billing him for lost equipment and for new machines ordered, and yet they had just gained 2 gargantuan contracts in 2 entirely separate fields, both based on his creation. Surely the corporation would overlook a few $1,000s owed, especially when it was Tesla's personality that played a key role in gathering such principals of the Niagara Company as Edward Dean Adams, John Jacob Astor, and William Birch Rankin into the fold. It also occurred to the inventor that use of his induction motor in an entirely novel field, such as railway transportation, was, in a sense, outside the original intent of their contract. Should not he also benefit from such a fortuitous turn of events? Tesla would continue somewhat naively to bring new potential clients to Pittsburgh, almost as if he were their private ambassador, but he would never receive additional compensation for the service. 17. Martian Fever, 1895 to 96. If there are intelligent inhabitants of Mars or any other planet, it seems to me that we can do something to attract their attention. I have had this scheme under consideration for 5 or 6 years. Nikola Tesla. John Jacob Astor III graduated from Harvard University at the age of 22 in 1888. He was one of the wealthiest men on the planet, with assets in the neighborhood of $100 million. By comparison, J. Pierpont Morgan's wealth was perhaps $30 million. As a youth, Astor had been an inventor, having patented a bicycle brake and a pneumatic walkway which won a prize at the 1893 Chicago World's Fair. Other inventions included a storage battery, an internal combustion engine, and a flying machine. During his college years, when he was known by the unfortunate nickname of Jackass, Astor, who now sported long tapered sideburns and a waxed moustache, had undertaken courses with the inimitable astronomy professor William Pickering. One of Astor's pet projects was to find a way to create rain by pumping warm, moist air from the Earth's surface into the upper atmosphere. But the U.S. Patent Office had turned him down. Thus, when Pickering mentioned that the seasons were due to the inclination of the Earth's axis off of the ecliptic, Astor became intrigued. If the Earth were not tilted away from the Sun, Pickering suggested, it would probably have one uniform moderate climate, even at the extreme north and south latitudes. As part of the curriculum, Astor was introduced to the Harvard Observatory. There, along with such up-and-comers as Percival Lowell, brother of the president of the university, Astor could peer through the great telescope and view such wonders as the craters on the Moon, the satellites of Jupiter, and Saturn's spectacular rings. In April 1890, Professor Pickering made headlines when he photographed what he said was a snowstorm on the planet Mars. He calculated that the area covered was almost equal to that of the United States. 2 years later, during a celebrated trip to Harvard's observatory in Arequipa, Peru, the bushily bearded professor announced another major discovery: lakes in great numbers on Mars. The canals, Pickering proclaimed, have dark as well as bright regions. We also observed clouds and the melting of snows, and this confirmed Herschel's hypothesis that there was vegetation around the regions of water. The idea of attempting to signal Martians, as they were then called, was a familiar ambition of the day, and Astor, like Tesla, was caught in the fancy of it. In 1894, Percival Lowell announced in Nature his description of the canals of Mars. At the same time, Astor, just 30 years old, completed a science fiction novel about space travel. Entitled A Journey in Other Worlds, his book offered a futuristic vision of what takes place 1 century into the future. A few months after publication in February 1895, their financier presented a copy to the great inventor. Although Tesla did not appear to be particularly impressed by the work, the inventor promised Astor to keep it as an interesting and pleasant memento of our acquaintance. Adorned with ethereal outer space illustrations by Dan Beard, Astor's tale begins in the year 2000 with a meeting at Delmonico's restaurant of the Terrestrial Axis Straightening Company, whose task it is to create fair weather throughout the planet. Astor envisions, for the close of the 20th century, a picture telephone, an airplane with the ability to fly to Europe in one day, an electric automobile, hidden phonographs by the police to record conversations of criminals, color photography, a rain-making device, the idea of colonizing the solar system, and the understanding that the Earth would appear like a crescent moon when seen from outer space. Perhaps Astor's most impressive prediction is the path that his spaceship, Callisto, takes on its journey to Jupiter. Astor hypothesizes that just as magnetism has a repelling force, gravity should as well. This energy, which he called apogee, is simply the opposite of gravity. By harnessing apogee, the astronauts in the story aim their ship first toward the Sun, then change their course to something like a tangent to the Earth, and receive their final right direction, back out toward Jupiter, in swinging near the Moon, to bring apogee into play. Exactly a century after this book appeared, NASA actually did send a spacecraft, named the Galileo, on a voyage along a remarkably similar trajectory, using Venus instead of the Moon as the pivot for the swing back out toward Jupiter. Whereas this modern trip will take a few years, Astor's weary travelers cover the distance in a matter of days. Jupiter is abundant with life. Flowers greet them by singing with the volume of a cathedral organ. The red spot, they find out, was caused by a forest changing color due to a cold snap. Armed, the astronauts are able to hunt down animals resembling mastodons, which they kill for food. Fortunately, they also have the wherewithal to hop back onto the Callisto so they can return to Earth. Fueled by a competitive spirit, the newspapers and magazines continued to promulgate the idea that Mars was inhabited by beings possibly more intelligent than we. As Tesla made headlines in the New York dailies and electrical journals for his bold prediction that he would signal the stars, and Astor made the bookstores with his space-traveling romance of the future, other luminaries were also capitalizing on the extraterrestrial fervor. In 1895, George Lathrop, son-in-law of novelist Nathaniel Hawthorne, had Earthlings battle warriors from the Red Planet on the pages of the New York Journal. Their weapons were disintegrating death rays invented by the Wizard of Menlo Park, Thomas Edison. The following year, George du Maurier, grandfather of Daphne, wrote the novel The Martian, in which he describes telepathic winged beings that descend from no monkey but are able to adorn marble statues and irrigate the entire planet. And the year after, H.G. Wells gained notoriety with his serialized Persons magazine horror story War of the Worlds, in which ghastly octopus-like Martians storm Earth in their egg-shaped spaceships and take over. Although fictional, these stories were based on prognostications put forward by supposedly sober scientists. The major culprit was the French astronomer and psychic researcher Camille Flammarion. In Stories of Infinity, Lumen, History of a Comet in Infinity, published in 1873, Flammarion interviewed Lumen, a sagacious returning comet, on such topics as the speed of light, time travel, and life on other planets. Lumen: "Ah, if you knew the organisms that vibrate on Jupiter or Uranus, you would know that some living beings can understand without eyes, ears, or smell, that there are other faculties of an unascertainable number in nature, essentially different than yours." This idea, called the plurality of worlds hypothesis, is an antediluvian concept which, through the ages, has counted numerous scientists among its adherents. Early astronomers such as Kepler, Newton, Laplace, and Herschel took this position, along with such modern astrophysicists as Carl Sagan. Human beings, grasping the immensity of the cosmos, know that life is not necessarily unique to Earth. Roman and Greek mythology, which concerned the lives and responsibilities of specific deities and included a god for each of the known planets, probably served as a psychological template for astronomers' speculations and corresponding religious beliefs. Carl Jung has linked such mythological thinking to the belief in UFOs, the search for meaning, and the search for God. Identifying God with the unknowable, the unconscious, and the wisdom revealed in dream interpretation, Jung says that the myth arises through attempts by the conscious to understand the unconscious. Thus, the mysteries of outer space are connected with those of inner space. Primordial instincts, archetypes, would therefore be the mechanism evolved through attempts to explain celestial natural phenomena. Over time, these were transformed into the myths of our forefathers. This belief in ancient sky gods and extraterrestrial existence stems from a common motif, that is, that humans cannot be the highest beings in the cosmos, and furthermore, that there is a supreme creator. Because the idea strikes a deep chord, through the centuries numerous scientists, artists, and authors have been seized by this notion. In 1835, Richard Adams Locke of the New York Sun created a series of front-page articles on astronomer Sir John Herschel, discoverer of Uranus, and alleged discoverer of advanced life forms on the Moon. Locke's hoax, which spread around the world before it was exposed, was made possible by the fact that Herschel was in South Africa at the time and therefore out of contact with the press. Herschel's supposed discoveries of unicorn-like animals and winged humanoids were made via a marvelous and fictitious telescope that was 150 feet long and could magnify the heavens 42,000 times. 30 years later, Jules Verne journeyed his readers to the Moon, but by the late 1870s, the destination had shifted to Mars. The first attempt to create a map of Mars and delineate the features seen on it can be traced back to Bernard de Fontana and Christian Huygens in the mid-1600s. More detailed drawings were sketched by Herschel in 1830 and by numerous other scientists in the 1860s and 1870s, such as Camille Flammarion, and in the 1880s by Giovanni Schiaparelli, who named these channels canali. In two scientific treatises, The Plurality of Worlds and Mars and Its Inhabitants, Flammarion stated his belief that Mars not only housed life, but also intelligent beings. Dwarfed in stature, positioned next to his 15-foot-tall telescope, the bearded French astronomer described in detail the mountains, valleys, craters, lakes, and oceans of Mars in North American Review in 1896. "It is obvious," Flammarion concluded, "the world of Mars is vigorously alive." Perhaps unconsciously influenced by the 1835 New York Sun hoax or Du Maurier's story, Flammarion suggested that due to the lightness of the atmosphere, the inhabitants may have received the privilege of flight. May they not rather be like dragonflies fluttering in the air above the lakes and the canals? Whereas Flammarion only set out to describe the Martians, Tesla actually made plans to contact them. The most influential American proponent, however, was undoubtedly the erudite Percival Lowell, descendant of the famous Massachusetts Lowell family. Influenced by Flammarion, Lowell would capture the front page of the newspapers on many occasions with "Mars Inhabited" headlines. He would also come to author a number of scholarly accounts covered in such prestigious journals as Nature and Scientific American, all culminating in his weighty text, The Canals of Mars, disseminated by the distinguished Macmillan Publishing Company. Unlike the warlike humans of Earth, Martians dwelled in a coordinated world, Lowell speculated. They had outgrown their savage instincts and consciously practiced peace. These Martians were sagacious builders who conserved their precious water and learned to live in a civilized global society. Mars was an older and thus more experienced planet. Its people had lived through the technological revolution eons ago, so they had learned to harvest and cultivate their planet from a global perspective. With humanity at the dawn of a new technological society, it was comforting to think that we would not have to face this rapidly advancing condition alone. As one of a community of intelligent planets, we had neighbors to whom we could turn for guidance. By the late 1890s, Lowell had completed construction of his own gargantuan telescope at Flagstaff, Arizona, where it is still today one of the finest in the world.
There he would report each new discovery, including the cataloguing of galaxies, which at the time were called island universes. It's hard to overestimate Lowell's impact on contemporary thinking. For instance, the vegetation hypothesis was echoed by Werner von Braun, Willy Ley, and P. Bonestell, who co-wrote in their 1956 text, The Exploration of Mars, "And this is the picture of Mars at mid-century, a small planet which 3/4 is cold desert, with the rest covered with a sort of plant life, most likely lichen. Mars is not the dead planet, but neither can it be inhabited by the kind of intelligent beings that many people dreamed of in 1900. A society's beliefs determines its reality, but society is made up of individuals, and in the case of the idea that Mars was inhabited, these individuals often embellish their supposed objective scientific findings. Supported vigorously by the press, the most important proponents of the life on Mars scenario were the astronomers, but the position was also championed by the inventors. Elihu Thomson, a long-time stargazer and friend of Professor Pickering's, was so enthusiastic that he often took his telescope to his factories so that workers could see the Martian canal system with their own eyes. Other eminent scientists included Lord Kelvin, who upon his arrival in America in September 1897 announced to the press his idea to flash a signal at night from the glittering metropolis of New York City to Mars to let them know we are here. No doubt he discussed this plan with Tesla when he visited his laboratory during the journey. Edison, too, was caught up in esoteric causes, but his wish was to invent a telephone-like device to contact departed spirits rather than living Martians. The possibility of beckoning Martians was the extreme application of my principle of propagation of electric waves, Mr. Tesla told the interviewers in 1896 in the article, "Is Tesla to Signal the Stars?" The same principle may be employed with good effects for the transmission of news to all parts of the Earth. Every city on the globe could be on an immense circuit. Thus, a message sent from New York would be in England, Africa, and Australia in an instant. What a grand thing it would be. 18. High Society, 1894 to 97. Nikola Tesla is one of the great geniuses and most remarkable men who have ever had anything to do with electricity. It is as much of an honor to propose him for membership as his membership would be an addition to the club. Letter to the Players Club by Stanford White. Commuting to New Jersey was only a temporary solution, and within a few weeks Tesla returned to New York, where he secured a laboratory just below Greenwich Village near Chinatown at 46 and 48 Houston Street. Nervous and perpetually on the brink of exhaustion, Tesla began to experiment with the healing properties of his oscillators as reports began to filter in from around the country about its remarkable curative properties. These high-frequency vitality boosters would generate a universal healing agent that, when applied, would enable the body to throw off all diseases, said Dr. F. Finch Strong. Effects obtained included increase of strength, appetite, and weight, induction of natural sleep, and elimination. Other doctors reported the ability to cure tuberculosis. Tesla believes that electricity is the greatest of all doctors and says that when his laboratory was burned, nothing but regular daily applications of electricity kept him from sinking into a state of melancholia. "My high frequencies," he would say, "produce an anti-germicidal action." Thus, as part of his routine for a day at the lab, the inventor would disrobe, step upon his apparatus, and turn on the juice. A prickly corona would envelop his body and restore it to a more pristine condition. Electricity had become the new panacea. It could cure the sick, eradicate the criminals, and even eliminate recalcitrant undergrowth that interfered with the running of trains. Weeding has always been considered very hard work, but with the aid of the electrical weeder, a man has only to touch a button and the weeds vanish. In May 1895, Tesla and the Johnsons attended the dedication ceremony for the new arch, situated as the gateway looking south to Greenwich Village at Washington Square Park and looking north to the beginning of Fifth Avenue. Designed by Stanford White,
the dashing man with the red moustache, the lofty edifice stood taller and wider than any comparable one erected by the mighty ancient Romans or Greeks. Johnson had recited one of his poems in honor of the original wooden one which had been built in 1889. This was but one more connection between Tesla and the celebrated Stanford White, whose many other monuments and buildings were rapidly reshaping the city into a regal testament to the great and vibrant gay era. Tesla would often run into White at the offices of the Century, where the artist would be commissioned to illustrate their covers, and at meetings involving the Niagara Falls enterprise at Delmonico's, the Waldorf and the theatre or the Madison Square Garden Roof restaurant. Having designed the Players Club in Manhattan in 1887, the tennis club in Newport, churches and numerous mansions, White was also an interior decorator. It was said that he knew the colour of the boudoir of every woman of note in the city. A trendsetter and sensualist, White became one of the leading choreographers of the ambience of the percolating metropolis. Good friends with the inventor, White often talked with Tesla about their shared vision of the future. Tesla had met White in 1891, when the piano virtuoso Ignacy Paderewski played the Garden for 5 breathtaking performances. Edward Dean Adams was in the midst of courting both men, Tesla for his inventions and White for his architectural prowess, and he wanted to get the two together to discuss the best way to place Westinghouse's behemoth electric generators in the upcoming powerhouse. "My dear Mr. Adams," White wrote, "I duly received the information of the Cataract Construction Company and will pitch in as soon as possible. With McKim in Chicago and Meade in Canada, I am here alone in a sort of maelstrom of work. If it were not for the roof garden and the Valley girls to cheer me up, I should have been dead long ago." By the end of the year, White had sent Adams designs for the proposed buildings. Adams reciprocated by sending White a magnificent text on precious stones and a stunning gift, most likely a ruby or emerald. In 1893, Tesla and White crossed paths again, as both were cardinal participants in the Chicago World's Fair. The following year, White, then 40, urged the inventor to become a member of the Players Club. "Will you not let me put you up for membership?" he inquired. "It is an inexpensive club, and the character of man I think you would like, and I know it would give me the greatest pleasure to meet you there now and then." Tesla requested that Johnson be included for membership, and White agreed. In the heart of winter in early 1895, White invited Tesla for a little supper for the artist Ned Abbey in my room in the tower, and Tesla sharpened his appetite for the occasion. There in White's sanctuary, where one's mind could spin 1,000 tales, the duo gazed out over the entire city. This moment symbolized the pinnacle of social achievement, for only the elite could enter White's chamber, and only the imagination of the outsiders could discern what might transpire. A month later, the inventor reciprocated by asking White, his wife Bessie, and their son Lawrence to his den. March the 2nd, 1895. My dear Tesla, I cannot thank you too much for your kindness in showing all your wonderful experiments the other day. They made a deep impression on me, as they did everyone, and I'm going to see them again someday if you will let me. Sincerely yours, Stanford White. A fortnight later, the laboratory was in cinders, but for the electronic savant, it was almost as if he were simply shifting gears. In the spring, he received a risque invitation to White's outrageous Girl in the Pie banquet. As the story goes, and there are a number of versions, a dozen scantily clad maidens served a 20-course meal at the notorious photography studio of Jimmy Breeze at 5 West 16th Street, the dinners having been shipped from Sherry's. Attending the clandestine affair were other friends of White's, including artists Auguste Saint-Gaudens and Robert Reed, and the inventor Peter Cooper Hewitt. At the culmination of the feast, with the band playing, the young ladies returned in even more provocative outfits, singing and wheeling out a pie the size of a small automobile. To the tune of 24 blackbirds, the crust burst open with a flutter of a flock of canaries, and out popped a topless young woman. Mum was the word until sketchy details were published in the World.
Tesla became privy to the architect's salacious activities and may have partaken himself in discreet entanglements, although it is just as likely that his phobia for germs or monastic inclinations would have inhibited him. White admired Tesla as each in his own way was a sculptor of the new age. Meeting occasionally for a round of pool at the Players' Club or at a boxing match, perhaps with Twain at the Garden, Tesla also accompanied White for sailing jaunts out at Southampton with a dozen members of the clique. On one occasion, White asked Tesla to join him for an outing with Mr. William Astor Chamber, an African explorer. As usual, Tesla was busy at work, but after some tactful prodding, he relented. "I am so delighted that you have decided to tear yourself away from your laboratory," White said. "I would sooner have you on board than the Emperor of Germany or the Queen of England." The year 1895 was a peculiar one. The U.S. government was nearing bankruptcy. In the panic of 1893, bondholders had wished to secure gold instead of paper money, and the mint had made good by depleting its reserves. By January 1895, the United States was within days of being unable to meet its debts. Quietly, President Cleveland had asked August Belmont, a wealthy Jewish businessman and backer of the Westinghouse Company, to meet with the European Rothschilds to secure replacement gold reserves. The reality of the day, however, included an unfortunate worldwide wave of anti-Semitism. Only the year before, in a famous trial in France, the Jewish captain Alfred Dreyfus had been convicted on a trumped-up charge of treason. The Rothschilds were Jewish. How would it look to have Jewish financiers bail out an entire nation? It was for this reason, according to Morgan biographer George Wheeler, that J. Pierpont Morgan, an upstanding Episcopalian, was brought into the picture. Morgan, with Belmont's help, was able to secure $60 million in foreign gold reserves, and the country was saved from insolvency. The incident also marked the anointment of Morgan as King of Wall Street. In October, a 22-year-old, well-mannered stenographer named George Scherf walked into Tesla's laboratory and applied for a job. The inventor reviewed the secretary's credentials and hired him. Although Scherf knew nothing about electrical engineering, Tesla was impressed with his demeanor and intelligence, and within a matter of days, the youth was busy at work transcribing papers and taking over the general management of the office. In the same month, Tesla forwarded a book on Buddhism to Luca, whom he hadn't seen since the end of the summer. Johnson had travelled with his wife to Italy to receive a decoration from King Humbert for his work on securing a law for international copyright, and during this period, Tesla had taken some time to attend lectures in Brooklyn on Buddhism by Swami Vivekananda. "My dear friend and faithful stranger," Johnson wrote back, "I am touched by your remembrance of me in sending the book. I'll drop into your laboratory some day for old acquaintance's sake. Glad to know that you are again in town and established in the beautiful Johnson mansion," Tesla wrote Mrs. Philippoff. "I cannot say as much for my laboratory, which is still in need of furnishing." Tesla reported the local gossip, such as how Stamford had difficulty in deciding between which of two beautiful sisters to spend an evening with, the gist of Swami Vivekananda's lectures on the external nature of God and the transmigration of souls, and of his progress in netting more millionaires. He was meeting with railroad magnate and U.S. Senator Chauncey Depew, J. Beaver Webb, a fleet captain, shipbuilder, and Morgan man, Darius Ogden Mills, a stock market manipulator and principal in GE, and John Jacob Astor. The wealthiest of the crew, except for Astor, was undoubtedly Mills, who had made his fortune in San Francisco during the California gold rush. Owner of the New York Tribune and a palace on Fifth Avenue opposite St. Patrick's Cathedral, of which a Shah of Persia might have been proud, Mills had been the second private citizen in history after J. Pierpont Morgan to have his abode illuminated by electricity. As Herbert Satterlee tells the story, Mills was so impressed with the Edison invention that he insisted on becoming a partner in the company. "Only if for every share of Edison stock you purchase for yourself, you purchase one for me," Morgan replied, and Mills agreed. Tesla had much to tell his European travelling friends. At the end of the year, Tesla began to apply more pressure on Edward Dean Adams to influence John Jacob Astor. The Colonel, as he was now called, was funding, of all people, mountebank John Worrell Keely. This was a situation that had to be changed. Keely's motor hadn't motored in 20 years. Tesla's had turned the world. Martin wrote the inventor of his astonishment at Astor's gullibility. Tesla pressed Astor for a commitment. Attempting perhaps to capitalize on the Christmas spirit, Tesla met with Astor and his nautical counselor, J. Beaver Webb, on December the 19th and pitched his cause. "I am impressed with your endeavor, Mr. Tesla," Astor commented, "although, as I understand it, your latest inventions are yet to reach the point of being marketed. Nevertheless, I'll speak to Mr. Adams. By all means, let's keep the door open." Tesla telephoned Adams that afternoon and wrote Astor the following day. "My dear Mr. Astor, Adams would be only too glad to have you with us. We agreed that we would jointly provide from 500 to 1,000 shares of the parent company for yourself and Mr. Webb at the price of $95 a share of a par value of $100 each. The parent company owns my patents and rights in foreign and domestic markets, which I believe will profoundly affect the present state of the mechanical and electrical arts, and will create a greater revolution in their applications than my ideas on the transmission of power, which are at present generally adopted." Christmas was drawing near, and with it the renewal of the Serb's link to his adopted American family. The invitation from the Johnsons was wholeheartedly welcomed. "My dear Luca," Tesla wrote, "I am, as you know, very fond of millionaires, but the inducements you offer are so great that I shall set them aside to partake in the splendid lunch which Madame Philippoff will prepare. For Christmas, I want to be at home, 327 Lexington Avenue, with my friends, my dear friends, the Johnsons. If you will prepare a dinner for a half dozen and invite nobody, it will suit me. We shall talk of blessed peace and be merry until then." Tesla did his best to overlook the erotic tension emanating from Catherine as she directed the servants with Agnes to set the dinner table, and Tesla talked shop with Robert and his son Owen. Catherine could never be part of the bond that existed between Tesla and Robert. Her heart ached for what it could not have, and yet simultaneously was filled with what it now possessed. With Robert out of the room, Catherine was too intense. She claimed a telepathic link to the wizard. Her breast palpitated when he was near. Hormones gushed. On one occasion, she edged them to the line. He had no choice but to withdraw. On the last day of the year, Stamford dropped off a note. He wanted Tesla to hire a promising lad, the son of his friend Charlie Barney, a banker with ties to Whitney and Vanderbilt. "My dear Mr. White," Tesla wrote back, "I heartily agree that the young fellow who has two awfully pretty sisters ought to be helped by all means. Unfortunately," Tesla continued, he still had the responsibility of carrying 3 superfluous workmen, who were not really working because of the delay caused by the fire. As the relationship with the Johnsons became more intimate, there may have been rivalries between them over which one had the greater access to him. Tesla wrote after the New Year, "My dear Luca, I am glad to know you shall love me, but I am much disappointed to learn that the boil has bothered you so much. I doubt, however, that you are a hero, because heroes do not go to bed on account of a boil." Although Catherine had seen Tesla twice in December, it only served to ignite her passion even more. Torn between loving a professorial and delightful gentleman who could count among his friends Mark Twain, John Muir, Rudyard Kipling, and Teddy Roosevelt, even if he did suffer from boils, and an exotic internationally known virtuoso whose singular talents promised to transform an entire world, Catherine wanted to feel herself en rapport with the wizard so that she could discuss their psychic link. February the 12th, 1896. Dear Mr. Tesla, I have had such a wonderful experience the past 3 years. So much of it is already gone that I sometimes fear it will all pass away with me, and you, of all persons, ought to know something of it, for you could not fail to have a scientific interest in it. I call it
thought transference, for want of a better word. Perhaps it is not at all that. I have often wished and meant to speak to you of this, but when I am with you, I never say the things I had intended to say. I seem to be only capable of one thing. Do come tomorrow. Sincerely yours, Catherine Johnson. Stamford might have been able to leave his wife on Long Island while he courted young starlets at his bachelor pad at Gramercy Park or his private loft atop the garden tower, but dear Mr. Tesla was cut from different cloth. He would often dine with women and tantalize with his eyes, but that would have to be the extent of a relationship. Apparently, Tesla undertook a self-imposed vow of chastity, having been influenced in part by Swami Vivekananda, who preached chastity as the path to self-transformation and enlightenment. Tesla met the Swami on February the 13th, 1896, at a dinner with Sarah Bernhardt, after one of her performances in the play Isiel. As with the rest of the world, Tesla had first heard of the Swami during the summer of 1893, when the Hindu gained overnight prominence after speaking at the Congress of World Religions, which had been held at the Chicago World's Fair. As Tesla had been in Chicago within a month of the talk, it is conceivable that he met or saw the Swami speak at that time. Vivekananda told the great electrician about Vedantic prana, life force, and akasha, ether, which according to Tesla are the only theories modern science can entertain. Having studied Madame Blavatsky's theosophical teachings, Tesla was already versed in the idea of akasha and the akashic records, which are, in essence, the records of all historical events existing in some vibratory state in this ether. The Brahma, or universal mind, the Swami continued, produces akasha and prana. Tesla agreed with the essential premise of this Buddhist view, replying that the theory could be proved mathematically by demonstrating that force and matter are reducible to potential energy. And then the inventor invited Swami Vivekananda, some of his devotees, and Sarah Bernhardt to his laboratory for the following week to demonstrate through experiments this principle. After Tesla showed the Swami some of his creations, the Swami advised that pure creation in the sense that something was born from nothing was not possible. To Swami Vivekananda, creation was a process of combining existing elements into a new synthesis. This idea of the eternal nature of existence, with no beginning and no ending, was appealing to Tesla, and he later referred to this and related concepts in some of his writings. Today, this theory in cosmology refers to the steady-state theory of eternal creation, which would oppose the more generally accepted Big Bang theory, which hypothesizes a particular date for the beginning of time. The reason that the Big Bang theory is the more generally accepted one is because the universe is expanding. Working backward, it appears logical that all matter in the universe was together at one time in one location. Current estimates place the Big Bang at about 15 billion years ago. How Astor could be taken in by Keely was a mystery to Tesla, for the financier declined at this time to partake in the venture. He had taken a month to consider the proposal. January the 18th, 1896. Dear Mr. Tesla, your letter offering me some of your oscillator stock received. 95 seems rather a high price, for though the inventions covered by the stock will doubtless bring about great changes, they may not pay for some time as yet, and of course there are always a good many risks. Wishing the oscillator as much success as I could if financially interested, and hoping soon to be able to use one myself, I remain yours sincerely, John Jacob Astor. Although a rejection, the letter was not a complete denial. It was going to take one or two more go-arounds to land this big fish. The oscillators for Tesla, of course, were never ends in and of themselves. Tesla's goal was to send energy into the Earth and use it as a conduit to transmit messages and power. Details of the plan, however, were such a tightly held secret that even his workers were not completely confided in. Somewhat surreptitiously, Tesla took a train to Colorado Springs in late February 1896 to look over a prospective site for a new laboratory, and also to conduct the kinds of wireless experiments he had wanted to undertake before his laboratory burned to the ground. Tesla instructed a colleague, perhaps a local engineering professor, to transmit a musical song on an autoharp through Pikes Peak to his receiving equipment, which included another autoharp attuned to the first 4 miles away on the other side of the mountain. The experiment was a success. The song, Ben Bolt, played on one side of the mountain, was picked up by means of a resonant earth frequency on the other. Tesla, however, completely confounded the details of the instrumentation involved. By implying to the press that the energy utilized derived from the Earth and not from one of his oscillators, Tesla also succeeded in generating hyperbolic headlines as well. Based on this false premise, page 1 of the March 8, 1896 Sunday magazine section of The World announced not only Tesla's historic wireless achievement, but also the supposed experimental verification that the Earth was imbued with free energy of essentially unlimited amounts. By tapping this reservoir, the future was clear. Electricity would be as free as air. The end has come to telegraph, telephone companies and other monopolies with a crash. 19. Shadowgraphs, 1896. The rising claims of the inventors revives an incident in connection with the discovery of the Röntgen ray. Oliver Lodge announced apparatus by which he saw through a man. A few days later, Mr. Edison proclaimed that he had apparatus with which he had seen through 2 men. Within a week, Mr. Tesla produced rays of such penetrating power that they went clear through 3 men. When this was shown to Mr. Edison, the great man, who hasn't a spark of jealousy in his nature, smiled and said, "Well, let's stop it at 3. What do you say? I think 3 men will do as well and prove as much as a regiment." New York Mail and Express. A few days before the new year, the scientific world was shaken by the remarkable discovery by Wilhelm Röntgen of a queer unknown energy that he called X-rays, which emanated from his Leonard and Crookes tubes. Mikhail Pupin wrote, "No other discovery within my lifetime has ever aroused the interest of the world as did the discovery of the X-rays. Every physicist dropped his own problems and rushed headlong into the research." Astonishingly, Pupin added, "To the best of my knowledge, I was at that time the only physicist here who had had any laboratory experience with vacuum tube research. I obtained the first X-ray photograph in America on January 2nd, 1896, 2 weeks after the discovery was announced in Germany." As Pupin could so neatly do, he forswore any mention of his compatriot. To Pupin, Tesla was a non-person. Röntgen gained world recognition virtually overnight with his announcement that he had discovered a new energy emanating from cathode ray tubes that could illuminate light-sensitive chemicals at the far end of a room, penetrate solid objects, and photograph the internal organs and bones of living beings. As Pupin noted, scientists from all over the world dropped their current projects to join in this exciting new venture. Tesla himself wrote no fewer than 9 articles on the topic in a 2-year period. Although Tesla may have noticed these rays and their effects on photographic paper years earlier, he did not pursue the investigations, and left no doubt that the discoverer of what he liked to call shadowgraphs was Wilhelm Röntgen. Tesla had taken the word shadowgraph from Soren Kierkegaard, who described them in his essay Either or. To the existential philosopher, they were sketches that derive from the darker side of life, but are not directly visible. The shadowgraph does not become perceptible until I see through the external. Not until I look through it do I discover that inner picture too delicately drawn to be outwardly visible, woven as it is of the tenderest moods of the soul. In Europe, meager X-rays were being produced by static machines and Ruhmkorff induction coils. Tesla suggested instead the use of a high-frequency disruptive coil attached to a special bulb with 2 electrodes, a cathode inside the vacuum for generating the cathode streams, and an anode placed as far away as possible outside the bulb to limit the reduction of the potential. With this apparatus, effective pressures of about 4 million volts were achieved. At first, the bulb will get hot and glow with a purplish hue. Then the electrode will disintegrate and the bulb will cool. The use of a fan helps. From this point on, the bulb is in very good condition for producing the Röntgen shadows. When the electrode is too hot, it is probably because the vacuum is not high enough. Generating such high voltages, this work not only was set up to measure the quality of the energy emanating from the bulb and to test its ability to pierce living and non-living objects or be reflected, it also laid the foundation for Tesla's later experiments with particle beam weapons. Here, in 1896, Tesla discussed the idea promulgated by the quantum physicists a few years later that the energy had both particle-like and wave-like properties. Having set up a target to shoot the streams at, Tesla wrote, "The effects on the sensitive plate are due to projected particles, or else to vibrations of extremely high frequencies." The inventor further speculated that the streams are formed of matter in some primary or elementary condition. Similar streams must be emitted by the sun and probably by other sources of radiant energy. Tesla also appeared to have come close to the idea of breaking up the electron into subatomic particles. The projected lumps of matter act as inelastic bodies, similarly to ever so many small lead bullets. These lumps are shattered into fragments so small as to make them lose entirely some physical properties possessed before the impact. Might it not be possible that in the Röntgen phenomena we may witness a transformation of ordinary matter into ether? Or we may be confronted with a dissolution of matter into some unknown primary form, the Akasha of the old Vedas. The inventor, as physicist, then proceeded to take X-rays of small animals such as birds and rabbits, as well as his workers and of his own skull, ribs, limbs, and vertebrae. As some shadowgraphs took as long as an hour to obtain, Tesla noticed that he would sometimes fall asleep while he was being bombarded by the machine. Week after week, Tesla would crank out yet another article on his latest results. On March the 18th, 1896, he announced in Electrical Review that he had produced shadowgraphs of humans at distances of 40 feet and affected photosensitive paper at a distance of 60 feet from the source of the rays. The inventor also tested different metals to see which ones reflected the energy in the best way. Adorned with a lavish X-ray of the bones of the wizard's own ribcage, the article conveyed an eerie impression. "I told some friends," Tesla wrote, "that it might be possible to observe by the aid of a screen objects and skeletons passing through a street. I mention this odd idea only as an illustration of how these scientific developments may even affect our morals and customs. Perhaps we shall shortly get used to this state of things." For Tesla, Röntgen rays were a gateway to a world invisible and ripe for new possibilities. Röntgen gave us a wonderful gun to fire, projecting missiles of 1,000-fold greater penetrative power than that of a cannonball, and carrying them probably to distances of many miles. These missiles are so small that we may fire them through our tissues for days, weeks, and years, apparently without hurtful consequence. Throughout the year, the inventor suffered from the grip. Although his illness made the papers, nobody seemed to link it to his excessive experimentation with the mysterious energy. In fact, concerning the risk to one's health, Tesla wrote, "No experimenter need be deterred from investigation of Röntgen rays for fear of poisonous or generally deleterious action, for it seems reasonable to conclude that it would take centuries to accumulate enough of such matter to interfere seriously with the process of life of a person." We now know, of course, that this view is wrong, as long-term exposure to X-rays can be very dangerous to one's health. Tesla did, however, refer to pain in the center of his forehead when experimenting with the rays, and to the hurtful action on the skin, inflammation and blistering. But this he attributed to the production of ozone, which in small quantities was a most beneficial disinfectant. Nevertheless, there was a severe accident in the lab to a clear and zealous assistant without a protective screen present. The worker suffered severe blistering and raw flesh exposed. The inventor undertaking the bitter duty of recording the accident in order to lessen the danger for others. Edison was also making headlines with his work with Röntgen rays, especially when he noted that the streams caused blind people to experience sensations in their eyes. The X-rays succeeded in eliciting from the blind the ejaculation, "I see, yes, I see a light." Edison, whose fluoroscope was already being used for lighting the eye during eye surgery, saw the possibility that eyesight, in some way, might be restored with the use of X-rays. Tesla doubted it, and so the press took up the charge and created a new round of headlines, placing the two pioneers once again against each other. The humorless dark Hungarian had the unpleasant duty to say, "Is it not cruel to raise such hopes when there is so little ground for it? What possible good can result?" Time proved Edison wrong, as X-rays have not been used to stimulate the retina in such a way as to restore sight. But the two wizards did perform a number of successful miracles with the strange energy when each used the instruments to locate bullets lodged in the bones of various patients. Fortunately, the Kentucky School of Medicine helped bring the battle between the two to a close when they combined the devices of Tesla and Edison to extract birdshot from the wounded foot of a voter who had received the injury in a fight at an election poll. After developing the X-ray, which took only 90 seconds to make, every bone was distinctly shown, and the shot, about 30 in number, were plainly located. To celebrate the triumph and quell any purported hostilities, T.C. Martin was able to coax Tesla into joining Edison and a number of other electricians for a day of fishing on a topsail schooner off Sandy Hook. The event was sponsored by the Safety Insulated Wire and Cable Company. Although a storm erupted, accompanied by dark clouds and lightning, the bold fishermen were undismayed. In stately grandness, as happy and well-satisfied a party as ever rode the waves of the Atlantic's billows. Toward nightfall, the ship turned her prow homeward. Nikola Tesla caught a flounder of large dimensions, and Edison caught a shocking big fluke. 20. Falls Speech, 1897. Nikola Tesla said much in a notable speech at the banquet to celebrate the conveyance of power from Niagara to Buffalo. Not just a plodding workman, he is a dreamer of wise dreams, a poet and a humanitarian working with new tools for the benefit of all. He is a man who wonders at the folly of men who invent guns when they might invent tools. His spirit is naturally hopeful. He looks not so much at the world as at the universe. He finds power in the waterfall and at the same time looks forward to a time when we may, perhaps, tap the unseen forces of the planets and use the cosmic energy that swings the stars in their courses. He looks to a time when power shall be so cheap, so universal, that all labor shall be done by tireless machines, and every man's life be thus so much more worth living. Charles Barnard. In July 1896, Tesla journeyed to Niagara Falls for his first survey of this great enterprise. He traveled with George Westinghouse, Edward Dean Adams, William Rankin, and Commander George Melville of the U.S. Navy. Also present was Thomas Ely, supervisor of motive power for the Pennsylvania Railroad. Tesla was important to all five for almost as many reasons. A reporter for the Niagara Gazette greeted them upon their arrival. "Tesla is an idealist," the journalist wrote. "Fully 6 feet tall, very dark of complexion, nervous and wiry. Impressionable maidens would fall in love with him at first sight, but he has no time to think of impressionable maidens. In fact, he has given as his opinion that inventors should never marry. Day and night he is working away at some deep problems that fascinate him, and anyone that talks with him for only a few minutes will get the impression that science is his only mistress, and that he cares more for her than for money and fame." Rankin predicted that Buffalo would receive electrical power by November, and Westinghouse predicted the costs would be cheaper than steam. "You could say it will cost 1/2 what steam power costs," Rankin added in support. "Mr. Tesla, what is your opinion of the effect of this development of power on Buffalo and Niagara Falls?" "The effect will be that both cities will stretch out their arms until they meet." Tesla looked up at the roaring cataract, overcome with emotion, as he and the others donned their rain gear before entering the mighty wonder. He had grown up just 50 miles from the magnificent maze of cascading flumes known as Plevitsa Lakes, but those were Lilliputian compared to this thundering colossus. Pride overcame the inventor
as he trailed behind for a few moments to think, as he so often did, of his mountain homeland. It had been 4 years since he had seen his family, 15 years since his first successful construction of a turbine that could be driven by water power, and nearly 35 years since he had told his uncle of his dream of one day harnessing Niagara Falls. Humbled by this awesome manifestation of nature, he sat for a moment to reflect as he watched his cohorts disappear along the catwalks into a mist of rainbows. "Let's go, Mr. Tesla," Adams called out, having waited as patiently as he could, for the next stop on the itinerary was the Edward Dean Adams hydroelectric power station, the first of 2 that will be built in his name. Designed by Stanford White, the edifice housed nearly a dozen gargantuan Tesla turbines, capable of generating collectively over 35,000 kilowatts. The men appeared like dwarfs, sauntering amid a lustrous gadgetry assembled as if by giants, one long row of towering kettle-shaped engines. From this chamber, an efficient, non-polluting, never-ending source of electrical energy was about to be generated, capable of driving the factories and illuminating the streets and homes of nearly 1/4 of the entire continent. The echoes of their steps faded as they stood for a moment in silence in the chapel of the dawning new age. Upon his return to New York, Tesla found a letter from Sir William Preece. A young man, half British on his mother's side and half Italian, had stopped by Preece's office with a wireless Morse code apparatus based on the work of Heinrich Hertz. Guglielmo Marconi, just 22 years old, had brought a notebook which reviewed the literature in the field, most likely the writings of Hertz, Lodge and Tesla. Marconi had chosen wisely, as Preece was head of the British Post Office and had experimented himself in testing induction effects through the ground from telegraph lines. After the experiments with the classical Hertz devices under the auspices of the Imperial Post Office in England, Tesla reported many years later, Preece wrote me a letter conveying the information that the tests had been abandoned as of no value, but he believed good results would be possible by my system. In reply, I offered to prepare 2 sets for trial and asked him to give me the technical particulars necessary to the design. Just then, Marconi came out with the emphatic assertion that he had tried out my apparatus and that it did not work. Evidently, he succeeded in his purpose, for nothing was done in regard to my proposal. Tesla's first patent, specifically for wireless transmission, was filed a year later on September 2nd, 1897, number 650,353. The following month, in August 1896, Tesla received a histrionic plea from Catherine, who was vacationing with her family at a cottage in Bar Harbor, Maine. Wanting desperately for Tesla to join them, she could only allude to her wish. August 6, 1896. Dear Mr. Tesla, I am so troubled about you. I hear you are ill. Leave work for a while. I am haunted by the fear that you may succumb to the heat. Find a cool climate. Do not stay in New York. That would mean the laboratory every day. You are making a mistake, my dear friend, almost a fatal one. You think you do not need change and rest. You are so tired you do not know what you need. If somebody would only pick you up and carry you bodily. I hardly know what to expect to gain by writing you. My words have no effect, forgotten as soon as read, perhaps. But I must speak, and I will. You do not send me a line? How delighted I should be if it bore an unfamiliar postmark. Sincerely yours, Catherine Johnson. Robert, having some perspective on Catherine's sense of drama, also wrote to invite him up. But I know it isn't safe for you to get more than 3 miles away from Delmonico's. The rumor is that you have melted in your laboratory. Perhaps Catherine was right, for Tesla was unavailable to the Johnsons even upon their return. Tesla was also ignoring letters from his sisters from Croatia, particularly Maritza, who, much like Catherine, asked him why he would not respond. Röntgen rays had been left behind many months ago, but he was still gaunt from illness and overwork. Now he was in a wireless race against newcomers like Marconi. Fearing that his invention would be pirated, Tesla's lab became a more mysterious place.
November 7th, 1896. Dear Mr. Tesla, it may seem presumptuous for a stranger to address you, but Mrs. Johnson, my wife, whom you may remember having met, cannot refrain from uniting with me in congratulating you on the success of the buffalo experiment. If this seems taking too great a liberty with one whom we know so slightly, I trust you will attribute it to our interest in the progress of humanity. Respectfully yours, Robert Underwood Johnson. Tesla's holiday spirit prevailed, and he joined his beloved Johnsons for Christmas dinner, apologizing for being so distant by bringing Mrs. Philippoff an exquisite bouquet of flowers. The celebration of the inauguration of the Niagara Power Station was held at the Ellicott Club in Buffalo in the midst of winter's most dangerous month. Fortunately, the weather was permitting, and 350 of the nation's most prominent businessmen made the January trek. Hosted by Morgan's advance man, Francis Lynn Stetson, a law partner of Grover Cleveland's, the list of attendees included a veritable who's who of commerce. Curiously missing from the event, although invited, were such notables as John Jacob Astor, J. Pierpont Morgan, and Thomas Alva Edison. Mr. Stetson spoke of the pall of smoke hanging over Buffalo and said that the day should come when power would come from Niagara and not from smoke and steam. The introduction of Nikola Tesla, the greatest electrician on Earth, produced a monstrous ovation. The guests sprang to their feet and wildly waved napkins and cheered for the famous scientist. It was 3 or 4 minutes before quiet prevailed. A constellation of psychological peculiarities accompanied the wizard's lecture. He began in a self-deprecating manner. I have scarcely had courage enough to address an audience on a few unavoidable occasions. Even now, as I speak, the fugitive conceptions will vanish, and I shall experience certain well-known sensations of abandonment, chill, and silence. I can see already your disappointed countenances, and can read in them the painful regret of the mistake of your choice. Why did Tesla poison the well with this dreadful opening? A deep sense of inferiority appears evident, and yet Tesla was also completely aware that this dinner was in his honor, and was therefore the pinnacle of his life to date, and through him an apotheosis for the whole of humanity. Why didn't he simply congratulate himself or accept praise well-deserved? We see here the first tangible manifestations of an overpowering feeling of inferiority, a clear-cut, self-destructive element in his nature. The dark legacy of a deep-seated repression flooded through his veins like a hydra about to annihilate. Nevertheless, it was his inventions that would change an entire world. It was the name of Nikola Tesla which appeared a dozen times on the patent plaque of his new system. It was Nikola Tesla who was praised with wild enthusiasm by the corporate and engineering intelligentsia. And it was Nikola Tesla who changed in precise and measurable ways the very direction humanity was taking. This was a moment of anointment. Through his specific action, the evolution of the race and the texture of an entire planet would be permanently changed in a positive way. Yet at this moment of the fulfillment of his greatest wish, a deep neurotic constellation was also triggered. From the psychoanalytic perspective, Tesla could now repay his family for the death of his brother by symbolically bringing the brother back to life, and on the larger scale, give the world a new life, his AC polyphase system. But the shadow had its hold, and he was simply unable to accept the happiness of the moment without throwing a monkey wrench into it. His speech went on. These remarks, gentlemen, are not made with the selfish desire of winning your kindness and indulgence of my shortcomings, but with the honest intention of offering you an apology for your disappointment. But I am hopeful that in my formless and incomplete statements there may be something of interest benefiting this unique occasion. Tesla's unconscious plan, the heart and soul of his neurosis, was to completely undermine himself by downgrading the Niagara endeavor. It is possible that Stetson had read the speech on the train ride up to Buffalo and foresaw the tragic consequences, as it appears that he waited for a propitious moment to cut the tail end off. Now that Tesla had arrived, he began to see himself
as more than a mere inventor. He was a creator, not of great paintings or of great musical compositions, but of great technologies. Niagara Falls was but a stepping stone to the larger plan. His speech went on to pay homage to the philanthropic spirit of the businessman and the great contribution of the scientist. Tesla also hailed such individuals as arc lighting designer Charles Brush, vacuum tube inventor Philip Leonard, and railroad engine designer Frank Sprague, as well as Wilhelm Röntgen, Lord Rayleigh, Elihu Thomson, Thomas Edison, and George Westinghouse. All of these men, and many more, are untiringly at work investigating new regions and opening up unsuspected and promising fields. Among all these many departments of research, there is one which is of the greatest significance for the comfort and existence of mankind, and that is the electrical transmission of power. We have many a monument of past ages exemplifying the greatness of nations, the power of men, the love of art and religious devotion. But that monument at Niagara has something of its own worthy of our scientific age, a true monument of enlightenment and of peace. It signifies the subjugation of natural forces to the service of man, the discontinuance of barbarous methods, the relieving of millions from want and suffering. Power is our mainstay, the primary source of our many-sided energies. Stetson saw his moment and returned to the stage to whisper in Tesla's ear. "I am just informed," Tesla suddenly announced, "that in 3 minutes we have to leave." "What can I say?" Cries of no. "I can congratulate the courageous pioneers who have embarked in this enterprise and carried it to success. Buffalonians, I would say friends, let me congratulate you on the wonderful expanse of possibilities opened, and let me wish that in no time distant your city will be a worthy neighbor of the great cataract which is one of the great wonders of nature." There was a train to catch. The rest of the speech would be published in the electrical journals. It was a fortuitous break, for here we see a positive statement concerning the stupendous achievement at Niagara, and we also see the seeds of a new vision Tesla was planting for the world. He was not a mechanic, but an artist. Monetary gain was not an end. In fact, the providing of cheap power for the masses was a goal. Businessmen were not greedy capitalists, but noble philanthropists. This was a utopian dream which perhaps one day might come true. And as we shall see, it was also a justification, maybe even a rationalization, for some of the audacious ways Tesla chose to spend the contributions of the financiers who came to support his Promethean campaign. Playing the master game, Tesla was gambling for all the stakes. His goal was no less than the ability to transform himself into a deity. This, as O'Neill writes, was his Superman complex. "We shall not satisfy ourselves simply with improving present-day methods. We have a greater task to fulfill, to evolve means for obtaining energy from stores which are forever inexhaustible, to perfect methods which do not imply consumption and waste of any material whatever. I have examined for a long time the possibilities of operating engines on any point of the earth by the energy of the medium, and I am glad to say that I have devised means which has given me fresh hope that I shall see the fulfillment of one of my fondest dreams, namely, the transmission of power from station to station without the employment of any connecting wire." Tesla had audaciously proclaimed in the written and published part of his speech that this great enterprise which they were about to usher in, and the one we still use a century later, was already obsolete. He had a better plan. There was no need for the millions of telephone poles that were to be erected, no need for the megatons of copper that would have to go into an endless array of interconnected power lines, no need for the enormous production of rubber for insulation, or for the tens of thousands of acres required to support the system, and no need for the workmen who were soon to be hired to maintain the equipment. For all of this, the transmission of electrical power, light, and information could be achieved without wires. No wonder Stetson cut Tesla short. This speech was the pivotal moment in Tesla's career. He set out full force to achieve this end. Nothing but death
would stop him in his attempts to realize the dream. 21. Luminaries, 1896 to 98. A memorable occasion was the first meeting of Tesla and Paderewski, two more intellectual or lovable men I have never known. They were most congenial and became friends at once. On comparing notes, they discovered that they had both been in Strasbourg years before at the same time, 1882. Tesla as an electrical assistant on a small salary, and Paderewski as a student in music, and they laughed heartily at the change of their condition since that time of storm and stress. Robert Underwood Johnson. Tesla traveled back to Manhattan with T.C. Martin, Francis Lynn Stetson, Darius Ogden Mills, and John Hayes Hammond's brother, Richard Hammond, who was considering placing Tesla turbines at a dam in California. A Röntgen symposium was being coordinated by Martin and R.U. Johnson under the auspices of the Century, and Tesla would help in the preparations. But disagreements with Tom Edison, Elihu Thomson, and Mikhail Pupin had peaked, and Tesla declined an invitation to a dinner of all the participants. "I cannot explain, but it is really impossible for me to join the company," he said. Edison was about to join forces with Marconi. Thomson was still pirating Tesla's induction motor, Pupin the Tesla oscillators. Stetson, as Morgan's Attorney General, could smooth over the bumps in GE's attempts to lay the groundwork for a pooling of patents with Westinghouse. GE would get the AC polyphase system in exchange for the Vanderpoel trolley patents, but he could never erase the growing vendetta against Tesla by a number of key men in his industry. This was a particularly difficult time for Martin, and so a gap between Martin and Tesla began to form. At the end of January, Tesla sponsored another lavish feast followed by a tour of his lab. He invited John Jacob Astor and his stunning wife, Ava Willing, and Mr. and Mrs. Stamford White. Due to the late hour, Lady Astor was dreadfully disappointed to pass on the electrical pyrotechnics. However, White and Company were able to take advantage of the entire affair. "My dear Tesla," wrote White, "I cannot tell you how impressed I was the other night at your laboratory and how delighted I was to be there." Signing the letter "Affectionately yours," White also congratulated Tesla on his address at Buffalo, which was so full of beautiful thoughts. This was White's second visit to the lab, and his feelings for Tesla continued to grow. March 28, 1896. Dear Luca, I happen to be free this evening. If you have visitors, ordinary mortals, I will not come. If you have Paderewski, Röntgen, or Mrs. Anthony, I will come. Yours sincerely, T.G.I. Tesla, great inventor, had met Paderewski for the first time at a dinner at the Johnson Salon in April of 1896. After an invitation from Robert, Tesla wrote back, "Hope that Mr. Paderewski will come." He was referring to Paderewski's trademark, a lush, unbridled mane which flared above his head as he played the piano during his concerts. Referring to this first meeting, Johnson wrote, "Like Tesla, he, Paderewski, has a marvelous mind, which is a storehouse of knowledge on all sorts of topics." Johnson, who had written a poem about the virtuoso, likened Paderewski's music to choiring angels in paradise. Latter-day Prime Minister of Poland, Paderewski was the highest-paid performer of the decade. Richard Watson Gilder, editor-in-chief at the Century, frequently invited, in Paderewski's words, all the great visiting artists, musicians, distinguished writers, sculptors, painters, and politicians who came to America. A connoisseur of art and of life, Gilder appreciated and recognized at once the unusual in everything, in people as well. Through Gilder, Johnson met many luminaries, and through Johnson, Tesla followed. At the same time, in the spring of 1896, Tesla and the Johnsons were busy reading Rudyard Kipling's recently published Jungle Book. "The stories of Kipling's are charm itself," Tesla wrote Mrs. Philippoff. "I think Rikki Tikki Tavi is the best." 2 days later, a party for Kipling was organized at the Johnson home. "Sorry, I cannot come to dinner," Tesla wrote, "but will show up as soon as possible afterwards." Kipling, who was 30 at the time, had purchased a house from his brother-in-law in Brattleboro, Vermont, where he had written The Jungle Book, and now he had come to New York to help promote it. Much like Twain, Kipling was known as a globetrotter, having visited such places as Ceylon, India, New Zealand and Australia. After the party and his stay in New York, Kipling travelled to England and then on to South Africa. On the boat trip over, he ran into John Hayes Hammond, and when he reached Cape Town, he talked Cecil Rhodes into giving him a tour of the front lines of the Boer War. Upon his return to New York in early 1899, he spent time with Tesla before another formal dinner in his honour was prepared by the Johnsons. The following letter, although written 3 years later, reflects the kind of friendship the two men shared. Dear Mrs. Philippoff, what is the matter with Inkspiller Kipling? He actually dared to invite me to dine in an obscure hotel where I will be sure to get hair and cockroaches in the soup. On the very day of the party, Kipling rocked the world, for he was taken ill with typhoid and nearly died. Catherine would spend the next few months helping to take care of the ailing novelist. Kipling survived the ordeal, but tragically his daughter Josephine perished. He was in such a weakened condition that his wife was forced to hide the young girl's death from him until he was well enough to be able to handle the news. As the newspapers carried daily reports of Kipling's condition on their front pages, the world mourned the young girl's loss, just as they rejoiced with his recovery. Having experienced family tragedy in his own life, Tesla hoped that the death would not impair Kipling's ability to write. "I am delighted Kipling has recovered," Tesla told the Johnsons. "I just hope there will be no evil consequences, except a sorrow, though hard to bear." Philosophically, Tesla added, "It will probably give his works more dignity and depth." Do not thus drift with the mob. I invite you to join me in a month's worship with nature in the high temples of the great Sierra Crown beyond our holy Yosemite. It will cost you nothing save the time, and very little of that, for you will be mostly in eternity. John Muir. Another frequent visitor to the Johnson household was the conservationist and poet John Muir, who a few years earlier had taken Johnson on a tour of Yosemite, what Muir called the great creations of the Almighty. On his trips to New York, Muir typically dressed in a seasoned three-piece suit complete with a gold watch dangling from a high vest pocket, but his demeanour was mountain man all the way. 60 years old, still in his prime, his hair was grey and long, and his face adorned with a beard that extended to his navel like scraggy sagebrush. His eyes may have sparked in different directions because of an early industrial accident, but his gaze proclaimed the aura of an enlightened one. Having dined with Muir at the Johnsons during the holiday season, and having invited the naturalist back to his lab, Tesla later told Catherine that he appreciated Muir's contribution to society. "I am always grateful to Muir," he wrote, "for his magnificent description of Yosemite Valley, which I have read through in one breath." A founder of the Sierra Club with Johnson, Muir was, in a sense, Tesla's doppelganger. Muir was a somewhat unkempt naturalist who spent most of his time in the forest, but part of him longed for civilization, and Tesla, ever the fastidious and smartly dressed metropolitan, spent most of his life in the city, but longed for the mountains. A former inventor himself, having fashioned an award-winning bed that toppled the sleeper out onto the floor in the morning, Muir was not opposed in principle to human progress, only to callous obliteration of the precious wonders of the planet. Since Tesla's inventions sought to utilize renewable energy and minimize destruction of natural resources, in that sense, both Tesla and Muir shared a common end. Muir's writings remain his most powerful statement to the spiritual path. The importance of his friendship with Tesla helped support the modern concepts conservation and ecological thinking. Placing it all in perspective, Muir wrote, "Who wouldn't be a mountaineer? Up here, all the world's prizes seem nothing." 22. Sorcerer's Apprentice, 1896 to 97. Tesla had his rooms in the laboratory on Houston Street darkened, and a current was turned on invisibly, As the group gazed at this, the apartment was filled with a terrific lightning display, with the snapping, crackling sound displacing the reverberation of heaven's artillery, and all remarked the weird and awing effect of the exhibition. His face lighting up and his spare figure vibrant with pride, Tesla announced, "I am producing an electrical disturbance of intense magnitude, which by means of certain simple instruments can be felt and appreciated at any point of the globe without the aid or intervention of wires of any kind at all." New York Journal. One of Tesla's most ardent admirers was Yale student Lee De Forest, who had studied the inventor's collected works the previous semester. Tesla's writings are the greatest exciters to zealous work and study, De Forest wrote in his diary. His New York laboratory is a fabulous domain into which all ambitious young electrical students aspire to enter and there remain. How I pray that I may equal or excel him, that all this belief in my genius is not idle and conceit. In May 1896, De Forest was able to arrange a visit to the East Houston Street den. "Now is the critical point in the curve of my life," the youth scribbled on his pad as he sat on the train waiting for his stop, "for I am about to seek work with Nikola Tesla." The expert greeted the novice and gave him a tour, but was unable to take him on as an apprentice. Noticing the dejected countenance on the budding inventor's face, Tesla told De Forest, "I see a great future for you, as you are endowed with a keen mind. You will not need this job to succeed." Tesla wished him well and suggested De Forest contact him again. De Forest would apply once more in the spring of 1898, and probably again in 1900 or 1901, but for various reasons he was never hired. In retrospect, Tesla's decision to reject the talented engineer was unfortunate, for De Forest would soon rise to a premier position as a pioneer in the field of wireless communication. He had a commercial mind and became a tenacious rival to Tesla's other young competitor, Guglielmo Marconi. Throughout 1896, Tesla applied for and received 8 patents on his wireless system. These were mostly different types of oscillators for generating electromagnetic currents of high frequency and high potential. His first application, specifically in the field of radio communication, was in 1897. His second, remote control, in 1898. Earlier patents on oscillators, dating back to 1891 and 1893, also covered this work, though in veiled form. Over the next 5 years, the inventor's arsenal grew to 33 fundamental patents, covering all essential areas of transmitting electrical energy through the natural medium. As part of his overall scheme, Tesla also began working on perfecting a system of telephotography. His interest could be traced to 1893 and the Chicago World's Fair, where Elisha Gray's teleautographic machine was displayed. But over the summer of 1896, competition peaked, especially when Edison announced his plans to market an autographic telegraph. "I'm getting it ready for you newspaper fellows," Edison said. "And when I get working, all you will have to do is hand your copy to the operator, say in New York, for example. The cover will be shut down and presto! The wires will transmit it letter for letter to the machine at the other end in Buffalo. The wires will transmit 20 square inches of copy a minute and will carry sketches and pictures as well." In attempts to outdo Edison, Tesla told the New York Herald of his own advances. Under the imaginative assumptions that images from the retina could be captured and transmitted, Tesla included this esoteric idea along with a more realistic plan to transmit text and pictures over the phone lines and by wireless. Even today, the facsimile machine holds a special place in our imagination, for something typed in an office in New York can be transmitted instantaneously by satellite or over the phone lines to a receiver in San Francisco, Moscow, or Tokyo. One can only imagine the sense of disbelief facing Tesla as he tried to convince readers that pictures could be sent by means of wireless from one city to another. Even primitive Morse-coded messages had yet to really be effectively transmitted. Nevertheless, Marconi was closing in rapidly on successfully demonstrating his wireless apparatus as Tesla scoured the libraries to study the history of telephotography. Tesla traced early work in inventions that led to the development of the facsimile machine and television to English physicist Alexander Bain, who in 1842 first transmitted pictures by using a grid of electrical wires embedded in wax held firmly beneath a sheet of chemically treated paper. All of these wires could be channeled into one cable and strung to a receiving station, where an identical grid was constructed. If the receiver traced out the letter A, for instance, with an electric stylus, the particular wires comprising the design of the letter would be electrified, and these in turn would treat that area of the paper on the receiving end to spell out the matching character. Autographs and drawings could also be transmitted in the same manner. As the process evolved, pictures could be broken down into a finite number of picture elements so that they could also be dispatched. In the 1860s, this grid was replaced by a single wire through the implementation of spinning discs and perfect synchronism between transmitter and receiver. Tesla's synchronous AC motor helping augment the procedure in the late 1880s and early 1890s. With the development of the photographic process, the first wireless pictures were sent in 1898 by Custer and G. Williams, but the arrangements involved the employment of Hertz waves and were impracticable. In 1892, Tesla recalled many years later, the attention of the scientific world was directed to a wonderfully sensitive receiver consisting of an electron stream maintained in a delicately balanced condition in a vacuum bulb, by means of which it was proposed to use photography in the transmission of telegraphic and telephonic messages through the Atlantic cables and later also by wireless. In 1904, Dr. Arthur Korn, an electrical engineer from the University of Munich, gained the attention of the scientific community when he successfully transmitted wire photos from Munich to Nuremberg. According to Korn, who is often credited as the inventor of the television tube, the apparatus utilized Tesla currents. Tesla notes that once Korn introduced a sensitive place and a selenium cell to vary the intensity of the sending current, the process, which is called the television, advanced a great step. Korn's tube is excited by a high-frequency current supplied from a Tesla transformer and may be flashed up many thousand times per second, thereby attaining the moving television image. Tesla dates Korn's first experiments to 1903. A May 1899 article states that Tesla was working on a visual telegraphy system with the light-sensitive element selenium, thus predating Korn's work by 4 years. It is probable that Tesla was replicating the experiments of Custer and Williams on precursors to the video camera, although Korn, not Tesla, perfected it. In essence, the modern television works in a way analogous to Bain's first 1842 construction. An electronic tube, similar to Tesla's brush vacuum tube, is moved across an entire TV screen in an instant. During its pass over the area where the image is formed, it releases synchronized impulses for each pixel. The position of the beam and its precise sequence of firing are directed by impulses stemming from the broadcast station. Each pass over the entire screen creates a separate image that, when played in sequence, portrays natural moving pictures. Tesla followed the advances in the field of telephotography as they occurred and experimented himself. His first task was to figure out the optimal way to transmit the energy. Having tested the Hertz spark gap apparatus, Tesla found that this device, which Marconi was utilizing, was subject to static interference and involved arbitrary pulsed, damped frequencies that were weak. They transmitted themselves transversely through the air and did not take into account longitudinal properties which were augmented when making use of extremely high potentials and a ground connection. Working out calculations that took into account the speed of light and the size of the Earth, Tesla designed carefully constructed continuous, undamped electromagnetic waves that were in harmony with those of the planet. By 1897, Tesla amassed all of the essential patents for generating, modulating, storing, transmitting, and receiving wireless impulses. In a letter to his lawyer, Parker W. Page, Tesla wrote, "I forward herewith Monsieur Marconi's patent, which was just allowed. I notice that the signals have been described as being due to Hertzian waves, which is not the case. In other words, the patent describes something entirely different than what actually takes place. How far does this affect the validity of the patent? Clearly, Tesla already suspected that Marconi was utilizing his equipment. In Tesla's first patent, specifically for wireless transmission, number 649,621, filed on September 2, 1897, he discusses the need for a terminal, preferably of large surface, maintained by such means as a balloon at an elevation suitable for the purposes of transmission, and another terminal of the secondary connected to the Earth. At the receiving station, a transformer of similar construction is employed. The specification goes on to describe how the wavelengths can be constructed and modified so as to tune the circuits and take into account the natural properties of electromagnetic energy. Having taken into account the size and capacity of the Earth, Tesla had calculated that with a coil 50 miles in length, oscillating at 925 times per second, a resonant relationship to the frequency of light was realized. Since he had worked with exhausted tubes, Tesla knew that electricity traveled more easily through them than through air. Thus, he reasoned, if his transmission towers were placed on high elevations, above obstructions and further raised by the use of balloons, the upper atmosphere or ionosphere itself would serve as a means of transmission. Large power stations located near waterfalls would supply the energy necessary for the wireless transmission to this upper stratum. In a separate way, the Earth itself would also serve as a medium. The following passage from the same 1897 patent application criticized Marconi's use of the more primitive Hertzian apparatus. It is to be noted that the phenomenon here involved in the transmission of electrical energy is one of true conduction, and is not to be confounded with the phenomena of electrical radiation, which have heretofore been observed, and which from the very nature and mode of propagation would render practically impossible the transmission of any appreciable amount of energy to such distance as are of practical importance. Marconi, who was working with Lloyd's of London in ship-to-shore experiments, was using a more trial-and-error method. In July 1896, in experiments with Preece, the Italian had successfully transmitted messages through walls and over distances of 7 or 8 miles. In December, he applied for a patent, which Preece felt was very strong, although he knew the youngster had been anticipated by Lodge and Tesla. The patent was not original, and it did not put forth any new principles. Nevertheless, Marconi was definitely succeeding in the real world, while Tesla advanced in his laboratory in refinements of apparatus and in the theoretical realm. The differences in sophistication of knowledge on the subject are aptly described by one of Marconi's associates, Mr. Vivian. We knew nothing then about the effect of the length of a wave transmitted governing the distance over which communication could be effected, the colleague stated. We did not even have the means or instruments for measuring wavelength. In fact, we didn't know accurately what wavelength we were using. Preece's initial work in his study of earth currents and induction effects generating from normal telegraphic lines in the 1880s and 1890s led him to realize the strength of Tesla's system. Marconi, at that stage, had no understanding of the role of the Earth in conveying electrical energy. He was utilizing the principle of radiation through the air according to Hertz's apparatus. Without understanding why, he did make use of an aerial and ground connection, but this setup had already been published widely in 1893 by Tesla. Other principles were taken from Oliver Lodge, who was in a patent dispute with Guglielmo Marconi. William Preece was well aware that they had been anticipated, but he could also see Marconi advance markedly while his precursors basically stood still. After Marconi rejected Preece's suggestion that they request the use of Tesla's apparatus, the British nobleman was placed in a conflictual situation. In August 1897, he mailed off a terse dispatch. I regret to say that I must stop all experiments and all action until I learn the conditions that are to determine the relations between your company and the British government departments who have encouraged and helped you so much. But the die was cast, and Preece became helpless to stop what he knew was a complex form of piracy. He became ill and retreated to Egypt, where he stayed a year. Marconi was also being aided by H.M. Hosier, director of Lloyd's, who, according to one account, succeeded in sending reasonably clear messages through Hosier's apparatus, in one place at least where Marconi himself had failed. Lloyd's also contacted Tesla to rig up a wireless set, Ship Shaw, in 1896 to report the international yacht race. But Tesla refused the offer, claiming that any public demonstration of his system on less than a worldwide basis would be confused with the amateurish effort being made by other experimenters. Instead, Tesla performed a long-distance clandestine experiment which he told no one about, not even his workers. Sometime in 1896 or early 1897, the inventor turned on his generator to produce continuous trains of oscillations and took a cab to the Hudson River. There, he caught a boat and ferried up to West Point with a battery-operated machine suitable for transportation. "I did this 2 or 3 times," he told the courts in 1915. "But there were no signals actually given. I simply got the note, but that was for me just the same." In other words, having brought a receiving instrument with him, the inventor simply tuned it to the point where it began to respond to the oscillations emanating from his laboratory back at East Houston Street. "That is, I think, a distance of about 30 miles, Tesla said. Tesla also considered harnessing wind power, the tides, solar and geothermal energy, and also energy released during the process of electrolysis. If water was separated into oxygen and hydrogen, these explosive substances could theoretically be used to generate the heat to create steam. Working along varying lines of research, Tesla also patented ozone production machines and devised a scheme whereby nitrogen from the air would be electrically separated out and blended with conveyor belts of soil to create a fertilizer machine. All the agriculturist needs, Tesla suggested, is to shovel a quantity of loose earth, treated by a secret chemical preparation in liquid form, into the cylinder. An electric current is passed through the confined atmosphere. The oxygen and hydrogen are expelled, and the nitrogen, which remains, is thus absorbed into the loose earth. There is thus produced as strong fertilizer for a nominal price right at the farmer's home. On April 6, 1897, Tesla spoke again to the public at the New York Academy of Sciences. Over 4,000 people attended. With large photographs of dozens of radio tubes Tesla had designed gracing the walls, Tesla set out to explain his advances in Röntgen rays. Certainly the audience was interested in seeing a remarkable device that revealed the human skeleton to a living person, but unquestionably most of them came to behold the sorcerer hurl his thunderbolts. Tesla's world telegraphy system had finally come into clear focus. His plan was to disturb the electrical capacity of the Earth with gigantic Tesla oscillators and thereby use these Earth currents themselves as carrier waves for his transmitter. In 1897, he explained precisely how his world telegraphy system would operate. Suppose the whole Earth to be like a hollow rubber ball filled with water, and at one place I have a tube attached with a plunger. If I press upon the plunger, the water in the tube will be driven into the rubber ball, and as the water is practically incompressible, every part of the surface of the ball will be expanded. If I withdraw the plunger, the water follows it, and every part of the ball will contract. Now, if I pierce the surface of the ball several times and set tubes and plungers at each place, the plungers in these will vibrate up and down in answer to every movement which I may produce in the plunger of the first tube. There is a peculiar addition to this paragraph. If I were to produce an explosion in the center of the body of water in the ball, this would set up a series of vibrations in the whole body. If I could then set the plunger in one of the tubes to vibrating in consonance with the vibrations of the water, in a little while and with the use of very little energy, I could burst the whole thing asunder. The water corresponds to terrestrial currents, which are today known as telluric currents, and the plungers refer to his transmitters and receivers. The inventor thinks it possible that his machine, when perfected, may be set up one in each great centre of civilization, to flash the news of the day's or hour's history immediately to all other cities of the world. And stepping for a sentence out of the realms of the workaday world, he offers a prophecy that any communication we may have with other stars will certainly be by such a method. This article, which appeared in Scribner's, also discussed Marconi's successful wireless transmission of 8 miles in Europe. We see in these passages, stemming from 1896 and 1897, that Tesla had already conceived of a total plan for his world telegraphy system, and that it utilized a variety of wireless modes, one being through the upper air strata, another by means of mechanical resonance, which he called telegeodynamics, and a third, and his most important, by riding terrestrial currents. His next plan was to measure precisely the frequency of the planet and construct transmitters in harmonic relations to it. Nodal points could then be mapped out from, say, a wireless transmitter placed at Niagara Falls to precise positions for receiving towers on different continents. For all intents and purposes, no one, except for Marconi, had demonstrated that wireless messages could be transmitted more than a few hundred feet. And success only involved the modest goal of sending Morse-coded messages. Marconi's next plan, which would capture the world's attention, was to radiate the impulses across the English Channel. Certainly Tesla had demonstrated all of the principles found in the modern radio years earlier, but his public demonstrations were held within lecture halls. He had established that he could illuminate lamps from a transmitter placed on the roof of his laboratory on Houston Street to his hotel 26 blocks away, but these experiments were held in secret and were never publicized. The 1895 fire also thwarted his efforts to display long-distance effects. And when Lloyd's of London contacted him, to the dismay of his secretary George Scheff, Tesla rejected the offer to demonstrate his system's capabilities. Tesla, however, was not content with merely setting up a world broadcasting system that, from a conceptual perspective, is superior to our prevailing technology in that it would transmit power as well as information. He also suggested that he could contact the stars, create rain in the deserts, or cause wide-scale havoc. Tesla became the quintessential mad scientist. Through his inventions, the world could be dominated according to whim. The contradictions within the inventor began to pull him in opposite directions. In letters to the Johnsons, he calls himself Tesla, Great Inventor, and implies that, like Paderewski and other luminaries, he was not a mere mortal. But during his Niagara Falls speech, he denigrated himself. Tesla was somewhat wealthy during this period, but the requirements of his operations were beyond his means, and yet Tesla shunned billing engineers when they sought his aid and voided a royalty contract with Westinghouse, though it was now worth a fortune. In June 1897, it was reported that Westinghouse had paid $216,000 for his patents, as Tesla and his partners Brown and Peck were receiving yearly checks of $15,000 with an initial down payment of probably $70,000. This works out to about $250,000 for a 10-year period. In a letter to Astor, Tesla places the figure at $500,000, but in either case, it was still millions of dollars less than its actual value. By this time, Westinghouse and GE had formalized their entente cordiale. This meant that a second gigantic corporation with numerous subsidiaries would be benefiting from Tesla's invention, but the inventor would not receive a dime for it. The electric subway trains would also be implementing the Tesla motors and system, and again, the inventor would get no compensation. Tesla's new plans would require enormous expenditures. Westinghouse was making it clear that his company would not be a source of funds beyond their former signed agreement, although it is possible that Tesla did receive additional revenues for other inventions, such as for his oscillators. At the end of the year, the inventor wrote to his friend Ernest Heinrich, an engineer at the Westinghouse Corporation who also was a novelist. "My dear Heinrich," Tesla wrote, "it is true that I have not been quite well of late, but can assure you that I am physically and mentally all right at present. I have, however, still a little ailment which may be best designated as financial anemia, from which you are yourself suffering, if I am not mistaken. I wish you would remember me to all the boys at about Christmas time, for it is just possible that some of them might feel disposed to send me a token. There were other pressures as well. Tesla was having difficulties with his financial backer, Edward Dean Adams, who was opposing his efforts to promote his wireless enterprise. There was this continuing competition with Marconi, and there were the painful echoes of his Serbian past from Kosovo and his lost youth. His parents and brother were dead, and he was away from his family not just in distance, but also in spirit. In yet another of so many letters sent, sisters Maritza and Angelina pleaded for a response. Tesla had sent funds on many occasions and a copy of his Martin text, but they wanted more. "Remember what your name is and where you come from," Maritza wrote, ending her letter with the customary, "I am kissing you in spirit." Part of him ached from the pain, and just as he was coasting high and ahead of the pack on the crest of the wave. Maybe it was the influence of the Boer War or the unrest brewing in Cuba, but Tesla's destructive streak began to emerge. His previous inventions were already reshaping human events. His newest creation could interlink every remote hamlet or tear the world apart. He decided to experiment. With George Scherf present, Tesla placed one of his mechanical oscillators on the center support beam in the basement of the Houston Street building where his laboratory was located, and adjusted the frequency to the point where the beam began to hum. While he was attending to something else for a few moments, it attained such a crescendo of rhythm that it started to shake the building. Then it began shaking the earth near about and other buildings with support beams in resonant frequencies. The fire department responded to an alarm frantically turned in. 4 tons of machinery flew across the basement, and the only thing which saved the building from utter collapse was the quick action of Dr. Tesla in seizing a hammer and destroying his machine. The device could be a Frankenstein's monster, Tesla confided many years later. If not watched, no substance can withstand the steadily applied rhythm when its resonance point is reached. Skyscrapers could easily be destroyed with the steady build-up of resonance from the time strokes of a 5-pound hammer. In another rendition of the story, told at another time, Tesla claimed that he had taken his alarm clock-sized oscillator to a building site in the Wall Street district. Finding one under construction, about 10 stories high of steel framework, he clamped the vibrator to one of the beams and fussed with the adjustment until he got it. "In a few minutes, I could feel the beam trembling," Tesla told a reporter. Gradually, the trembling increased in intensity and extended throughout the whole great mass of steel. Finally, the structure began to creak and weave, and the steel workers came to the ground panic-stricken, believing there had been an earthquake. Rumors spread that the building was about to fall, and the police reserves were called out. Before anything serious happened, I took off the vibrator, put it in my pocket, and went away. But if I had kept on 10 minutes more, I could have laid that building flat in the street, and with the same vibrator, I could drop the Brooklyn Bridge into the East River in less than an hour. Tesla told the reporter that he could split the earth in the same way, putting an end to mankind. "The vibrations of the earth," he said, "have a periodicity of approximately 1 hour and 49 minutes. That is to say, if I strike the earth this instant, a wave of contraction goes through it that will come back in 1 hour and 49 minutes in the form of expansion. As a matter of fact, the earth, like everything else, is in a constant state of vibration. It is constantly contracting and expanding. Now suppose that at the precise moment when it begins to contract, I explode a ton of dynamite. That accelerates the contraction, and in 1 hour and 49 minutes there comes an equally accelerated wave of expansion. When the wave of expansion ebbs, suppose I explode another ton, and suppose this performance be repeated time after time. Is there any doubt as to what would happen? There is no doubt in my mind. The earth will be split in two. For the first time in man's history, he has the knowledge with which he may interfere with cosmic processes." Tesla calculated that this procedure might take more than a year to succeed. "But in a few weeks," Tesla said, I could set the Earth's crust into such a state of vibration that it would rise and fall hundreds of feet, throwing rivers out of their beds, wrecking buildings, and practically destroying civilization. The principle cannot fail. 23. Frill Power, 1898.
We entered an immense hall, lighted by a lustre, but diffusing a fragrant odour. The floor was in large tessellated blocks of precious metals, and partly covered with a sort of mat-like carpeting. A strain of low music, above and around, undulated as if from invisible instruments. In a simpler garb than that of my guide, a figure was standing motionless near the threshold. My guide touched it twice with his staff, and it put itself into a rapid and gliding movement, skimming noiselessly over the floor. Gazing on it, I then saw that it was no living form, but a mechanical automaton. Several other automata stood dumb and motionless by the walls. The coming race, Edward Bulwer Lytton. One of Tesla's major inventions in terms of ingenuity, originality, and complexity of design was a remote-controlled robotic boat, which he called the teleautomaton. This device was unveiled at the Electrical Exposition held at Madison Square Garden during the height of the Spanish-American War in May 1898, but earlier precursors could be traced to wireless motors, which he displayed before the Institute of Electrical Engineers in 1892. This single invention not only established all of the essential principles of what came to be known a few years later as the radio, it also lay as the basis of such other creations as the wireless telephone, garage door opener, the car radio, the facsimile machine, television, the cable TV scrambler, and remote-controlled robotics. The precise nature of the invention, virtually its patent application, was published in most of the technical journals at the time of its inauguration. The teleautomaton paralleled precisely a model developed by British novelist Edward Bulwer Lytton in 1871, although Tesla insisted in a missive to Johnson written 2 years after the invention's inauguration that he had not been inspired by this science fiction tale. As Bulwer Lytton was perhaps the most popular author next to Charles Dickens at that time, it is unlikely that Tesla was unaware of this story when he conceived of the invention. In The Coming Race, Bulwer Lytton describes a concept which he called Vril Power. This was an energy transmitted from the eye and body of the fictional advanced species, which was used to animate automatons. In essence, Tesla built a working model that substituted electricity for the novelist's vril.
The story begins when the protagonist falls into a hole in the earth and comes upon an advanced civilization. In all service, whether in or out of doors, they, the people of Vrilya, make great use of automaton figures, which are so ingenious and so pliant to the operations of vril that they actually seem gifted with reason. It was scarcely possible to distinguish the figures I beheld apparently gliding, the rapid movements of vast engines, from human forms endowed with thought. As we shall see, key aspects of Bulwer Lytton's story correlate quite closely with the positions espoused by Tesla. The Electrical Exhibition was organized by Stanford White, who worked with Tesla to fashion a rainbow room of neon lights at the entrance, and it was presided over by Chauncey Depew, another Tesla friend who was also one of the principals of the New York Central Railroad and a U.S. Senator from New York. It had been hoped that President McKinley would illuminate the exposition by means of telegraph lines from Washington, but something went awry, so Vice President Garrett Hobart opened the proceedings instead. Representing the Marconi Company was Tom Edison's son, Tom Jr., who obtained the position through T.C. Martin. This liaison marked the beginning of a partnership between Marconi and Edison, as the Menlo Park wizard had wireless patents which the Italian wanted to own in order to boost his legal position on priority of discovery. The event also portended the upcoming break in the friendship between Tesla and Martin. Animosities between Spain and the United States had run high for a number of years, ever since 1895, when the Spaniards took repressive measures against rebelling Cubans. Many Americans began to champion the cause of Cuban annexation. The sinking of the battleship Maine in Havana Harbor in February of 1898 eliminated any doubts, and war was officially declared 2 months later.
Tesla had been meeting with John Jacob Astor throughout this period in his continuing attempts to woo the financier, as Astor spelled out more clearly his position on relevant issues. While his wife played mahjong at home, the colonel jaunted along the deck of his mighty ship, the Norma Hull, which he had armed with 4 machine guns in order to protect against potential pirates. Labelled as insipid and henpecked by gossip columnists, Astor sought his freedom on the high seas. Perhaps it was during an outing on Astor's yacht that the inventor conceived the idea of fashioning the teleautomaton in the form of a torpedo. "Come to Cuba with me, where you can demonstrate your work upon the insufferable scoundrels," Astor suggested. Tesla may have been tempted, but in the midst of a whirlwind of invention, he graciously declined, as he had been called for a higher duty. Tesla finalized construction of his remote-controlled boat and considered how to make amends as Astor conferred with President McKinley in Washington and then hastened to the front lines. The colonel had donated $75,000 to the U.S. Army to equip an artillery division for use in the Philippines and lent the Norma Hull to the Navy for use in battle. The tall ship, nearly 100 yards in length, was equipped with a corps of military seamen. Able to feed 65 at one sitting, the steam-driven 3-masted schooner made a formidable warship. With his honorary rank stepped up to Inspector General, Colonel Astor sailed his battalion down to Cuba, where he could watch Teddy Roosevelt in the Battle of San Juan Hill through a pair of field glasses. Beating the Spanish with modern instruments of destruction became the overriding theme of the exposition. Tesla would have far and away the most sophisticated construction, but he chose to portray it by deceptively emphasizing mysterious features. In demonstrating my invention before audiences, the visitors were requested to ask any question, however involved, and the automaton would answer them by signs. This was considered magic at the time, but it was extremely simple, for it was myself who gave the replies by means of the device. The boat, approximately 4 feet in length and 3 feet high, was placed in a large tank in the center of a private auditorium, set up for special viewing for key investors like J.O. Ashton, George Westinghouse, J. Pierpont Morgan, and Cornelius Vanderbilt. By means of a variety of transmitters and frequencies, the inventor could start, stop, propel, steer, and operate other features, such as putting lights on or off. Tesla was also planning on constructing a prototype submersible, perhaps to compete in the mock battles that were staged between models of the American ships and the Spanish fleet, but it was never built. Due to the lack of access the press had to this exclusive invention, the newspapers featured Marconi's wireless detonation system instead. By means of a bomb planted on board the enemy frigate and a simple button placed in the hands of Tom Jr., Spanish ships were blown to smithereens. Marconi, however, had not solved the problem of tuning a frequency, and so on one occasion Edison's son accidentally blew up a desk in a back room that had housed other bombs. Fortunately, no one was injured. It appears that the public appreciated the dramatic Marconi contraption, which appealed to baser instincts as compared to Tesla's masterwork, which was 16 years ahead of its time operationally and at least a century ahead of its time conceptually. That is, as envisioned in final form. Only the scientific journals explained with any clarity the complexity of the design. Tesla's coy portrayal kindled a blitzkrieg of epithets from the press. The following fantastic prognostication particularly upset them. Torpedo boat without a crew. My submarine boat, loaded with its torpedoes, can start out from a protected bay or be dropped over a ship's side, make its devious way along the surface through dangerous channels of mine beds, watching for its prey, then dart upon it at a favorite moment, discharge its deadly weapon, and return to the hand that sent it. I am aware that this sounds almost incredible, and I have refrained from making this invention public until I had worked out practically every detail. By allowing the following editorial to appear in his journal Electrical Engineer, T.C. Martin was, in a backhanded way, another to lead the assault. Mr. Tesla and the Tsar. Mr. Tesla fools himself, if he fools anybody, when he launches into the dazzling theories and speculations associated with his name.
Just of late, Mr. Tesla has been given publicity to some of his newest work. We should be glad personally to see him finish up some of the many other things that have occupied his energies these 10 years past. The editorial then went on to criticize Tesla's oscillator and his method of delivering large quantities of current without wires, say from Niagara Falls to Paris, which has also yet to happen. Mr. Marconi has already telegraphed from balloon to balloon without wires over 20 miles, thus proving in advance the tenability of Mr. Tesla's proposition. Discredit of the wireless torpedo followed. This was in reaction to Tesla's suggestion that the ultimate weapons could be devil automata. Caught up in war fever, Tesla emphasized nefarious implications of his work. Automatons would fight while humans would live. He wrote, "The continuous development in this direction must ultimately make war a mere context of machines without men and without loss of life, a condition which will lead, in my opinion, to permanent peace." This position was refuted by a number of individuals, the most eloquent by Frenchman Monsieur Huard. The genius of destruction. Like all inventors of destructive machines, Tesla claims that his devil automata will make the governments which are inclined to create international conflagrations hesitate. On this account, Nikola Tesla claims a right to be called a benefactor of humanity. The genius of destruction would seem to have then two aims. It creates evil, but mostly good. Through its help, the abolition of wars may no longer be a utopia of generous dreamers. A blessed era will open up to the people whose quarrels will be settled in view of the terror of the cataclysms promised by science. What contradictions of conception is the human mind subject to? Coincidentally, this view was espoused by Mark Twain, who wrote to Tesla from Europe wanting to sell the patents to cabinet ministers in Austria, Germany and England, by Bulwer Lytton and by Tsar Nicholas of Russia, whom Tesla himself was negotiating with. And that was how Nikola Tesla became associated with the Tsar. In the modern era, Edward Teller, one of the inventors of the hydrogen bomb, and more recently President Ronald Reagan in his 1980s Star Wars speeches, have also expounded on this position. But Tesla, much like Einstein, came to regret his initial view of how the agents of Armageddon could lead humans to peace. The brazen essay, which had appeared in Martin's journal, continued as an introduction to Tesla's thoughtful paper on electrotherapeutics, and then concluded with the following convoluted backhand compliment. "It is not our desire to pose as apologists or publicists for Mr. Tesla. He needs no assistance of that kind. And so long as he commands freely whole pages of the Sunday papers, for which Mr. Wanamaker pays gladly his thousands of dollars, the scientific journals have little to do with the matter. All we wish to say is that it is not fair to condemn, as many do, Mr. Tesla as a visionary and impractical. No man has finished his work till he is dead, and even then there are long, long centuries in which his ideas can prove themselves true. The visionaries are thus often in the end the most sordid of realists, something Mr. Tesla will never be." As Martin had been, in a sense, Tesla's advance man, his decision to allow this critique in his journal became a tacit sanction for other writers to unfurl their condemnation. For instance, another scathing review appeared in both the Scientific American and the more popular Public Opinion. The article appeared on the same page as the obituary of mountebank inventor John Worrell Keely. Was Keely a charlatan? In the death of J.W. Keely of Keely motor fame, the world has been robbed of one of its most unique and fascinating characters. Keely was always going to startle the world, but never did. It is sincerely to be hoped that Keely's alleged secrets have died with him. Science and sensationalism. That the author of the multi-phase system of transmission should at this late date be flooding the press with rhetorical bombast that recalls the wildest days of the Keely motor mania is inconsistent and inexplicable to the last degree. The facts of Mr. Tesla's invention are few and simple as the fancies which have been woven around it are many and extravagant. The principles of the invention are not new, nor was Tesla the original discoverer.
This implication that Tesla was not the author of his system of wireless communication echoed previous charges that he was not the genuine inventor of the AC polyphase system. This was what particularly angered him, as it was essential that his work be original. "I wish I could lay upon the fellow all the forked lightning in my laboratory," Tesla told the Johnsons at dinner at their home. "Perhaps it would be more effective if an outside person came to your defense," Robert suggested. "My dear Luca, I know that you are a noble fellow and devoted friend, and I appreciate your indignation at these uncalled-for attacks, but I beg you not to get involved under any condition, as you would offend me. Let my friends do their worst. I like it better so. Let them spring on scientific society's worthless schemes, oppose a cause which is deserving, throw sand into the eyes of those who might see. They will reap their reward in time." "Then how can we redress such an outrageous individual?" "Let us have a profound contempt for the creature," Tesla concluded. "I don't see Comerford in this same category," Catherine offered, trying to set the stage for a reconciliation. "I know you and Luca want me to forgive your friend Martin for his disparaging editorial. It was well done, but not so painstakingly as many others before. He renders me more and more valuable services." "At least talk to him," Catherine pleaded. Tesla grabbed his hat, coat and gloves and waved his hand. "Sorry for him, that is all," he said as he departed. Tesla counterattacked with a spirited response to Electrical Engineer, which they were forced to publish. "On more than one occasion you have offended me, but in my qualities both as Christian and philosopher I have always forgiven you and only pitied you for your errors. This time, though, your offense is graver than the previous ones, for you have dared to cast a shadow on my honor. Being a bearer of high honors from a number of American universities, it is my duty, in view of this slur, to exact from you a complete and humble apology. On this condition, I will again forgive you, but I would advise you to limit yourself in your future attacks to statements for which you are not liable to be punished by law." Tesla, of course, was angry with the general tone of the editorial, but what particularly upset him was the implication that he had abandoned his mechanical and electrical oscillators and his cold lamps without filaments, fluorescent lights. He was in the midst of negotiating a large business transaction with a number of investors, particularly Astor. In no way did he want there to be any implication that these endeavors were being abandoned. Martin's rebuttal was published right after Tesla's letter. "His friends to Mr. Tesla. One foremost electrical inventor, unnamed, probably Elihu Thompson, has been kind enough to say that the electrical engineer made Mr. Tesla." This statement was disputed by Martin as "a person's actions make the person." However, the journal, i.e. Martin, did cite the fact that in the past it published Tesla's articles and book of his inventions and lectures, and furthermore that it was their editor who had striven with all the ability possessed to explain Mr. Tesla's ideas. This is completely true. For an 8-year period, 1890 to 98, Electrical Engineer published 167 articles by or about Tesla, 40 more than Electrical Review and 70 more than Electrical World. Moreover, it was clearly Martin who choreographed the reclusive inventor's entree into the American electrical arena. As Tesla often promised more than he delivered, the journal, as a true friend, felt an obligation to urge him to complete a long trial of beautiful but unfinished inventions. They, i.e. Martin, also took keen exception to the fantastic statement about Tesla's remote-controlled flying machine that could change its direction in flight, explode at will, and never make a miss, Martin continued. Our past admiration of Mr. Tesla's real, tangible work is on record and stands, but we draw the line at such things as these. We are sorry Mr. Tesla feels so keenly, but we cannot help it. Given that this assault stemmed from one of Tesla's closest allies, it bears careful consideration. However, from a historical perspective, we should also consider hidden agendas. For instance, in 1894, Tesla was freely distributing his collected works and not paying for additional copies.
"I made some money out of my Tesla book," Martin confessed to Elihu Thomson many years later, "but it was promptly borrowed from me by the titular component, so 2 years of work went for nothing." The following year, in 1895, Tesla's laboratory burned to the ground, and Martin wrote an admirable tribute. Perhaps this is why he did not insist Tesla repay him. Martin had been placed in an awkward position, for he was also a good friend of Tom Edison's, a powerful Tesla rival, and as a reporter he had to be objective in covering advances from other rivals such as Marconi. Tesla's irritating habit of living beyond his means and seeing projects completed before they actually materialized was forever a source of frustration to his longtime protector. And history has so proved in many ways that Martin was right. Tesla's oscillators were never a commercial success. His wireless system of distributing light, information and power in its total form was never realized. And for reasons difficult to understand, Tesla's fluorescent lights were never marketed. On the other hand, Tesla was extremely prolific. He did build working models of all his inventions. For instance, the teleautomaton was a fully functioning prototype, and it takes many years for one's endeavors to come to fruition. Tesla had already proved himself in a variety of ways. That all of his projects never materialized is understandable, given the great scope of his efforts. Tesla's teleautomaton remains one of the single most important technological triumphs of the modern age. In its final form, it was conceived as a new mechanical species capable of thinking as humans do, capable of carrying out complex assignments, and even capable of reproduction. The invention also comprised all of the essential features of wireless transmission and selective tuning. Here was a true work of genius. Surprisingly, Tesla was an adherent of a stimulus-response model for explaining human behavior and consciousness, rather than a proponent of a model espousing a creative unconscious. The rivalry between Ernst Mach and Carl Stumpf, Tesla's philosophy teacher discussed earlier, and the work of Descartes on the self-propelled automata correlate to a number of key positions Tesla took which influenced directly the development of his teleautomaton. The mind, according to this proposition, was nothing more than a simple compilation of cause and effect sensations. What we call ideas were secondary impressions derived from these primary sensations. Paradoxically, although Tesla's achievement was highly original, and although he touted himself as the creator of new principles, in no way did the inventor think that he had ever produced a new idea that did not stem from something external, for example, a mechanism present in nature or deriving from the work of others. A reader of great philosophers, Tesla fully understood what the adoption of his teleautomaton would mean to the world. He clearly saw the implication in the coming race. Machines would not only replace laborers, they would think for themselves. Tesla's genius, therefore, was not only in the appreciation of the advanced thinking of others, but also, and more important, in implementing on a practical basis their abstract ideas. Whereas others sought to change the world with thoughts, Tesla manifested on the physical plane real working models. He certainly was the father of remote-controlled electronic beings, but he would have been the last person to claim that he was the father of the idea. In a famous article printed in the Century in 1900, Tesla explained the entire conceptualization behind his teleautomaton. "I have, by every thought and every act of mine, demonstrated, and do so daily, to my absolute satisfaction that I am an automaton endowed with a power of movement, which merely responds to external stimuli beating upon my sense organs, and thinks and acts accordingly. I remember only 1 or 2 cases in all my life which I was unable to locate the first impression which prompted a movement, or a thought, or even a dream." Tesla neglects to mention that one of these 2 instances was the revelation he had in Professor Purcell's class. He had seen that the commutator could be eliminated in the DC machines. In other words, Tesla's most successful invention, the AC polyphase system, was initiated from intuitive insight. Nevertheless, Tesla stubbornly clung to the tabula rasa premise. No inspiration, according to this pundit, began from within. Self-directed responses were initiated only after external stimuli were received. This is a complex idea,
as it seems from the following paragraph that Tesla believes the reverse. How cosmic forces shape our destinies. Every living being is an engine geared to the wheelwork of the universe. There is no constellation or nebula, no sun or planet that does not exercise some control over its destiny, not in the vague and delusive sense of astrology, but in the rigid and positive meaning of physical science. More than this can be said. There is no thing endowed with life, from man who is enslaving the elements to the humblest creature in all the world, that does not sway in its turn. At the time he conceived these ideas, that is, in the early 1890s, Tesla was studying Herbert Spencer and also Buddhist writings. He even gave his friend Johnson a copy of a book on Buddhism to read. Nevertheless, the influence of Mark's principle and Newton's laws concerning such correlates as the angular momentum of the Earth, Sun, and galaxy also figured into his cosmological paradigm. The Buddhist expresses it one way, the Christian in another, but both say the same: we are all one. Science, too, recognizes this connectedness of separate individuals, though not quite in the same sense that it admits that the suns, planets, and moons of a constellation are one body, and there can be no doubt that it will be experimentally confirmed in times to come. Having studied will psychology, occult psychological principles, as a youth, Tesla was a firm believer in self-determination and the incredible power of the will. Somehow, however, he reconciled this internal procedure, which the philosopher George Gurdjieff links to a direct expression of the soul, to his external behavioristic paradigm. For Tesla, the spark of life is not only biological, but also present in the structure of matter. Even matter called inorganic, believed to be dead, responds to irritants and gives unmistakable evidence of a living principle within. Such things as metals respond to stimuli, e.g. magnets. Tesla refuses to separate the motive forces involved in electromagnetic effects from reactions of living matter. This, in essence, was Bulwer-Lytton's vril power. The energy that runs the universe directs life. Thus, everything that exists, organic or inorganic, animated or inert, is susceptible to stimulus from the outside. There is no gap between, no break in continuity, no special and distinguishing vital agent. The momentous question of Spencer, what is it that causes inorganic matter to run into organic forms, has been answered. It is the sun's heat and light. Wherever they are, there is life. As Tesla himself was a self-propelled automaton entirely under the control of external influences, he could use the model of himself to build his teleautomaton. What we call memory, Tesla further stated, is but increased responsiveness to repeated stimuli. Creative thinking and also dreaming will be derived from secondary reverberations of these initial external stimuli. Long ago, I conceived the idea of constructing an automaton which would mechanically represent me, and which would respond as I do myself, but of course in a much more primitive manner, to external influences. Such an automaton evidently had to have motive power, organs for locomotion, directive organs, and one or more sensitive organs so adapted as to be excited by external stimuli. Whether the automaton be of flesh and bone or of wood and steel, it mattered little, provided it could provide all the duties required of it like an intelligent being. To Tesla, his remote-controlled boat was not simply a machine. It was a new technological creation endowed with the ability to think. In Tesla's view, it was also, in a sense, the first non-biological life form on the planet. As a prototype, this first new life form was embodied, in Tesla's words, with a borrowed mind, his own. It will be able to follow a course laid out, or obey commands given far in advance. It will be capable of distinguishing between what it ought and what it ought not to do, and of recording impressions which will definitely affect its subsequent actions. Very few individuals could comprehend the magnitude of the creation in 1898, and so they lashed out at Tesla instead. In November 1898, the Examiner-in-Chief of Patents came to witness a demonstration of Tesla's teleautomaton before granting a patent,
so unbelievable was the claim. "I remember that when later I called on an official in Washington with a view of offering the invention to the government," Tesla wrote, "he burst out in laughter. Nobody thought then that there was the faintest prospect of perfecting such a device." 24. Waldorf, Astoria, 1898. November the 29th, 1897. My dear Luca, I have concluded that so important a literary event as the appearance of your splendid book of poems should be firstly commemorated by a dinner at the Waldorf, as Mrs. Philippoff suggested in her peculiarly delicate way. As this does not seem possible because of your immense popularity, I would like you to name another evening very soon, however, for my money may run out. Yours sincerely, N. Tesla. The Waldorf Astoria was the tallest hotel in the world, a center for banquets, concerts, and conventions in the city, and the permanent or temporary residence of the wealthiest and most eminent citizens of the day. Residing there became a goal to which Tesla aspired. It would be one he would achieve before the end of the year, and one he would maintain for the next 2 decades. Built in 2 parts, the original Waldorf was completed by William Waldorf Astor in 1893, the Astoria by his cousin John Jacob Astor in late 1897. At first, Jack was reluctant to tear down his mother's home to erect a hotel, but after the Waldorf grossed $4.5 million in its first year, he changed his mind. Its opening marked the beginning of a new concept in living, extolling the essence of exclusiveness, cordiality, pomposity, and elegant grandiosity to the masses. The manager, George C. Bolt, was a Prussian immigrant from the island of Rügen, situated near Denmark in the Baltic Sea. Mild-mannered, dignified, and unassuming, Bolt resembled a typical German professor with his close-cropped beard, which he kept fastidiously trimmed, and his pince-nez glasses on a black silk cord. Described also as a martinet and a man of mercurial moods, Bolt was a socialite in certain ways of the most superficial kind. "I would rather see Mrs. Stuyvesant Fish enjoying a cup of tea in an all but empty palm room," Bolt declared, "than a dozen lesser-known guests there feasting." The manager also adored mechanical contrivances, sprinkling the hotel with such modern conveniences as pneumatic tubes, electric bulb, carriage calls, flashing control panels on the elevators, and his network of hushed but authoritative buzzers. A few years later, the Waldorf would be the first hotel with a radio tower. No doubt Tesla himself, an elitist, was attractive to Bolt. With his position of inventor extraordinaire well established, it is likely that the inventor was accepted in a distinct class above the manager. Once he moved in, Tesla may even have avoided paying rent in lieu of his connection with Astor, or he may have negotiated a favorable deal. With over 900 on staff, the acclaimed Oscar of the Waldorf as chef, and Bolt's capable wife overseeing the decor, there was no finer establishment. A regal fragrance wafted from every corner of the hotel, with exquisite porcelain, exotic flowers, and expensive furniture decorating the halls, dining rooms, and suites. This was the alley where the peacocks came to strut. At over 6 foot 2 inches and dressed in suede high tops, tails, cane, top hat, and ever-present white gloves, Nikola Tesla was one of the proudest and most renowned. The Spanish-American War dragged on through most of 1898 as Tesla continued to try to exploit his teleautomaton for use as a naval weapon. He had offered his wireless transmitters to aid in the organizing of ship and troop movements, but was turned down by the Secretary of the Navy for fear, as Tesla reported a year later, that I might cause a calamity, as sparks are apt to fly anywhere in the neighborhood of such apparatus when it is at work. Tesla tried to guarantee that he had overcome these defects and limitations, but it was to no avail. Public demonstrations and photographs of lightning bolts spewing from his ingenuity worked to hinder any assurances he might give. Instead, during the conflict, the Navy utilized hot air balloons connected to ships by telegraph lines instead. Being up in one would make a man's hair turn white, since the balloon was an easy target. The soldiers had to obey orders, and that was all there was to it. Tesla contacted shipbuilder Mr. Nixon
designer of the Oregon, the Villard ocean liner he had fixed while working for Tom Edison in 1884, and also submarine builder John P. Holland. 2 years later, Holland would sell the Navy its first submersible. It would weigh a commanding 74 tons and become a quintessential fighting machine. But in 1898, he was still having difficulty negotiating a deal. The Navy Department was obliged to decline Holland's offer to go into Santiago harbor and destroy the Spanish warships, as it smacked of privateering and was in violation of international law. And Tesla also invited military personnel to his laboratory, particularly U.S. Navy Rear Admiral Francis J. Higginson, chairman of the Lighthouse Board, to discuss the use of his wireless transmitters. But dealing with the government was anything but easy. During this period, in June 1898, Richmond Pearson Hobson rocketed to stardom, capturing the hearts of America through his heroic efforts in the war. A few months later, Hobson would become the key attraction of the Tesla-Johnson social net, and a decade after that, his fame so well established, he would become a presidential candidate. On June the 4th, the New York Times reported that a bold American fighting frigate, the Merrimac, had made a dash into Santiago harbor under a lively cannonade of fire in attempts to attack the waiting Spanish armada. The ship was sunk, and an officer, an engineer, and 6 seamen were taken prisoners. The Times concluded, "Everybody is astounded at the audacity of the American vessel." The following day, it was revealed that enemy fire had not sunk the ship at all. Rather, it had been deliberately scuttled by Lieutenant Hobson for the purpose of locking in the harbor the entire Spanish fleet. This splendid stroke effectively removed the feared Admiral Cervera from the war. In a day, in an hour, the potent, all-pervading force of electricity flashed his fame over the round world. As Hobson was imprisoned in the dungeon of Morro Castle, he continued to make headlines as the world waited for the war to end and his hoped-for release. As ever, Catherine continued to spread her Irish charms, inviting the Serbian mystic to dinner so that she could be hypnotized by his presence. The very day of the sinking of the Merrimac, the inventor received the following provocative missive. June the 6th, 1898. Dear Mr. Tesla, I want very much to see you tomorrow evening, and will be really disappointed if you do not think my request worthy of your consideration. Robert is giving himself a birthday party, and he's going to have some of your Servian songs sung. You must save this evening for us. After this date, I am going away to Washington for a visit, so if anybody cares to see Mrs. Philippoff. When you come tomorrow evening, we'll talk about the hand which is before me now, but which is doomed to seclusion. I cannot stand it. It is too strong, too virile. When I enter the room without thinking, it makes me start. It is the only thing in it. But it is not satisfactory, for it does not give the proper idea of your hand, which is large and free. Like yourself, this seems sticky, short. I know what causes this. It is the shadows. You must try again and make your hand be as large and grand as it is. Faithfully yours, Catherine Johnson. In January, Tesla had published a full-page photograph of his hand for Electrical Review in his attempts to dramatically display the improvements he had made in the efficiency of his vacuum lamps. Every line on the palm was visible, so effective was the illuminant, although, as Catherine points out, the shape is marred by an underlying shadow. The famous palmist Cairo was the rage of the day, having published analyses of the hands of such celebrities as Tom Edison, Sarah Bernhardt, and theosophist Annie Besant. Mark Twain commented, "Cairo has exposed my character to me with humiliating accuracy. I ought not to confess this accuracy. Still, I am moved to do it." It seemed likely that Tesla's clever vanity had come upon a way to exploit his fluorescent tubes, and at the same time reveal in a veiled way the magnanimity of his being by exposing his hand to the world. Referring to a professional palmist, Tesla's hand supposedly reveals a flirtatious streak and hypersensitivity seen in the girdle of Venus. From the headline, "Incessant worries stemming from the past," a close association with his mother because it is tied to the heart line, an irrational streak and blind spot in his thinking, due to chaining,
an undulating course and foreshortening of the line. And all of this is counterbalanced by a remarkable fate line, which, rising like a firm oak tree, reveals stability, vision, creative aspiration, stubbornness, and an ability to withstand great stress and turmoil. The fate line is the strongest line in the hand. During these months, playful banter peaked between the inventor and the elusive Madame Philippoff. It seems she tried to get Tesla married. In February, Catherine wrote, "Another charming lady is to be here who does not believe that you are my friend, that I even know you. I wish to convince her that you are on my list, and you shall sit beside her. Come and shed the radiance of your happy countenance upon us all, especially the Johnsons." In March, she demands Tesla join them for lunch, to bring solace to your friends, and a few days later invites him over again. A very charming girl is to be here who wants very much to meet Mr. Tesla. A real one, I assure you. Tesla decides to have everyone for dinner first and writes, "I shall send my private equipage to dine at the Waldorf, and I am getting up the appetite for the occasion." Tesla's celibacy has always been a question mark. It seems probable that he and Catherine had engaged in a sticky liaison a few years earlier, but at this stage, due in part to Catherine's arrangements, Tesla had become active with other women, and Catherine had enjoyed his pleasures vicariously. 3 ladies who interested him were Mrs. Winslow, Miss Amarcia Kusner, and Miss Marguerite Merrington. The first, alas, was married. To the second, Tesla wanted to display his inventions at his laboratory. There is another reason why she should come, but that is difficult to say. Well, I do not want to say anything disparaging of a lady. For yet another Johnson blowout, Tesla wrote concerning the third lady, "I'd sooner be glad to rely on your choice and only remember to suggest Miss Merrington, if she would come. I know I would be her victim before dinner, but after that I think I could hold my own, for she does not drink claret." And a few months later, March 9th, 1899. My dear Mrs. Johnson, I shall be glad to have any of your friends come, but we must have one lady for each gentleman, else you must dine without me. Agnes must come by all means, and wouldn't you invite Miss Merrington? She is such a wonderfully clever woman. I would say wise, had she but married. Really, I would like to have her with us. Sincerely, Nicholas I of Houston Street. Born in England, Marguerite Merrington was raised in a convent in Buffalo before she studied the piano and became a teacher at her alma mater, Normal College. Resigning to move to New York City to follow her passion of dramatic author, Miss Merrington first made headlines in 1891 with her well-received romantic play, Letterblair. This success was followed 2 years later when she won a $500 prize from the National Conservatory of Music for her libretto Daphne, which was reviewed by, among others, Antonin Dvorak. Tall, graceful, and charming, the regal Miss Merrington was a frequent dinner guest at the Johnson home. An integral part of the Gramercy Park set, Miss Merrington accompanied the young Owen Johnson to Mark Twain's birthday party in 1905 and maintained her creative spark throughout her life, writing a book on General Custer and his wife in 1950, the year before she died, unmarried, at the age of 91. In August 1898, John Jacob Astor returned from the battlegrounds, but it was not until December that Tesla met with Astor at his home. While Jack was considered by many to be cold-hearted, humorless, weak-minded, and almost completely absent of personality, his wife, Ava, was seen as the most beautiful woman in America. Tesla was particularly taken by Lady Astor's loveliness, and it seems that she was enthralled by the inventor's experiments. The three dined together on occasion at Delmonico's or the Waldorf, and when Tesla arrived at the Astor's residence, he often brought along a bouquet of flowers. But although Ava sparkled at every lighted candle and Jack followed her about like a bedraggled and slightly bad-tempered spaniel, all was not well with the marriage. Where Astor was able to leave his exquisite wife for months on end, touring the high seas for adventure and the noble cause, she retreated by entertaining a zealous interest in bridge. Thus, even though Ava was on his side, the inventor was uncertain of his standing. "My dear Astor," Tesla began, "I would like to explain why I could not go down to Cuba with you." "I understand," Astor replied. "During the gunfire, perhaps, that is when it dawned on me. I realized that your life was too precious to risk on such a trip. I see, however, from recent reports that you have been attacked after all, but it has been by reporters instead." "I am glad," Tesla quipped, "that I am living in a place in which, though they can roast me in the papers, they cannot burn me at the stake." Tesla thereupon called a meeting with Astor and two of his cronies, Mr. Clarence Mackay and Mr. Darius Ogden Mills, so that he could display his continuing progress with his oscillators and fluorescent lights, as well as show them patent applications, articles which had appeared in the technical journals, and reports on tests performed by the Royal Society in London and the Röntgen Society in Germany. "Let me read you the following dispatch from Sir William Crookes," Tesla said. "Congratulations, the performance of your machine is marvelous." And Tesla presented another report which hailed his oscillator as one of the most significant of the age. "You will see how many enterprises can be built up on that novel principle, Colonel. It is for a reason that I am often and violently attacked, because my inventions threaten a number of established industries. My teleautomaton, for instance, opens up a new art which will sooner or later render large guns entirely useless and will make impossible the building of large battleships, and will, as I have stated in my patent, long before the Tsar's manifesto, compel the nations to come to an understanding for the maintenance of peace." "You are taking too many leaps for me," Astor said, causing the others to reconsider as well. "Let us stick to the oscillators and cold lights. Let me see some success in the marketplace with these two enterprises before you go off saving the world with an invention of an entirely different order, and then I will commit more than my good wishes. Stop in again when you have a sound proposal, or call me on the telephone." Tesla waited until the new year, and then hit the Colonel with a direct assault. "My dear Astor," Tesla said, "it has always been my firm belief that you take a genuine, friendly interest in myself personally, as well as in my labors. Now I ask you frankly, when I have a friend like J.J.A., a prince among wealthy men, a patriot ready to risk his life for his country, a man who means every word he says, who puts such a value on my labors, and who offers repeatedly to back me up, have I not a foundation for believing that he would stand by me when, after several years of hard work, I have finally brought to commercial perfection some important inventions which, even at the most conservative estimate, must be valued at several $1 million? Informing Astor that George Westinghouse had given him $500,000 for the AC polyphase system, and that Edward Dean Adams had invested $100,000 to become a partner in his latest endeavors when he had 14 new U.S. and as many foreign patents, Tesla remarked that there was a powerful clique which still now opposed him. "And it is chiefly for this reason that I want a few friends like yourself to give me at this moment their valuable financial and moral support." Having placed faith in Astor's words, Tesla reveals that he had sold off securities to buy back control of his company, although Mr. Adams still has a minority interest. Having stated that his laboratory in the past has paid $1,500 for every $100 invested on the average, the inventor proclaims, "I am fully confident that the property which I have now in my hands will pay much better than this. I now produce a light superior by far to that of the incandescent lamp, with 1/3 of the expenditure of energy, and as my lamps will last forever, the cost of maintenance will be minute. The cost of copper, which in the old system is a most important item, is in mine reduced to a mere trifle, for I can run on a wire sufficient for one incandescent lamp more than 1,000 of my own lamps, giving fully 5,000 times as much light. Let me ask you, Colonel, how much is this alone worth when you consider that there are hundreds of millions of dollars invested today in electric light in the various chief countries in which I have patented my inventions in this field? Sooner or later," Tesla continues, "my system will be purchased either by the Whitney Syndicate, GE, or Westinghouse, for otherwise they will be driven out of the market." The inventor closed. "Then consider my oscillators, and my system of transmitting power without wires, my method of directing the movement of bodies at a distance by wireless telegraphy, the manufacture of fertilizers and nitric acid from the air, the production of ozone, and many other important lines of manufacture, as, for instance, cheap refrigeration and cheap manufacture of liquid air, etc. And you will see that, putting a fair estimate on all, I cannot offer to sell any considerable amount of my property for less than $1,000 a share. I am perfectly sure that I will be able to command that price as soon as some of my inventions are on the market. Telling Astor that he had contracts pending with the Creusot Works in France, the Helios Company in Germany, Ganz & Company in Austria, and other firms, Tesla requested an investment of $100,000. If you do not take that much interest, you will put me at a great disadvantage. Should Astor come in, other Astor associates such as Mr. Mackay and Darius Ogden Mills would do the same. If, Tesla wrote, after 6 months you should have any reason to be dissatisfied, it will be my first duty to satisfy you. Astor stressed interest in seeing Tesla exploit his fluorescent lights, and the inventor agreed. On January 10, 1899, papers were signed whereby Astor gave Tesla $100,000 for 500 shares of the Tesla Electric Company. In return, Astor was elected director of the board. At the same time, Tesla moved into the Waldorf Astoria. Tesla also received $10,000 from the dry goods manufacturer Simpson & Crawford, and he may also have received funds from Mr. Mills or Mr. Mackay. The old Tesla Company, with William Rankin and Edward D. Adams, was, for all intents and purposes, dissolved, along with his relationship with Alfred Brown and Charles Peck, although all of these individuals may have, in one way or another, been involved in the new enterprise. The first letter on Waldorf stationery written to the Johnsons is dated November 3, 1898. It is one of the rare letters in which Tesla refers to Mrs. Johnson as "my dear Kate." Tesla was about to hook a big fish, perhaps the wealthiest fish on the planet, and his sense of self-importance escalated accordingly. In haughty fanfare, the Serbian aristocrat separated his exalted ilk from other social tribolites, plebeians, drummers, grocerymen, and Jews. Anti-Semitic references are rare in the Tesla correspondence, but no doubt he was anti-Semitic, at least in the social sense, that is, as a common reflection of the times. Anti-Semitism against ethnic ghetto dwellers, such as those newly arrived in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, and New York's Lower East Side, was common among the upper classes, even though the Rothschilds, Auguste Belmont, Jacob Schiff, and Bernard Baruch were well respected and known to be Jewish. It is, however, clear evidence of one of Tesla's prejudices. The letter also refers to Tesla's wish to meet Lieutenant Hobson, whose Cuban exploits have been featured in the Century. "The interest in Hobson was at a fever heat at our offices," Johnson recalled, "and the estimates of the sale of his proposed book ran into the 100,000s. Unfortunately, shortly after his account appeared, a scandalous event occurred which was egged on by the sensational press, and the idea for the book fell flat. The incident had to do with Hobson's handsome appearance and the inability of women to refrain from kissing him when he came into their midst. "I would have cut off my right arm rather than to offend one of those ladies," Hobson declared, concluding, "The kissing episodes, what little there was to them, were entirely beyond my control, and my conscience is clear." The clashing lieutenant was well liked by Tesla and the Johnsons, and his entree into their circle added a wonderful spark to their lives. He would join a group that included at this time the Gilders, Miss Kussner, Miss Merrington, Mrs. Winslow, Mrs. Robinson, Mrs. Dodge, Rudyard Kipling, and John Muir. Playful jealousies became evident as Tesla and the Johnsons vied for the war hero's attention, Tesla daring even to tender to Hobson one lady with whom the inventor may have had intimate relations. "Remember, Luca," Tesla teased, "Hobson does not belong to the Johnsons exclusively. I shall avenge myself on Madame Philippoff by introducing him to Madame Kussner, and somebody will be forgotten." Tesla spent many delightful hours with Hobson, inviting him to the laboratory, to dinner, and out on the town. "He is a fine fellow," the inventor concluded. Their friendship would last. Hobson, 28, a Southerner, was a striking presence in his uniform, with deep-set, penetrating eyes, hair swept back, a firm, prominent chin, and a handlebar moustache. A graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy in 1889, he had spent 3 years in Paris, studying at a maritime college, and had worked for the Office of Naval Intelligence. Gifted with a keen mind, Hobson had worked for the Secretary of the Navy during the China-Japan War. His family, on both sides, included lawyers, judges, a governor, and a general. He was a ready-made hero, and he was a social catch of the first order. All the pieces of Tesla's puzzle were now in place. He had obtained fundamental patents on wireless communication and remote control. He had calculated the type of energy he needed in order to disturb the electrical conditions of the planet. He had obtained a sizable sum of working capital from one of the wealthiest men in the world. He had begun serious negotiations with the U.S. Navy, and as a social triumph, he had moved into the Waldorf Astoria. The budding entrepreneur settled upon a plan for marketing his oscillators and code lamps. Well, they could wait for now. And then Tesla took the next bold step. He would test his wireless theories on a grand scale. The laboratory at Houston Street was simply too small and vulnerable to fires and potential spies. With few people aware, Tesla had scouted the country to seek out potential sites for his new experimental station. George Scherf, his capable secretary, tried to get Tesla to reconsider, to stay in New York and do something tangible, something that would pay an immediate return. But he was talking to a deaf ear. Destiny was urging Tesla westward. 25. Colorado Springs, 1899. Nikola Tesla, the Serbian scientist whose electrical discoveries are not of one nation but the pride of the world, has taken up his abode in Colorado Springs. On East Pikes Peak Avenue, with limitless plains stretching to the eastward and a panorama of mighty mountains sweeping away north and south to the west, Tesla has caused to be constructed a wireless station for scientific research. Desiree Stanton, Colorado Springs, 1899. Having been invited to Colorado Springs to build his laboratory by Westinghouse patent attorney Leonard E. Curtis, a longtime advisor and friend through the difficult years of the Battle of the Currents, Tesla shipped his equipment in early spring 1899. Before he left New York, and as the coup de grace to his relationship with T.C. Martin, Tesla met with competing editor Charles W. Price of Electrical Review and professional photographer Dickinson Alley to choreograph a spectacular piece on the wizard's laboratory. Complete with a rich description of his experiments and a sensational series of photographs, the article ran in the March 29, 1899 issue. Starting with a full-length portrait of the inventor grasping a basketball-sized wireless vacuum lamp glowing resplendently, the essay went on to describe the evolution of other inventions, such as his high-tension transformer, which resulted in Tesla's flat spiral transmitting coil. This 8-foot transmitter, easily recognizable by its spider-web appearance, was the first which efficiently enabled the inventor to generate two individualized vibrations, or tuned circuits, simultaneously, and also produce many millions of volts. Other prints depicted the flamboyant engineer transmitting high currents through his body to illuminate a variety of vacuum tubes, such as one which he whipped around his head in a multiple exposure. With one hand seeming to pluck a refulgent rod out of the midst of a spiral galaxy of blurred light, and the other grasping a sparkling circular high-tension coil, the operator's body was charged to a great potential. Tesla arrived in Colorado Springs on May the 18th, 1899, after stopping in Chicago to display his teleautomaton to the Commercial Club, a local electrical society. Situated at the very gateway to the Rocky Mountains, at the edge of a plain that stretched for hundreds of miles, the Colorado site would prove an excellent choice, not only for monitoring wireless energy generated from his transmitter, but also for studying a common phenomenon in the region, the electrical storms. Stepping from the station after his week-long journey, the inventor was met by Curtis and a few dignitaries. A horse and carriage took him to his hotel, the Alta Vista, where he stayed in room 207. Much like his childhood home in Smiljan, The town was situated at the foothills of a mighty chain of mountains. The Rockies arose so suddenly that they looked almost as if they were still being formed. A view on a clear day stretched virtually to Wyoming to the north and New Mexico to the south, and it was a common sight to witness lightning storms in the distance while standing in the sunshine. Hoping to be the little London of the West, the people of the Springs welcomed the great inventor by honoring him with a banquet, sponsored by Curtis at the El Paso Club. Well known throughout the region because his AC power transmission system had been adopted at lead, silver and gold mines in such camps as Telluride and Cripple Creek, Tesla was happily met by society people, town officials and the governor. A few days later, another notable also came to town, Admiral Schley, recently back from his victory in Santiago Bay. The entire town celebrated the hero's visit. No doubt Tesla had easy access to the Admiral, and they probably discussed the potential use of his teleautomaton as a weapon to help abolish war. As part of Tesla's arrangement with Curtis's guarantee, the El Paso Electric Company provided Tesla with free electrical power to support the great quest. Local contractor Joseph Dozier was introduced to discuss construction of the lab. Off they drove down Pikes Peak Avenue to what is now the corner of Coyote Street near Prospect Lake, to look the site over. Dozier, it appears, had a mystical bent, so discussions drifted to talk of life on other planets and unusual ways to search for gold in the nearby hills. The inventor had traveled west for a variety of reasons, particularly his wish to experimentally verify that he could transmit light, information and power to vast distances by means of wireless. I wanted to be free of the disturbing influences in the city which make it very difficult to tune circuits, the inventor added. Tesla had embarked on a massive plan that presupposed an understanding of a technology which even challenges today's comprehension of power distribution systems. Details of the work would remain secret, Tesla not even revealing his intent to erect the station until almost the day he departed. From the very first day of his arrival, he announced rather optimistic plans, telling town columnist Mrs. Gilbert McClurg, wife of the Secretary of the Chamber of Commerce, who wrote under the nom de plume Desiree Stanton, "With my wireless telegraph oscillator, I could talk to the inhabitants of the planet Mars, if they know enough to take a message, and will talk to the people of the Earth at any distance away without the assistance of wires." There was a popular notion, and even astronomical speculation, that other planets were inhabited and that Mars could be contacted. Growing large fields with flora planted in different colored symbols, or creating giant reflecting surfaces to flicker signals, were two other proposals espoused by writers in the technical journals that received serious consideration. With Percival Lowell's magnificent telescope only a few hundred miles away in Flagstaff, Arizona, reports of Martian activities were a commonplace topic of conversation. With Tesla's arrival, in Desiree's words, "The day of real power is not far distant. I would light whole cities and give to mere machines all the motions of intelligence," said Tesla. "But my first plan is to simply collect experimental data, mount instruments, and record experiments at different atmospheric levels." Tesla's plan for cabling across the Atlantic is to erect 2 terminal stations, one in London and one in New York, with the oscillators placed at the top of high towers, communicating thence with great discs suspended in captive balloons floating 5,000 feet above the Earth to catch the strata of rarefied air through which electrical waves travel most easily. A message could be flashed instantly by these lightning rays from the oscillator to the disc in the balloon and across the thousands of miles of intervening space to the second disc. Mr. Tesla says he is ready to put his wireless system into operation as soon as the practical details can be arranged. His scheme was multifaceted. He could utilize the ionosphere to act as a conduit or a reflector of the electrical waves. He could use the intrinsic electrical impulses of the Earth itself, that is, its geomagnetic pulse, as a carrier wave. Or he could transmit energy in the more conventional wireless way, with one single tuned circuit on the transmitting and receiving end, such as he had demonstrated in his public lectures in London, Paris, New York, Philadelphia, and St. Louis, that is, by using a resonant-tuned circuit comprising a transmitter and a receiver, an aerial and ground connection, or he could use conventional copper lines. With Colorado Springs 6,000 feet above sea level, one of his first experiments involved the transmission of very high frequencies up long wires to terminals situated 2 miles in the sky. Helium-filled balloons more than 10 feet long were ordered from a balloon farm in Germany run by Professor Myers, and thousands of feet of wire and cables were shipped from the Houston Street lab. Other equipment included batteries, receiving and measuring instruments, switches, transformers, vacuum pumps, and dozens of types of electronic tubes specially prepared by a Manhattan glassblower. Also, his huge oscillators and gargantuan Tesla coils were shipped, although his novel flat spiral transmitter, which appears so prominently in the 1898 photographs of his New York laboratory, was not sent. Louis Ullman, one of his key engineers, was placed in charge of equipment at Houston Street, with George Scherf, business manager and liaison. Tesla's wireless experimental station was a large barn-like structure, approximately 60 feet wide and 18 feet high, with a 200-foot-tall, bulbous-topped aerial whose height could be adjusted to differing lengths. Situated on East Pikes Peak Avenue, within walking distance of the center of town, the building was connected by transmission lines to the El Paso electrical station only a few miles away. From their circuit, Tesla was able to draw, according to necessity, 100 horsepower and more. Guarded by a sign which read, "Great danger, keep out," the lab housed a high-frequency transformer and a Tesla coil with a diameter of 45 feet. All of his experiments would be carefully recorded in his private Colorado notebook, which was discovered in the 1950s among his papers at the Belgrade Museum. Theories, experiments, occasional personal observations, and highly technical mathematical equations filled the pages. Tesla stated that his main reason for coming to Colorado was to produce a resonant transformer which would be capable of disturbing the electrical condition of part, if not the entire, globe, thus enabling me to transmit intelligence to great distances without wire. The plan was actually quite simple. Tesla assumed that the Earth had a resonant frequency, and therefore could be measured and utilized as a gigantic carrier wave to distribute electrical power. Since the entire Earth was in a harmonic relationship with his equipment, Tesla claimed that there would be no diminution in the intensity of the transmitted impulses. It is even possible to make the actions increase with distance from the plant according to an exact mathematical law. By regulating the height of the aerial, different wavelengths could be created which could be measured in terms of their harmonic relationship to the natural electrical properties of the Earth. A few weeks later, Tesla summoned Fritz Lowenstein. Just 25 years old and a recent German immigrant, Lowenstein had only been working for Tesla for a month. Thus, there was a question about his ability to be reticent about the work. Nevertheless, he was, as Tesla said, a man possessed of the highest technical training, and probably the most formally educated of his crew. In June, Tesla experimented with a wireless telephone, although it is not known whether he actually transmitted spoken words. To Astor, he wrote the following year, "There is nothing novel in telephoning without wires to a distance of 5 or 6 miles, since this has been done often before. In this connection, I have obtained 2 patents." Whether or not Astor was completely aware of Tesla's plan to leave New York to set up an experimental station in Colorado Springs is unknown. Astor had been in Europe during much of the planning stages of the venture, returning to New York on June the 14th. Certainly Tesla notified Astor of his plans, but this author suspects that the financier did not find out until after their business arrangement was solidified. As Astor was expecting progress on the oscillators and cold light, he probably had mixed feelings when he contacted Scherf to check on Tesla's progress. Professor Myers' balloons had finally arrived. They should only be about 2/3 inflated, Myers warned, as otherwise they may burst when they attain some height. He has also included some kites, Scherf wrote with the shipment. The balloons were launched in July, but they are too heavy and do not work well. The scheme, although plausible, was cumbersome, as energy would have had to be transmitted up a long wire which weighed down the balloon or kite in a somewhat haphazard fashion, and then another balloon placed at some distance would be needed to receive the transmission and then send it down long wires to the instruments on the ground. For numerous reasons, this line of investigation was abandoned. Next on the agenda was the measurement of the electrical properties of the Earth, monitoring electrical storms and creating electromagnetic oscillations that would be in a harmonic relationship to terrestrial currents. Uppermost in Tesla's mind was the problem of individualization of messages and protected privacy. Therefore, most of his experiments involved the combination of two or more frequencies and the construction of receiving instruments tuned to these specific arrangements. The chief feature of a practical wireless telegraph system, Tesla told Lowenstein, is the secrecy, immunity, and selectivity of the oscillating and receiving apparatus. The inventor thereby set about to create a variety of mechanisms to produce multiple wavelengths. Whereas Marconi and the others were using inefficient Hertzian pulsed oscillations at very high frequencies, Tesla worked with continuous, undamped oscillations in the low HF, high-frequency range. "Do you understand what we are now trying to achieve?" "Yes, Mr. Tesla," Lowenstein replied. "I understand that in this invention, the elements of the receiving apparatus respond to the elements of the transmitter, and that only the coaction of the responding of all these elements of the receiver apparatus make the registering apparatus register." Excellent. On June the 16th, Tesla set out to create an efficient ground connection. His workers were instructed to dig a hole 12 feet deep near a water main, and a copper plate 20 feet square was buried there. Water was kept constantly flowing upon the ground to moisten it and improve the connection. But the dry earth and the problem of rock formations interfered with the creation of a completely efficient setup. Nevertheless, purposely unsensitive receiving instruments placed 200 feet from the shop responded when connected to the ground. The action of the device was strong even though it was concluded that the earth resistance was still too great. For the next series of experiments, Lowenstein was in charge of the transmitter, and Tesla attended to his numerous receivers. Lowenstein recalled, "I handled myself the big transmitter, sending 2 vibrations through the ground by 2 separate secondary circuits. Mr. Tesla would then go outside of the building, leaving me instructions for continuously switching the oscillator on and off in certain intervals. I don't know how far he went, but by the time he came back again, in the afternoon, you may easily build an idea how far Mr. Tesla could have gone at the time I was standing at the switch." In 1916, Tesla stated that he occasionally conducted experiments as far as 10 miles from the station. On the eve of July the 4th, one of the most stupendous electrical storms ever recorded in the region rocked Pikes Peak. Observations made last night. They were not to be easily forgotten for more than one reason. First of all, a magnificent sight was afforded by the extraordinary display of lightning, no less than 10,000 to 12,000 discharges being witnessed inside of 2 hours. Some were of a wonderful brilliancy and showed often 10 or twice as many branches. While tracking the storm with his sensitive receiving apparatus, Tesla noticed that even though the storm had passed out of sight, the instruments began to play periodically. This was experimental verification of stationary waves, periodic electronic vibrations impressed upon the Earth itself. Also, troughs and nodal points were detected. "It is now certain that they can be produced with an oscillator," Tesla wrote in his notebook, and then added in brackets, "This is of immense importance." Tesla wrote to his secretary the same day, "Dear Mr. Scherf, I have received messages from the clouds 100 miles away." And 2 days later, "We have just about finished all the details. My work is really to begin in earnest right now." 26. Contact, 1899. My dear Luca, everybody is after me since I was favored by the Martians. My friend J. Collier has persuaded me to make a short statement regarding the subject of interplanetary communication. Yours sincerely, Nikola Tesla. The Colorado Notebook is virtually a daily record of Tesla's work at the time.
Nowhere in the notes can there be found a distinct passage of the pivotal moment when he received unidentified impulses that he came to attribute to extraterrestrials. However, he does refer on December the 8th to this event, writing to friend and columnist Julian Hawthorne, "The art of transmitting electrical energy through the natural media will perhaps make it possible for man to produce wonderful changes and transformation on the surface of our globe, as are, to all evidence, now being wrought by intelligent beings on a neighboring planet." And just a few weeks later, during the holiday season, while still in Colorado, Tesla, in a Christmas message to the local Red Cross Society, when it asked me to indicate one of the greatest possible achievements of the next 100 years, wrote, "I have observed electrical actions which have appeared inexplicable. Faint and uncertain though they were, they have given me a deep conviction and foreknowledge that ere long all human beings on this globe as one will turn their eyes to the firmament above with the feelings of love and reverence thrilled by the glad news. Brethren, we have a message from another world, unknown and remote. It reads, 1, 2, 3. Throughout July, Tesla was carefully monitoring the electrical activity of the Earth, verifying that it had a specific geomagnetic pulse and harmonics off of that pulse. On the 28th, he worked on increasing the sensitivity of his receivers by magnifying the effects of feeble disturbances. The inventor had tuned his equipment so carefully that, in one instance, the devices recorded effects of lightning discharges fully 500 miles away, judging from the periodical action of the discharges as the storm moved away. Thus, he reasoned, he did not have to test transmitted oscillations by installing a receiver 50, 200, or 500 miles away, as he was already proving that this could be accomplished simply by monitoring these distant electric storms. This was one way Tesla rationalized his decision not to conduct long-distance experiments. He had verification that they would work. 3 days later, on August the 1st, the inventor departed from writing out his growing file of complex equations to compose a discourse of 4,000 words on the atmosphere and the climate. In these passages, he describes the baffling power of the moonlight for taking night photographs, the amazing brilliancy of the stars, magnificent sunsets and shooting stars, the peculiar ability of voices to travel several miles from the center of town to his laboratory, the curious phenomena of the rapid formation and disappearance of cloud formations, and the numerous unusual shapes that appeared therein. The days were clear, with just enough clouds in the sky to break the monotony of the blue, he wrote. No wonder people in feeble health are getting on here so well. I soon learned there were thousands of consumptives in the place, and concluded that while this climate is certainly in a wonderful degree healthful and invigorating, only 2 kinds of people should come here, those who have the consumption and those who want to get it. Placing himself back into the mood of scientific observations, he ended the essay with the following line, "But the most interesting of all are the electrical observations which will be described presently." It appears likely that this sudden burst of poetic reverie could be attributed to the mystical moment he had encountered 3 nights earlier while monitoring his equipment alone at the lab. This event, which was to alter his destiny in many ways, as we have seen, did not come out of the blue. Tesla had been planning for nearly a decade to make contact. Talking with the planets. Nikola Tesla. The idea of communicating with other worlds has been regarded as a poet's dream, forever unrealizable. Having perfected the apparatus for the observation of feeble effects from approaching thunderstorms, so far from my laboratory in the Colorado mountains, I could feel the pulse of the globe, as it were, noting every electrical charge that occurred in a radius of 1,100 miles. I can never forget the first sensations I experienced when it dawned upon me that I had observed something possibly of incalculable consequences to mankind. I felt as though I were present at the birth of a new knowledge or the revelation of a great truth. There was present something mysterious, not to say supernatural,
but at the time the idea of those disturbances being intelligently controlled signals did not yet present itself to me. It was some time afterward when the thought clashed upon my mind that those disturbances might be due to intelligent control. Although I could not decipher their meaning, the feeling is constantly growing on me that I have been the first to hear the greeting of one planet to another. As the inventor admits, the night he received the signals, he did not attribute them to extraterrestrials. Most likely, he first thought they were periodic oscillations stemming from the thunderstorms that he was monitoring. A few days later, it began to dawn upon him that the metronome nature of the beats did not correlate with the supposition that they were linked to lightning discharges. The article also speculated that they may have stemmed from Venus or Mars. 2 decades later, in 1921, Tesla wrote, "Others may scoff at this suggestion of communicating with one of our heavenly neighbors as Mars, or treat it as a practical joke. But I have been in deep earnest about it ever since I made my first observations in Colorado Springs. At the time, there existed no wireless plant other than mine that could produce a disturbance perceptible in a radius of more than a few miles. Furthermore, the conditions under which I operated were ideal, and I was well trained for the work. The character of the disturbances recorded precluded the possibility of their being of terrestrial origin, and I also eliminated the influence of the Sun, Moon, and Venus. As I then announced, the signals consisted in a regular repetition of numbers, and subsequent study convinced me that they must have emanated from Mars, the planet having just then been close to the Earth." Note slight alterations from the original article and letter to the Red Cross. In the 1901 article, Tesla does not single out Mars as the only possible source of the impulses. Venus or other planets are also mentioned. In the 1921 article, he says that Venus had been ruled out. Clearly, this had to occur over 2 years after the event, that is, sometime after the 1901 article, which still included Venus as a possibility. After mature thought and study, Tesla himself dates his positive conclusion that they must have emanated from Mars to the year 1907. In the Red Cross letter and the 1901 article, Tesla is very specific in mentioning 3 beats. In the 1921 article, the number of beats is obscured. Julian Hawthorne, who had written to Tesla while he was in Colorado Springs and who met with Tesla in New York upon his return, also refers to 3 fairy taps. Tesla also alters the facts with regard to competing wireless operators. While Tesla was in Colorado, he received a number of letters from George Scherf concerning competitors. For example, on August the 1st, 1899, "Dear Mr. Tesla, Mr. Clark, the experimenter in wireless telegraphy, called this morning seeking a powerful oscillator or information on how to build one." In August and September 1899, Scherf continued to inform Tesla about Clark, who could send messages 3 miles, thereby obtaining employment by a New York newspaper to report yacht races. Other wireless operators at this time included Professor Desar in Rome, Professor Marble in Connecticut, and Dr. Riccia in France. And of course, there was Guglielmo Marconi, who captured the imagination of the media during the America's Cup races that autumn. Although Scherf wrote, "The New York Times continues to boom Marconi," Tesla confidently replied on September the 22nd, 1899 to Scherf, "Do not worry about me. I am about a century ahead of the other fellows." Tesla, as one of numerous adherents to the group fantasy belief that Mars was inhabited, assumed that the impulses stemmed from there. In 1899, it was frankly inconceivable to him that he could have intercepted a competitor's message. However, the fact of the matter is that Marconi was transmitting messages hundreds of miles across Europe and the English Channel during the summer of 1899, and was using as a signal the Morse code letter S, ... which precisely corresponds to the 3 beats Tesla said he intercepted while he was in Colorado. On July the 28th, the very date it has been hypothesized that Tesla received the signals, Marconi was with the British Admiralty and the French Navy in the English Channel, demonstrating his wireless apparatus between ships in mock battle maneuvers over distances of 30 miles, 55 miles, and 86 miles. On the 28th of July, Marconi had inspected the ship Alexandra's equipment in preparation for hostilities. Most likely, he transmitted the letter S at that time to see if it was picked up by the other warcraft. If Tesla was monitoring his equipment at 12 midnight, it would have been about 8 a.m. in England, so the times correlate as well. At first, Tesla must have sincerely believed that the source of the impulses were extraterrestrial, for he boldly stated as much in a series of published articles. A few years later, the awful truth dawned upon him. Worse, Tesla may have intercepted Marconi's impulses and made a fool of himself by claiming they had derived from superior intelligences. Marconi, for Tesla, was anathema. In 1921, ironically, while Marconi was making headlines by trying himself to intercept messages from nearby planets, Tesla wrote, "I was naturally very much interested in recent reports that these supposed planetary signals were nothing else than interfering undertones of wireless transmitters. These disturbances I observed for the first time from 1906 to 1907 occurred rarely, but subsequently they increased in frequency. Every transmitter emits undertones, and these give by interference long beats, the wavelength being anything from 50 miles to 300 or 400 miles. This statement supports the hypothesis that the 1899 impulses also stemmed from some competitor. Furthermore, Tesla suggests the actual mechanism for his encounter, an undertone effect. And it appears that he unfortunately also provided, through Marconi's piracy, the very oscillators used to transmit the signals. The transmitter on the high seas in England, therefore, was attuned to the receiving equipment in Colorado. Coincidentally, this realization in 1906-1907 occurred, as we shall see, during a time of great emotional stress. Rather than face the truth, the mystical Serb clung to a supernatural explanation. The most ardent proponent of the outer space scenario was undoubtedly the journalist Julian Hawthorne. The son of Nathaniel Hawthorne, Julian authored a series of elaborate treatises on Tesla's philosophy, laboratory work, experiments in interplanetary communication, and place in history. Perhaps because he had engaged in a spectacular duel of articles with his brother-in-law, George Lathrop, who wrote science fiction tales about Tom Edison battling invaders from Mars in Arthur Brisbane's New York Journal, Hawthorne took up Tesla's extraterrestrial cause. The competition between Edison and Tesla would never abate, and it continued even into the realm of science fiction. Like many creative individuals, Edison had an interest in the occult. With Charles Batchelor, he had studied telepathy, and he had worked with spiritualists on a telephone to communicate with departed souls. Edison was interested in space travel and interplanetary communication. Lathrop, who had married Julian's sister, had worked with Edison since the mid-1890s in co-writing a number of articles that became the precursors to latter-day fantastic tales. In Lathrop's story, Edison's Conquest of Mars, when the Red Planet warriors invaded the Earth, the Wizard of Menlo Park invented a disintegrating ray, and it was Edison to the rescue of the universe. The son of Nathaniel Hawthorne would not be outdone. And how will Tesla reply to those signals from Mars? Julian Hawthorne. The other day, there happened to Mr. Tesla the most momentous experience that has ever visited a human being of this earth. 3 fairy taps, one after the other, at a fixed interval, traveling with the speed of light, were received by Tesla in Colorado from some Tesla on the planet Mars. No thoughtful man can have much doubt, then, that little as we are aware of it, we must for ages have been subjected to the direct inspection of the men of Mars and of the older planets. They visit us and look us over year after year, and report at home, they are not ready yet. But at length a Tesla is born, and the starry men are on the watch for developments. Possibly they guide his development. Who can tell? Perhaps more than any other writer, Hawthorne elevated Tesla to the order of an interplanetary Adonis, whose mystical destiny upon the earth was to give its inhabitants electrical power, instrumentation, and enlightenment. Note the overblown yet elegant description Hawthorne pens in meeting with the sorcerer. Ever and anon there appears a man who is both scientist and poet, who walks with feet on the ground, but with his head among the stars. Men of this mark are rare. Pythagoras was one. Newton must have had a touch of the inspirational. In our own times, Tesla is the man. He was born in Herzegovina, of Greek stock, one of the oldest families there. I believe he is a prince at home. Hawthorne interviewed Tesla in the same article, in which the inventor reiterated his extraterrestrial hypothesis and his technological vision of the future, creating a world in which cheap energy would be available for all, and humanity could begin to take its rightful place in the evolutionary hierarchy. And although Hawthorne tried to introduce some doubt as to the definite reality of the extraterrestrial encounter, a quarter of the way through the 5,000-word treatise, the writer softened the potential criticism by rationalizing that the hopes Tesla holds out embody things that ought to be true, that would immensely enlarge and beautify the world if they were true. Concluding with a rhetorical question, Hawthorne wrote, "And what about conversing with Mars? Tesla will do what he was sent here to do." Backed by the opposition, factions of the press also lashed out vigorously. One severe critic, under the byline of a mysterious Mr. X, cautioned intelligent readers. Mr. Tesla obviously wants to figure in the newspapers. Everyone will be greatly interested if it were true that signals are being sent from Mars. Unfortunately, he has not adduced a scrap of evidence to prove it. His speculations on science are so reckless as to lose an interest. His philosophizing is so ignorant as to be worthless. While in Colorado, Tesla negotiated with officials of the U.S. Navy and Lighthouse Board, with 9 letters passing between them from the spring of 1899 and upon his return to New York through the autumn of 1900. On May the 11th, Rear Admiral Francis J. Higginson of the U.S. Navy wrote Tesla a letter which was forwarded to Colorado. "Dear Sir, I would like to ask you if you cannot arrange to establish a system of wireless telegraphy upon the light vessel number 66, Nantucket Shoals, Massachusetts, which lies off about 60 miles south of Nantucket Island." Higginson stated explicitly, "The Lighthouse Board has no money, so funding will have to be paid from some outside source." Tesla sent his humble apologies for a tardy reply because of a severe cold, and then ended the note with this seemingly innocuous line: "It is also my sincere hope that I am not standing in the way of some other expert more deserving and better able to fulfill the task than myself." The statement strikes this investigator as odd. Why would Tesla write that he was potentially standing in the way of some other expert more deserving, when he knew that this was a completely false statement? No other expert was more deserving or more knowledgeable than he. Moreover, he knew that it was very likely that other experts were pirating his work, so why would he encourage more of that activity? This was clearly a self-deprecating and self-destructive element. Be that as it may, the response from Commander Perry, Higginson's associate, was just as peculiar. "Office of the Lighthouse Board, Washington, D.C., 16th of August, 99. Mr. N. Tesla, Experimental Station, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Sir, in acknowledging the receipt of your letter of the 11th of August, 99, from certain expressions used in it, the Board fears there may be some misunderstanding. So in order to prevent you from going to any trouble of expense, the Board desires to say that it has taken no action as yet towards providing any apparatus for using wireless telegraphy, as no appreciation is available for the purpose. When it does take up the question of installing apparatus for communicating with light vessels, your great name and fame in such matters will ensure earnest consideration of yourself. Respectfully yours, T. Perry, Commander, U.S. Navy." Apparently, Commander Perry read into Tesla's letter information that wasn't there. The inventor did not discuss reimbursement, but took the opportunity in another letter to chastise Perry for his miserly response, writing on August the 20th, 1899, from his experimental station in Colorado Springs to the Lighthouse Board, Washington, D.C. Gentlemen, on this occasion, permit me to avail myself of my acquired and precious prerogative as a citizen of the United States, and to express my deep astonishment that in a country of such vast wealth and leading in enlightenment, so important a body as the Lighthouse Board, instead of being provided with unlimited resources, should be trivially hampered and placed in such an awkward position. Very respectfully yours, N. Tesla. Although clever, Tesla's response was short-sighted, as the benefits that would accrue from installing wireless apparatus on this boat would clearly outweigh any short-term loss. The equipment would have been far more advanced than Marconi's. The press and public would see without doubt Tesla's superiority, and other branches of the Navy and armed forces would have created contracts with the inventor. Furthermore, it would have been the first public demonstration by Tesla of long-distance wireless telegraphy. Unfortunately, throughout Tesla's long career, he never demonstrated this capability to anyone other than himself. Nevertheless, Tesla's letter did not destroy his chances with the Lighthouse Board. On September the 14th, Commander Perry responded by offering Tesla the contract because the Navy preferred to award home talent over Marconi. Here was the opportunity of a lifetime. Certainly it was understandable that Tesla needed to stay in Colorado through the autumn. He would return to New York the first week of January 1900. The Colorado experiment was a costly endeavor, and the inventor had now built up momentum, pushing toward the grand conclusion, that is, his wish to send impulses around the globe. Perry wanted action quickly, but asking him to delay 90 days would not have been an unreasonable request. However, from the emotional point of view, Perry had said the wrong thing. He had mentioned the name of Signor Marconi. Gentlemen, much as I value your advances, I am compelled to say, in justice to myself, that I would never accept a preference on any ground, the merit of my own work excepted, particularly not in this case, as I would be competing against some of those who are following in my path, and as any pecuniary advantage which I might derive by availing myself of the privilege is a matter of the most absolute indifference to me. But since you have reasons for preference, permit me to state that a few years ago I laid down certain novel principles on wireless telegraphy, which I have been since perfecting. Tesla went on to describe the 7 features of his system. 1, an oscillator. 2, a ground and elevated circuit. 3, a transmitter. 4, a resonant receiver. 5, a transformer, that scientific men have honored me by identifying it with my name, Tesla coil. 6, a powerful conduction coil. And 7, a transformer in the receiving apparatus. Having carefully perused all the reports of the more successful experimenters as they appeared, Tesla discovered that they are all using with religious care these devices and principles without the slightest departure, even in minor details. He ended the letter by offering his services once again, but requesting that the Navy purchase an even dozen transmitters, with the caution that, in the end, one is apt to be accused of making outrageous prices. It is more than probable that my apparatus will cost more than that offered by others, as I look to every detail myself. With many thanks for your good intentions, I remain very respectfully yours, N. Tesla. The Navy never responded to this letter. 1 year later, on October the 4th, 1900, Tesla wrote Admiral Higginson. 4 days later, the Admiral responded. It will be necessary, before asking Congress for money to carry on this work, to have further estimates of cost. Tesla's style of writing to the Navy was particularly irritating and filled with contradictions. He claims to be absolutely indifferent to gaining a pecuniary advantage, and yet he tells Commander Perry that the cost might appear to be outrageous. At the dawning stage of a completely new industry, instead of building 1 or 2 prototypes to display before the government, Tesla insists on a sizable order. In an early letter, he states that he doesn't want to stand in the way of any competitor. In another, he claims he didn't know there were any other competitors. In one passage, he accuses all his competitors of piracy, which was probably true, and yet in another, he wishes them hearty success. His position was incongruous to say the least, and it served to scuttle his own cause. This would turn out to be one of the most significant blunders of his career. 27. Thor's Emissary, 1899. The problem was rendered extremely difficult owing to the immense dimensions of the planet. But by gradual and continuous improvements of a generator of electrical oscillations, I finally succeeded in reaching rates of delivery of electrical energy actually surpassing those of lightning discharges. By use of such a generator of stationary waves and receiving apparatus properly placed and adjusted in any other locality, however remote, it is practicable to transmit intelligible signals or to control or actuate at will any one apparatus for many other important and valuable purposes. Nikola Tesla. Tesla went to Colorado in part for reasons of secrecy. His all-important transmitting oscillators and general design had already been pirated, and he would shortly be involved in a variety of priority battles. Looking at the Colorado project from the technical point of view, the inventor was in a virgin field and needed to experiment in order to determine a workable plan for distributing light, information, and power by means of wireless. The measuring of standing waveforms from the electrical storms throughout July confirmed what he had suspected, namely that the Earth had a resonant frequency and could therefore be used as a carrier wave to transmit his signals. Letters between Scherf and Tesla continued on an almost daily basis throughout the summer. In August, Tesla received an invitation to attend the banquet honoring the birthday of the Emperor Francis Joseph. Correspondence also came in from Austria, India, Australia, and Scandinavia. The last one, Scherf wrote, is a proposition to become an agent or manufacturer of your new light for Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. To the numerous business inquiries, Tesla wrote, "Tell them that I am on a scientific expedition and will return in a few weeks." There was also correspondence with William Rankin, E.D. Adams, Mr. Coney, a stockholder, and Alfred Brown. Bills were forwarded, and the inventor in turn would periodically mail off funds to cover these expenses. Wages for the crew ran about $90 a pay period. The New York laboratory in turn prepared new equipment to be shipped west, as Scherf continued to send details about their construction. September the 6th, 1899. Dear Mr. Scherf, can you write about something more interesting than the pump? There are many things happening in a great city. Try and make your correspondence more interesting, such as in sending press clippings. Sincerely, N. Tesla. As was his custom, the inventor lived in the future, writing to Scherf in late August that he expected to return to New York in a few weeks. It would be more like 4 months. At the same time, Lowenstein requested permission to take leave, as he wanted to return to Germany for some family matter. Tesla feared that he might be an industrial spy, but he was only going home to get married. Coleman Cheeto was called on to replace him. "Cheeto has just arrived," Tesla wrote, "and I am glad to see a familiar face again. He looks a little too fat for the work I expect of him." He would come just in time to take part in some of the most spectacular electrical experiments ever performed. A hearty and trustworthy companion, Cheeto would stay at Tesla's call until he was an old man. By that time, he had trained his son Julius to take over. Julius would eventually come to aid Tesla in some of his more clandestine Earth-lunar experiments, as well as in day-to-day responsibilities. Throughout September, Tesla designed a large number of electronic tubes for his glassblower in New York to fashion and for Scherf to ship, as he continued to document his work with a local photographer. Electrical energy generated exceeded 3 million volts. Tesla reported, "I drew 1-inch sparks between my body and an iron pipe buried in the ground about 100 feet from the laboratory." On the 29th, time-lapse pictures were mailed to John Jacob Astor, Sugar Refinery King H.D. Havemeyer, his wife and their daughter, Mrs. E.F. Winslow, Stanford White, socialite Mary Mapes Dodge, and the Johnsons. He also shipped copies to Lord Kelvin, Sir William Crookes, Sir James Dewar, William Roentgen, Philip Leonard, and Adolf Schlaby. "Look them over carefully before delivery," the inventor instructed his liaison, "and do not allow the workers other than yourself and Mr. Ullman to see them." Throughout the autumn, the inventor continued to change the height of the ball at the top of the antenna to measure the changing capacity and relationship to generated wavelengths, in order to tune the equipment to the Earth's frequency and bring the oscillator into resonance with the circuit. Made out of wood, the ball was coated with metal. He also studied the strange phenomena of fireballs, which, when created by natural means, can appear like tumbleweeds of lightning that can roll down a street and smash into a tree or house. They are rarely seen, though they are documented sightings. Although Tesla himself had not witnessed any natural fireballs, he was able to create smaller ones in his lab. Sometimes it appeared as if a ball would form above the coil, but this may have been only an optical effect caused by many streamers passing from various points in different directions. At other times, a big cluster of them would form and spatter irregularly in all directions. He produced them quite by accident, and saw them more than once explode and shatter his tall mast, and also destroy apparatus within his laboratory. The destructive action accompanying the disintegration of a fireball, he declared, takes place with inconceivable violence. In one instance, he pushed the experiments too far, and a fire started. Trapped by streamers that could maim or kill, the inventor had to roll to safety to save his life. To Johnson he wrote, "I have had wonderful experiences here. Among other things, tamed a wildcat, and am nothing but a mass of bleeding scratches. But in the scratches, Luca, there lies a mind. Mind." A few weeks later, while a photographer was present, Tesla set the roof in flames, but was able to extinguish it before much damage was done. "The display was wonderful in spite of this," he wrote in his diary. Having studied the phenomena, Tesla attributed the generation of fireballs to the interaction of two frequencies, a stray higher frequency wave imposed on the lower frequency-free oscillation of the main circuit. They could also be produced when stray high-frequency charges from random Earth currents interacted with charges from his oscillator. The following week, he extended the ball to a height of 142 feet and began propagating waves through the ground. Referring to electrical or radio wave action at a distance, I know from experience that if proper precautions are not taken, fires of all kinds and explosions can be produced by wireless transmitters. In my experiments in Colorado, when the plant was powerfully excited, the lightning arresters for 12 miles around were bridged with continuous arcs, much stronger and more persistent than those which ordinarily took place during an electric storm. I have excited loops, coil aerials, and lighted incandescent lamps at a considerable distance from the laboratory without even using more than 5 or 10% of the capacity of the transmitter. When the oscillator was excited to about 4 million volts and an incandescent lamp was held in the hand about 50 or 60 feet from the laboratory, emphasis added, the filament was often broken by the vibration set up, giving some idea of the magnitude of the electromotive forces generated in the space. Tesla had calculated that the Earth pulsated at varying frequencies, especially 12 cycles per second. With his coils wound with lengths of wire in harmonic relationships to the required wavelengths needed to girdle the globe, he wrote in his diary, the length of the coil was calculated based on the equation wavelength divided by 4 equals harmonic of total wavelength or required length of coil. Taking into account the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, and the circumference of the Earth, it was determined that coils would have to be roughly a mile in length, or some harmonic of this figure, to be in a resonant terrestrial frequency. Other components included the thickness of the wire itself and horsepower generated. By increasing the frequency between pulsations, the inventor claimed to be able to boost horsepower to a few 100,000, although this amount of produced energy would last only a fraction of a second. Cheeto arrived for work one day in mid-autumn to find the inventor vigorously watering the ground around the metal plate which he had buried near the lab. If I could only insulate these wires with liquid oxygen, I could reduce losses another magnitude, the inventor said. Here, put these on. He gave Cheeto a pair of rubber-soled shoes as he laced up a pair for himself. All the way today, sir? Cheeto inquired. To the limit, my friend. Now remember, the inventor cautioned, keep one hand behind your back at all times. Cheeto responded with a nod of his head. He had no plans to risk electrocution by creating a circuit through his heart. Throw the switch when you see my signal. We had better use these, sir. Cheeto handed his boss 2 cotton balls and took 2 for himself, and they plugged them into their ears. The lanky Serb lumbered from his lab in his high shoes, past the mud, to place testing equipment and cold lamps at various locations in the earth, and positioned himself on a knoll about a mile away near Prospect Lake. Even though insulated, sparks jumped from the ground to his feet as he crunched along the path. The sun was low on the horizon as Colorado Springs began to turn on street lamps and electric lamps in preparation for the night. Now, Tesla waved as Cheeto fired up the equipment. The sound began as a low rumble and built to a roar that was so strong that it could be plainly heard 10 miles away. The ground trembled with the noise as the inventor gazed over to a nearby corral to watch a half-dozen horses rear on their hind legs and gallop frantically away. Butterflies were carried around in circles as in a whirlpool and could not get out no matter how hard they tried, as the flume of streamers stormed up the shaft high above the roof of the lab and blustered out from the apex, splitting lightning bolts fully 135 feet in length. Kaboom, zip, zap, kaboom. Looking to the sky, the wizard held his wireless torches up in triumph as they flickered in his thunder. The end came abruptly. The springs plunged into darkness. He had shorted out the town. Fortunately, the powerhouse had a second standby generator which was started up soon after. Tesla was insistent that he be supplied with current from this reserve machine as soon as it was running, but his demand was refused. Forced by El Paso Electric to fix the damaged generator himself, the inventor was back online in a day or 2. In the future, he was told, he will be supplied with current from a dynamo operated independently from the one supplying the El Paso Electric Company's regular customers. By the end of 1899, Tesla was ready to return to New York. He wanted to get home for the holidays to spend them with the Johnsons, but it would take him a little longer to wind things down. In December, he sent for his photographer, Dickinson Alley, to capture his work in the best possible light. By using multiple exposures, Alley would create what is perhaps Tesla's most famous photograph, that of the inventor sitting calmly reading a book, dwarfed by myriad tongues of explosive lightning. This picture is a multiple exposure. Tesla, of course, was not sitting there at the time the oscillator was fired up. The electricity would have killed him. December the 22nd, 1899. Dear Mr. Tesla, we will keep your memory green Christmas Day. How lovely it would be if you should suddenly appear in our midst to spend it with us. I sometimes wonder if you could make me glad again just to see you. It is so long since gladness has been in my days. Everything that once was has disappeared. It is as if one had gone to sleep in soft moonlight and had anchored out of place and out of time to find himself in the Stone Age, himself a stone. What does it all mean? Sometimes I have a little sign of you through Robert by way of the office. I am hoping the new year may bring you what you most desire, and that it may bring to us, my dear friend. Faithfully yours, Katherine Johnson.